Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Trained by Vlad King. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The first day. In a dark room, a huge man sat on a chair while scrolling through a file on his computer. He finally set his eyes on what he was looking for. A simple video. He started it and began to watch the video. The contents of the video showed a bunch of superpowered teens smashing and destroying robots left and right. However, one of them stood out. He was a young man about average height and had black hair with green highlights on its tips. He also had freckles on each of his cheeks. On each one were 4 freckles arranged in a diamond pattern. He also had large green eyes that sparkled whenever the light shined on them. But what made him stand out from the others was that unlike them, he wasn't able to destroy the robots. From the beginning to the near end, he was constantly trying to score a robot kill, but he wasn't succeeding, either other people saving him from a robot or him not finding one at all. Then the time came for the end when a giant robot was released. Everyone in the arena ran away avoiding the giant behemoth, and so did the freckled boy at first. But he suddenly stopped and looked in fear, not due to the robot, but it's something else. Near the robot on the ground, a girl with small blush marks on her face and brown hair was pinned to the ground under some rumble, with the robot nearing in at such a rate that she was about to be crushed under it. The boy then turned on his feet and began to run towards the giant, causing others to yell at him to stay back or return. He then crouched on the ground and jumped. But what happened next surprised everyone. The seemingly powerless boy jumped high in the air and then went straight to the robot as he cocked back his fist. Once he was in front of the giant machine's head, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Smash!" His fist then made contact with the head of the machine, causing it to cave in and the robot to be destroyed. But what the boy did came at a price. Both of his legs and his left arm were annihilated beyond recognition as he began to fall helplessly to the ground. The boy began to panic, trying to find a way to land safely. But something then slapped him in the face. It was the girl from before, who he saved, coming to his aid. The boy then began to float above the ground harmlessly. The girl then pressed her fingers against each other and the boy then dropped to the ground as he breathed out what was thought to be a thank you to the girl who was vomiting. The video was then stopped as the man watching it reclined back into his chair, reviewing the events that led to his current condition. He then looked at a roster with 20 names. He began to look through them and his eyes landed on the one he wanted. He began to rub his chin as he said, "Izuku Midoriya, you're quite the case, aren't you? You know you can always expel him like I was planning to do before you threw a hissy fit and took him to your class instead." A gruff voice came from behind him, causing the man to get startled a bit before turning to the source. "No, I won't," the man retorted. "I won't destroy a promising hero's future due to a simple problem that can be solved through hard work." "But he has no, and you have." The man cut him off. "Listen, you may govern your class like some god who deems everyone worthy or not, but I don't. I at least try to give my students the benefit of a doubt before outing them." "You're acting irrationally," the man said. "We aren't here to be nice. We are here to make students into heroes. The boy doesn't have control over his quirk. I told you to put him in general studies, and if he did a good impression at the sports festival, I may take him in. There are better people out there." "Just," the man replied. "You are only saying this due to that purple-haired boy you saw and wanted to put him in your class even though he had no points whatsoever, unlike Midoriya." He stopped and then added, "And isn't our job as teachers to help students who don't understand how to use their quirks to use them? But that will take time and will be a waste of resources." He also chose not to dignify the accusation that was thrown at him. "For you, that might be true, but for me, it will be a good thing. I prefer to work with my students, not simply kick them out on the first day, cause I want them to come here and already be the next All Might." "Now, you're speaking irrationally. The boy will hinder your class and hurt himself during the process. You may think I'm acting cruel, but I truly have his best interest for him." "Hard to believe that. Act as you like, but you'll eventually reach a point where you'll have to expel him, just as I was planning to do. We'll see about that." The gruffly voiced man then turned around, walking outside the room, but paused a little as he said, "You know what you are doing is truly cruel, letting him dream only for his dream to be crushed midway when the bitter reality strikes him." As he finished his last words of wisdom, he left the room and the other man to his thoughts, who simply said, "Izuku Midoriya, you better not disappoint me. I took a huge gamble on you." The next day, the boy from the video stood in front of a huge gate with a smile on his face. He was now going to UA, the top school for heroes. In his world, around 200 years back in China, a boy was born with the ability to glow, and then other children began to be born with out-of-this-world abilities. Those abilities were eventually called quirks. They could range from simple physical mutations to the ability to control nature itself. And as time progressed, quirks became more and more abundant, but something else began to die. The quirkless are normal people with no ability whatsoever, and one of them was Izuku Midoriya. For the first 15 years of his life, was technically now considered a late bloomer. The boy then remembered his idol's words in his acceptance letter, "This is your hero, Academia." The boy smiled at the words. The entrance exam was truly an eye-opener for him to see truly how late he was compared to others. He wasn't able to score a single kill in the exam. However, due to his heroic action of saving the brown-haired girl, he was given rescue points which were enough to help him succeed in passing the exam. The boy then walked through the gate as he remembered how he got his quirk to begin with. Him meeting All Might, running to save his friend from the sludge villain after he himself was almost killed by the same villain. All Might saving them for the villain. All Might declaring him as his successor, the harsh training he went through to gain All Might's quirk one for all, and finally the entrance exam. In those last 10 months, his life was truly something out of a good anime. But he shook his head as he walked forward, thinking about how his life has changed to the better, and then he tripped. He looked with a dumbfounded expression as the ground came closer to his face. He internally asked himself, "Is this going to happen every time I come here?" He closed his eyes waiting for the inevitable pain to come to him. But it never did as he felt himself being held. He then asked himself, "Is this going to Wait, this didn't happen last time." Well, it did, but I wasn't held. Maybe it's the nice girl. He looked back to see a floating hand in the air that waved at him as it began to float back to its source. He followed it and then saw a girl which caused him to flush instantly. The girl then walked toward him and said, "Watch out, dude. You know falling on the first day is bad luck." The girl in front of him was his age. She had long curly hair with a very dark green color. In addition to that, she had dusk green eyes that resembled oddly a reptilian look with a set of sharp-looking teeth to add to the mix. The boy looked at her blankly, before realizing he was being talked to and by a very cute girl too, so he said, "Why yeah T, thanks for the essay." He internally cursed his damned stuttering habit. The girl looked at him and giggled, "You're a funny one." She stopped and then added, "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go to our classes." The two then began to walk. And the girl then stopped and said, "Where are my manners? My name is Setsuna Takage." Izuku then blushed heavily as he never spoke to a girl. But then it hit him, for he spoke to the nice girl who saved him from tripping on the entrance exam. He began to remember when she spoke to him, and he remained still as a rock, not even saying a single word. Reality then hit him hard. He never actually spoke to a girl. He then looked at Setsuna and mustered enough courage to say, "I am Izuku Midoriya. She looked at him and said, "Not used to people talking to you, are you, big guy?" Izuku blushed heavily as he covered his face with his hands and said, "Is it that obvious?" Setsuna giggled again and told him, as clear as daylight. She noticed Izuku slightly deflating before saying, Now, no need to feel bad. Not everyone is a social butterfly." She then changed the subject quickly. "In what class are you?" "I'm in class 1B. Izuku lightened up as he said happily, "Really? I'm in class 1B too. Are going to be a hero." Setsuna then laughed as she said, "Obviously Mop Top. Why do you think I'm in class 1B? To tap dance." The boy flushed heavily as he noticed his question was really stupid, but tried to talk to her nonetheless. "So how much did you score on your entrance exam?" But then processed what she said to him and said, "Mop Top." "Yeah, Mop Top. I mean, look at how messy your hair is. Consider it as a nickname. We're friends now, aren't we? And friends give each other nicknames." Setsuna informed him as if it's an obvious thing. Izuku stared at her, not believing what he was hearing. He had a friend. He was about to cry from happiness if it wasn't for him not wanting to scare the girl, and possibly his first friend ever, away. "And regarding your first question, I didn't take the entrance exam," she said, confusing him. "I entered through recommendations." The boy then smiled and said, "That's wonderful, Takage. It must mean that you have very good grades or are really great Q quirk to enter through our recommendations. I see, congratulate for us such an achievement." The girl smiled at him. Even though she wouldn't admit it, she was afraid that some of the students might look down on her due to how she entered the hero course, saying she cheated or took the easy route around. "Thanks, Mop Top." The boy's sweat dropped at the nickname, but he can live with it. He had been called worse through his quirkless years. As the two continued to walk toward their class while talking to each other, or rather Takage talking while Midoriya stuttered all the while, they eventually looked at the time and it was getting closer to the beginning of the class. This caused Setsuna to huff, saying, "Man, what the heck is this place? A maze. We've been walking around forever and haven't gotten any closer to our classroom." Izuku nodded his head, noticing that they are lost through the corridors of UA. He then had an idea when and said, "Well, maybe we can use the map of the building in the school guide that we got along with our uniforms." The girl smiled at him and said, "Well, what are you waiting for, Mop Top? Cough up that map." She then detached her hands, catching Izuku by surprise, who thought that this might have a relation to her quirk and went searching all over his body, causing the poor boy to go nuclear red. He looked at the girl who was smiling mischievously at him and asked her, "Takage, what are D doing T to M me?" Setsuna smiled and giggled. I have no idea what are you talking about, Mop Top. I'm searching for the map. The boy swallowed heavily as he informed her. I am sure that the map I isn't on in my stomach. The girl looked at him with a naughty gleam in her eyes as she said, I know, but don't worry. The boy then began to have steam go out of his ears due to the girl's remark, but stopped when he felt her hands leave his body and moved to his backpack and got the school guide. She then said, sorry there, I went a bit overboard. She then opened the school guide and cheered onwards as she walked in front of him. The boy took a moment to calm himself down as he said, no problem. The girl looked back at him and said, but damn, you sure are ripped under these clothes. This remark was enough for him to almost faint, but he powered through. They both walked in silence, but Izuku decided to break the ice, so he started the conversation. So how was your trip here? My mom sure cried a lot. Seriously, that's the best I can do. Now she'll think I'm weird and won't talk to me anymore. Setsuna then laughed. You have no idea what my parents did. My mom threw me a party while crying. My dad threw a hissy fit saying that he will kill anyone who dares to touch his little angel. So be ready when you become my boyfriend. The boy flushed heavily as he said, what? The girl giggled. Calm down, I'm joking, she said before adding, or am I? This caused the boy to blush again, but if he had to tell the truth, he was honestly happy with this. That talkage didn't mean any harm toward him, but was only teasing him. It was what friends did with each other, right? He was cut out of his thoughts when Setsuna said, we're here. The boy looked and saw a large door with one bee on it. He mentally began to pray that neither Kaken nor the scary boy from the entrance exam was there. But he also hoped the nice girl from the entrance exam was there. He still had to thank her for offering to sacrifice her points to help him pass. He was then nudged by Setsuna, who told him, well, what are we waiting for? Let's go inside. Setsuna went through first and she seemed to be looking for someone. As Izuku mentally prepared himself as he said, calm down, Izuku. This is a new school. Kaken can't hurt you here. He looked at the room and said to no one in particular, well, here goes nothing. He then walked inside the classroom and looked around, but he didn't notice anyone familiar. He felt kinda bummed out. He then shook his head. This is a good thing. If no one noticed him, then he could make friends. He only hoped no one from the entrance exam was with him due to his less than stellar performance. Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts as someone greeted him. Hello, I'm Izuku Kendo. Nice to meet you. The voice belonged to an orange-haired girl who had her hair tied in a side ponytail. She also had teal-green eyes. She seemed to have a good physique on her due to constant workouts. Izuku was startled a little but managed to say, and nice to meet you too, I'm Izuku Midoriya. The girl then said while sheepishly smiling and rubbed the back of her head, sorry if startled you there. He then told her, and no problem. He then walked away as his eyes caught a familiar sight of a brown bob-cut hairstyle. He mentally screamed, it's the NCE girl. He made a beeline toward her. Once he was in front of her, he began introducing himself. Hello there, I'm Izuku. He then noticed that the girl wasn't the one he knew, but was someone who looked extremely similar to her. The girl looked at him through the bangs that covered her eyes with curiosity and something else. Fear maybe. She then asked him, are talking to me? Seeing the damage was already done, Izuku tried to salvage what can be saved. Oh, of course. He told her, hoping to trick her and not hurt her feelings. The girl was not convinced. She sighed disappointedly. She truly hoped the boy was actually talking to her, but it was clear he wasn't, and he was trying to spare her feelings. So she said, there's no need to spare my feelings. You thought IW was someone else. Izuku slumped on the desk near a window close to the girl as he said in shame, why yeah, I thought you were someone from my entrance exam. He looked at the girl who lowered her head in sadness, but he then added, but that doesn't mean IW wouldn't like to know you be better. I'll start. My name is Izuku Midoriya. The girl then looked at him with a small smile on her face. My name is Kanoko Komori. Izuku laughed a little and said, you aren't a social person, are you, Komori? It's kinda like me. Kanoko sighed as she told him, it's because everyone thinks my Q quirk is really disgusting. What is it? Kanoko looked at him with fear and worry. She was sure he will know eventually, but she was afraid that she will scare him away. She looked at him and swallowed heavily as she opened her mouth and said something in a quiet voice. Sorry K Komori. Can you repeat that because I didn't hear you well? She then said the same thing a little bit higher, but still not loud enough to be heard very well, but he made out a part of it. Room. See, can please you say it again? She sighed as she said in a normal voice, my quirk is known as mushroom. The girl looked at the boy expecting to see a disgusted face. That was how it was her entire life. People judged her due to her quirk, not even trying to know her first. She was an outcast and barely had any friends at school. But what she found was something different on his face. It was curiosity. And then he began to ask her questions nonstop. That's a really cool quirk. Can you do it whenever you want? Is there a limit on the number of mushrooms you make? Can you alter the property of the mushrooms? Can you control their size? Is there a range for them to appear in? Does the weather affect the mushrooms? Do they grow instantly or do they need a while to grow? Izuku continued to fire questions at an amazing rate while the girl watched in awe, for someone was interested in her quirk. Kanoko was shocked at the many questions that were being thrown at her. She made sure she didn't use her quirk accidentally to cause the boy to go into his current state, but at the same time, she felt flattered that the boy was genuinely excited about her quirk. It brought a smile to her face, but she then noticed the boy going blue from the lack of breathing. Midoriya, I think you should breathe. You don't look too good. The boy was then snapped out of his muttering spree as he looked at the girl. He then blushed heavily as he realized what he was doing, and quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to look creepy, but I'm really like analyzing cute quirks. Kanoko laughed softly as she told him, and no harm done, Midoriya. Both sat in comfortable silence for a moment, before an idea popped into Midoriya's head as he asked Kanoko, Hey, Komori, how were you able to defeat the robots in the E-entrance exam? The girl took a thinking position before answering. I just spread my mushrooms all across the robots' bodies, causing them to malfunction and fail. The boy looked at her and nodded his head, unconsciously saving this little bit of information for later on. Suddenly, a loud yell caused both teens to jump in fear as a boy approached Izuku shouting, Hello, are you Izuku Midoriya? The boy was taller than Izuku. He had silver hair and weirdly shaped eyebrows. He also had sharpened teeth. Izuku's fight or flight responses kicked in, or rather answer quickly to avoid a beating instincts kicked in. He looked at the boy with discomfort, as he answered, readying himself for the worst, which is a beat down on the first day of school. Why yeah, that's me. The boy looked him up and down before speaking once more. I quote tsutsut. He was silenced by a floating fist to the head. Both Izuku and Kanoko looked and saw Setsuna come to the boy and grab him by the ear. She then proceeded to yank his ear, causing him to yell out in pain as he begged for mercy. Didn't I specifically tell you to tone it down while you're speaking to him? Setsuna asked the boy, who looked like a defeated puppy. I know, he said as the girl yanked his ear even harder. Geez, I'm sorry, alright. I didn't mean to scare him. I told you he was a bit jumpy, so why didn't you listen the first time? She said as she finally released him. He then began to rub his ear with a pouty look on his face. He muttered something under his breath that the startled duo didn't hear, but Setsuna heard and blushed a little. The boy then looked at Izuku and said, I'm sorry if I startled you there, but I mean no harm. He raised his arms in the air as a signal of peace. He then added, Setsuna told me about this new guy she met, so I just wanted to meet you. Sorry if I came off a little bit extreme or intense. Izuku sighed in relief as the situation was cleared. He waved his hands and said, No problem. No harm done. He then added, As you already know, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Yours is Tetsu. Yes, the boy exclaimed loudly, only for him to get bonked on the head again by Setsuna, who was standing near him. The boy once apologized to Izuku, before noticing the girl's presence. And who are you? The girl in question blushed at the inquiry, but said in a quiet voice, I'm Kanoko Komori. The boy nodded his head, and then said, Well, you know who I am. As for the queen of reptiles over here, he said while pointing a finger at Setsuna, she's my friend Setsuna Takage. It's nice to meet both of you, Kanoko said in a shy voice. However, the resident lizard lady had a playful gleam in her eyes as she looked at Kanoko and Izuku. Tetsu noticed the gleam and shivered as he knew nothing good could come out of it. Setsuna then went and laid herself on Izuku, saying, Izuku, how could you do this? On the first day of school and you already found a new girl. Was I not good enough? Kanoko looked at Izuku with surprise as she tried to comprehend what she just heard. The green-haired boy now was a blushing mess because a girl was pressing her body against his. He also steamed due to Setsuna's accusation. Takage, what are you saying? We aren't like that. We just met today. Not yet. The girl whispered to him as she took a seat behind him. Tetsu then sat in front of him and whispered to him, Don't worry, you'll eventually get used to it. I sure did. Thanks, Tetsu. Just call me Tetsu. My name's kind of a mouthful. Yeah, right. So are you guys a couple or not? Kanoko asked, not understanding the situation anymore. Izuku blushed heavily as he waved his arms back and forth. What? No. He was then interrupted by the class door opening and revealing a very huge man entering the room. The man had a very muscular build to him. He wore a red suit with a gauntlet that had a tube connected to his back. He also had a small scar on his face. He had white hair and sharp teeth. Izuku recognized him on the spot. He was the blood hero, Vlad King. He wasn't particularly a famous hero, but he was a hero nonetheless. Izuku bounced excitedly in his chair as the pro stood in front of his desk and introduced himself. Hello, class, my name is Sekijiro-kan, better known as the blood hero, Vlad King. From now on, I'll be your homeroom teacher, so I'll be addressed as Kan-sensei. Are there any questions? No, Kan-sensei. The entire class said. Good. Now I expect that our relationship for the next 3 years will be built on respect. I'm not going to be some kind of totalitarian teacher who enslaves his class. However, I do expect you to treat me with respect and don't cross certain limits or there will be consequences. Any questions now? When the class didn't answer, he shouted. I said, is there any questions? No, can SENSEI. Good, now that's out of the way. I want everyone to come here when I call your name. I want to introduce yourself, your quirk, and what hobbies you like to build a better sense of familiarity between the students. He saw the entire class nodding their heads, so he picked up a roster and said, Yui Kodai. A girl with dark hair shaped in a bob cut style came up front. She had blue eyes, but her most striking feature is her expressionless face. I'm Yui Kodai. My quirk is called size. I alter the size of the things I touch with my fingers, and the effect wears off when I press both hands together. I like to read manga and watch anime. She then went to her seat as another name was called out, Senkaibara. Meanwhile, Izuku was having a field day as he was writing down his classmates' quirks. They were all awesome, and he wished he can ask them more about their quirks, but it can wait for later events. Now his primary mission was to survive day 1 without ending at the infirmary. Recovery girl made it clear she will whack him if he ended up there again. He looked at his notebook and continued to write as he began to mutter. At first, nobody noticed that he was muttering because he was keeping it down. Eventually, his muttering began to grow louder and louder as he wrote down more information. This caused his 3 neighbors to look at him with concern. So Tetsu asked in a quiet voice, is he okay? Kanoko answered, I think so. From what I understand, this is a common occurrence. She then walked out of her seat as her name was called out. Izuku was now in the zone when he heard a voice yell out his name, Izuku Midoriya. The boy jumped and shouted, yes, Kan-sensei. It's your turn to come and introduce yourself. The boy rubbed the back of his head and walked forward to where all the class can see him. He heard a couple of snickers along the way and he sighed. It was nothing new, so he would eventually get used to it. Hello, my end name is Izuku Midoriya, and my quirk is called. Izuku being the person he has thought long and hard about the name for his quirk since its true nature was a secret. Inner E-energy manipulation. It allows to augment my S strength and S speed. He was cut off by a shout. Today, stutter. We're not planning to die here while you talk. Izuku looked down before Vlad shouted, be quiet. Kamakiri. He then looked at Izuku and said, proceed, Midoriya. My H hobbies are W watching Hero V videos and W writing Q quirka analysis. Izuku finished. So, you are like a stalker who watches people and studies their quirks, the boy from before said, eliciting a few laughs. His name was Tagaru Kamakiri. He had a bug-like appearance with yellowish-green skin. He also had 2 mandibles coming out of his mouth. His fluffy green hair was styled in mohawk style. Izuku looked down in sadness. This wasn't the first time his hobby was insulted, but it still felt bad. Then a voice came up. I think Sir Midoriya's hobby is rather impressive and should be complimented rather than insulted. In hero work, it would be most beneficial if we had an idea about the villain's quirks rather than being taken by surprise. It's an important skill. Izuku was shocked that this particular thing was being complimented and looked at the voice. It was a boy who resembled a beast. His name was Jiroda Shishida. No one asked you for your opinion, Bigfoot. Tagaru shot back. Shishida is right. The ability to know your enemy's quirk is a good thing and can help a pro limit the battle time and keep public damage to a bare minimum if he already had an idea about the villain's weakness. Vlad then looked at Tagaru. Kamakiri, keep up the wisecracks, and you'll end up expelled faster than you can produce your blades. The bug boy merely scoffed at him before lowering his head. Vlad then looked at Izuku and said, Midoriya, go back to your seat, and Ibara Shizaki, come up next. However, something didn't fit well with Vlad. It was Izuku. He thought the boy will have his personality all over the place due to his strong quirk. However, he was the opposite, meek, scared, and fearful, but Vlad was determined to make a good pro out of him. As the introductions were finished, Vlad looked at his class and said, students, for now, we'll go to the opening ceremony and listen to the principal's speech. Then after that, we'll have a test. The entire class groaned as the test was mentioned. However, Izuku was worried that if it was some type of quirk test he would come dead last since he didn't have decent control, or any control for that matter on One for All. He sighed as students exited the classroom and went to the opening ceremony. He was accompanied by Kanoko, Tetsu, and Satsuna who all sat beside him. Tetsu then noticed something off. Hey guys, aren't we a class short? He said, pointing to 20 empty seats near them. Yeah, I heard T that their T teacher is super strict and took T them to some test right now, Kanoko explained. Well, this isn't our problem, Satsuna said as she laid back on her chair. Izuku was lost in his own thoughts, only hoping that the test isn't a quirk test, not even thinking about what was happening. The principal then came along and gave a speech making a few announcements, such as a new mysterious teacher which Izuku knew who he was, and UAS planned to enforce a new dormitory system perhaps in the next year or the second semester. When he finished, everyone was excused, as Vlad announced, Alright, go and get in your gym uniforms. It's time for the quirk apprehension test. Everyone cheered excitedly except Izuku, who sighed sadly knowing he was going to fail this test. Noticing his foul mood, Setsuna asked him, "What's the matter, Green Bean?" "It's just," the boy sighed. Before answering, "I can't control my quirk that good, and I don't feel like looking like a fool than I already." "You know this school's role is to help us control our quirks, right?" the girl told him in an all-knowing way. The boy laughed, before replying, "I know, but it's just, how can I be like All Might if I can't control my quirk?" "That's the thing, you aren't All Might. Geez, Green Bean, you're on your first day. And you already want to be number one, ego much?" The poor boy quickly shook his hands trying to defend himself. "No, that's not what I..." The girl snickered at him. "I know, Green Bean, just relax. My point is just don't try to reach the impossible on the first day. We're here to make mistakes, so we don't do them out on the field. So just take it easy." She then lifted her fist and said, "Fist bump." The boy's face flushed as he fist bumped her and then went to change his clothes. In the locker room, everyone was changing to their gym uniforms when Tetsu yelled, startling Izuku, "Dude, where did you get all these scars? That's so manly." Izuku, who was used to working shirtless with no one seeing him, was afraid, so he quickly answered, training. He didn't want them to know about his past, and that he was a quirk practice dummy, especially for Kaken. "Sir Midoriya, I must admit to push yourself to such lengths to strengthen your quirk. Gaining these scars along the way must have been painful." "I," the Beast Boy said while raising his hand, "respect you for such a strong will. We never got to be introduced properly to each other. My name is Jiroda Shishida, a pleasure to meet you." Izuku grasped the Beast Boy's hand and shook it, saying, "Pleasure's all mine, I Izuku Midoriya." After that, everyone went back to putting on their clothes, but when they were about to leave, they heard someone shouting. That voice was enough to make Izuku quiver like a leaf. "That test was so effing easy. I completely aced it." The voice belonged to a boy with ash blonde hair. His name is Katsuki Bakugo, or as Izuku calls him, Kaken. Another boy with red hair. "Yeah, you totally killed that ball throw test. And so did Monoma." "Shut up, sheety hair. Don't compare me to that copycat freak," Bakugo shouted while his hands sparked with small pops from his quirk. Explosion. Tetsu frowned and said, so unmanly. He suddenly felt someone hide behind him. He looked and saw Izuku hiding. Concerned, he asked the boy, "Midoriya, is there something wrong?" The boy whimpered a response. "No, let's just leave." The bigger boy didn't know what happened, but he could tell that the newcomer was the cause of it, so he nodded his head and headed out with Izuku. On the field outside, everyone saw Vlad with a small digital timer and a paper sheet. He looked at them and began to explain what was going to happen. "Listen up, maggots, now. You're all going to participate in 8 different events. This is only a test to gauge your control over your quirks, so don't feel bad if you fell behind. Any questions?" "No, sensei." "Good. First, the 50-meter dash," he announced. "First up, Tsunotori and Yanagi." The two mentioned girls went to the start of the line. Back with Izuku, he was stuck with his thoughts on how to use his quirk. How can I use one for all without hurting myself? I mean, can only go 100% or 0. And every time I go 100% like All Might, I break my body, so how? Suddenly a thought hit him as Vlad called out the next two. Why am I trying to use 100% of my power? I was built in a hurry. Unlike All Might, who trained for years to master the quirk. It's like Takage said, I'm not All Might. He then heard Vlad say, "Rin and Shota, come up and get ready." Izuku was then deep in thought again. He found a solution to the first problem, which was not breaking his bones with too much power, but how he will use it. He can't just put all the pressure on one part. Even at a low percentage, one for all might do damage to him. He then remembered something Kanoko told him when they first talked. "I just spread my mushrooms all across the robots' bodies, causing them to malfunction and fail." This was the last piece of the puzzle. How stupid of me. It's like the egg and the microwave. Instead of focusing on the egg alone, I also focus on the microwave too. He was called out of his thoughts when Vlad King called him. Midoriya and Kendo up next. The boy walked to the starting line with a thoughtful face, deciding to try his new theory out. When he reached it, Kendo said, "No hard feelings, Midoriya, but I'm going to beat you." Both students got ready, but Vlad watched Midoriya. He wanted to see what he will do. Will he break and fail as he did in the entrance exam? Will he have at least some decent control over his quirk, or will he decide to do it normally? The first case was something he hoped never happened. The second was something that would impress. And the last was something that he wouldn't mind, since his students' safety come first. As both students took a running position, something began to happen with Midoriya. Midoriya took a deep breath and allowed his quirk to flow through his entire body. His body at first glowed with red veins, grabbing everyone's attention. It then disappeared and was replaced by green lighting that surrounded his entire frame, but Midoriya held a pained expression. Vlad wanted to stop him, but then noticed that along with the pain was concentration, as if he was focusing on something. Izuku during that time was focusing on lowering the power percentage. When he activated that new form, his whole body rattled, so he quickly began decreasing the power till it reached about 4%. He sighed as his body now felt comfortable with the power rolling his joints to make sure that nothing was wrong. Seeing that both of his students were now ready and not going to break themselves, Vlad yelled, "Ready, set." The two then readied themselves to run, go. In a blare, a green streak of lighting ran the 50 meters, surprising everyone. The machine recording the results then announced 3.19 seconds, 5.12 seconds. Kendo looked at Izuku and said, "Damn Midoriya. Who knew for such a shy guy you had such speed?" Izuku laughed awkwardly before saying, "Why, you were good too." Vlad then came up to them and said, "Move it, you two. We still have things to do." The two apologized and quickly went to the rest of the class. However, unknown to them, Vlad was happy Izuku Midoriya, whom Eraserhead, his colleague, deemed with no potential whatsoever, proved him wrong. "In your face, Eraser. I told you he only needs time to control it," Vlad said to himself. Now then came the grip strength test. Most of the people did average on it, except for Shishida, who went beast mode, lifting about 500 kilos, and Kendo, who enlarged her fist to try and crunch the machine, only for her to get 320 kilos. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. He swallowed heavily since he wanted at least a decent score with this one, since his quirk is strength augmentation in the first place. He felt it would be kinda lame if he didn't at least get in the hundreds. So he then activated his quirk, allowing it to flow through his body as he grabbed the lever and pulled on it with all his strength at 4%. It finally beeped, giving him a score of 135 kilos. Sure, it wasn't the best, but still better than nothing. He still felt tired due to the use of his quirk, and his body was crying out for him to stop. Next was the long jump. The horse girl, or pony Tsunotori, used her horns to fly across the pit, while Setsuna disassembled her body and floated through it with ease. Izuku was truly astounded by his classmates' quirks. His only regret was that he didn't have his notebook to record them while in action. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. He activated his quirk and jumped, only for him to land a couple of centimeters away from the end of the sandpit. He walked out of it with a sad look on his face. His friends noticed this and went to him. "Come on, don't feel bad. You did great out there. You were so manly." Tetsu was the first to speak. "Yeah, dude, chill out. Like I told you, everyone is destined to fail once in a while," Setsuna said, with Kanoko nodding her head shyly. Izuku felt a little better and said, "Thanks, guys. You can thank me by taking me out on a date," Setsuna said, causing him to go nuclear red. They were cut out of the moment by Vlad saying it's time for the repeated side steps. Everyone did fairly in it, except Izuku, whose legs were killing him for the use of his quirk. It was actually Kanoko who shined this time, as she used her quirk to create bouncy mushrooms to give her a perfect score. Then the time came for push-ups and pull-ups, to which Izuku was in the top 3, not even needing to activate his quirk. All Might's training really put him through the ringer, so this wasn't too much. And now came the ball throw. Izuku watched as Kendo enlarged her fist to throw the ball to a good 500 meters. Shizaki used her hair to tie around the ball to fling it far away, while Setsuna simply detached hers and floated till it wasn't in sight anymore. Then his turn came. He walked up to the circle, activated his quirk, and was about to throw the ball when he felt someone hold his hand. He looked up to see his teacher stopping him. The man looked him in the eye and said, "Midoriya, in this one I want you to go all out." "But, sir," he was cut off by Vlad, who said, "I know you break your bones when you go all out, but that isn't an excuse. Tell me, what will you do if you had a villain who needs you to go all out? Will you punch him and then break and need to be rescued yourself?" "What? Of course not." "Well, that's what I see currently. Listen, Midoriya, I'm not saying this to discourage you or anything, but sometimes in real-life cases, you have to go all out." He then patted the boy's back and said, "Prove me wrong. Prove to me that you can go all out and still be able to fight." Back at the sides, the students were wondering what was happening with Midoriya and their teacher. "So what go on?" Pony asked in broken Japanese, since she was an exchange student. "I don't know, but I think Vlad-sensei is encouraging Midoriya to do his best," Kendo answered while scratching her head. Setsuna then looked at Vlad retreating away and smiled. She then said to Tetsu, "Midoriya is about to do something awesome." The boy looked confused but nodded. Back at the circle, Izuku was processing Vlad's words. "I know he's right that sometimes I have to go all out, but how can I do it without injuring myself too much?" Izuku thought as he looked at his hand, and an idea popped into his mind. It might be a crazy idea, but it just might work. He then stood, took a deep breath as he activated his quirk, and readied himself to throw the ball. Vlad watched with interest what Midoriya was going to do. What he did today was a great improvement. However, he needed to see him also at his best. This whole thing was a test to see his creativity in a desperate situation. It's here you either break or stand. Midoriya then aimed the ball and began to throw. I have to throw the ball while also maintaining my ability to fight, so the best thing I could do is, he thought as he now channeled the energy to his middle finger, channel everything I have to the last point of contact. He then yelled at the top of his lungs, smash. The wind that the hit created caused some to stumble back while others watched with awe. The only person having a different reaction was Setsuna, who was laughing her head off both literally and figuratively. Vlad looked at the dust cloud, which formed around Izuku, with a proud look as it cleared. It revealed Izuku holding his middle finger, which was bruised and definitely broken, as he told his teacher, "Sensei, you see this? I went all out and I can still fight." Around the corner of the field, All Might poked his head as he looked at his successor and asked himself one question. What the heck, young Midoriya? When did you become so cool? No one can escape his past. "Sensei, you see this? I went all out and I'm still able to fight," Izuku exclaimed, as he lifted his fist with his middle finger definitely broken and clutched it. His face was stretched into a smile with tears threatening to fall, but he didn't show any pain, which was most likely due to the adrenaline rush. Vlad nodded his head in approval as he said with a smirk, "Midoriya, 705.3 meters. He then walked over to the boy and said, "Midoriya, do you think you can still continue, or do you need to go to Recovery Girl's office?" The boy looked at his finger. It was broken, bruised, and most importantly an unhealthy shade of purple. Against his better judgment, Izuku said, "I think I can still go." Vlad gave him a skeptical look but nodded. "All right then, next up, Shihei Kiwara." But when Izuku left, Vlad added, "I can't wait for the sports festival to rub this in Eraser's face." Midoriya returned to his class as the boy who was called passed by him with a scowl. He could tell why the boy was upset, because his quirk, which allowed him to merge with black-colored objects, didn't do him any good here. The boy stood there for a moment trying to control the pain that just caught up with him when he was overwhelmed by his classmates asking him many questions. Tetsu first jumped at him and said, "Man, that was so manly. You threw the ball so far away. How strong are you?" The boy blushed at what he perceived as a compliment. Setsuna then came up and said, "Dude, that was so awesome. You totally killed it." She then hugged him on purpose, knowing she will get a hilarious reaction out of him, and on cue the boy had steam coming out of his ears and nose. When the girl let go, he tried to regain his composure. When he felt a small tap on his shoulder, he turned and found Kinoko holding a small mushroom. She then said, "Eat this." He raised an eyebrow, remembering how he got his quirk. The memory alone caused shivers to run down his spine. She then added, "It's a painkiller mushroom. I can see that you're in pain, and this one will numb the pain for a bit." The boy smiled at the girl and said, "Thanks, Komori." The girl blushed and said, "You're welcome." On the side, a certain orange-haired girl was watching the boy with great interest. He had such huge power, and it made her wonder in a match between them who would win, his strength or her skills. She also had a couple of questions she needed to ask him right now. "Midoriya, can I ask you a question?" The boy looked confused at Izuku and nodded his head. "Sure, what do you want to know?" "How does your quirk work?" she asked, straight and direct. She was never for beating around the bush. "Well, it just gives me super," Izuku said, only to be cut off by Setsuna, who said, "Listen, Green Bean, we heard that part, but we want to hear the mechanism of your quirk. How does it work in the first place?" Izuku looked at her as he began thinking about an answer. He knew from his idol that his quirk crystallizes energy and stores it, allowing the user to access it, so it could be considered a battery of pure energy. Izuku looked at her and said, "Well, my quirk is kinda like an internal battery that I use once I tap into it. The energy then flows through my body, giving me super strength and speed." Kendo looked satisfied with this answer, but asked another, "So that was your full strength?" "Well, not really," the boy answered. Silence filled the air as everyone looked at him amazed until Toguru decided to break it and said, "How that wasn't your full strength?" "Well, Vlad-sensei wanted me to use my quirk at full strength, while also keeping my ability to fight, so the best solution was to only use one finger. That also cost me some distance," the boy explained. Toguru scoffed. "No matter, I'll crush you, stutter." This caused Izuku to shiver at the hostility the boy was emitting. "Did I do something to anger him?" Izuku asked, getting confused looks. The bug boy had it out for him from the very start without a reason. He sighed. He was used to Kaken, so he can get used to Kamakiri. At least, he won't beat him. Setsuna then asked him, "Say, Green Bean, didn't you say that you didn't have much control over your quirk? How come you controlled so well today?" She remembered their conversation before going to change their clothes, and what he said. Izuku answered her, "Well, it was thanks to you and Kinoko." The girls looked at him and said, "Us?" "Yeah, at first when I was using my quirk, I always went 100% trying to be like All Might, but Takage reminded me that I'm not him, so I lowered the power percentage. And then I remembered how Komori defeated the robots in the entrance exam by spreading her mushrooms all over their bodies. So I decided to try the same thing with my quirk on my body." The boy answered, and then bowed to the girls and said, "Thanks." Kinoko blushed, while Setsuna laughed at him and said, "Don't mention it, Green Bean." What are friends for? Suddenly Vlad yelled, "Come on maggots, we still have 3 tests to complete." Next was the flexibility test, which Izuku did decent on given that his finger was broken. It was followed by seated toe touch, which he also did decently. It was then followed by the endurance run. It took about 15 minutes for half of the class to give out, and a couple more for another 5 to throw in the towel. The remaining 5 were Kendo, Izuku, Tagaru, Pony, and Shishida. Pony looked at them and said in English, "I can go for weeks. My quirk gives me the natural advantage." Izuku replied to her in the same language, "My quirk kinda helps out too." The girl's eyes widened in delight as she said, "You know English?" The boy nodded as the girl smiled happily, saying, "Finally, someone I could talk to." The boy understood where Pony was coming from. Being a foreigner must be hard for her, and having someone who can understand her could help her greatly. Maybe he should give her a couple of lessons in Japanese. It then took a couple of more minutes for the remaining 5 to throw in the tower, with Izuku being third, Shishida second, and Pony first. Now, they all stood in front of Vlad, who was calculating the results. He looked at them and said, "Here are the results." Midoriya looked for his name and was awed. He was in the 5th position. He wanted to cry, but he didn't want to look like some crybaby in front of his friends. Vlad then said, "Now regarding the results, those tests only showed your skill with your quirk, and some were at a disadvantage, not able to use their quirks at all. For all of you to know, these tests don't define who you are. I saw that you all tried your best. Some of you used your quirks creatively. Others made up for their inability to use their quirk by pushing their bodies to their limits, and some put up a good show. Now for those on the top, don't get too comfortable with yourselves. Always work hard. Those in the bottom, don't feel bad. We'll work from the bottom up." He noticed that there was no other reason to keep them, so he said, "All right, go to class and get your syllabus." He then turned to Midoriya and said, "Midoriya, go to Recovery Girl's office. Here's a slip." The man handed him a small piece of paper. The boy then went away, as others cleared the training ground. Back in the classroom, everyone began packing their bags, and groups formed with each other except a certain bug boy who just sulked alone in the corner of the classroom. Setsuna sat with Tetsu, Itsuka, and Kanoko as they waited for Izuku. She looked at her watch and sighed. "What is taking the green bean so much? It's only a finger." "It all looked really bad to you though," Kanoko interjected. She remembered how bruised his finger was, and it scared her to no end. She could only imagine what kind of pain her friend must have felt. But she couldn't say she wasn't happy, since according to him, now, he had decent control over his quirk, so he won't get hurt anymore unless he decided to go all out, which she really hoped he didn't. Kendo then stated, "But still, to have your bones broken, that's some serious backlash for a quirk." She heard that some quirks cause tiredness, headaches, stomachaches, or some other problem. Heck, she even heard that some quirks cause the user to faint from overdoing it. But to have your bones broken was some really nasty stuff, but she can only imagine what his power will be if he had full control. Only time will tell, she thought. Tetsu was about to add something, when a boy with black hair and a headband said something. "Oh, you haven't seen what kind of damage his quirk can do yet." This was a small display. Tetsu then looked at the boy and said, "What do you mean, Oase?" The boy looked at him and said, "I mean he got off lucky this time. I was in the same arena with him, and I have to say that he left one heck of an impression," he said, remembering how Izuku easily leveled the zero-pointer into the ground. A voice spoke up. "Can we stop talking about the lame-ass stutter like he's freaking All Might?" Tagaru said, clearly annoyed with the subject the class was talking about. Setsuna, who had enough of his attitude, walked up to him saying, "Hey dude, what's your deal with Midoriya?" The moment he spoke, you began picking on him. She was truly angry that the bug boy showed such hostility towards her friend. She never liked bullies, and she wasn't going to let one get his way. If she didn't know any better, she would say that Tagaru was here just to fight, not become a hero. The boy pushed her aside and said, "Keep your opinion to yourself, lizard wretch. You don't see me snooping around your personal business." He then walked away from her toward the door. Setsuna couldn't believe what she heard. Did he just call her a wretch? It just got personal. She looked at him and said, "Come back here." She lunged forward only to be intercepted by Tetsu, who held her back, saying what Tagaru did wasn't manly. "Wanna come at me, wretch?" Tagaru said as he brandished 2 blades from his wrists. Jiroda then stepped forward and said, Now please, let's calm ourselves down. We're going to be classmates for the next 3 years. So can we at least be civil in our conversations?" He finished trying to de-escalate the situation that went from 0 to 100 in a mere moment. He looked to Setsuna, who seemed to have calmed down, for Tetsu to let go of her. He then said, "Now, can we talk with each other calmly?" The bug boy scoffed and left the room as he told them, "I have better things to do with my life than talking about some lame-ass stutter." Setsuna, although calm now, was boiling with anger. She didn't know what this guy's case was. He began to pick on Midoriya the moment he walked to present himself. It seemed that the bug boy took a personal annoyance with Izuku's mere presence. This caused her to frown before letting out a sigh as she felt her anger slowly disappear. Tetsu was sharing a similar feeling as he looked at the bug boy's retreating form. He didn't know what his problem was, but he knew he couldn't let him harm his friend just cause he feels like it. Well, that went as horribly as possible, Kosai Tsuburaba said. He was a boy with brown hair. Setsuna then said, okay, aside from the unnecessary comment. And now that the pain in the ass is gone, she said through gritted teeth, let's get back to business. She said, cheerfully, eliciting a few sweat drops at how her mood flipped from planning Tagaru's murder to chatting happily. She then looked at Oase and ordered him, tell me everything you know about the green bean. The boy scratched his head. Well, as I said before, I was with him in the entrance exam, but I don't think he remembers me, not that I think he wants to. Honestly, he was very plain, and he didn't do much. Hell, he couldn't even destroy any robots. He had to be saved every time he tried to. This caused confusion to envelop the class. The main question was how a person with a strength quirk wasn't able to fight robots. He should have torn right through them. But Midoriya has a strong quirk, so how wasn't he able to destroy the robots? Senkaibara asked the question on everyone's mind. I don't know, Yosu said as he shrugged. I'm just saying it as it happened. For most of the test, he was trying to fight the robots quirkless, but seeing the backlash, I can't say I blame him. Though, he was able to level the 0-pointer. This information got wide eyes from all the students except those who entered through recommendation. Juzo Honuki then asked, the what? Juzo was a male with sandy blonde hair. But his most striking feature was his face, which resembled that of a skeleton since he had no lips or visible nose. Everyone looked at him. And Manga Fukadashi showed through his thought bubble a phrase that said, it's a giant robot. Huh, Setsuna said, but then asked, can you guys please explain what the 0-pointer is? No problem, Lady Takage. You see, the 0-pointer is a giant robot about 7 stories high. We were told that it was an obstacle that we should avoid at all costs, and seeing it in person I know why. Jiroda explained. And yet the green bean still went against it. Man, he's full of surprises, Setsuna said, imagining Midoriya defeating the huge robot. Yeah, but why did he do something so unnecessary? Kendo asked, trying to understand the reason why Izuku went after something that was virtually equal to 0. Well, you see, Yosu said while smiling sheepishly. When the 0-pointer was released, everyone ran for their lives, but a girl got stuck under the rumble. When he saw that no one was trying to save her, he ran and destroyed the robot, but he was cut off by Tetsu, who cried, dude, that's so manly. The boy then returned to his story. Aside from that, Midoriya broke his left arm and both his legs during his attempt and then began to fall to the ground. If it wasn't for the girl he saved having some type of gravity quirk, well, Recovery Girl might have found a red stain on the ground. The last remark earned him a punch to the head from Setsuna, who felt very uncomfortable at the idea of one of her friends dying. Don't say that like you're talking about the weather, Setsuna demanded. Hey, I just said it as I saw it. The boy complained as he rubbed the assaulted spot. But still, that was so manly, and it was really cool of him, Tetsu said. Now, he wanted to go around against Midoriya to see how much he can hold out against people with strength-augmenting quirks. Though, the hell it's not, Kendo interjected while neck-chopping the teen. Hey, what was that for? The boy asked as he rubbed his neck. For thinking what he did was cool. Can you even imagine the amount of pain he was feeling? Kendo scolded the boy because she didn't want him to go around fighting Midoriya, making the latter break his bones. Not that he would in the first place, but just in case. But this raises a different question. Why did he break his bones? Ryuko Yanagi, the resident ghost girl, asked. Well, he told us that he didn't have good control over it, but we didn't think it was that bad. The way Rubber Band says it makes it sound like he never used it before, Setsuna said. Well, maybe he didn't, Kanoko said, shocking everyone. Looking at the shocked looks, she quickly explained, maybe. He wasn't able to control it well when he was young, so he never actually used it till the entrance exam. Everyone nodded at the logic. Broken bones could make anyone shy away from using their quirk if it meant saving them from intense pain. Well, anyway, we won't have to worry about him breaking his bones anymore, Itsuka said. Who you won't have to worry about? Izuku asked as he entered the room, startling Kendo, who quickly replied, no one. He wanted to say more, but he shrugged. He then asked his friends if they were ready to leave, and they all nodded their heads, so he packed his stuff and left the classroom with the others, leaving the rest of his classmates to their thoughts. In front of the gates of UA, the 5 friends walked together as they all left for their homes. So Tetsu said, man, today was amazing. I mean, I can't believe I'm at UA. He then lifted his arms up and down, cheering till Setsuna smacked the back of his head because he was making a scene. Kanoko piped up next. I know, right? The girl then looked at the ground with a sad face. Though I feel like I don't belong here. Kendo then looked at her with concern. Why would you think like that? Kanoko sighed. I mean, I don't have a flashy quirk like Izuku, or a strong one like you, Setsuna, or Tetsu. It feels like I'm here on a fluke, or that I'm cheating and taking someone else's place that is better suited for the hero course. All of them looked at her with concern. Self-doubt is one of man's greatest enemies, and it seemed to them that their friend had a lot of self-doubts that may be due to bullying because of her quirk. Izuku then remembered his conservation with All Might when he received his quirk. Back then, he felt like he was cheating since his power wasn't originally his, but All Might assured him that this power was now his. So he said with a smile, "You definitely deserve it, Komori. You managed to pass the entrance exam even though your quirk wasn't suited for combative purposes. In addition, you don't need a flashy quirk to make it into the hero course. Your quirk is great as it is. It's very versatile. I mean, if I can be in the hero course, then so can you." The girl looked at him with tears in her eyes as she sniffed, "Thank you." The others smiled at Izuku's encouraging words for Kinoko. But then Izuku said, "But I do get that feeling sometimes. But I never let it hold me down because I have expectations to live up to." This quirked Setsuna's interest, so she inquired, "What do you mean, String Bean?" "I mean, for most of my life no one ever believed in my dream of becoming a hero, but one day someone did. I just hope that I live up to his expectations," he finished as he looked into the distance with a thoughtful look. All of his friends looked at him with awe and newfound respect, but at the same time with worry, seeing how much he carried on his shoulders. Tetsu first spoke as he wiped some tears. "Man, Midoriya, you're so manly. That's so awesome of you to carry such a responsibility." He saw the passion that Izuku's words held when he spoke about his dream. It was truly inspiring. "Wow, Midoriya." Kendo looked at the boy with newfound respect. She understood his words, and where he was coming from. Like him, no one truly believed in her dream of becoming a hero. They always said that her quirk wasn't useful, and always put her down. Only her parents believed in her dreams. Her father trained her in martial arts and helped her find her own style of fighting. That's really inspiring. Kinoko looked down to the ground as she thought about Midoriya's words. She always wanted to be a hero. She had a good life, but from the looks of it and how Midoriya spoke, it seems he didn't, or at least had it rough from the get-go. She was filled with a new determination to follow her dreams. "Wow, that's so cool." Setsuna couldn't help but feel that Midoriya might be the purest person she ever met, and he deserves the title of hero more than anyone. She whacked him on the head, causing him to yelp in pain. The other three looked at her in shock as if she lost her marbles. "Listen, Midoriya, what you said is truly inspiring and all, but you need to chill out. For goodness sake, you're a first year and I only met you, and I can still see you holding the heaviest set of responsibilities on your shoulders. You need to relax, or you won't be able to make it past the first semester, let alone the first year." If only she knew about One for All, he thought, but he then added, "But I have to be a great hero to make him proud." "If he truly believes in you, he would be proud either way," Setsuna told him. The boy lamented on her words. He remembered how All Might told him how proud he was when he made it into UA, or when he was able to finish cleaning the beach. He smiled and said, "Thanks, Takage, I'll take your words to heart. I'll try to see chill out." The girl then patted him back as she said, "Great for you, String Bean." The boy looked at her and said, "What happened to Mop Top, or Green Bean?" The girl chuckled as she said, "I didn't like them that much." But then she asked him, "But I have to ask you something. Why did you take so long at Recovery Girl?" The boy shivered as he recalled his encounter with the old lady. Let's just say that he didn't know old people's canes can be so painful. She tends to take her time. The boy answered quickly as he suppressed a shiver. "Okay," Setsuna said, not fully convinced. She then thought of something and said, "What will you call your new move?" "Huh?" the boy asked, confused. "I think she means that move you did when we raced on the 50-meter dash," Izuku explained. The boy scratched his head as he confessed, "I don't think I have one." "Then let's find one for it." Tetsu screamed in excitement, making both Izuku and Kinoko feel startled and jump back. A quick smack to the head and an apology followed that. Let me think of something," Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head. "Well, you seem to be covered in energy," Kinoko interjected. "How about I name it Full Cowling?" Izuku asked. His friends thought about it and nodded their heads. "Thanks, guys," the boy said. Setsuna then put her face in his, causing him to go red as she whispered, "You can thank me with a kiss." The boy turned even redder than before as the girl laughed. Izuku laughed once he composed himself, along with the others as they left the school. Unknown to Izuku, a pair of crimson eyes were burning holes into his head. Katsuki Bakugo was no happy camper. He came to this school to show them who's the new top dog around here. But to his surprise, he was shown up by not only one, not only two, but by 3 effing people. He was shown up by the ponytailed wretch, the icy hot bastard, and the copycat freak. But what annoyed him the most is what the copycat did. He used his quirk to pass the ball throw exam. He tried to attack the freak only for him to be captured by the teacher. The sleeping-looking bastard told him if he ever tried that again, he will be expelled. He couldn't believe his ears. The Katsuki Bakugo threatened with expulsion. He wanted to blow the teacher up, but he swallowed it. But still, something else was annoying him more than what the copycat freak did. He actually couldn't pinpoint it. It was like pain that he couldn't get rid of. It was like a thorn in his side that can't get out. This reminded him of the only thing that ever gave him this feeling, or rather the only person. Deku, he thought with anger, but he knew the nerd won't come here. He made it crystal clear that if he ever did, he will kill him. But he couldn't shake that feeling that accompanied the boy. It only increased when he arrived at the changing rooms after the exam. It was only a moment, but he actually saw a patch of green hair go out of the room with a sliver-haired boy. He wanted to attack him but held himself back since that damn nerd isn't the only person alive with green hair. He was so deep in thought he didn't notice a girl walk up to him. "Hey Bakugo, what are thinking about?" The boy's instincts kicked in as he turned and was about to blow her up, only for him to stop as he saw the source of the voice. Round face, "Never creep on me like that again." The girl then puffed her cheeks as she said, "Well, if I didn't do that, you might have slept at school," she said as she turned to walk away, but stopped saying, "And my name is Ochako Uraraka." The boy scoffed as he said, "Whatever, round face." She then walked out to the blue-haired boy who was waiting for her. Bakugo called him a knockoff Sonic due to his quirk being related to speed, but he will settle for 4 eyes cause it isn't a mouthful like the last one. He walked out of the classroom only to be greeted by Sheety Hair smiling like a moron at him. He sighed as he walked away from him. "What do you want, Sheety Hair?" The boy looked offended as he said, "First, our hair is practically the same, and second, my name is Ijiro Kirishima." The boy then stopped a little. He then yelled, "I want to walk with you cause you're so manly." Bakugo rolled his eyes as he yelled at the boy, "Leave me the F alone." But the boy kept following as if he never heard him in the first place. Bakugo sighed as he face-palmed. Could this get any worse? He thought. It was as if the universe has answered his question. He saw something that made him blow with rage. It was so small, but he could make it clearly. It was a patch of green hair. It reminded him so much of Deku that he quickly made a beeline toward the group that the patch was walking with. The group made a turn around a corner before he could arrive. He turned around and they simply disappeared. He was so pissed right now. Kirishima then caught up to him and asked him, "Hey, Baku bro, why did you go in such a hurry and then suddenly stop dead in your tracks?" Bakugo didn't hear him. The only thought he heard was that there is a chance the damn nerd didn't take his warning seriously and still came to UA. That quirkless freak actually thought he has the right to stand on the same pedestal as him. He knew that if the nerd wasn't in 1A, then he'll most likely be in 1B. He will get to the bottom of this tomorrow. He walked home as he growled, "Deku." It was Midoriya's second day at UA, and he was excited, to say the least. The first day went better than he honestly expected. He made new friends, gained at least some idea on how to control his quirk without breaking his bones, and most importantly, he didn't get beat up. It may seem sad, but that was Izuku's normal routine before UA. He walked up to the gates and took a step forward, but he didn't fall. He chuckled a little as he thought that he would fall to the ground again. He was so distracted that he actually managed to bump into someone. Izuku looked at the person he bumped into and felt a shiver run down his spine. It was the scary boy from the entrance exam. He still remembered how the boy treated him, whether dismissing him at the briefing or accusing him that he was trying to sabotage the nice girl. The boy looked at him and his face held a scowl as he said, "Watch where you are going. Are you sure you belong in UA? Students of UA should have utmost vigilance so things like these don't happen. I truly recommend that you change schools since you don't hold the spirit of UA." The boy continued to talk about how UA students should behave like him, but Izuku made the mistake of cutting him off by saying, "I'm sorry, okay." The boy looked offended by being cut off and said, "It's rude to cut off people while they're speaking." The boy continued to lecture him as Izuku shrank on himself, sighing as he wondered how his day took such a bad turn all of a sudden. A voice then caught both boys' attention. "Hey, leave him alone. He said sorry, didn't he?" Izuku looked and sighed in relief as he saw Kendo approach him. The boy tried to talk to Kendo to reprimand her for something, but the girl didn't have it. She grabbed Izuku's arm and dragged him away, saying to the boy, "Since you're the model student of UA, get to your class. You're almost late." The boy looked at his watch and ran quickly. "Well, he's something," Kendo said. She then looked at Izuku and asked, "What did you do to him anyway?" "I just bumped into him," the boy answered honestly. This made the girl confused. All this fuss just for bumping into him. Either the guy was seriously stiff, or, no, he was just stiff. "Well, anyway, let's go to class," she said. She then took a more excited tone as she asked Izuku, "Who do you think our teacher is? What do you think we will do today in our first heroics class?" The boy smiled sheepishly and said, "I have no idea." The girl pouted as she said, "You're no fun, Midoriya." A few moments later, they both reached their class just in time to hear Satsuna and Kanoko speaking. Man, what a freak. What he was doing here anyway. He was watching everyone entering the class with a look that can kill the gods. Kanoko then said, "His crimson eyes really scared me. It was like he can see in my soul." Izuku shivered at the description and can only think of one person. Kaken, he thought in fear. He hoped he can avoid the boy for a little longer or perhaps forever if possible. But it looks like the boy has already begun searching for him. He shivered at the idea of Bakugo giving a beatdown every day here. He didn't want his friends to find out about his past with Bakugo. He sure learned to accept it, but that doesn't mean he wanted others to know about it. It would make him look weak. Not that he was strong before entering UA. The boy was startled out of his thoughts when a floating hand poked his stomach. The boy turned red as he asked the lizard girl, what are D doing, T-talkage? The girl laughed and said, you went into a muttering spree, so I stopped you. The boy blushed heavily. He then looked at Kanoko and greeted her. Then Tetsu burst into the room, and he shouted as he raised his arms in the air, I scared him away. What do you mean? Kendo asked. There was some freak that was standing in front of the door of our class saying he was looking for someone named Deku. He wouldn't go away nicely, so I sicked Tetsu on him, Satsuna said. Izuku shivered a little at the mention of the nickname Kaken gave him. Izuku then looked at Tetsu as if he was some sort of deity. Never in a million years did he think someone can defeat Kaken. But then Tetsu added, I didn't do much, I only talked with one of his classmates who came and took him away. Kanoko then looked at Midoriya and asked him, are you alright, Izuku? The boy looked at her and said, what do you mean? I mean once we mentioned that guy, you were shivering. The girl said, before Tetsu also gave his 2 cents, yeah, dude, do you know him? He still remembered yesterday when Izuku shivered after he heard the boy's voice. Izuku felt his throat grow dry as his friends looked at him expecting answers. He prayed for every deity he knew of to help him. And as if the universe heard him, the door opened as Vlad walked in. Izuku sighed in relief, but Satsuna then whispered to him with a giggle, this isn't over, Greenie. The boy gulped as Vlad began explaining what was going to happen today. Listen, maggots, today is your first heroic class, so you will all go to Gym Gamma and wait for your teacher there. Yosu raised his hand, and Vlad said without looking at him, no, you won't need your hero costumes. The boy then lowered his hand. Vlad then looked at his class and yelled, now, go and change. Yes, sir, everyone yelled as they left the room. 10 minutes later, everyone was standing in the gym waiting for the new teacher to enter. Kanoko looked at her friends with excitement. Who do you think the new teacher is? I don't know. Maybe a pro from the top 20 heroes, Satsuna said with Tetsu, Kanoko, and Kendo nodding their heads. Izuku, on the other hand, was beaming with excitement. He knew who the new teacher was, and he couldn't wait to see him. He was excited to study under such a strong hero. The gym's doors opened and everyone looked with anticipation only for them to all scream at the same time. Vlad SENSEI, you're the new heroics teacher. Disappointment could be seen on the students' faces, especially Izuku's face. The teacher looked at his students' crestfallen faces and didn't know whether to laugh or feel offended. Finally, he settled for neither as he shouted, heads up, maggots. I'm not your heroic teacher. I only hijacked your first class. I need to see a couple of things before I set you to heroic training. And what would be that, Vlad-sensei? Satsuna asked the blood-themed hero. I want to make a sort of physical examination. I want to see how much you can all push your bodies before they fail. Second, a combat session, quirkless style first, then a small one with quirks, the matches he had already been set. And finally, a quirk showcase. Ibara then raised her hand. After she saw a nod from her teacher, she asked him, Vlad-sensei, didn't we yesterday tell each other our quirks, so why a quirk showcase? Vlad nodded at her logic. She wasn't wrong, but she also wasn't right. You're right, Shizaki, but what you did yesterday was the equivalent of just giving the title of a presentation. I want you all during the quirk showcase to give as many details as possible about your quirk. This will help you later on when you're partnered with each. It will make you work smoothly as a team. He stopped and then asked, does that answer your question? The vine-haired girl nodded her head and then lowered her hand. But Vlad had another reason for the quirk showcase. Unknown to Izuku, Vlad heard his mumbling the day before when the students presented themselves and their quirks. And when the boy said he does quirk analysis, he came up with this thing to test the boy's abilities. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He then said, all right, everyone, drop and start doing push-ups till your hands give out. The students looked at him as if he joking, before he yelled, what are you waiting for? The last one to start will have to do my paperwork after school. Not wanting that fate to befall them, everyone dropped to the ground, and all the students did their best. The first to throw the towel was Manga, followed closely by Kanoko, and so on till there were only Kendo, Tetsu, Tagaru, and Izuku doing them. The green-haired boy looked at the others, and they seemed that they were not going to stop anytime soon. 10 more minutes and only Izuku and Kendo were doing push-ups. The girl looked at him and said, you're quite strong, Midoriya. Thanks, you too. 2 more minutes later, both students fell to the ground tired and exhausted. Satsuna then came and said, you seem like you're both enjoying this way too much. Vlad then yelled, come on, we don't have time to play around. We still have a lot of work to do. The exercises that followed the first one can be only called torture, according to the students. Students were forced to do pull-ups till their hands broke down, squats till they couldn't feel their thighs, and running for around an hour before they all threw the towel. The teacher walked over to his students near dead forms and said, pull yourselves together, we have work to do. If you're like that, you won't be able to make it. The students begrudgingly stood up as they readied themselves for the next torture session. The teacher then said, "It's time for quirkless combat, then quirked combat. The first is to see how you do if you come up against someone with a quirk opposite to yours, or if using your quirk will damage the surrounding area. Quirked combat, as I said, will be later to see if there is a certain fighting style that will help you. Now here are the matches. 1 Kendo versus Tetsu. 2 Tokage versus Kamakiri. 3 Komori versus Kodai. 10 Midoriya versus Shota." Both boys looked at each other. Izuku looked at the mentioned boy. He was a short boy, about his height or a little shorter. He had iceberg blue hair, and most importantly his hobby is boxing. Izuku gulped. He was screwed. Shota saw this and walked over saying, "I can see you're worried. I'll go easy on you if you want." Izuku thought about it but shook his head saying, "No, it's for the best if you go all out. Vlad sensei said he wants to gauge our ability when it comes to quirkless combat, so it will hurt a bit but it will be worth it in the end." The boy nodded his head, respecting Midoriya's decision. The matches began to take place, and Izuku took notes about his classmates. It was clear Kendo had a lot of martial arts skills under her belt, while Tetsu was more into wrestling. Setsuna was using some sort of combination between kung fu and street brawling, while Kamakiri, well, Izuku could say didn't know how to throw a punch without using his quirk, though he had to give respect to the boy's reaction time, which was impeccable. Kinoko wasn't too good either, and so was Kodai. Then it was him against Shota. The fight was long. Although Midoriya didn't know how to throw a punch, he knew how to avoid one. 5 minutes into the fight and Shota was able to land a hit, causing Midoriya to bend over, and he officially lost. "Okay everyone, stop and take 5 minutes to rest," the teacher yelled as he reviewed the results for later examination. Izuku sat depressed as he thought that without his quirk he was a sitting duck, and there were a lot of cases where he couldn't use his quirk. Kendo approached him with Setsuna. "What's up with you?" the green-haired girl asked. The boy answered, "I really did badly in quirkless combat. Without my quirk I can't fight." Kendo then asked, "Didn't you learn any type of self-defense classes during your childhood?" Izuku thought about it once in 2nd grade but then changed his mind. It was due to Kaken, who saw him going to a dojo and told him if he ever went there again he will break his legs. He said that the dojo shouldn't waste its time on a quirkless freak like him, so he lied, laughing a little. "My mom is a little bit overbearing. She thought I might get hurt if I went there." The girls looked at him with confusion because if what he was saying was true, then why was he here in the hero course? Being in the hero business is much more dangerous than a simple dojo. But they didn't push him and they knew he will eventually tell them the real reason. Then Vlad came into the gym saying, "All right maggots, the break is up. Time for quirked combat." The matches are pretty much the same, with some pairs like Tetsu and Itsuka, while others changed widely like Kinoko and Yui, or Pony and Ibara, who with their quirks tried to find a way to beat each other. The latter trying to trap the horse girl, while the former was running around trying to outmaneuver the vines and also find a blind spot to hit Ibara. But the most striking was Kamakiri and Izuku's change, both changing the dial from 0 to 100. The first using his blades to combat the lizard girl's quirk, which was the ability to split, putting him at a disadvantage, while the latter was using his superior speed to dodge and avoid Shota's fists so his quirk won't activate, which was double impact. If he hit a target, he can increase the after effect of his hit many times over. After they were done, Vlad gave out some comments on how they could improve. He told some students that they were good and should continue working on both forms of combat. Others were given tips, such as Ibara, who was told to find a way to use her quirk without being an open target, or Izuku, who was told that he should use more than punches. Finally, it was time for the quirk showcase. Izuku was excited so much he was bouncing like a child. His friends came alongside him and saw his state and smiled. Tetsu was first to speak. "Hey Midoriya, bet you're excited?" "Huh, I am. It's just your quirks are so awesome. I can't wait to ask you questions about them," Izuku said with a big smile. His friend's sweat dropped, hoping that he didn't ask them questions that they themselves didn't know how to answer. "All right, everyone, let's begin." Vlad looked at his students. "Let's see, who wants to go up first?" No one raised their hands except Tetsu, who Vlad allowed to come first. "All right, as I told you before, my quirk name is Steel, which allows me to make my body into steel. But my quirk can get stronger if I eat metal, so that's why I always eat iron shavings to increase my durability." The whole crowd was silent, except Izuku, who raised his hand to ask a question. "Can I ask you a couple of questions?" "Sure, go ahead," the steel boy said. "Can you apply it on parts of your body, or does it always have to be on your entire body? You said you eat iron shavings to increase durability. Did you try to eat anything else? How does the steel appear? Does your body take the iron in your blood to make it like steel, or is it natural? Does your speed get affected by the steel coating, or not?" The boy looked at him gaping as he tried to comprehend the questions. Once he got a hold of them, he answered, "I never tried to do that. No, I don't eat other metals, but tell me after this what that would do." "Yeah, I think so, since if I use it for too long I get iron fatigue." "Yeah, I think so." Everyone looked at Izuku, who was writing furiously in his notebook. and one question could be heard: where did he get the notebook in the first place? The boy looked at Tetsu and explained, well, my theory is that if you eat metals other than iron, it may allow to change your metal form temporarily from steel to another form of metal. As for your speed, I suggest learning how to change from quirk form to your base form quickly. That way, if you are on a mission, you can switch forms easily, giving you both strength and speed. Tetsu was dumbfounded. Izuku just broke down his quirk and gave him ideas he didn't think of himself. He went back to the class thinking he should ask the boy for more tips if he had some. Vlad was impressed, to say the least. The boy had talent when it came to quirk analysis. Maybe he should ask him for some input. The class went on with Izuku usually asking questions about everyone's quirks. It was now Kamakiri's turn, and he walked up to the center and he said, look here at the next number 1 hero's quirk. My quirk is Blade, and it gives me the ability to produce blades. He looked at Izuku, who was oddly quiet, and said, well, what are you waiting for? The boy looked at him confused, but asked, you want me to ask you about your quirk? The bug boy nodded as he said, don't go thinking far ahead. I still don't like you, but I won't throw free advice away. Okay, Izuku said warily. From where exactly can you make your blades? How long can they be? How durable are they? Can they be removed from your body? The bug boy thought a little before he answered, I can make them from everywhere. A couple of centimeters, I think. I can't cut rock and stone. They make them dull. I never tried that. Well, if you can emit them from everywhere, you should try and focus on fighting style oriented around your wrists and palms. Maybe take some swordsman lessons to sharpen your abilities. As for the rocks and stones, I think you should keep trying till they eventually become strong enough to tear through them. Tagaru looked at the boy before nodding his head. This was some good advice. Even he wasn't that arrogant to say it wasn't. Midoriya maybe is a stutter, but he still has an edge to him, the bug boy thought. Finally, it was Izuku's turn, who was the last person to speak. He walked and said, well, as I told you, my quirk is inner energy manipulation, which allows me to enhance my speed and strength. It kinda acts like a B battery unit, which I tap into it and use the stored energy inside it. There's really nothing much about it. Setsuna then raised her hand for a question. Once the boy nodded, she asked, hey Greenie, you asked about everyone's quirk, so it's fair I ask a question about yours. Where does the stored energy come from? Everyone looked and nodded after Izuku basically dissected the biology of Itsuka's quirk a while back. They wondered if he could dissect his. The boy remembered the cover story he made for this situation. It may reveal a part of his past that he actually was comfortable talking about, to some extent at least, but better than revealing one for all. Well, you see, most might think my quirk is an enhancement type, but it isn't. The class looked at him confused while Kendo asked, it isn't? No, not really. My quirk is a stockpile quirk, which means it needs to store energy. I have a theory as to where the energy comes from, but... He stopped till Vlad said, what are you waiting for? Tell us. The man stopped for a moment before adding, if you are comfortable sharing that with us. Well, you see, the energy needed to accumulate slowly over time, so at first I wasn't able to use it. No, scratch that. I didn't even know I have a quirk. I think when I trained my body enough, in addition to the former condition being met, I was able to activate it for the first time at the entrance exam. Everyone looked at him dumbfounded, till Tetsu said, so you're basically saying you were quirkless most of your life, till the entrance exam? Yeah, pretty much. Izuku said that in a nonchalant way that made his friends think, how could he be so calm about this? Wait, hold on. When did you actually activate your quirk? Setsuna asked. The boy smiled sheepishly and said, when I wrecked the 0-pointer, it was the first time I ever used it. So wait, you ran to that hulking thing without a quirk? Kendo asked, dumbfounded. Yeah, I mean, no one was saving the girl and that robot was going to run through her. I had to help her. I couldn't just run away like everyone else. Isn't a hero's job to rescue people? Izuku answered. Everyone went quiet at his reasoning. He was right, but that doesn't mean killing yourself. Vlad saw the tense atmosphere but also had answers to many questions he had. Why the boy broke his bones, why he had a meek personality, and many more. So deciding this had lasted long enough, he said, all right, that's enough for today. Everyone go to lunch now. Izuku walked to lunch with his friends as silence filled the air. When they sat, they noticed the boy continuing to walk and sit alone. Setsuna then walked up to him and asked, what are you doing? He looked at her surprised. Don't you hate me now? What? Why would I? Well, I told you I was quirkless, he said as he looked down. It didn't take a genius to know right here to know that Izuku was bullied during his childhood because of his said condition. Greenie, quirkless or not, that doesn't make you less of a human. Now come on, let's go eat with our friends, she told the boy as she walked with him to their table. His friends looked at him with worry. But Izuku was the first to talk. Midoriya, did we do something to upset you? He was about to answer, but the lizard girl beat him to it. This knucklehead thought that we hate him because he told us that he was quirkless. The other three looked offended, but Kanoko spoke first. Izuku would never hate for something that isn't your fault. Yeah, quirkless or quirk doesn't change the fact that you are our friend, Itsuka added. Yeah, I also think you were so manly coming to the entrance exam quirkless. But out of curiosity, how were you planning to destroy the robots? Tetsu said, earning a neck chop from Kendo, saying, Don't be rude. They all looked at Izuku, who was letting a few tears slip as he said, Thank you for not hating me. The four then hugged him as a sign of their care. But then Izuku looked at Tetsu and said, Regarding your question, I had no idea. Really? Kendo asked. She didn't want to judge him, but she couldn't help it. Yeah, he started, but looking at it in hindsight, it was pretty dumb. I should have at last brought a staff. Well, it worked out, didn't it? Tetsu said. But Setsuna needed to ask one more thing. Just one question. If you didn't know that you had a quirk, and didn't bring a weapon to aid you, why did you try for the hero course? Wouldn't it have been much easier to get there through the sports festival for you? The others were also intrigued by her question. The boy then answered, It's because I was quirkless I had to get through the entrance exam. Quirkless people are always treated like they're less than humans. I thought that if I got to the hero course through the entrance exam, it would break the stereotype that quirkless means useless. Everyone looked shocked at his answer before Tetsu cried, That's so manly. Setsuna looked at him and said, Man, you're made of puppies. What's next? You volunteer at the orphanage? Or you're the one that cleaned the beach a while ago? Izuku laughed as he mentally said, You have no idea. The other four joined him in laughing as they then continued to eat their lunch. Unknown to the boy, someone spotted him. Across the hall, a certain blonde hair was angry as he snarled, Deku. An explosive encounter. After finishing the first hero class for the students of 1B, Vlad slowly walked to the teacher's lounge to cool his head off, while he contemplated the new information he just received about Izuku Midoriya, when he demanded the boy to be in his class. He thought he was going to deal with a boy whose ego is so inflated that it was the size of a huge mountain. He thought that the boy was so arrogant that he didn't even try to train his quirk, and his arrogance came back to bite him hard in the entrance exam. That was his worst option, but he honestly dealt with worse people than him because he could see that the boy's heart was in the right place when he saved the girl. The better option was that the boy had a hard time controlling his quirk, so that's why he didn't train it or had a good handle on it. He can sympathize with that given that his blood control was a tricky one. And no one ever thought he would be a hero, but he made it. It was hard nowadays to find a place to train your quirk except for government facilities, which cost a fortune. Either way, he was determined to make a decent pro out of him. But imagine his shock when he first met the boy. His personality was meek, shy, and awkward. He would cower at the slightest loud sound as if it meant his doom. When Togaru cut him off in class instead of getting angry, he seemed rather docile and disappointed, perhaps as if he was expecting something different. When the quirk apprehension test happened, he expected the boy to be at the bottom of the totem pole, but he did amazingly well. This only helped to raise more questions for Vlad. If he had such good control over his quirk, why didn't he get villain points? If he was that good, he should have been the first on the entrance exam with no other competitor even managing to come near his score. It wasn't till today that he finally understood the real reason behind the anomaly, which is Izuku Midoriya. It wasn't due to arrogance or due to lack of control. The real reason was that the boy didn't even know that he had a quirk in the first place. His student lived his entire life believing he was quirkless, only for it to manifest during the entrance exam in the most catastrophic of ways. But why during the entrance exam? He can only chuck it off to the adrenaline rush, and the situation he was put in that caused it to activate for the first time. This also tipped him off that his coworker, who was responsible for looking up the files of the first 10 examinees, didn't do it. Lazy bum, he muttered under his breath. He wanted to yell at him, but he already won and had the grand prize delivered to him. He can still remember the argument that he had with Eraserhead over Izuku. The underground hero wanted to kick him out before he even saw him in action. It was a good thing he refused that and insisted that the boy will be in his class, or else the worst could have happened with the boy trying to be a vigilante like many other of the underground hero's students who he expelled wrongfully. He started to reminisce about the entire conversation he had with him and the other teachers when they decided the fate of the boy. After finally finalizing the results of the entrance exam and picking the 36 examinees who would be part of the hero course, he already had his share of the recommendation students. He took the girl with the splitting quirk and the boy with the softening one, while Eraser took the one with the dual ice and fire quirk and the girl with the creation quirk. First, Eraser chose to take the boy with the hardening quirk and the girl with the acid one, while Vlad chose the boy with the steel quirk and the boy with the blade quirk. Next, Eraser tried to snatch the girl with the hand enlargement quirk, but Vlad refused, saying that she would benefit from his class that mostly focused on technique rather than raw strength. The underground hero begrudgingly accepted it and snatched for himself the boy with the tail. Then came the boy with the quirk that allowed him to merge with black objects, which Vlad took much to Eraser's annoyance. The latter was mildly pleased when he took the invisible girl. The two homeroom teachers then divided two girls with quirks who had similar activation requirements, the gravity quirk for Eraser and the size quirk for Vlad. Then Vlad took the giant with the glue quirk and the boy with the wielding quirk, while Eraser took the ones with the tape and sticky balls quirk. How did that boy get in was beyond Vlad's understanding. Then it was followed by a heated discussion on who takes the girl with the vine quirk. It didn't end till Nezu gave her to Vlad, who seemed victorious, while Eraser was given the girl with earphone jacks. Vlad then took the girls with the mushroom and telekinesis quirks, while Eraser took the girl with the frog quirk and the boy with the multiple arms. Eraser then demanded the boy with the sugar quirk, which Vlad accepted, taking for himself the boy who was using some kind of recoil impact quirk he thought initially. The boy with the beast quirk then went to Vlad, while the boy with the explosions went to Eraser, much to Vlad's relief. A character like him in his class will definitely cause problems. The boy with the rock head then went with Eraser, while the one with the grating one was taken by Vlad. The little brother of Ingenium was whisked away by the nighttime hero, while he took the boy with the air hardening quirk. Then Vlad had the horse girl, while Eraser took the electric boy. This process went on for at least 2 hours before being finally left with two names. 1 Izuku Midoriya, 2 Nito Monoma. There was a moment of silence while Vlad looked at Monoma's quirk. He was ready to fight tooth and bone for him in order to get the boy and put him in his class. His quirk was copy, and he would most likely be an underground hero with that, so he needed the technique that Vlad offered for all of his students. But then the unexpected happened. "I'll take Midoriya," Eraser said. Under normal circumstances, Vlad would have been happy he got the student that he wanted, but something felt wrong here. It was that Eraser picked Midoriya willingly without him being forced to, when a kid with a quirk that was underground worthy was presented in front of him. And given Midoriya's performance, he felt Eraser wouldn't want him, given that he usually avoided people who he nicknamed problem children. Interest overtook Vlad as he asked, "Why do you want Midoriya?" "You usually avoid people like him as if they were the plague, and I usually get them." The insomniac hero smiled a creepy grin that nothing good could come out of it as he said, "You caught me." Vlad raised an eyebrow and said as he crossed his arms, "What are you planning?" "Simple. I will expel him the moment I walk into the room. He has no place here," the underground hero said with zero hesitation. Present Mike then said as he put his hand on Aizawa's shoulder, "Come on, Shota, aren't being a little cruel toward the little listener. You usually give your problem children a chance to prove themselves before you make the decision." He knew his friend wanted the best for his students, but this was borderline cruel. Expelling him before he even had the first class was too much. At least last year, he gave the entire class he expelled a chance to get to the field before giving them the kick. Midnight then said, "Yeah, at least let him take the apprehension test. You don't know, maybe he will have some control till then." She tried to get to the logical area in her friend's mind, but apparently it didn't make it. "No, he had 11 years to get control over his quirk, but I know the reason why he didn't," Eraser said with a bored face as he opened a small bag, pulling out a file, slowly earning Vlad's attention, who saw a picture of a boy with purple hair on it. Vlad then concluded that Eraser wants to put this boy in the hero course, but at the expense of Midoriya. This was, as the nighttime hero called it, the height of irrationality. He was cut from his thoughts as Eraser said. He probably thought that he was so grand that he doesn't need to train his quirk, but was shocked when he reached the entrance exam and saw how the real world works. In short, he has no potential. No potential was a phrase Vlad came to hate with a passion, due to the reason that multiple students with good hearts, but had problems with their quirks which could have been solved by simple quirk guidance, only to be expelled by Eraserhead. They then went either two ways: vigilantism, or other schools where they flourished, unlike what Eraser said. Ectoplasm then said, "You being too harsh here, maybe the boy has a hard time controlling it. Does his file say anything that could give us an idea as to why he can't control it?" Like Eraser, he was a teacher who depended on logic. However, he still gave others the benefit of the doubt. If the boy had a hard-to-control quirk, he should have quirk counseling which could help him. It was there for a reason. Eraser then said, "I personally looked at the files and gathered the information myself, and from what I saw, he has no reason to control it." Eraser then put the file he had on the table. He was about to speak when Vlad took Midoriya's file and said, "You know what? I'll take Midoriya. His quirk seems simple enough to work with, but he needs experience and a bit of sharpening." Eraser then scowled. "What are you doing?" I said, "I'll take him. Monoma needs someone who can teach him how to use his quirk, and from what I see, you're the best for this." Vlad scoffed. He knew that Eraser was buttering him up. He heard how the nighttime hero always accused him of coddling his students, not being tough enough with them, even though with the amount of torture he actually put them through, a couple of students actually dropped out. "No, Monoma needs you. His quirk is best suited for being an underground hero, and you're probably his best option." Other teachers nodded at Vlad's statement. Vlad was actually sad, but he saw potential in Midoriya. He didn't want to sacrifice his hold on Monoma, but it was worth it. Midoriya has a huge amount of potential, as Eraser would put it, so he didn't want him to lose his chance at being a hero. Midoriya, his quirk seems to come from inside his body and requires him to bring it forth kinda like mine, so I'm his best choice. Again, the teachers nodded at the statement as the boy's quirk was labeled inner energy manipulation. He can sympathize with that. He himself had a very hard quirk to control, so he was willing to help the boy out. The nighttime hero frowned. This was not going as he expected. He thought the moment he offered Monoma to Vlad, it will be over, but the other teacher had made it his mission to keep someone with no potential inside the hero course, so he thought of something. Okay, how about we reach a compromise? I'll put him in general studies, then in the sports festival. If he did well, I'll let him join next year while someone with more control over his quirk takes his place. This will be his wake-up call. The other teachers looked at him like he grew another head. Did he honestly think that the student he expelled will willingly study under him with a huge gap between him and the other students? He was basically setting him up to fail. No, I insist that I'll take the boy. I'll have the better luck in helping him master his quirk. Vlad insisted, hoping to avoid confrontation. Eraser then said, okay, I'll be frank. The boy has no potential whatsoever. He needs to be kicked out to give him the wake-up call that he needs and knock that inflated ego of his down a peg. No matter the circumstances, he has to have control over his quirk over those 11 years. Vlad lost his cool for a moment as he yelled, just let me give him a chance. Everyone was shocked by his yell since he was known as one of the most level-headed teachers. The reason why he screamed was that he knew how hard some quirks are to control. His quirk was a prime example. His blood control was difficult. He was only thankful that his teacher didn't give up on him. If he had someone like Eraser, he would have been kicked out of the hero course. Eraser didn't react too kindly to this and activated his quirk, saying, don't raise your voice. The two then continued to bicker back and forth with the other teachers trying to defuse it. It went on till the principal said, enough. Everyone looked at him. He was a small animal-like humanoid with white fur. Nezu then said, Vlad, are you sure that you can help the boy? Vlad, who calmed down, said, definitely. Nezu hummed and then said, all right, so be it. Vlad, you have Midoriya. Eraser, you take Monoma. End of discussion. Eraser didn't argue as he walked out of the room with an annoyed expression, while Vlad looked pleased that the boy wasn't kicked out unfairly. He was rather sad that Monoma was taken away, but he can work with Midoriya given that he was willing to sacrifice himself to save a girl that he didn't know, as long as his heart is in the right place. He will make a good hero, even though there is a chance that he might have a huge ego like Eraserhead said, but he dealt with worse. Powerloader then said, well, that happened. Vlad then chose to leave the room to prepare for the lessons that will begin next spring. He walked outside saying, I really hope I don't regret this. And he didn't regret it. Although the boy was quirkless till not so long ago, he showed great control over his quirk during the apprehension test, and something told him that he wasn't going all out, not that he can call him out on it. It's better that he builds the amount of energy he can handle rather than breaking and failing. He also hit the jackpot with Midoriya due to his quirk analysis skills. It was amazing what he can think of. He even had applications for his quirk that Vlad didn't think of. Monomolecular blades from the plasma in my blood. How didn't I think of that? Vlad thought as he looked through a small notebook that Midoriya had with him. He had asked the boy to borrow it from him and the boy accepted, though very hesitantly raising a few red flags. And the way he broke down his classmates' quirks really impressed the hero. But aside from that, he was also concerned for the boy, especially how skittish and meek he seemed. He would bring up the possibility of putting him under Hound Dog to help him deal with any damage that may have occurred from his quirkless years. He could only hope that the damage isn't too intense. He also was thinking of a way to help the boy further strengthen his control over his quirk, or at least build up more power. This could be done through quirk counseling or after-school activities. Either way, he would have to talk to him about this, though he would emphasize the importance of the boy not pushing himself too much. In the teacher's lounge, everyone was sitting peacefully while doing their thing. Well, everyone except Powerloader, who was stuck to the cameras making sure his newest student didn't blow up the lab for God knows how many times. Mike looked at him and said, come on, relax a little. I doubt the little listener could do so much damage in so little time. Powerloader looked at him and retorted, she caused 10 explosions in 1 minute. I highly doubt she wouldn't cause a disaster while I'm gone. This new student was a menace, but at the same time she was one of the best students in the new batch. He couldn't throw her out. Midnight laughed at the support teacher's plight, while Mike looked over to Eraserhead, who was snoozing off in his sleeping bag. What do you think, Shota? The tired hero looked at him and said, everyone has their problem child. I have Bakugo with the ego of 10,000 mad tyrants. Majima has his problem child, and Vlad has. He was cut off by Vlad coming inside the room and greeting everyone. The night hero then returned to his sleeping bag, not wanting to continue. Vlad then sat on a couch, setting the notebook aside that he was reading on the table in front of him, and picked up a cup, filling it with coffee. He then was asked by Cementos, how was their reaction when you hijacked their first heroic period? disappointed as I expected. But they benefited greatly from my intervention because now they have greater insight on their friends' quirks and theirs too, Vlad answered. Interested, Cementos asked, how come? Well, turns out that one of my students has great quirk analysis skills. He broke down everyone's quirks, giving them advice on how to improve them. Hell, he even changed one of my students' outlook on her own quirk drastically. Vlad said, remembering how Izuku deduced that Itsuka's quirk has two factors, enlargement and super strength, and that there is a possibility for her to separate them and use them individually. Ectoplasm was then interested as he looked at the notebook that said Hero Analysis for the Future number 13 2.0, so he asked, is this his work? Yeah, feel free to look through it. I think I saw your name in it somewhere. The ghost-themed hero then opened the notebook and skimmed through till he found his section, and began to read. So he knows about my giant clone, interesting. His idea about my clones being in between regular form and giant form isn't wrong though, it could come in handy. Well, this one is quite interesting. He theorizes that I should be able to create clones with multiple limbs, preferably arms, sort of a combination technique. I have to try this later on. The ghost-themed hero then put the notebook down as he said, he seems to have quite the eye for detail. I must admit that he has ideas I didn't think of. Midnight then snatched the notebook saying, my turn, causing Eraserhead to say, this isn't a competition. The R-rated hero then pouted while saying, no one asked you. She flipped through the small book till she found her page. How does he know that I only rip my suit for show? Oh, he seems to think my quirk works on producing pheromones mixed with a sleeping agent. The only reason it doesn't work on women instantly like men is that the gas I usually release is female pheromones mixed with a sleeping agent, causing it to have a harder time on females. He theorizes that if I learn how to release male pheromones, it would work just as effectively on women. Need to look if that is possible later. Midnight then set the book down as she said, impressive, gave me some new ideas. Powerloader then took it and read through it. The excavation hero then said, he gave me some ideas about my quirk, but I got to admit he has amazing propositions for support items. Mind if I borrow him for a while? He asked the blood-themed hero, who laughed and said, yeah, I do mind. He needs to focus on being a hero. He then looked at the notebook and said, I think he also discovered Nezu's true species, a mix between Antarctic mouse and American stoat perhaps. A voice from the intercom came saying, wrong. But he is the closest to discovering it. I think I would like to have a cup of tea with him sometime. Maybe we can compare notes. A collective shiver went through everyone's spines as they imagined the results of the second coming of Nezu, as the principal laughed manically over the speaker. Eraserhead then spoke for the first time since Vlad came. Is that student by any chance Izuku Midoriya? Vlad answered, yes. Eraser then said, listen to Majima and send him to the support course. He's better suited there than at the hero course. The blood hero then replied flatly, no. Eraserhead sighed as came out of his bag. Can't you see you're putting him in harm's way? The boy has no control over his quirk. Even if he has a great mind, it can take him so far. On the field, he will throw a punch, break down, and become a liability. Let someone more suited take his place. And as I suggested before, let him participate in the sports festival. And if he does well, I'll personally train him so he can be on the level of his classmates next year, in case you're afraid he won't be. A vein popped on Vlad's head, but he calmed himself down as he retorted, as I said last time, no. And Midoriya has enough control over his quirk now. Really? Present Mike asked. Yes, the only reason he broke himself during the entrance exam is that his quirk manifested itself for the first time, Vlad explained. Snipe, the cowboy-themed hero, then asked, excuse me, but I reckon I might be under the impression that he actually came here to take the test quirkless, and his quirk activated when fought the zero-pointer. That's true, Vlad said. But how? Cementos asked. He said that his quirk is a stockpile type that needed to collect energy over time, that's why it didn't appear till later on in his life. And due to the circumstances of the test, it kinda activated, and he already has control of it. Midnight asked. Well, around 4%, but we all need to start from somewhere, Vlad answered. He looked at Eraser and said, and didn't you say that you looked through the files of first 10 examinees? I'm pretty sure you could have found out that he was quirkless and just activated his quirk. The underground hero then noticed the looks he was receiving and answered, in all honesty, I didn't have time between my work and teaching, I didn't have time. That didn't surprise anybody. But I would have still expelled him nonetheless because he just manifested a quirk, and a highly destructive one. This also somehow didn't surprise anyone, but he only needed quirk counseling. And the situation could have been remedied, Vlad said through gritted teeth. Eraser looked at him with a bored expression. We're here to make heroes who already know how to use their quirks, not coddle children who just manifested them. In my eyes, he still has zero potential. Vlad was about to retort when an alarm went off saying a code purple occurred in the cafeteria, which meant a student attacked another one with his quirk. Choosing to ignore the zombie of a man, he went with Hound Dog to check the problem. Nezu's voice then came through the intercom as he said, Aizawa, please come to my office. The underground hero sighed as he stood up and went to see what Nezu wants from him this time. Earlier in the cafeteria, Izuku sat with his friends as they enjoyed their lunch. He really liked them. They made him feel loved and wanted. It was the first time in his life that he actually didn't feel that he needed to hide or that he was about to be knocked over for his lunch money. Setsuna was really fun, even though she would tease him every minute or so, but he knew she meant no harm. Tetsu was, for the lack of a better term, excitable. The boy maybe was loud and brash, but he was nice. Izuku knew that the boy had a heart of gold under his skin. He actually found his obsession with all things manly kinda funny. Itsuka was a very nice person, and she seemed very knowledgeable about martial arts. Maybe he should ask her later for tips. She also had this big sister aura around her that radiated safety. Kinoko was, as he would put it, a female version of himself. He could tell that she was bullied due to her quirk. She was shy and meek like he was, but with time he was sure that they will both come out of it and become great heroes. But right now, he couldn't help but feel that he was being watched. He immediately pushed it to the back of his mind, thinking of it as nothing but his nerves from his old school. So Midoriya, tell me, do you have any idea on how to split the strength aspect and enlargement aspect of my quirk? Itsuka asked. She was really surprised when the boy basically dissected her quirk activation-wise and biologically regarding where the extra muscles came from, but she was thankful. This opened new doors for her. I honestly think that the best idea is punching a sandbag and trying to focus your strength aspect only without enlarging your hands. The boy answered. He saw this as the best course of action because if she did this and concentrated on only activating the strength aspect, she will learn with time how to activate each part individually. Noted, but I need to ask you something. How much percentage of your quirk do you control now? She asked, before quickly adding, you don't need to answer if there's any problem. The boy shook his head before saying, around 4%, but I think I can up it to 5% if I want to. I should really invest in weights so I can increase the percentage since more muscle mass means more power that I can handle. The girl nodded at his reasoning. The boy went back to his lunch but noticed something in the distance, or rather someone. He noticed a pair of ivory horns with blonde hair standing confused in the cafeteria. The boy looked at his friends and said, should we be concerned about Pony? She seems kinda lost. Itsuka looked at her and said, yeah, we should probably get her. She is having a hard time learning Japanese. The boy then stood up and said, I'll be back. Setsuna then laughed and said, never say that in a horror movie or you'll die. The boy shook his head with a smile as he went to the girl to bring her to their table. He saw the girl trying to talk to people, but she was failing as everyone kept passing by her without paying attention to what she was saying. The boy then stood near her, grabbing her attention. She smiled and said, Midoriya, please help. She then added a puppy face with a small pouty look to ensure that the boy helped her. The boy felt his heart clench at how cute the girl was. Must protect, the boy thought to himself. The boy then spoke in English. Tsunotori, how about you go with me to sit with my friends? You seem kinda lost here. The girl's eyes sparkled as she began speaking. Midoriya, I forgot you can speak English. Thank you very much. It's hard being in Japan while being a foreigner. The girl then walked with him to the table. I understand it must be very confusing and hard to be here, but I hope you can get comfortable here soon enough. Thanks, Midoriya. That's nice of you to say. They finally reached the table and sat down. Pony then greeted the other occupants as Midoriya remembered something he needed to ask the horse girl. Tsunotori, I need to ask you something. The girl looked at him and said, ask away, Midoriya. Are you related to the American hero cow lady? The girl smiled at them, causing everyone present to think, must protect. She then said, she's my aunt. The girl then noticed something distant that was coming closer. Anyone hear explosions? Midoriya was confused until he heard the sound and his blood ran cold. He acted quickly, pushing Pony out of the blast radius, shocking the girl and everyone else with his actions. The girl was shocked. She thought Midoriya was nice, but why did he push her off the table? This question was answered a moment later when an explosion engulfed the boy, sending him flying to the ground beside her. The girl looked at the table as the smoke cleared and saw a boy with crimson red eyes and blonde hair standing there like a maniac on drugs as he said, Deku. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't react when the boy jumped off the table and went to Izuku. The boy then lifted him, giving a knee to the stomach, and then used his quirk on the boy's abdomen. Izuku felt extreme pain. He knew this day would come eventually, but he hoped that it would be a little longer. He looked at his stomach and saw that it was bleeding from the explosion. He then looked with fear at Bakugo's eyes as the boy said, Deku, didn't I tell you not to come here, you quirkless freak? You honestly think you can come here and act all high and mighty? I gonna. The boy didn't get to finish this sentence as a large fist sent him flying, which made him let go of Izuku. Izuku then retreated and hid himself under the table. Kinoko then checked on Pony, who said, me fine, but Midoriya. The mushroom girl looked over to her friend and saw him cowering in fear under the table. He was quivering like a leaf in the wind. If she had to take a wild guess, she would say that that boy was a bully of his. Katsuki then scowled as he snarled at Itsuka. What the F do you think you're doing, man? Hands. Roll over. This is between me and Deku. The orange-haired gritted her teeth as she said, who do you think you are attacking my classmate like that? Move. This is between me and effing Deku. The nerd needs to learn his place. Like hell that's happening, Setsuna said as she joined and stood beside Itsuka. Tetsu then joined as he exclaimed, attacking someone who didn't do anything is really unmanly. Bakugo stood there a moment confused, as he said, and who are two sheety extras? A green wretch and sheety hair's cheap knockoff. Go get lost. Meanwhile, Kanoko went to Midoriya with a mushroom and said to him, Izuku, eat this mushroom, like last time it will lessen the pain. The boy did as he was told, but looked at his friends who were standing up to Bakugo. No, I can't bring them in my mess. Before he can do anything, two voices rang out. You ruffians, how dare you gang up on one of our classmates? The blue-haired boy who admonished Midoriya earlier said while chopping the air with his hand. The three who were standing up to Bakugo felt their veins pop, as the boy came out of nowhere and accused them of attacking Bakugo. They didn't get to think too much as someone else spoke this time. My, the inferior class 1B is causing a problem with our class. No wonder they're trying to get. In a blink of an eye, Kendo was beside him as she neck-chopped the boy saying, Monoma, didn't you promise to tone it down a little? She looked at her friends and said, no worries, he's more bark than bite. I know him from my old school. She then let the boy fall down as she stood back with the others. She then looked at the blue-haired boy and said, and you, your classmate attacked ours. We're only defending ourselves. Bakugo shook his head as he said, now, I gonna say this once. Either you extras move so I can get to Deku and teach him his place or I'll blow you all up to Kingdom Come. The blue-haired boy, now fully understanding the situation, said, Bakugo, we shouldn't harass our fellow students. F off 4 eyes. This is between me and Deku. These extras are only in the way. The blonde-haired teen said as he approached only for Izuku to say, stop. The boy then slowly but fearfully walked up to him and said, leave them out of this. This is between you and me. Finally, you want to fight me, Deku. I'm gonna make you regret the day that you were born. Bakugo said with a crazy look in his eyes. But Setsuna tried to interject only for Izuku to cut her off, saying, it's okay. This is between me and him. The girl frowned as he approached the blonde hair. Now Deku, the boy said as he swung his arm, die. The blonde boy smiled a little, but he'd still need to show this worthless piece of shit his place. Once the smoke of his attack cleared, a muscular hand gripped him and lifted him in the air, causing him to shout, who the F are you? Be careful what you say because you're already on thin ice for attacking my students, Vlad said as he looked Katsuki straight in the eye. What? I was putting Deku in his place. Let go, I didn't do anything. This response didn't do anything except make Vlad angrier, so he simply neck-chopped the boy and then looked at his student who was on the ground with wide eyes. Midoriya, are you all right? Vlad asked the stunned student. Yeah, I think so. The boy answered quietly and winced from the pain in his abdomen. The large man sighed and said as he pulled a paper slip, here's a slip for recovery girl. Let Hound Dog take you. He then looked at the others and said, you can go with him as well, but make sure you all arrive to class on time. Vlad then took Bakugo to the principal's office. Hound Dog, who was there, looked at the other Wanna students and said, where are they part of this? Kendo then answered, no sir. Good, let's move then. The teacher ordered. On the way to the infirmary, Izuku and his friends walked together with Hound Dog. He looked at them and said, I'm sorry guys, I let you all get caught in my trouble. No worries, Greenie, but really who was that freak? Setsuna asked. Midoriya began to sweat, which grabbed Hound Dog's attention. But a voice from behind them made them all turn. It was a girl who looked like an exact replica of Kanoko. Hey guys, wait up. The girl then stopped, catching her breath. When she stopped panting, she saw Hound Dog, so she asked, sir, can I talk with them for a bit? The hero shrugged and said, as long as you're not late for class, that's fine by me. Also, Midoriya, when she's finished, join me in the infirmary. We're already here. The hero then entered through the door. The 6-1B students looked at the girl, especially Kanoko, who said, whoa, you look just like me. The girl looked at her and said, wow, I know, right? The girl chuckled a little before bowing and saying, I'm sorry for what my classmates did. Please don't think that class 1 are bad people. Only Bakugo acts that way. Itsuka then said, don't worry. We don't think like that. But please keep that guy away from Midoriya and also the blue-haired guy because he seems to have something against Midoriya. Monoma, I know him personally, and he only does this for show. He really has a good heart under that big ego of his. Blue-haired, do you mean Eda? Oh no, you got him all wrong. He's just a little bit too earnest sometimes, and tends to jump to conclusions. The girl said before realizing she hadn't said her name. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm Ochako Uraraka. Okay, it's nice to meet Uraraka, but still keep the blue-haired boy away from Midoriya, Itsuka said, but then added, I'm Itsuka Kendo by the way. Tetsu. Setsuna Takage, Ponitsu no Tori, Kinoko Komori, Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired teen asked, but are you the nice girl who tried to give me her points? He asked just to be sure since last time. He jumped to conclusions. The girl then looked at him and something flashed in her eyes. You're the falling boy. Thank you very much for saving me, she said before blushing hard and saying, yeah, that was me. I thought it would be only fair that I give you something in return. Thanks. He suddenly felt something press on his back, as Setsuna laid on him, and said in a dramatic voice, Izu, is this the new woman of yours? Not only did you cheat on me with the mushroom girl on the first day, but now this one too. How could you? Izuku and Kinoko then turned a bright red as they tried to put an answer while Ochako stood there clueless, as she said, what? Setsuna then laughed and said, calm down, Greenie, I kidding. Midoriya caught his breath, but then Ochako asked, Midoriya, can I know why Bakugo attacked you? You're so nice, and he totally attacked like a villain today. As if something flipped in Izuku's head, he actually began to defend his bully. What? Kaken, a villain? That's impossible. He's going to be a great hero one day, and I know that. He has a great quirk. His friends were dumbfounded by the fact that he was defending his bully. Even Ochako was confused, and asked, do you know him in any way? The boy smiled as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, we're childhood friends. Tetsu wanted to say something, but was silenced by Setsuna, who elbowed him in the gut before saying, Greenie, why don't you enter the infirmary? We don't want to be late to class, now do we? The boy then quickly entered and the sounds of shouting could be heard, presumably Recovery Girl chewing him out for getting injured again. Ochako then said, well, I need to go, guys, and like I said before, I'm really sorry for what happened. And then she went back to her friends. Tetsu then said, why did you hit me in the gut? It's because you were about to say something stupid, Setsuna replied. What do you mean? You were about to call out Midoriya for saying the blonde ass was his friend. Shouldn't we do that? Kinoko asked. No, at least not this way. Didn't you remember what Midoriya said? He was quirkless for his whole life. Yeah, but that means that the blonde was his bully, not his friend. Shouldn't point that out, Kendo inquired. No, Midoriya is clearly suffering from a case of Stockholm Syndrome. What's that? Tetsu asked. It's a case where a victim gets attached to its abuser or in most cases kidnapper. But why? Kendo asked. He was quirkless. He didn't have friends. That explosive ass was probably the only person who talked to him, so he offered some kind of sick toxic relationship with Greenie. And given that quirkless students usually aren't in any teacher's good graces, he must have been taught that the ass will be a great hero while he will be nothing. She finished shocking everyone through her explanation. Tetsu asked, how do you know that? My sister studies psychology, Setsuna answered. As enlightening as that was, we can't just let him do that to himself, Kendo stated, with Kinoko trying to hold back her tears seeing how much her friend have suffered. No, we won't. We will help him slowly and let him see how Blasty isn't his friend, Setsuna said. And then added, I'm also pretty sure Hound Dog heard everything and is planning to give him therapy. Back in the infirmary, Recovery Girl was smacking Izuku on his head with her cane as she said, didn't I tell you to stop hurting yourself? The boy rubbed his head as he said, it couldn't be helped this time. Hound Dog then added, he's alright. The old woman then looked at the dog hero and said, you stay quiet. Don't think I forgot last year's fiasco, she said, reminding him of a training exercise where he went a little bit too wild for the students' taste. The number of injuries was huge. He was only grateful that the students actually found it fun and weren't severely injured. But that didn't save him from the cane. The hero raised his hands and remained quiet. Recovery Girl then kissed the boy using her quirk and threw him a clean set of clothes saying, here, wear these, and then went to her chair. The dog hero then cleared his throat and said, Midoriya, I want you to come to my office every Friday. What did I do? The boy asked, afraid. Nothing, but Vlad told me you were quirkless for most of your life. I want just to help you in case there is any lingering damage. The dog hero left out the part which said, and why did you defend the boy who attacked you? Okay, the boy answered. Good, now that you're finished here, go with your friends. Your English class is about to begin, the dog hero said. The boy then walked out, and the hero could hear talking as the students went away. He muttered under his breath, poor kid. Back in the principal's office, the nighttime hero sat as he looked at the animal who he preferred to call the rat god. He finally asked, what do you want? I'm a busy person. Nezu smiled, always to the point, Aizawa. I merely wanted to have a chat with you. Is that so wrong? The nighttime hero frowned. What do you want to talk about? Nezu said, I want to have a chat about what you and Vlad talked about. Aizawa gritted his teeth. The child has no potential. He only manifested his quirk. He's a liability, and I believe you think that you have potential. If I may remind you, you entered this course through the sports festival, unlike our friend Midoriya who entered it through the entrance exam. Shinso, the student that you want to replace Midoriya with, earned no points whatsoever. The entrance exam is illogical. It favors those with combat-related quirks, unlike mine and Shinso. Eraser tried to talk, but Nezu cut him off. But what about the rescue points that our friend Midoriya has earned? Which, may I remind you, could have been earned by both of you, yet you both forgot the importance of saving lives. The nighttime hero couldn't retort because he saw that there were several cases where Shinso could have saved someone but didn't do despite regarding the treatment he received while growing up. Then Nezu said, "Let's watch something now, shall we?" He then opened a video that showed the cafeteria. He then pointed the video at Midoriya. Eraser sighed as he said, "The problem child. What do you want, Nezu? Is this some attempt to change my mind? Because it won't. No, please watch. I think it will be interesting," Nezu said with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. He watched as the problem child talked with his friends, and then walked up to the exchange student, which he was thankful not to have. He didn't have time to coddle students. "Leave that to Vlad." "What are you doing? I don't see a point in any of this." Eraser spoke with annoyance. He didn't have time to see the problem child socialize. Sure, he felt bad for the boy being quirkless for most of his life and treated badly for something he can't control. But this same concern made him want to put the boy away from the hero course till he can fully control his quirk. He wasn't doing it out of hate, but rather the concern for the boy's well-being against people who had their quirks for most of their lives. If he was a horse, he would at the end of the race. He honestly thought that the boy's best chance to succeed would be putting in general studies to give him time to master his quirk. And he will train him so next year he would be on the same level as his classmates if he gave him a good show at the sports festival. "Oh no, wait, the best part is coming," Nezu said. "Look closely." The night hero looked at the feed and saw something that made him smack his forehead. His problem child, Bakugo, attacked Midoriya out of nowhere. Wonderful. Now Ida and Monoma join the fray. The former will give a serious headache for how stiff he is and how he always jumps to conclusions without thinking. And the latter, well, he knows the boy is all bark and no bait at all. So Aizawa have anything to say? He needed to think carefully because he was literally walking on thin ice now. He was about to answer when Vlad opened the door. "Nezu, I demand you expel this student immediately," Vlad said, making Aizawa scowl. He can't deny such a request given that he knew how Vlad tried his students like his own children. But at the same time, leaving Bakugo unchecked is like putting him on a villain track. "I'm sorry, I can't do that," Nezu said calmly. Before Vlad can argue, Nezu explained, "Imagine, if someone like Bakugo went on his own with his destructive quirk, he would attract villains hoping to recruit him. Can you see the danger in letting him loose?" Even though Nezu knew that if Bakugo turned to villainy, that would be on the boy, not the school. But expelling him for only one offense would become some sort of martyr story to the boy if he decided to become a villain. He didn't want to give Bakugo any reason to say that Yue has wronged him. He would give him a chance to become better, and if that fails, he knows what he has to do. The huge teacher gritted his teeth as he sighed. "Fine, but I want him to write an apology letter for Midoriya and have detention for the entire year." "That could be arranged," Nezu said as Aizawa breathed a sigh of relief. The principal then pointed to a chair and said, "Put him down." The man did so, and gave Aizawa a look that said, "Keep him away from my students." The underground hero sighed as he couldn't fault him for being angry. "Aizawa," the teacher gulped as he looked, "wake him up." The underground hero sighed as he flicked the boy on his forehead, causing him to jolt as he yelled, "Effing Deku." He noticed that he wasn't in the cafeteria, and noticed that he was with the hobo and some kind of rat. He asked, "Who the F are you?" "Who I am isn't of any importance right now. What is important is that you need to know that I'm the principal, and you're in quite the pickle here, young man." The boy wanted to shout, but Nezu cut him off, saying, "You're already on thin ice, so be careful of what you say and speak." Bakugo then felt a shiver as he felt his mouth grow dry and clamp itself shut. Nezu smiled as he saw how the boy can sense danger and said, "Can I ask, why did you attack one Izuku Midoriya? He's effing Deku that needs to be reminded of his place." The boy answered, and to him this was enough. This was always the case, and no one ever cared. "Not good enough," Nezu spoke and then added, "But given that you attacked a student unprovoked with the intent of harming him, I'm within my full authority to hand you over to the police for illegal quirk usage, expel you from the hero course, and give you a one-way ticket to our lovely prison Tartarus." He looked at the boy whose face lost color from fear. Oh, how he loved his reaction. People who think that they're all grand and almighty only for reality to smack them hard in the face. "Deku, this all your effing fault," Bakugo thought as Nezu continued. "But the only reason I'm not doing that due to my fear of setting you on the course of becoming a villain." Bakugo froze. Him, a villain? He was going to be the #1 hero. Effing Deku. "Now, if you want to continue in the hero course, I would need you to do a couple of things." The boy looked at the rat as he said, "First, you'll write an apology to Midoriya and his friends." Bakugo was shocked as he gritted his teeth. "Second, you'll have detention for the rest of the year except if you have an internship." The boy's eyes widened. "And lastly, you'll have therapy with Hound Dog every Thursday to make sure that you get over your anger issues, superiority complex, and inferiority complex, or you'll be downgraded to general studies." The boy's teeth almost broke from anger, but he took a breath and said, "Fine." Good. Nezu then turned to Aizawa as he said, Aizawa, you can consider your rights to expel students revoked, and have a nice day. You can go. The teacher wanted to argue, but he was already on thin ice as it already is. He sighed and told his problem child to follow him. When they left, Nezu opened both Midoriya's and Bakugo's files and searched through them. He frowned when he saw that both were faked for obvious reasons. He was half tempted to ask All Might if he ever talked with his successor about his school life, but refrained since he knew the man didn't. Alderahai, what secrets do you hide? He said as he hacked into their servers. His maniacal laughter could be heard throughout the entire school, and one lanky man with blonde hair shivered as he knew nothing could come out of this. At the end of the school, Midoriya walked with his friends. He was still pretty glum about what happened, so Takage thought of something. Guys, about we go to the arcade. I have no plans today, Tetsu said with Kendo shrugging, signaling her okay. Kinoko then said, I'm free too. Izuku then looked and said, I can go, but I need to tell my mom. He then pulled out his phone and sent her a text. Seconds later, his neighbors sent him a text telling him that his mother flooded the apartment complex. He chuckled and said, my mom says it's okay, though she may have passed out from happiness. Setsuna giggled and grabbed his shoulder and whispered, imagine her reaction when she finds out that I'm your girlfriend, Greenie. The boy blushed as swirls appeared in his eyes, while his friends laughed as he eventually joined them. They all walked to the arcade after that. Friends, it's really nice to have them. Midoriya's resolve. Setsuna came home after a day of hanging out with her friends. She remembered the amount of fun she had in the arcade. She couldn't still believe how Midoriya was able to beat her in the game Machine Dance War, even though he totally sucked at it when they first began playing the game. Maybe there was more to the green bean than reading books and heroics. She thought there for a moment that maybe she should seriously try to get the green bean to actually be her boyfriend. He was surely full of surprises. She chuckled, imagining his reaction if she told him that she wants to be his girlfriend. She put that thought on back burner as she kicked open the front door of her house. She then yelled, Mom, Dad, I'm home. Who's ready to party? She waited for an answer, but nothing came back. Hey, where's everybody? The girl yelled again, but only received silence. She walked into the kitchen and saw a small paper note and read it. Dear Setsuna, we know we promised you that we will stay with you for a couple of days, but something occurred at work, so your dad and I were forced to go. Please, don't be angry. We know how happy you were to see us, but we need to make a perfect living for you. Love, Mom and Dad. The girl looked at it with little emotion, but then she crumbled the note angrily and threw it into the garbage bin, and huffed, stomping to her room, annoyed that another promise was yet again broken. This wasn't the first time, and she was certain it won't be the last, but she hoped this time would be different given that she entered a hero school in UA. At that, she sighed as she changed into her pajamas. She went down to the kitchen, but she felt that someone was watching her, so she said, Come on, Hana, I know that you're here. That used to work when I was a little girl, but now I'm a big girl. She looked to her side as something began to flicker into existence. The other person was a girl older than she was. She had a somewhat scaly appearance that added to her beauty. Her eyes had slits like most reptiles. She also had wings and small horns. That was Setsuna's older sister, who, although had a very hero-worthy quirk, chose to be a psychiatrist. And here, they say you don't have a very strong sense of spatial awareness. The older one teased before she took a softer voice and said, So how are you doing, sis? The girl sighed as she sat at a table and began to eat her noodles. What do you think? Come, Set. You know that Mom and Dad want nothing more than to spend time with you, but... The older tried to talk, but was cut off. But what? I only ask for 2 days so that I can see my parents. See them and spend time with them, that is. I only see them when they come like the Walking Dead. They sleep and eat alone, and that's when they don't pull an all-nighter, which happens like every single day. Connor rubbed her forehead as she sighed. Listen, they are only doing this because they care, and they want to make a good living for us. At least, they came for the first of school. Yeah, whatever. I heard it all before, Setsuna said as she pouted. The older one then smiled and picked up her phone as she said, Other than this recurring childish behavior. The younger girl then stuck her tongue out. Let's talk about your new boy toy that I saw you have a picture with. The young girl blushed a little as she said, Midoriya is only a friend, but he's also a work in progress. The older one smiled, revealing a set of sharp teeth, as she began her teasing, Work in progress, so you do like him. Tell me now, did you kiss him? Did you hug him yet? Come on, don't forget anything. I love the small details. The smaller girl blushed heavily. Her sister is one of the only people who can make her blush, even if it was normal teasing material. No, I mean, it's not what I mean. Setsuna began to stutter a reply, but her sister's laughter drowned her out, causing Setsuna to yell, Stop it, it's not that funny anyway. Hana then rubbed her head as she said, Clam down, shrub. You can dish it, but can't take it. You're seriously one of a kind, Set. The younger one pouted at the older sibling, but then took a serious look and said, Hey sis, I want to ask, how can I help a person who's suffering from some type of Stockholm syndrome? The older one took a thinking position. It depends on how he is attached to that person. Well, he sees him as a good person, even though he attacked him in the cafeteria. He says he will become a hero even though the person in question acts more like a villain. Setsuna explained. Seems bad, but it could have been worse. Well, seeing that you're using he instead of she, I guess you're talking about your new boy toy since that Buckethead has nothing of this sort on him. You seem to care for him a lot. Are you sure that you don't love him? The older one said, making the younger sigh as she wasn't in the mood for her sister's antics. The older, seeing the unamused look she was receiving, coughed in her hand as she said, well, the best I can offer is that you can try to let him see that he isn't a friend. Point out that what he's doing to your friend is wrong. Though, you should seriously tell him to have therapy. It's the best solution, plus, you can go there for emotional support. The younger one hummed at her sister's suggestions as remembered hearing Hound Dog telling Midoriya to go see him every Friday. Well, that takes care of that. Thanks, sis, Setsuna said with a smile on her face. The older one hugged her and said, come on, let's go watch a movie. I have some old pre-Quirk movies I know that you would love to watch. They then walked to the sitting room together. The next day at UA, the entire class was buzzing with excitement as they were the first class to meet the new heroics teacher, given that their schedule made it such that they had heroics classes in the morning and regular classes during the afternoon. Man, who do you think he's going to be? Tetsu asked in excitement as he waited for the new teacher to arrive. Whoever he is, he's going to be manly. Kendo sighed at Tetsu's excitement, but she couldn't fault him as she said herself, I can't wait, I'm really excited to see how he is. What do you think, Midoriya? The green-haired boy smiled and said, whoever he is, I'm sure he has to be a numbered hero, or they wouldn't have made his identity a secret. He already knew who he was, but he couldn't reveal it or their relationship with each other will be revealed. No one needs to know that he was the successor of All Might yet, and he hoped there will be no need for that either and hopefully never. Kanoko then added saying, I suppose what you said is true, Izuku. They won't make it such a secret if that wasn't the case. Setsuna then put her floating head on top of Midoriya's, making him blush. So who might it be? I really hope it's Maruko. She's so badass and I'm sure she will be an awesome teacher. The others looked at her and nodded their heads, knowing that having the rabbit hero as a teacher will be amazing given that she's one of the strongest heroes out there. The door then slid open, revealing Vlad King. The class looked at him and Kendo asked, Vlad Sensei, where's the new teacher? The blood hero looked at her and said, well, he's coming to your class if you're worried about that. The class sighed in relief as they thought they would have to go through another torture session like last time. But they counted their chickens a little bit early. I just wanted to accompany you to do some warm-ups before you start the lesson today. Some students who were on the more physical side of the spectrum sighed. Others like Rin went pale white as his legs and arms still hurt him from yesterday, while people like Rikio had their souls leave their bodies. Murmurs of displeasure began to fill the class. So Vlad yelled at them, come on, maggots, if a little training regime and you throw the towel, what will happen if you fought a villain? Nag him to death. This is the hero course, if you can't deal with it then go. The door is open and there are a lot of general studies students who wish to be in your place. The students then went quiet as they processed his words, and lowered their heads in shame. Seeing that his students learned their lesson, he said, good, a couple more minutes and you meet the new heroics teacher. This managed to lift the class's spirit as they returned to talking about who might be the new heroics teacher. Vlad then looked at Midoriya and went to him. He cleared his throat as he said, Midoriya, I would like to return your quirk analysis notebook. I have to admit that the contents in there were so good that they even attracted the attention of Nezu, and that says something. The boy blushed a little as he said, thanks Vlad Sensei, that means a lot. The boy took the notebook and flipped through it as he saw the pages of Ectoplasm, Hound Dog, Midnight, Power Loader, and heck even Eraserhead with their signatures. How Vlad convinced the nighttime hero to sign it in the first place was beyond him, but he thought it was perhaps blackmailing from Midnight. The notebook was then snatched from his hand by a disembodied hand, and it went to Setsuna, who was smiling. She looked at the notebook and asked, is this where you keep all the notes about us, Greenie? Let me have a look. Kendo then approached her and said, yeah, I'm interested in what he wrote about us too. Please, give it back, Izuku said in a small meek voice. But it held something else that was quickly caught by Kinoko, who felt like this before when her bullies messed with her stuff. It was malice and anger. I think it's for the best that we give the notebook back to Izuku, Kinoko said, hoping to avoid a confrontation. Come on, what's the worst that? She didn't get to finish that sentence as the book was snatched from her hand by Izuku, surprising everyone that the meek-looking boy did this. The waste was so shocked that he said, hot damn, it's always the silent boy. He was promptly whacked over the head by Shizaki, who frowned at the foul language as she called it. Midoriya was even shocked by his actions, causing him to blush. And then promptly bow saying, I'm so sorry Takage, but I just don't like anyone touching my notebook. The last time that happened, my work went up in flames and I had to rewrite it all. The girl, though shocked, felt a spike of anger rise through her as she understood what happened. The blonde ass must have burned it with his quirk. She then looked at Izuku and said, waving her hands, "No problem, Midoriya. Everyone has their own boundaries. I should be apologizing for overstepping yours." The class remained in silence for another few moments, till the door slid open and a massive man with 2 blonde hairs that stood in a V-shape entered the room screaming, "I'm coming through the door like a normal person." That person was none other than the number hero, and the symbol of peace, All Might. The entire class looked at him in silence as he began to sweat slightly. The hero then gulped, wondering if he did something wrong. It wasn't till Juzo spoke, saying, "Holy moly, it's All Might." The entire class began to cheer happily for the symbol of peace's presence, as Vlad thought, "I don't know how you do it, but your timing was impeccable. Look, it's seriously him, the symbol of peace. His presence is truly divine. Holy shit, I can't believe he's actually here," Awais said, only to receive another whack from the Vine Girl. "You better believe it, Zygotes. I'm going to be your heroics teacher from now on. But first, before we begin our training, you know that any hero without his costume isn't complete, so everyone, take your suits and meet me and Vlad King on the training ground Gamma." The large hero said as cases emerged from beside everyone containing their hero costumes. He then added, "And today's lesson is going to be combat training Gamma." Toguro smiled as he said, "Combat training. This is going to be fun." The number 1 hero and the blood-themed hero then walked together to the training grounds while the students went to the changing room to get in their costumes. Setsuna then approached Izuku and whispered in his ear, "I can't wait to see you in your costume, and I can't wait to see your reaction when you see mine." The boy then felt steam come out of his ears as he tried to calm down his heart rate. A couple of minutes later in training grounds Gamma, everyone was ready and in their costumes. Setsuna then came out with her costume that was, for the lack of a better term, provocative. She was wearing a blue skin-tight suit that complemented her body. It was so revealing that Kanoko blushed when she saw it. "Don't you think that this is a little bit overboard, Setsuna?" the mushroom girl asked. She was wearing a cute mushroom dress with red and white polka dots. "Think about it. The villains get distracted by my body, and then out of nowhere, a fist to the face, he gets knocked out, and then the day is saved," the lizard girl said while laughing. "I don't think that's how it works," Kendo stated. She was wearing a turquoise martial arts dress with a corset under her chest. On her face, she had a domino mask. "Man, you all look so manly. Your costumes are so cool," Tetsu said as he shed some crocodile tears. He was wearing a dark green jumpsuit cut just below the chest with baggy pants in addition to wearing a mouth guard on his face. Setsuna then walked over to him swaying her hips and said, "So, what do you think of my costume, Tetsu?" The boy simply stared at her blankly before lifting his hand and covered a small piece of it with metal and flicked her on the forehead as he said, "Yeah, that ship sailed way back. Those tricks won't work on me anymore." She smiled at him and said, "But you still get flustered whenever my sister says hi. Don't tell me you have a crush on her." This made the sliver-haired teen blush as the girl raised her arms and yelled, "Yes, I've succeeded." She made both Kanoko and Itsuka sweat drop at the girl's behavior. Kanoko then looked around and said, "Does anyone see Izuku? I thought he should have finished by now." The other 3 looked around confused for a moment, and Itsuka said, Now, let's not worry. It's not like he's going to get into a problem in the changing room." "I don't know about that. I'm just afraid that the blonde guy," Kanoko tried to say, but her voice was drowned out by All Might's laughter as he came near the aspiring heroes saying, "You all have such wonderful costumes. They definitely look good on you. I can't wait to see you all in action, but is everyone here? Vlad said he needs you all for something important." The hero students then shivered looking at their homeroom teacher as they imagined what kind of hell he'll put them through today. Itsuka raised her hand and when the teacher nodded, she spoke, "Sir, Midoriya hasn't arrived yet." The girl didn't get to fully lower her hand as footsteps were heard from the tunnel near them. Tetsu then said, "Man, I bet Midoriya's costume is going to be super manly." When Izuku finally exited the tunnel, to say people were shocked by his hero costume would be an understatement of the century. He was wearing a full-body green jumpsuit with a utility belt around his waist. And also on his face was a mouth guard that resembled All Might's smile in addition to 2 bunny-like ears on the top of his hood. All Might, who was on the side, tried to suppress his laughter as he thought, "Young Midoriya, I know that you look up to me, but that's way too obvious." Laughter echoed through the room as everyone looked at Toguro, who was wearing a black cloak above black pants with a small black mask over his eyes. Noticing the looks he was receiving, he tried to hold in his laughter, but couldn't as he said, "It's just way too funny. Who in their right mind made this abomination?" Jirota then came next to him and said, "Now, this isn't a way how a future hero acts. I'm sure some designer worked very hard to make it." Izuku then interjected saying, "Well, to be honest, my mom actually made it as a gift to me for making it in the hero course, and I couldn't just throw it away. I know it's going to be ruined today, but it made her happy." This caused some students to laugh at the boy. who also awkwardly laughed with them. This wasn't the first time he was laughed at, and he was sure as hell it won't be the last time. At least this time, it wasn't as bad as the other times. Tagaru then slapped his knee saying, "You're wearing something your mom made, and you know it's going to be ruined. What are you, a mama's boy?" The bug boy was silenced as a fist slammed on his head. He looked and saw Satsuna, who frowned at him saying, "I think it's a great thing that Midoriya has a nice relation with his mother." She couldn't help but feel a little jealous that Midoriya's mother was present in his life. But she felt happy for him, though this didn't stop her from muttering under her breath quietly, "Wish my relation with my parents were like that." "Did you say something, Takage?" Midoriya asked as he stood beside her. The girl was flustered a little, but said quickly, "No, nothing at all." The boy shrugged as Vlad came and finally stood in front of them. The giant man then yelled, "Everyone listen. We'll start our warm-ups right now." Once he saw that, he grabbed everyone's attention. He said, "Okay maggots, listen up, you won't do much. You'll just do 100 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, 100 squats, and run around the battleground 5 times. The students looked at him with wide eyes. He chuckled at their reaction. Then he yelled, "Get to it." The students scrambled to their feet to finish the warm-ups, as All Might approached the blood-themed hero and asked him, "Is this really necessary, Vlad?" The blood-themed hero looked at him and said, "If you continue to whine on their behalf, you can join them. If you don't want that, keep your mouth shut. I run my class as I see fit." The blonde hero chuckled nervously, knowing from the records that Vlad might actually do it and force him to join the students in their warm-ups. But in all honesty, he was happy that Izuku made it in his class rather than Eraser's. He was pretty sure that the nighttime hero will try to single his successor out in an attempt to expel him. He then looked at his successor doing push-ups with vigor and smiled, remembering the training he gave him. "You came really far, young Midoriya. But today, I want to see how far." After 1 hour, the students have all finished, but some were worse for wear. The first to finish was Itsuka, followed closely by Izuku. The last was surprisingly Rikio. Everybody thought it was going to be Mango or Kinoko. The blood-themed hero then said, "Good, now that you've finished the warm-ups, expect that every heroic class will start like this." This caused Rikio, Manga, and some others to drop to the ground with a sad aurora around them. The man then left the training ground, ushering with his hand for All Might to start. The blonde hero then said with a loud laugh, "Well, now that you students finished your warm-ups, we can begin the combat training lesson. The case which we are going to work with is anti-personnel training." Murmurs began to rise among the students as they thought about what the teacher said, but Yui raised her hand. When the blonde hero nodded his head, she asked with an expressionless voice, "Sir, don't you think that we're moving too fast? I thought the first lesson might be some sparring matches between students. I mean, shouldn't we wait till we have more experience?" The blonde hero smiled as he said, "You're on point there, young Kodai, but the experience you're talking about will be gained through the battle training you'll be doing today. And the best way to gain this experience is by first-hand application. Don't you agree with me?" The girl nodded her head. The blonde then said in a loud voice, "Most of the hero's work takes place indoors rather than outdoors. So today, we're going to work on this aspect. You're going to learn how to fight a villain in a closed environment. Therefore, for the exercise, you will all be divided into teams." Then a couple of questions began to rise from the students. "Sir, is there a time limit to the exercise? How are we going to be graded? Can we use our powers in this exercise, or is it quirkless one? How are the teams going to be split?" "One question at a time. My quirk is super strength, not super hearing." He then pulled a small script from his pocket, causing some students to think, "Is he seriously using this?" The blonde hero then began to explain the exercise in detail. First off, the scenario, in this case, is a nuclear bomb inside the building. A group of 2 villains will be protecting the bomb and will do their best to hinder the hero's progress. The heroes will then enter the building and try to find the bomb in a time frame of 15 minutes. The scores will be given individually based on teamwork, quirk usage, and overall performance. However, there will be an MVP for every round. Finally, the teams will be decided by random. Then Jiroda raised his hand, and once he was given permission, he spoke, "Is it really a wise idea to have our teams picked in such a hazardous way? I'm sure there is a more beneficial way to pick the teams." Before the hero can respond, Izuku answered the fur-covered team. "Actually, if you think about it, this is the best way to do it. Since in regular hero work you don't pick who you are working with, you have to team up with any hero present at the scene or the closet proximity." The beast-like student then nodded his head saying, "I see, thanks Sir Midoriya." He then looked at All Might and bowed saying, "I apologize for the interruption." The large hero smiled at the student. "No problem, young Shishida." He then picked a box and ushered for the students to come near it. "Come on now, students, everyone come here," and drew a ball to see on which team you are. One by one the students took turns picking a ball from the box, and when Midoriya picked one of the balls, it had the letter D on it. He looked at his friends and raised the ball hoping that one of them was on his team, but to his dismay, it wasn't. Kendo had the letter A, Setsuna had F, Kanoko had G, and Tetsu also had A. The boy then frowned a little as he said, I guess I'm going to be alone. But then he looked at his friends with a strong expression as he said, don't expect me to go easy on any of you, and also please don't go easy on me too. I want you all to give it your best. Tetsu then cried saying how Midoriya is being manly, while the girls smiled, or in Kanoko's case gave him a thumbs up. The mushroom girl then felt her shoulder being tapped. She turned around and saw Kiwara holding a ball that said G on it. The boy smiled at her and said, guess we're teammates then. The girl felt very uncomfortable away from her friends, but steeled herself since she can't depend on them forever. She smiled at the boy and said, I guess we are. Midoriya then asked out loud, who has the letter D? A loud groan from his side caught his attention as Tagaru came to his side and said, please say that you're kidding me. Midoriya then slumped as he thought, wonderful, just wonderful. I'm afraid not. The green-haired boy answered. The bug boy then replied, just stay out of my way, and I'll win the exercise for both of us. Midoriya didn't argue, hoping that when their round begins the bug boy would change his mind. Then the teams were announced. Team A, Kendo and Tetsu. Team B, Inagi and Kodai. Team C, Shishida and Shozaki. Team D, Midoriya and Kamakiri. Team E, Tsunotori and Fukudashi. Team F, Takage and Shoda. Team G, Komori and Kiwara. Team H, Rin and Bondo. Team I, Awase and Kaibara. Team J, Tsuburaba and Honuki. The giant then came upon them as he laughed, saying, wonderful, now that the teams were picked, we'll also pick who will be going against whom. The blonde man then revealed another box that had the word hero on it and picked up a ball that said D, and then picked another ball with the letter C from another box with a villain label on it. Both teams C and D looked at each other. Shishida then stepped forward and said, I wish you both the greatest of luck in this exercise. While Midoriya thanked the boy, Tagaru merely scoffed at him. In the end, the placement was like this. Heroes, D versus villains, C. Heroes, F versus villains, J. Heroes, I versus villains, G. Heroes, E versus villains, B. Heroes, A versus villains, H. All Might then approached the villains team and looked at the two young heroes. He then said, heroes, today to win and save the day, you must become villains. Here's a map of the building. You must begin strategizing on how to stop the heroes. You have a 5-minute head start, so go. Two then bowed saying, hi, All Might Sensei. The villains team then went and entered the building. All Might then went to the heroes team and gave them the manual to the building. As he said, heroes, the villains right now are threatening the safety of the civilians. It's your job now to secure the bomb and capture them. Don't forget that you are fighting indoors, so you must keep the damage to a minimum. Here's a manual to help you understand the interior structure of the building. Good luck, heroes. You have 5 minutes before you enter the building to come up with a plan to defeat the villains and secure the bomb. The hero then retreated to the viewing room. Midoriya then looked at the manual and said, I think that the bomb might be on the 5th floor. Given that Shizaki's quirk gives her the perfect defense, it would be reasonable to assume that she will be protecting. In that case, Shishida will be the one going to confront us, so if we fight him together we'll be able to defeat him, and then go on to secure the bomb. Midoriya was cut off by the bug boy who said, be quiet. I told you to stay out of my way. You're only going to slow me down. But you can't win this alone. Shishida is a strong opponent with a strength-enhancing quirk. You can't expect to defeat him that easily on your own. We need to work together, Izuku said, trying to get his teammate to cooperate. The boy looked at him with an unamused look and said, listen, nothing personal, but you're only getting in the way. You just manifested your quirk, and you don't have control over it, which means you're going to break down. Izuku couldn't say the boy wasn't technically wrong, but he had enough of people walking all over, so he said, no, I can control it. A small piece of it, but if you had to go higher, you would break. The blade boy said, so stay here. Midoriya then sighed, but he wasn't deterred. He was going to show that he was worthy of being in this course whether Tagaru liked it or not. He looked at his watch and saw that there were 2 more minutes, so he began to think of a plan to win the exercise, and hopefully make it look like he was working with his teammate. Back in the viewing room, Setsuna said, I don't like this. Her friends looked at her, and Itsuka asked, why not? Just look at the heroes team. The others looked at Izuku and Tagaru, who were standing there without talking to each other. Kanoko then said, shouldn't they be, I don't know, planning how to win this exercise? The others looked again and frowned. Tetsu then said, I heard that Kamakiri wasn't planning to work with Midoriya, but I thought he was kidding. That's really unmanly of him. In the building, Shishida and Shizaki stood beside the bomb, as they began to talk about their plan to defend the bomb and defeat the heroes. So Lady Shizaki, I think the best course of action is that I go and confront the heroes while you stay up here and defend the bomb, given that your quirk offers the best offensive and defensive capabilities. Shishida explained his plan while the girl listened to his plan carefully. The girl nodded his head as she said, I agree with you, Shishida, though I emphasize that you must take Kamakiri out first, since I don't know if his quirk is strong enough to cut my vines or not, but I don't want to take any chances. The boy nodded his head. I also think we shouldn't underestimate Sir Midoriya. Even though he doesn't have experience with his quirk, his intelligence is something that shouldn't be taken lightly. The girl looked at him confused, before remembering how Izuku was able to dissect everyone's quirks in mere moments after every presentation. She then said, noted. Both are highly dangerous. While one is battle-thirsty with his quirk to boost it, the other one is a highly tactical mind. Such an unholy team. But we still have an advantage given that Kamakiri doesn't seem to like Midoriya that much. The boy nodded as he heard All Might. Time's up. Heroes, you can enter the building. The declaration was followed by what seemed like mad laughter echoing through the building. Shishida then walked out of the room, but gave Shizaki one last look before he left. If I return to this room and seem out of control, tie me up, since my quirk's drawback must have kicked in. The girl nodded as the boy walked out. He then turned into his beast form, as he tried to keep himself in control. Focus, focus. I should seriously try Sir Midoriya's advice and meditate to control my beast mode more efficiently. Tagaru was in the zone as he ran through the corridors of the building. He looked around the rooms, hoping to find the bomb. He was going to end this exercise as quickly as possible, and he will win it. He only hoped the lame-ass stutter doesn't get in his way and interrupt his work. He didn't want someone to help him to win this thing. He stopped as he heard heavy footsteps coming from the top of the building. He smiled as he knew that Bigfoot was on the move. He ran as quickly as possible to disable him, and he readied his capture tape. He stood there for a moment, before a giant paw smashed the ground in front of him, but he managed to dodge it. Barely. Shit, he almost got me, Tagaru said as he made two blades come out of his wrists and looked at the giant furry student. Come on, Bigfoot, let me see what you're made of. I'll beat your ass in 3 seconds flat. The giant student snarled at him as he lunged at the boy, smashing his fist into the wall when the smaller boy jumped away from there. Tagaru then jumped at him while slashing his blade at his forearm, causing the giant student to howl in pain. Tagaru then said, not so tough now. The boy was then slammed into a wall by a furry fist, but pulled himself out of it even if he felt a little bit dizzy, and then said, lucky shot. The boy then jumped at the beast-like student, brandishing his blades. He was shocked when the giant boy smirked at him as he dug his claws into the ground and lifted a chunk of rock. Shishida put the rock in front of him, causing Tagaru's blades to clash on it. The bug boy railed back in pain as he felt the similar feeling of his blades being dulled. He frowned. Either he was lying about his quirk drawback, or he still has some cognitive abilities in this form. Whatever the case, I have to find a way to beat him quickly. I don't have. He was cut from his thought as the chunk of rock was sent flying at him. The boy panicked, but the chunk of rock suddenly exploded. The boy looked and saw Midoriya standing in front of him. The green-haired boy looked at him and said, I told you that you need my help. Back in the observation room, Tetsu yelled with excitement, with crocodile tears flowing down his face. That was so manly. He came out of nowhere and stopped the rock with a single punch. Kendo then said, I hope this will make Kamakiri realize that he needs Midoriya's help. The girl didn't like Kamakiri's attitude from the beginning of the class. He treated Midoriya like he was dirt. She was used to people like that trying to tease her due to her interests or her quirk, but that didn't mean she liked them. Yeah, I don't think he's going to admit that he needs help, but most likely will give Midoriya the honor of fighting Shishida, Setsuna said. The others looked at Shishida and were worried that the boy might accidentally hurt anyone. All Might stood there watching the match as he thought, I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but today I'm going to act fairly. I can't show favoritism. You're going to have to prove yourself like the others. He then watched as his successor dodged a strike while dragging the bug boy away from the beast boy. Back with the heroes, Midoriya looked at Kamakiri and said, we need to come up with a plan. No, you stay out of my way. Midoriya sighed as he said, go. The boy looked at him confused before he said, what do you mean? You want to win the exercise, right? Then go, I'll hold back Shishida. The bug boy waited for a moment before standing and walking away, saying, are you sure you can handle him? He didn't want his help, but they were on time, and he didn't want to lose. Yeah, I'm sure I can keep him at bay. Are you sure your blades can cut through Shizaki's vines? Yeah, Tagaru was cut off by a sudden yell. Rahhhh. Both boys looked at their classmate, who looked out of it, and Tagaru ran without the giant boy noticing him as Izuku attacked him with full cowling at 5%. Man, my body stings a little, but I can handle it. The boy then ran at the beast boy, giving him a punch, causing Shishida to fly back and get slammed into a wall. Izuku was shocked for a moment as he thought it would take more than one punch to take Shishida down. He didn't get to dwell too much on this though as the boy rose from the ground growling. It finally hit Midoriya. His classmate's drawback finally hit him. He then quickly dodged a blow from his classmate as he then sent a punch of his own. The giant boy took the blow as he launched his own hit back at the green-haired teen, managing to rip the bunny-like ears. Izuku then yelled, "Detriot smash!" He then smashed his fist into the beast boy's face. The giant boy staggered for a moment before recomposing himself and running back at the green-haired teen at full speed. The boy then swiped his claws at the green-haired boy. Izuku managed to avoid a hit to his face. However, he wasn't lucky enough to avoid being hit in his chest, which caused his costume to be ripped. Izuku then put his hand on his chest and noticed that he was bleeding. I need to retreat to figure out a way to defeat him, Izuku thought as he ran away from the beast teen who was giving chase. The boy then increased the power of his quirk to 7%. He felt his muscles tightening, but he needed to get away from Shishida to form a plan. He knew that the boy was following by using his enhancing smelling abilities, but there. He then thought of something that was a bit mad, but desperate situations call for desperate measures. Back in the viewing room, Tetsu was again yelling about how Midoriya was being manly fighting Shishida till the boy ran away. Hey, running away isn't manly. He was silenced by Setsuna punching him on the head. Can't you see he's trying to come up with a plan? All Might then said, young Takage is right. Sometimes you need to fall back in a fight if you felt that you're losing or need to change your strategy, or if you need to call back up. He then walked up to the mic and said, 10 minutes left. Then Itsuka noticed something Midoriya was doing. What is he doing? She said as she pointed to the screen. Some were horrified while others seemed confused. Only 2 understood his plan. Honuki said, that's a good idea. Setsuna laughed. Greenie, you always manage to surprise me. Then Itsuka realized why Midoriya was doing what he was doing and smiled. He was truly full of surprises. Toguro ran as fast as his feet can carry him, trying to finish the exercise as fast as possible. He then heard that he only has 10 minutes left. Great, another problem to think of. He finally reached the 5th floor. He knew that Shizaki was a tough opponent, so he wasn't going to take this lightly. He ran to the door, popping out his blades as he crashed through it. He looked around only to see what he can describe as a jungle. He quickly dodged a vine coming at him and cut it. He looked and saw the bomb through the tangled vines. He said, give up, villain, and I promise you I'll go easy on you. Shizaki then said in a cold voice, you have sinned, I must punish you in the name of the Lord. Vines began to rush at him as he began cutting them. He dodged a vine that came behind him by jumping to the side. He then ran to the bomb trying to grab it, but was stopped by a vine that captured his leg and sent him flying into the wall. He groaned as he stood up, mentally asking himself, what is it with my classmates slamming me into walls? I think I'll have a concussion at the end of this semester if this becomes a trend. He then saw Shizaki's vines rushing toward him. He cut many of them, but the wave of vines was too much and he was finally captured by the girl. She looked at him as he smirked at her, and then blades popped out of his body, cutting the vines and freeing himself. He then said, it's gonna take more than that to stop me. The girl then put her hands in prayer as she said, you're right, but I already won. The boy was confused, but then he felt something tighten around his left foot. He was shocked to see that the vine girl used his own capturing tape against him. This couldn't be happening, but what happened next proved it. Young Kamakiri have been captured. Pride is one of the 7 deadly sins. You were so focused on finishing the exercise to protect your pride that you didn't notice that your capturing tape fell, or I was slowly bringing it to you. The vine girl told him. The bug boy then smacked his forehead. She was right. He was so focused on winning the exercise alone that he lost focus on everything else. If he was a little more attentive, he noticed her plan. He looked at her and said, you got me. He then smirked, saying, honestly, I didn't think you had in you. I thought you'd be crying that you deceived. He then saw the girl in a praying position as she asked for forgiveness for, as she put it, using wicked ways. He slowly walked out of the room, not wanting to be caught in whatever craziness she was experiencing. He sighed as he said, well, Stutter, I guess it's up to you now. He then walked away, accepting his defeat and reviewing what caused it. Back with Shishida, the boy managed to regain some control. He vaguely remembered fighting Toguro, but then everything went blank for a moment. He only hoped that he didn't hurt anybody. He then picked up Midoriya's scent coming from a certain direction. He quickly ran toward it, and it got closer. He then sensed something wrong. The scent was overwhelming his nose. It was like he was everywhere. He turned around a corner and saw something that made him stop in his tracks. The walls had some spots on them covered with blood. He knew where it came from. Sir Midoriya, I hope I didn't hurt you too much. The boy looked around trying to find the boy's scent, but the overwhelming amount of blood, or at least the way the blood spots were covering the area, overpowered his nose. He looked around confused, not able to determine where the green-haired teen is. He tried to use his other senses, but his eyes couldn't see anything, and it was deadly quiet. In other words, he was outsmarted. Back in the viewing room, Itsuka said, I see. He used his own blood to throw Shishida off his scent. If Shishida can't determine where he is exactly, he can't beat him. That's pretty smart of him, Setsuna said. That's really manly. To use your own blood to win a fight, it's really cool. Tetsu cried with tears in his eyes. All Might stood there astonished by his successor's ingenuity. Young Midoriya, you keep surprising me. The way your brain works is truly remarkable, but… He looked at the blood and shivered. Couldn't you find another way to trick him? Shishida looked around in confusion as he tried to find the green-haired hero. Without his sense of smell, he was lost. He then heard something move quickly. He didn't have time to think as Izuku yelled. Smash! He was then sent flying and got slammed into a wall. The green-haired boy looked at his beast-like friend and brought out his capturing tape. He slowly walked toward him only for the boy to jump attempting to grab him. He barely managed to avoid the furry hand reaching out for him. He looked at the boy and said, I must admit, Shishida, it was kinda naive to expect you to go down from one punch. The beast boy then said, RAHH. He then added, smart move using your blood to throw me off your scent, but it ends here, hero. The boy then rushed at him as he swung his arm toward Izuku, but the green-haired boy jumped, powering his quirk up to 6% and sent a punch to Shishida's face which made the boy fall back, but he came back up quickly. He then swiped his claws at Izuku, who dodged, going under him and giving him another smash. But Izuku was beginning to feel the drawback of his quirk as his muscles began to hurt him, and his bones began to rattle. The beast boy then threw a punch that connected with Izuku's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Izuku then stood up and ran at the boy, who swiped his claws once more. Izuku then jumped up, and the claws struck his legs. He swallowed down his pain as he went to the side, before coming back at the beast boy. He then smashed Shishida in the face with a 15% smash. The beast boy was then sent flying to a wall and crashed into another room through it. Izuku waited for a moment before walking to the boy. He saw that Shishida was now unconscious and in his human form. The boy then pulled out the capture tape and put it around the boy's arms. He then looked at his own body to assess the damage done from the fight with the beast boy. His arm was clearly bruised, not broken. It began to turn red, which in his books was a sign that he can continue. He looked down and saw that his chest was slashed and bleeding, but he can walk through it. Finally, his legs were also bleeding. He then moved them and hissed at the pain, but pushed forward. He then heard All Might say, young Shishida is captured. 5 minutes left. He sighed as he activated full cowling and ran to the 5th floor where thought the bomb with Kamakiri caught. It was up to him to catch the bomb. In the viewing room, Itsuka walked up to All Might and said, Sensei, can you please stop the exercise? The blonde hero looked confused as he asked, why is that, young Kendo? There is still time for this round. Kendo then said, but sir, look at Midoriya. He seems to be in a lot of pain. He can barely stand. All Might then looked at the screen, and it was true. His successor seemed horrible with his chest and legs bleeding, and his arm didn't look too good. He was torn between stopping the boy from harming himself even further or allowing him to continue the exercise. He walked over to the mic not knowing what to say, but Setsuna then said, that's a bad idea. Itsuka looked at her and said, you don't honestly think that allowing Midoriya to continue like this is somehow better? She then pointed to the screen. The lizard girl sighed as she said, no, but we can't coddle him. Midoriya now is in his zone. I mean, look at him, his demeanor is different. The usual stuttering, anxious, and nervous boy is replaced by someone more confident. I think it is best if we see what he will do. If we can't handle small injuries from training, how are we going to be heroes? What Midoriya is doing now is the right thing. In desperate situations, you can't back down. You must overcome your injuries and keep pushing forward because people are depending on you. Itsuka then nodded her head saying, I hope this is a good idea, while Tetsu cried in the background saying that Setsuna was manly. All Might smiled as he said, once again young Takage is right. In situations where everything is hanging in the balance, we must overcome our pain and injuries. We must go beyond. He then lifted his hand as he yelled the school's motto, plus. The students carried on as they yelled, Ultra. Back with Izuku, he managed to reach the 5th floor. He looked at his watch and saw that he only had 3 minutes left. He knew Shizaki was a tough customer, so he had to outsmart her and reach the bomb before she can catch him. He looked at the entrance, which was covered by vines, and powered his quirk to 7%. He then punched the vines, which blew them away. Once he entered the room, he saw the girl in front of him, while the bomb was on the other side of the room. The girl then sent her vines toward him. He then began to try and dodge the vines, which he was able to do successfully most of the time, and in some cases, he had to rip them off. He then ran to the bomb, but a vine caught his leg, causing him to hiss, and threw him back. The girl then said, Midoriya, don't fall into the sin of pride like your friend, and give up. She then saw his state, and added, you are in no state to fight. You fought now honorably, but it ends here. The girl then sent her vines from multiple angles and tied them around the boy. Back in the observation room, they saw Shizaki tie Izuku with her vines, and Itsuka said, please call it off. It's clear he was caught. All Might knew that his successor had 1 minute left. But he was caught. He went to announce his capture, but Setsuna stopped him by saying, "What is Greenie doing?" He looked at the screen and smiled. Izuku knew he was captured, and he didn't have much time left. If only he could hit her from here, he could free himself. He looked at his fingers, and an idea came to him. He then angled his hand from his binds in such a way that it was aimed at the girl. He then powered one for all to 20% as he flicked his finger at the girl, sending a huge burst of wind that not only cut his bindings but hit Ibara in her stomach, causing her to double over. The boy then fell and hit the ground as he looked at his fingers, which were bruised and red. Wonderful, he looked at the girl, then the bomb, and bolted toward the ladder. Ibara then saw Midoriya run toward the bomb, so she sent her vines after him as she said, "You'll not succeed. Give up." The boy then jumped with a quirk, empowering his leap. He was now in front of the bomb with his fingers centimeters away from them, as he also felt the vines slowly catch up to him. And then, seeking advice, pain and extreme pain were what Izuku Midoriya was feeling at the moment. You would think it would be from his injuries from the battle training, but no, it was from Recovery Girl's legendary cane smacking his head. He could only remember waking up from sleep and seeing the old lady frowning at him. And then the chewing out began, as did the beating from her legendary cane that he was sure All Might once said gave him more than a few bruises. But this raises a question in his head. How did it end here in the first place? Right, the battle training. Izuku leaped toward the bomb with a jump empowered by one for all its 6%. He could see the bomb in front of him. It was in his hand's reach, only a few centimeters away, but at the same time, he could feel Ibara's vines beginning to catch on him to try and stop him. It was just in front of him now, but at the same time, Ibara's vines began to coil around his leg. But much to Ibara's dismay, before she managed to get a good grip on him, he put his palm on the bomb, causing All Might to say, "Hero team wins." But even with the declaration, the Vine Girl was too engrossed in the fight that she yanked Izuku back and sent him flying into the other side of the room, causing the blonde hero to yell, "Young Shizaki, the hero team won. The fight has stopped." The girl blinked a little before sighing and saying, "Well, I guess that the Lord was on your side this time." The girl then looked at Izuku and screamed, "Saint Maria, Midoriya, are you all right?" The girl then ran to his side to check on him. But at the same time, Jiroda, who woke up from unconsciousness, entered the room and said, "Lady Shizaki, did something happen? I heard you screaming." He then looked at where the girl was standing and yelped himself, "Oh, dear goodness, Sir Midoriya." Said boy was now laying against the wall. He had a bruised arm, his chest had slash marks, and so did his legs. One of the fingers on his left hand was also bruised and was hurting him like hell. He looked at his classmates' concerned faces and smiled, saying, "I'm all right. There's nothing to worry about." He then promptly passed out. The Beast Boy then heaved his fallen classmate on his shoulder and began to run with him to the infirmary with the Vine Girl on his toes, but was stopped by his teacher saying, "Young Shishida, don't worry about young Midoriya. The medical bots had already arrived and are going to take him to the infirmary." Both the Beast Boy and the Vine Girl frowned. They felt that they were responsible for their classmate's condition and wanted to go with him to the infirmary to make sure he was all right. Jiroda then felt someone tapping on his leg. He looked down and saw two medical bots holding a stretcher. One of the bots then said, "Cough him up, punk." Both of the students' eyes went wide as they felt that they were being mugged and not getting help. He hesitantly put Izuku on the stretcher and began to follow the robot out of concern. But All Might then said, "All right. Everyone who wasn't injured, go to the observation room to discuss who the MVP is." The blonde hero then saw both members of the villain's team looking in the direction where Izuku was going in. He smiled at both students' compassion and spirit, but they were needed, so he said something to comfort them. "Young Shishida, young Shizaki, don't fret, young Midoriya is going to Recovery Girl. He will join us in a little while." Both students looked at each other and then walked with their heads down in shame to the observation room. In Recovery Girl's office, the old lady sat organizing some files in front of her. It was a slow day, as she would call it, not that she was complaining. Today was the first day of the heroic classes. She expected by now that at least 2 or 3 students would have come to her injured, but she smiled. Maybe that huge oaf is a better teacher than he looked like, she thought. Then she shook her head. She knew that thinking too much about this would begin to tempt fate to mess with her. It was as if fate heard her and began laughing as the door of the infirmary opened up and a medical bot entered. The bot then unloaded someone on a bed and said, "There was a kind of a situation." She sighed as she turned around, only to be greeted by the familiar sight of fluffy green hair and a freckled face. The boy then opened his emerald eyes and looked at her. He then coughed a little. When he finally noticed where he was, he said, "Oh, Recovery Girl, funny seeing you here, so how's the weather?" He joked through his pain, hoping to avoid her wrath. The old lady then screamed, "For the love of all that's holy." And with that began a very long lecture about the boy's recklessness. Back in the observation, Ibara, Jiroda, and Tagura entered the room. The first two had a sad look on their face, while the last one had an unreadable expression on his face. All Might then coughed and said, "All right, young heroes, let's get this show on the road. But first, who do you think is the MVP of this exercise?" A lot of murmurs and silenced conservations went through the room, till Juzo raised his hand. The blonde hero then nodded his head. So the student spoke, "I think the Shozaki is the MVP of this exercise." She was the only person who didn't get sidetracked or lost focus of their opponent, like when Shishida lost Kamakiri when Midoriya took him. He then turned to the boy and said, "No offense." The Beast Boy then waved his hand, telling him that it was no problem, and unlike the hero's team, she came up with a plan due to the coordination with her teammate. In other words, the hero's team's victory was a very close call. Finally, she used her quirk in such a manner that was both offensive and defensive, which led to Kamakiri's capture, so I think that she should be the MVP. All the other students began to give nods of agreement, with Shizaki beaming with happiness, even though it didn't appear on her because she was still feeling a little guilty about Izuku's condition. All Might then said, "Great observation, young Honuki. What you said was quite true. Young Shizaki played her role very well. She even managed to drag young Kamakiri into a trap to capture him, and also managed to give young Midoriya a hard time." But inside the hero's head he said, "Man, these students are scary when they want to be." He then noticed Takage and Kendo's hands rose, so he said, "Young Takage and young Kendo, do you have anything to say?" "Actually, we think that Midoriya should be the MVP," Kendo said, with the lizard girl nodding her head. The hero then said, "Please, explain your reasoning." "Well, you see, All Might, indeed, Midoriya didn't work with his teammate. But it wasn't his fault, it was due to his teammate's refusal to work." Setsuna then glared toward the bug boy, who was still in deep thought, so he was forced to work with what he had. He accurately predicted that Kamakiri won't be able to beat Shishida in a one-on-one match, and told him to go and fight Shizaki, who he had better luck with. He then fought off Shishida, and managed to get the drop on him by using his blood to mislead him to his direction. The blonde hero then shivered, remembering the scene, but the girl continued, and add to that, when he was captured by Shizaki, he used his quirk in a way to break his bindings while also hitting her, disabling her for a while. So I think he should be the MVP, given to the strategies and methods he used to win the exercise. Other students began to agree with her, citing how Izuku single-handedly won the exercise. All Might then smiled as he said, "Well said, young Takage. Young Midoriya managed to win the exercise by using his wits, even though he was outnumbered. So we can reach an agreement that both young Shizaki and young Midoriya are both tied for the MVP of this round." He then looked at his clipboard and said, "All right, now, let's move to the next set. Team F versus Team J now. Young Honuki and young Tsuburaba, please make over to the building to start with your plan." The two boys nodded as they walked away to the building to start planning their plan to defend the bomb. All Might then walked to both Takage and Shota, saying, "Young heroes, the villains are in their hideout. You must find the bomb and disable their plans." He then walked away after handing them the layout of the building, as he did to the previous team. Takage looked at Shota and said, "So what are thinking of glasses?" The boy then tapped his chin as he said, "Both of our quirks naturally complement one another. If you manage to hit them, I can double the amount of force where the hit happened. So it's a win for us." The girl said, "Hardly," the boy replied before continuing. "While we can definitely take out Tsuburaba without a doubt, Honuki is a different matter entirely. His quirk can allow him to go under us and trap us without altering us. So we should be vigilant in each step we take in this building." The girl then nodded her head, as she then heard the buzzing sound announcing their entrance. Inside the building, Honuki looked at his partner and said, "Follow the plan, so we can win this." The hero team then entered the building and walked carefully to the first floor, but found nothing. So they continued their trek to the second floor and also found nothing. They decided to venture deeper into the third floor and try their luck. Once they arrived there, something jumped out, or rather someone. The hard air user then jumped in front of them and created an air barrier. The boy then ran as Shota used double impact to break the shield, and they ran after him. The girl then disconnected her body and sent them flying. She tried to catch the boy, but every time she came close to him, he breathed out an air barrier. So the girl's floating mouth said, "Come on, dude, did you ever hear of a breath mint?" The boy smirked as he said, "I keep them fresh for you, lizard brain." The girl frowned as she sent her arm in the adjacent corridor and said, "It's on, bubble boy." The girl then sent one of her pieces and tried to hit him, but he erected an air shield. But what he didn't count on was a piece moving around the shield and punishing him in the face. He then fell, but bolted up quickly as he said in his head, "Come on, only a couple more steps." The boy then looked forward, and his eyes widened as he saw Shota with Takage's hand. He looked back. The fist went directly toward him, but he blew and hardened some air. But then he fell into their trap. The girl's body parts began to rotate around him and hit him from various angles, with Shota activating his quirk. Soon enough the boy fell, declaring his defeat as Takage tied her capture tape around him. Young Tsuburaba has been captured. 10 minutes remain. Their teacher's voice echoed through the hallways. So we captured one. I detach my eye and look for the other, Takage said as one of her eyes disconnected from her body and searched the building quickly. But they didn't notice two hands appearing from under them. The hands then grabbed onto their ankles and began to drag them into the cement. Before they can even react, they were neck deep down there. Suddenly Juzo began to appear in front of them and said, "Well, I guess that's that. Pity, I have to wait till runs out so I can win. I didn't capture you after all." "And what makes you so sure that you won?" Takage asked. "Because you're clearly stuck," the boy replied, but then felt a sudden tug on one of his arms only to look and see the girl's capture tape around it. The boy then hit his forehead for his oversight. "Young Honuki has been captured. Can you set us free now?" Takage asked the softening user. He chuckled a little as he said, "No, I thought so." She then sent her arms and eyes and began to search the building. But she still didn't find anything. When her part still didn't find anything on the fifth, she said, "I can't find it." Shota then said, "Did you look on the roof?" The girl's eyes widened as her arms went flying with one of her eyes to the roof. She then saw the bomb there and touched it, signaling their victory. "Hero team wins. I guess you won after all." Honuki then walked over and activated his quirk and began to lift the two from their cement prison. That was close for comfort. She then looked at the mud man and asked, "I thought you said that when you use your quirk the entire area is affected." "I just tried Midoriya's advice about focusing only on my surroundings," the boy answered. "What did the greenie tell you?" Satsuna asked, interested. "He said that I should try and focus only on softening my surroundings. That way I can travel underground without altering anyone to my presence." The boy then stroked his chin. "Might want to invest some kind of breathing apparatus in my suit though." He then looked at them and fell forward. Both of the students caught him as the air-hardening boy came and saw the scene, so he asked, "Dude, why are you so tired?" "I never tried focusing my softening only on my surroundings. It's harder than it looks. Honestly, I'm surprised I managed to get them out of the ground," Juzo admitted, but the last part was quiet. Both Satsuna and Naranjeki sighed a breath of relief. So the lizard girl said, "Come on, Buckethead, let's go to the observation room." Back with Izuku, he was covering himself from the old lady's cane, which somehow hurt more than his injuries. 1 week, Yumini-off. That's all I asked for, 1 week without you getting injured." The old lady screamed at him as he bowed repeatedly to her and begged for her forgiveness. "Come, recovery girl. I mean, it was my first heroics class. I had to leave an impression. I couldn't just sit around." The boy tried to defend himself only to earn a cane to the head. Not sitting around is something, but going plus ultra on your body is something else. For the love of hell, your power isn't something you use, it's something you get used to, recovery girl told him. But All Might used 100% right off the bat. He was then smacked again on his head, as the lady said, "That giant oaf is putting too much pressure on you. Listen here, take things slowly, alright, and don't injure yourself." "Geez, recovery girl, for a moment there I thought you just don't want to heal my injuries anymore. How about I don't come here anymore?" This remark earned him another whack as the old lady screamed at him. "Clearly, you didn't listen to what I said before I fixed you up." She then sighed as she said, "Sonny, it's like I don't want to heal you. It's just that your body has its limits that if I pass will make my quirk dangerous for you, and it may kill you." The boy went pale as he imagined his tombstone with the phrase "died by healing quirk." He then asked the old heroine, "Really?" "Yes, my quirk worked on speeding up the recovery of your body by using your stamina." She then yelled, "So stop going plus ultra on your body at its expense." The boy then exited the infirmary as he walked back to his class. When he reached the room, he knocked on the door of the observation room and walked inside. Once everyone saw him, his friends barreled toward him and began to ask him if he was alright. First was Tetsu, who said, "Midoriya, you were so manly, but are you alright? You looked so horrible the last time I saw you." Kinoko then piped up, "Izuku, are you still hurt? You seemed that you were put in a blender when they took you to the infirmary." Kendo then popped up, "Seriously, Midoriya, you really made us worried. I thought for a moment there we actually managed to lose you." Satsuna then said, "Come on guys, you can see that he is dandy fine. Give him some space." Izuku only laughed at them as he waved his hands saying, "It's alright guys, I'm fine as you can see. I was only hurt a little so there's nothing to worry about." His friends then backed down, and he then asked, "So what did I miss when I was out of action?" Satsuna then tapped her chin and said, "Well Greenie, if you want to catch up on what happened, then you and Shizaki were declared MVP of your exercise. I won my own and was declared MVP. Shroomy over there won her match and was also declared the MVP of her own round." She then looked at the screen as she said, "Now, it's mostly Pony and Fukudashi's match against Ghosty and Silent Queen." The boy then smiled as he pulled out his notebook from nowhere, shocking his friends as he said, "That's good. I'm not too late to take notes." His friends' sweat dropped at how he pulled a notebook from nowhere, and one question went through their minds: where did he even get the notebook from? The boy then began to walk forward to the screen as he began to take down notes, as he watched the team of the Ghost and Silent Girl lay carnage on the hero's team, who was having a hard time due to the communication barrier. He then wrote down note to self, teach Tsunotori Japanese. He then noticed All Might walking toward him, as he said, young Midoriya, you're all right. I hope Recovery Girl didn't rough you too much. The hero then shivered, remembering her cane like he was going through some war flashbacks. The boy then chuckled as he said, no, not really, though she did say that I have to try and stop coming to her infirmary because I'm about to break the record of injuries in the first week of school. The boy then felt something tap on his shoulder. He looked back to see both Jiroda and Ibara with their heads down. The boy was alarmed as he said, hey guys, is there something wrong? You both seem kinda down. Can I help you in any way? He was shocked when both students bowed down as Jiroda explained the reasoning behind their actions. Sir Midoriya, we're both extremely sorry for the huge amount of harm that we caused to you. I can understand if you don't want to forgive us. We were in an exercise, and yet we inflicted heavy damage on you. Ibara then carried on as she said, what he is saying is true. We hurt you horribly. We have sinned heavily. And I have heard at the end of the exercise when you were declared as the victor, but still, I fought you. Can you find it in your heart to forgive us? The boy just stood there confused a little as he tried to process. Did they really apologize to him? Is this really happening? He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. But still, his friends were in front of him apologizing, so he just had to ask, are guys really apologizing to me? Ibara then looked at him and said, yes, it's the right thing to do. Is there something wrong? The boy then shook his head as he said, no, I mean it's just weird. I was never apologized to before. But in any case, there's nothing for you to apologize for. The Beast Boy then rose up and said, but Izuku then raised his arm as he said, this was an exercise, so we couldn't afford to hold back, so there are no hard feelings. In fact, I'm much better now. The boy then looked at the screen to see that Yanagi managed to capture Pony, ending the fourth battle, as All Might looked at him thinking, young Midoriya, how couldn't I see it earlier? To think you were being bullied, and I saw the signs but never asked. I'm truly ashamed of myself, but I promise you that I will make it up for you by being the best mentor I can. He heard from Nezu what happened yesterday in the cafeteria, and angry would be an understatement regarding how he felt. But he couldn't do anything as the guilty party was already given his just punishment. Villain's team wins, he declared as he then added, please, all students report back to the observation room, and those who are injured let the bots take you to Recovery Girl. The four students then arrived at the class, and they began to discuss the MVP of this exercise, before finally landing on Yui for her planning of the entire match. That's correct, young Kodai managed to win the exercise through her careful plans. Now the last group, Team O versus Team H, please prepare for your match. The villains team made of both Rin and Bondo made their way to the building as they began to plan their best course of action. Rin then said, I have a plan, but I need you to be ready. How much Semidine can you produce and go? The giant then stroked where his chin should be as he said, a lot. The dragon scale user then nodded his head as he said, my plan has one shoot, it works or it fails, so what do you say? He looked at the giant who gave him a thumbs up. So the Chinese student then began to tell him his plan. At the entrance of the building, Kendo stood there with Tetsu as she looked at him and said, so how is this going down? Can't we just go in there and catch them or something? The steel boy asked. The girl smacked her forehead as she said, no, we can't do that. We need a plan, not wing it. The boy shrugged as he said, I offer manliness, not brains. The girl couldn't help but laugh a bit as she said, I'm sure you do, Tetsu. She then began to stroke her chin a little as she said, I say we first try to take out Bondo, because if we're caught off guard by him and he managed to glue us to the ground, there's no telling how strong his glue is. Okay, but what about Rin? The girl then lifted her hand as she said, I didn't train in martial arts for nothing, you know. I'll take care of him. The buzzer then went off telling them that they can enter the building. She then walked inside the building as they looked around. But the moment they stepped into the second floor, Tetsu saw something in his peripheral vision as he pushed Kendo and activated his quirk. He then was hit by scales as the dragon scale user then ran inside a corridor. The metal boy then looked at Kendo asking her, are you alright? Yeah, I'm thanks to you. She then looked at where the Chinese boy ran and said, let's follow him. They continued to walk till Kendo stopped Tetsu and said, look over there. In front of them, there was a ton of Bondo's quirk. No doubt it was to make them stuck. Itsuka then said, it would take more than this to stop us. She then saw something move and jumped, enlarging her fist as she punched the side of the wall, causing Rin to jump from behind it and say, damn, I thought I can get you off guard. The girl jumped to combat as she sent a fist to her opponent, but he avoided it by jumping backward. Tetsu, not wanting to be out of the fun, activated his quirk and tried to punch Rin in the face. The boy then fired some dragon scales at Tetsu, causing him to back off, before sending a kick to the big hand user who managed to block it. Itsuka then tried to uppercut him, but he dodged. He then ran down the corridor with both teens following him. Rin looked at them and activated his quirk, firing plenty of scales at his opponents, which made them jump to the side as they tried to avoid him. The metal boy then said, "Enough of this." He then made his entire body steel as he took the barrage of dragon scales as they followed the boy. Izuku then said, "Good work, Tatsu." The boy only flashed her sharp-toothed grin as they began to manage to catch up to Rin. Izuku then used Tatsu as a jumping board as she leaped on him, and delivered an air kick to Rin, who barely got out of the way. Before the boy can react, a fist met his face from Tatsu. Rin then looked around him and backed into a room. Itsuka noticed this and smiled. She then ran up as she enlarged her fist and punched Rin, who was occupied with Tetsu, into apparent unconsciousness. She then ushered for Tetsu to follow her inside the room as he carried Rin. She then kicked the door and jumped into it only to see it empty. She was confused till she heard her partner yell. She then saw Rin blast Tetsu in the head as he jumped away from him and began blasting at her and Tetsu, forcing them to fall to the ground. She didn't have time to get up as something fell on her and began to harden. It was Bondo's quirk. She looked up to see Bondo, who said, "Surprise." In mere moments, she and Tetsu were stuck to the ground as the boy groaned, and she said, "Well, you can't win everything." Rin then walked up to them and tied the capture tape around their bodies as the speakers said, "Villain's team wins. Now, can you get us out of here?" Itsuka asked as both boys began to help them. In the end, it was decided that Rin was the MVP of this match, but Kendo's sharp wits and skills were praised by her friends. By the end of the lesson, All Might stood in front of the class as he said, "Young heroes, you all did wonderful today, but now for the most important part of being a hero." The students looked at him confused as he yelled, "A heroic exit." And with that, the hero then sped away with the students gawking at him, especially Izuku. After everyone went and changed their clothes, Izuku and his friends stayed together in the cafeteria. Kendo then said, "Ugh, I think there's still some of Bondo's quirk stuck in my hair," she said as she removed a chunk of hardened glue from her ponytail and pouted, saying, "This takes me forever to make it." Her friends then laughed at her reactions as she said, "I hope one day you get to experience this." Satsuna then said, "Well, I think Greenie over here won't mind. I mean, look at his hair, it's as messy as it can get." The boy in question pouted as he said, "My hair isn't messy. It's just naturally like this. And also, why do you call me Greenie when your hair is also green?" The splitting girl then stroked her chin as she said, "You're right. It's not fair I call you Greenie when I also have green hair." She then disconnected her head and floated him to Izuku's face as she said, ... But do you know what that means?" The boy blushed as he thought. Too close. He then shook his head as he said, "What?" The girl then laughed as she hugged his arm, causing him to steam as she said, "That means we're the green team." Itsuka then neck-chopped the lizard girl as she said, "That's enough said, leave him alone already." The boy then said, "Takage, I need to ask you something." The girl then lifted her head and said, "Ask away, green buddy. How does your costume work? I mean, you can freely disconnect your parts while using it, but how?" he asked as he summoned his notebook and a pen. Tetsu then whispered into Kanoko's and Itsuka's ears, "We seriously have to ask him where he hides this book." Both girls then nodded their heads. Satsuna then smiled. "What do you mean, Midoriya? You have been checking me out, didn't you?" The boy panicked as he waved his arms, saying, "No, I swear that's what I wasn't doing. I was just curious about how your hero suit worked." He then felt a finger put on his lips as the girl said, "SHHH, there's no need to lie. I know that I'm irresistible, so if you want I can take you out on a date." She laughed as Midoriya stuttered a reply to her accusation. She then said, "Calm down, Greenie, I'm joking. Now as for your question." She then pointed to her hair as she began to explain. "The costume is made from my DNA after I gave the support company a couple of strands from my hair." She then closed in as she whispered, "I can give you a little if you want." The boy chuckled as he blushed lightly. "No, thank you. But how does it work, and how does it differ from a regular costume?" "Always asking the right questions, Greenie," she said as she then began to explain. "My costume is made from my DNA, which was embedded into it. That means that whenever I use my quirk while inside my suit, the suit will obey my orders since it technically became a part of my quirk. And it differs from regular costumes in that if I used one I would have to go butt naked every time I split, or I will be restricted since my parts aren't free to move. In fact, I have a couple of gym uniforms that were made from my DNA." The boy was sitting furiously in his notebook as he said, "Wow, that's so cool." He then began muttering about how Takage was cool, making the girl blush a little as she chuckled at his muttering. She then flicked him when he began to turn blue. "Breath, Greenie, breath." The boy then stopped as he scratched the back of his head. He then said, "Today was awesome. I mean, it was our first step to becoming actual heroes. Though I wish I did better." The last part was quiet, but they heard him. Tetsu then said, "What do you mean, Midoriya? You were so manly today. How you kept fighting on even when you were extremely hurt. It was so cool." Itsuka then gave her 2 cents. What Tetsu said was right. "You did amazing today, all things considered. Though you do to learn some type of fighting style because punching can take you so far." She didn't forget to add some constructive criticism for his own sake since he couldn't just keep a style of randomly punching his opponent. Kinoko then added shyly, I thought you were cool. Setsuna then exclaimed, dude, are kidding me? Today, you were awesome. I mean the way you used your blood to trick Beast Boy. And how you caused a hurricane by flicking your fingers. I mean given that Bug Boy wasn't a team player, and you won the exercise single-handedly, I thought you did more than enough. The boy chuckled as he said, really thanks guys. But I'm only sorry that I didn't see all your matches, but I bet you were really great. Setsuna then smiled as she hugged Kinoko. You should have seen Shroomy over here. She covered the entire building with mushrooms, as her partner jumped from one black mushroom to another. Once the welder boy and spinning Jack entered the building, they were down for the count. I mean when they thought they caught Kiwaro, Shroomy was like Shroom as she covered them with mushrooms and won the round. I think they'll have nightmares for weeks. While Setsuna was telling the boy how Kinoko won, said girl was blushing while Izuku was writing down notes. That was really cool of you, Komori. I see that you did an awesome job. Izuku complimented the mushroom girl who blushed as she thanked him. Tetsu then frowned as he said with a sad aurora around him, is it only me and Kendo who lost their match? It's not a big deal, Tetsu. I mean you did your best, but everyone loses once in a while, so don't beat yourself about it. Izuku said as he turned to Itsuka. Kendo, you said that I need to learn some fighting styles, right? The girl nodded as Izuku then asked, can you teach me? The girl looked at him and smiled, I would be happy to. She then stood up and grabbed Izuku and told him, let's go talk to Kan-sensei so we reserve a training room for us. He then saw Setsuna walk up saying, I'll help too. Izuku looked at the other two and said, if you see Pony tell her to meet tomorrow morning so I can help her with her Japanese. Vlad was not having a good day. He frowned as looked at the results from Nezu's investigation in Aldera High, the school where Izuku went before coming to UA. He was half set on going there and tearing it down brick by brick, but from what Nezu told him he was already on it. He then heard a knocking sound on his door. So he said, enter. He looked only to see 3 of his students enter the room, before Itsuka stood in front of him and said, Sensei, can we reserve a room for the afternoon today? And a couple of days in the coming weeks. The blood hero then stroked his chin as he said, why do you need that? The girl rubbed her shoulder, saying, well Sensei, Midoriya asked me for some help in his fighting style, so I thought I could use one of the training rooms in UA. That is if there's no problem. The blood hero then shook his head saying, no, just out of curiosity. It's a good thing that you brought this up because I was about to talk with Midoriya about this. The students then tilted their heads and asked, what? I was going to take Midoriya and train him in the afternoon in a sort of after-school activity to help him increase the amount of energy he can handle in his quirk, Vlad explained. The students nodded their heads, as he said, now since that is covered, meet after the classes end in the training ground Gamma. The students nodded their heads as they returned to their classes. Vlad then picked up his phone saying, Cementos, I need a favor from you to ask. Meet me this afternoon in the training ground Gamma. The 3 students then walked together to their class. As Izuku said, I can't wait to see what Vlad Sensei is going to give us. I think you mean you, Greenie. Plus, you're excited about anything regarding heroes. Setsuna said as she came to learn from the previous 2 days that Izuku is a huge hero nerd. Hahaha, I guess so. But I still think it's very cool that a pro hero will train us privately, Izuku said as he walked beside the 2 girls. Kendo then looked at him and said, Midoriya, bring today your game because I won't go easy on you during training. The boy smiled as he nodded his head. They then entered their classroom as their regular subjects began. In the afternoon as school ended, the 5 friends walked out of their classroom as Kendo asked Tetsu and Kinoko if they wanted to come. Are you guys sure you don't want to join us? The more the merrier. Tetsu said, I'm sorry I can't, I have to go visit a relative of mine today. Plus the math homework is something out of hell. This earned him from Setsuna, if you don't sleep during the class, you won't find it hard. Shut it, a lister. You don't know the amount of torture I go through. And I still can't get how you barely study and get high grades. Tetsu said as the girl smirked and said, a magician never reveals his secrets. The mushroom girl then said, I really want to, but I need to train my quirk a little bit. I found new formulas that I want to test out. Maybe tomorrow I'll join you. The 5 then went their way, as Tetsu and Kinoko left to go home, and Itsuka, Setsuna, and Izuku went to training ground Gamma. When they entered, they saw Vlad King standing with their literature teacher Cementos. The latter was asked by Vlad, now, I want you to make for me a couple of ramps, blocks, and walls. The cement user then began to manipulate the cement of the area and formed a couple of pillars, ramps, and some blocks. He then looked at Vlad and said, is that to your liking? The blood hero looked, nodding his head in satisfaction, and said, thank you very much, Cementos. The cement hero then bowed and exited the room. Vlad looked at the students and said, Midoriya, before you can begin with Kendo helping with your fighting style, I want to gauge your control over your quirk. In other words, I want you to use the highest percentage your body can handle without feeling any type of backlash. The boy then nodded and began to activate full cowling. It only took a couple of seconds, but Vlad said in his head, might want to work on the time he needs to activate his quirk. He then picked up his watch and said, go. The boy then began to increase the percentage till he reached 6% without feeling anything. He then tried to up it to 7%, but he felt his muscles tighten, so he said, I think that 6% is my upper limit right now. The blood hero nodded, as he said, Midoriya, do you see that course that Cementos set? The boy nodded, I want to complete it as fast as you can. The boy then nodded as he began to run through the walls and jump the ramps. He was running around with green lighting coursing over his body. This intrigued Setsuna, who said, I wonder, what are the lightning bolts that are coursing on his body? The blood hero then said, I think maybe it's the excess energy being filtered out so it won't hurt him. But if that's the case, can he use it as some sort of lighting attack? Kendo then looked at the green-haired girl and said, look, Midoriya is already rubbing off on you. The girl then laughed as Vlad said, if you want I can put a training course for you too. The two girls paled as they remembered the warm-ups he put them through and said, no thanks. The blood hero shrugged. Izuku then finished as he said, what do I have to do next? Shave the time you need to activate your quirk, Vlad said. He then looked at the lizard girl and said, Takage, use your quirk to hit Midoriya from all angles so he would cut down the time he needs to activate his quirk. The girl then nodded as she asked, hey Greenie, what is your time to activate your quirk? 6 seconds. Good, because they're about to become 3 seconds. The girl said as she disassembled her body and sent a piece toward Izuku, who tried to activate his quirk but hit him upside the head with a floating piece. He then tried to activate while dodging but got nailed in the back by a floating hand. Come on Greenie, put some more effort into it. The girl taunted him. He then finally ran as he finally managed to activate his quirk. He then jumped above the pieces, but one hit him in the face when he was distracted by dodging a piece. He fell face first as the girl's head hovered above him saying, try harder, Greenie. He then stood up, and this process continued for about half an hour before the girl called it quits. Itsuka then walked up front as she said, let's Midoriya, let me see your pose while fighting. The boy took a stance as the girl began to evaluate his stance. She saw that it wasn't too bad, but still, it could be better. She then said, listen Midoriya, your stance is not bad, but try to bend your knees a little. Also try to keep your right elbow closer to your body because it will help protect your ribs and vital organ. Also, try to raise the heel of your feet a little, okay. The boy quickly did as the girl told him, and she said, perfect. Now, let's spar a little. She knew that this will answer her question from the beginning of the year about who will win her technique or his strength. But will it though? He clearly doesn't know how to fight properly, so maybe she should wait till he developed fighting skill of his own. The spar then started as Izuku tried to punch her, but she ducked under his fist and delivered a hit of her own which Izuku blocked. She then tried to grab Izuku's hand to throw him over her shoulder, but the boy managed to reverse it somehow, but she broke herself free before he got the chance to throw her. The girl nodded as she said, good, Midoriya. They then continued, sparring by exchanging hits. But then Izuku was taken by surprise at one point when the girl swept his feet, causing him to fall to the ground before she grabbed his hand and pinned him down till he gave up. The boy then sat up and said, can't say I saw you using your feet given that you're mostly a hand-to-hand combat person. That's the point, Midoriya. If the villain thinks that I'm only good as a hand-to-hand combater, he will be caught off guard when I use my legs. She then scratched her head as she said, why didn't you use yours? She remembered a couple of moments where he would have gained the upper hand if he used kicks instead of punches. He chuckled nervously as he said, would you believe me if I said I forgot about them? The girl then broke into laughter with Vlad and Setsuna joining her. As the gingerhead said, only you can say that, Midoriya, and be completely serious. When she stopped laughing, she said, okay, let's spar a couple more times before we called it off. The two then did 5 more spars. All of their victories went to Kendo, but Izuku was one time very close but slipped and failed due to his shoelace coming off. The green-haired boy sat with the 2 girls, as he said, well, that was really helpful. Itsuka then said, indeed, but don't worry Midoriya, you seem like a smart person and a fast learner, you'll get there eventually. Vlad then stood in front of them and said, all right Midoriya, break time is over. Time for the last exercise of the day, fighting me. The boy looked at him before gulping. What followed in the next 15 minutes was Izuku trying to fight Vlad. He managed to do well given that the pro was holding back a lot. When he finished his training with Vlad, he walked to the changing rooms and took a shower before heading out home with Setsuna and Itsuka, with the latter advising on how to perfect his fighting style while the former teased him. During the time that Izuku was being trained, someone else was going through his own version of hell. It was none other than Katsuki Bakugo. He walked with a glare on his face toward Hound Dog's office and knocked on the door. When he received an answer, he entered and said, okay, let's get this over with so I can go home. The dog hero then sighed, as it didn't begin yet, and somehow the boy managed to give him a headache. Listen, hair boy, I'd take this seriously if I were you. Your whole hero career is depending on my results. The boy glared at him, as the hero then asked, let's start with something simple. What is your problem with Izuku Midoriya? The hero could have sworn he saw the devil manifest for a second when the green-haired boy's name was mentioned. He's a Deku who doesn't his place. I only attacked him because he needs to remember that he is nothing but a pebble in front of me. I didn't even do anything wrong. And why is he a pebble? And why do you think he's in your way? He's a quirkless loser. Do you need any more? He's weak, and yet he thinks he can be a hero. I've reminded him that he won't ever be one. He's always been in my way saying that he's going to be a hero without a quirk. The boy said through gritted teeth. First off, Midoriya isn't quirkless. He has one. And second, what is your problem with him being a hero and a quirkless one at that? How is that in your way? Deku has a quirk. Impossible. You didn't answer my question. How is he trying to be a hero gets in your way? The boy, who was shocked by the new information about his old victim having a quirk, then said, it's because he is weak and he's a useless Deku. So what I can deduce is that you don't have any actual reason except he's quirkless. Do I need more? What kind of delusional moron thinks he can be a hero without a quirk? The boy shouted. Well, given that there are some heroes who don't have battle-worthy quirks exist, a quirkless hero isn't out of the realm of possibility. Your own homeroom teacher is the closest thing to a quirkless hero, but you don't seem to have a problem with him because he has a quirk. A quirkless person is the scum of society. They should always remember that they are nothing but extras in this world. They aren't worth throwing an insult at them. Bakugo said. The dog hero frowned as this had the Meta-Human Liberation Army prints all over it. Well, America's number 2 hero seems to disagree with you. He's quirkless, you know. The dog hero said. Bullshit, the boy retorted. There's no way a Deku could reach this level. The next hour went on with Bakugo saying how quirkless people are worthless, and the dog hero trying to get to the root of the problem. Finally, Bakugo walked outside the office. As he stomped home, he saw Izuku with his friends walking home. He was half tempted to attack him right there and now to know about the whole Deku has a quirk thing, but he bit it in knowing that it may lead to him losing his spot in the hero course. Deku, have you been looking down on me this entire time by hiding your quirk? I don't care how, but I will get to the bottom of this and force you to give me answers as to where you have a quirk. Bakugo thought as he walked home. A new threat appears. Our reports from several sources are saying that our very own symbol of peace, All Might, is now a teacher at UA. A reporter with horns coming out of her head said before turning to her co-host and asking, what do you think about this development, Yasaku? The man who had a small physical mutation in the shape of a gem in the center of his head then said, I think this will be very beneficial for the heroes of tomorrow to learn from such a man how to be a hero. A man who had years of heroics under his belt, and now is planning to work with the future generation to secure a brighter world. I can tell you, Hanabi, that the world will be a better place. There you had it, folks, our special report about the symbol of peace teaching at UA. And now in other news, the TV was turned off as a man began to violently scratch his neck. The man was a blue-haired individual who had very crusty and dry skin. He was wearing a blue shirt with jeans. He then said, Kurogiri, pour for me another drink. This news report gave me a bad headache. Yes, Master Tamura, Kurogiri said as he began pouring the drink. The man in question was entirely made of mist, wearing a bartender's outfit. He also had yellow eyes that pierced through the mist with a metal collar around his neck. As he finished pouring the drink, he then slid it to the man known as Tamura. Tamura then said as a creepy smile adorned his face, so the rumors are correct, All Might is teaching at UA. He then looked at Kurogiri and said, so is everything ready for tomorrow? Yes, young Master Tamura, everything is ready for tomorrow, Kurogiri said to the boy as he bowed down. Tamura then took the drink from Kurogiri, making sure to let his pinky not touch the glass, and drank it, before grasping it with his 5 fingers, which made the glass decay and turn into dust. He then turned to a picture of All Might hanging on the wall of the bar and said, tomorrow, symbol of peace, the world will see how fragile their hero society. They will see how their system is unreliable. He then walked up to the poster, pressing his fingers against it as the picture and a small part of the wall decayed and became dust. He then looked at Kurogiri saying, clean this up, I'm going to play a video game. The mist man then picked up a broom as Tamura went to his room to play. Behind both of them was a screen that connected to somewhere. Through the screen was a figure who was connected to multiple life support machines. The figure then grinned as he wondered how will tomorrow's events play out. The feed was then cut out as the figure laughed a little before he contacted someone and asked, is it ready? The next day, Izuku woke up from his slumber, but he didn't feel very well. This could be majorly attributed to him fighting Vlad King. He was seriously excited that he fought a real-life pro. Granted, he trained with All Might for 10 months, but he never fought with him. It was truly exciting that he lasted against Vlad the time he did. Granted that the pro was holding back, way back. Izuku then jumped out of his bed and went to the bathroom, and he began to brush his teeth, readying himself for a new school day at UA. He quickly put on his uniform and went to the kitchen to have breakfast with his mom. His mother, Inko Midoriya, who was a short chubby woman with green hair, greeted him with a smile as she asked, "How is my little hero today?" The boy smiled at his mom and said, "I'm good, Mom. Can I have a sandwich to go?" The mother then gave him one. And a small bento, saying, "If you feel hungry during training here, eat from these." The boy then bowed down and thanked her. He then wore his iconic red shoes and went out, finally dropping his smile. Even though he loved his mother dearly, he hated how she started to fake smiles around him ever since he started going to UA. He could tell that she was faking it. It hurt that his mother didn't believe in his dreams, but he knew that she'll come around eventually. On the other side of the door, Inko sat down with a sad face. It was truly hard, but she couldn't help it. Her only son, whom she long thought that he was quirkless, had a quirk. He passed the UA entrance exam and got a seat in the hero course. She didn't want to discourage him from his dreams. But why be a hero? There are safer options where you can still help people, like a cop, doctor, or firefighter, so why was her son deadest on becoming one? She knew she was being selfish by wishing he would quit his dreams, but she couldn't help it. Every time she sees him, she only sees a weak, quirkless boy that needs protection from the world around him. She then shook her head, remembering a very bad day, saying, "No, Izuku is following his dreams. I need to support him." She then looked at a picture of a small Izuku with her as she said, "I'm sorry I failed you as a mother, Izuku, but I promise from now on I'll support your dream with everything I have." Back with Izuku, he had just finished his trip to UA on the train and was walking to the school when something, or rather someone, grabbed him, covering his eyes as the individual said, "Guess who?" The boy smiled as he said, "Good morning, Takage." The girl smiled as she greeted back, "Well, good morning to you too, handsome." The boy then blushed a nuclear red as the girl began to laugh at his reaction, saying that he was really funny. They then walked together to the school and began to chat with each other. Takage asked him, "So Greenie, what do you think Vlad sensei will teach us today?" "I highly doubt that they will give us another exercise after tomorrow." The boy hummed as he stroked his chin. "I agree. I think that Vlad sensei will mostly review our fights and will give us notes on how to improve our performance." The girl nodded as she added, "Maybe also he will tell us how to increase the efficiency of our quirks in situations like these, since some of us were limited by the environment we were training in." She finished as Izuku nodded his head. He then looked around and said, "Odd, usually the others would be here walking with us by now." Takage then said, "Well, Shroom and Metalhead are running late while Kendo came here early so she can train a little." The boy nodded, and he tried to say something but was cut off when both he and Takage were surrounded by reporters asking them questions. "How is it like to be taught by All Might? Was he a good teacher? Did he pass over his experience to you? Was he inspirational like in the news?" The two students were dazed by the number of questions that were being thrown at them before noticing several students facing the same predicament. So Takage quickly thought of something as she said, "Let us go. We'll be late for our business class." The reporters then left them alone quickly and went to talk with some students from Class 1, and mainly Uraraka and Ida, as they were infected by the plague. Takage said, "Huh, suckers." She then grabbed Izuku's arm before dragging him into the school, saying, "Let's go before they realize that we tricked them." The boy was stunned, for lack of a better term, since he wasn't used to this type of attention before or ever. When they reached the gates, Takage sighed as she said, "Whoa, that was a close call. I thought we were goners for a moment." The boy chuckled a little and tried to say something, but was cut off by a very tired voice. "What do you think you're doing here? Go to your class, you're about to be late." Both turned to the voice and saw a very tired-looking man who seemed to have come out of the homeless shelter, wearing an all-black suit with a gray scarf around his neck. The man had very long black hair. Izuku couldn't help but notice that the man was staring, or rather glaring, at him. They both stared at him briefly before he said, "What are waiting for? An invitation. Get moving." His eyes then glowed red, and his hair lifted as both students nodded their heads and ran away, leaving him with present mic to deal with the press. He looked at both students and took a pic of them while Takage was still holding Izuku's arm. He smiled as he sent it to Midnight, who loved this kind of thing. Izuku Midoriya had to pay for all the hours he didn't get to sleep because of the new paperwork he had. He was petty, sure, but he didn't care. Takage then leaned toward Izuku, asking him, "Who's the creepy-looking hobo?" The boy then said, "I think he's a hero. I know I saw him from somewhere before, but where I'm not sure." Takage was shocked as she asked, "He's a hero?" The boy nodded his head as they finally reached their classroom. They both entered it only to be greeted by Kanoko, causing Takage to ask, "Hey, I thought you said you were running late." The mushroom girl then smiled sheepishly as she said, "Well, I kinda was, but something happened and I came early." Itsuka then came up and lifted her hand, saying, "Hey, good morning." The two greeted her, and then the classroom door burst open as Tetsu came in screaming, "Good, I made it on time." He then went over to his seat and slumped in it as he took a deep breath as said, "Hey guys, but you wouldn't believe how strong the press was outside. I thought I was going to die, but then some hobo-looking man pulled me over and closed the gate, telling the press to beat it." The others smiled at him, and they began to talk before the class begins, but then Kanoko asked Izuku a question. Izuku, I never asked you, but why do you want to be a hero? The boy blinked at her a little, causing the girl to backpedal as she said, I mean, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. The boy then shook his head saying, no, I was a little surprised, but I have no problem answering it. He then stroked his chin. Well, it mostly boils down to All Might. What do you mean, Midoriya? Kendo asked him. Well, you see, ever since I was a little boy, I always wanted to be a hero just like All Might. I thought he was the coolest hero ever, especially how he saved everyone with a smile. I want to be just like him. A hero whose presence makes people feel safe and help them conquer their fears. So in short, I just want to help people. Everyone in the classroom looked at him when he finished, and he noticed the stares he was receiving, but then he heard Tetsu crying, man, that's so manly. Shizaki, who was on the side, said, that's really nice of you, Midoriya. She then took a praying position as she prayed, may the Lord with all his powers protect you and keep you safe till you achieve your goal. Her prayer was accompanied by mysterious light coming from nowhere. Izuku then said, Shizaki, I didn't know you had a second quirk. The girl blinked at him in confusion as she said, but I don't have a second quirk. This made the five and some of their classmates' sweat drop as they thought, then where did the light come from? Choosing to avoid an awkward situation, Izuku then asked, what about you, guys? Tetsu then yelled, I wanted to become a hero to help people since it's so manly. He then muttered something under his breath that no one caught. Takage then said, I want to become a hero to make people feel that they always have someone that cares about them and will be there for them no matter what the circumstances. Takage was highly affirmative that she wanted to be this kind of hero, since years of her parents working day in and day out made her feel alone, so she wanted to be a hero that helped people have a friend if they ever felt alone. Kendo then answered, well, it's mostly like Midoriya, but she hated this part of her, but her friends will understand her point of view. There is a little of spite in there. Ever since I was little, I was ridiculed for my quirk or my interests. They always say that I won't amount to anything and that I had a pipe glass dream, but I wanted to prove them wrong, so I came here. She then looked at them and saw for the first time compassion and people who actually believed in her dream beside her parents. I believe you can make it, Kendo, Izuku said with a smile while the others nodded. The orange-haired girl then smiled as she said, thanks, guys. Kanoko then looked at them and fidgeted a little. She knew her goals were good, but she was afraid people will look down on her because of them. She then took a deep breath and said, I want to be an idol hero. The girl then looked at her friends and noticed that they were staring at her a little, so she began to defend herself. I know my goals don't seem as pure as yours, but I truly intend to help people with any money that I gain. Please don't think I'm a greedy person, but Izuku stopped her as he said, Komori, stop. We don't think you're greedy, but it is just shocking given that you're not that person. The girl then began explaining, you see, I want to become an idol hero to help the unfortunate. I was born into a good family, but we lived near areas where people, well, for lack of a better term, don't have a good life, so I swore that one day I'd become a hero and help them with all I got. She chose to forget all the ridicule she endured when people laughed at her for saying she wanted to be a hero with her quirk. That's so manly, Komori. Tetsu cried as Setsuna said, well, aren't you a ray of sunshine? The five friends then turned to Ibara, who was listening to them when she joined the conservation earlier, and was shocked when they waited for her to answer, well, it's nothing like you guys, but it mostly stems from my belief system. It was always mentioned in the Bible how the Lord helped the less fortunate and guided them to the light, so I wanted to be like that. Izuku then said, well, it's not bad. I think it's a wonderful idea that you want to convert your beliefs into actual practice. Most people just like to read about helping others, but don't do anything about it. Thank you, Midoriya, Ibara mumbled with a small blush. Then the door was opened and in marched Vlad King, who looked at his students and said, all right, maggots, today we'll talk about your performance during the battle training that All Might performed. This will talk about overall performance, quirk usage, strategies, counter-strategies, and how to increase the efficiency next time you perform a similar exercise, because believe it, you'll be all doing it multiple times through the year. He then looked at them and said, any questions? The students shook their heads as they said, no, Vlad-sensei. Wonderful. Now just to remind you, your final marks for the exercise had been finalized by All Might, so there will be no need to worry about failing the exercise or not, Vlad explained and clarified some points. He looked at them only to see a couple of students taking breaths of relief, not that he can blame them. He then said, all right, let's begin with the first match. Heroes team, Midoriya and Kamakiri versus villains team, Shizaki and Shishida. While Izuku gulped, Tagaru hit his head against his desk, clearly not liking where this was going. Vlad then began setting up the projector, and the video began rolling. It showed how at first Izuku tried to convince Kamakiri to work with him, but the bug boy refused to work with him in any type or shape. It then showed how Kamakiri jumped head in with Midoriya sighing in defeat and following him. Then the part where the bug boy began fighting Shishida appeared, showing how he was outclassed by someone who has super strength on his side. It then showed how his beacon was saved by Izuku before the two divided Kamakiri to find the Vine Girl while Izuku stayed back to deal with Shishida. It then showed the brief struggle between Tagaru and Ibara where the vine-haired girl managed to trick him and capture him. It then turned back to Izuku, who was struggling with Shishida, before doing a tactical retreat when he was injured and using his blood to fool the Beast Boy. The Beast Boy then came and was finally subdued after some struggle. It then showed Izuku facing off against Ibara and managing to win on the skin of his teeth. Vlad then turned off the projector and asked, "So looking at the first battle, any comments?" No one dared to raise his hand except Kamakiri and Midoriya, thinking that the bug boy would say something along the lines of "the lame-ass stutter got in my way." Vlad chose to hear Izuku first, to the annoyance of the former. "Midoriya, what do you have to say?" Vlad asked his student. "Well, for starters, I think it was my fault that the exercise went so badly for two reasons. The first was that I wasn't assertive enough with Kamakiri, allowing him to walk all over me, even though if this was a real situation we'd both be toast. Second, I think deep down inside myself I used the exercise as a way to prove that I'm worthy of being in the hero course, so instead of focusing to save the day, I focused more on proving something." Vlad then nodded his head at the boy's reasoning. He liked that with Izuku, the boy was open even to criticizing himself if necessary. "You are correct, Midoriya. But don't go too hard on yourself. In your given situation, you did your best to come out on top. You deviated a little, sure, but that's the reason you're called a hero in training, so you can commit mistakes here, not on the field." The blood hero then looked at Kamakiri and decided to entertain him a little, so he ushered him to speak. The bug boy, seeing his cue, then began, "The nerd, as much as I hate to say it, is wrong. It was my fault the exercise went awry." Everyone was shocked, so Vlad said, "Care to explain further?" The boy nodded as he continued. "Listen, I'm not saying this because my views changed, but I should have listened to him at the very least. If this was a real-life situation, no one knows what would have happened if the nerd didn't pull through. I was so busy winning the exercise alone that I was outclassed at every turn." He then took a deep breath and said with a forced tone, "If next time I'm somehow paired with Stutter over there, I'll work with him under the strict condition he does what I tell him to." The bug boy then noticed all the stares he was receiving. "What's with the look? Come on and take a picture, it'll last longer." Kendo then said, "We just didn't expect to say that." The bug boy felt offended as he yelled, "Hey, I'm perfectly capable of being objective and not letting my opinions blind me." Vlad then stopped it, saying, "Enough, good analysis, Kamakiri. Glad to see you have a sensible side and are willing to learn from your mistakes." The bug then scoffed at him before turning his head away. The blood hero then asked, "Okay, what about the villain's team?" Izuku then said, "Well, I think it boils down to Shishida's dependence on his sense of smell, since when I tricked him, he seemed kinda lost." He then turned to the boy and said, "No offense." The boy shook his head as Izuku continued, "And well, with Shiozaki, there's nothing to be talked about since she was practically the best in the exercise. However, standing still might be a problem in the future." Vlad King nodded his head, before he said, "On to the next match. Hero team, Shota and Takage versus villains team, Tsuburaba and Honuki." The video began as it showed the heroes entering the building and scaling it carefully. It then showed the chase between the heroes and Tsuburaba and his defeat before being captured. Then the heroes were trapped inside the cement as Juzo emerged from the ground before he was captured by Setsuna's arms, which detached before she was sunk. Finally, it showed the heroes' victory. The video was cut off by Vlad, who asked, "So, what do you think?" Izuku lifted his hand to talk, which Vlad allowed. "Okay, for starters, I don't think the hero team did anything wrong, or at least to me, but they should be more careful with their surroundings next time." Now regarding the villains team, Tsuburaba was so focused on getting the heroes to the rendezvous point with Honuki that he missed that one of the heroes disappeared. While Honuki did well at first, he got too confident towards the end, which cost him greatly. "Talk about brutal," Kosai said, making Izuku apologize. Juzo, who was near Kosai, kicked him in the leg before turning to Izuku saying, "He's just kidding. Don't mind him, you were right anyway." The class then continued with the rest of the matches, with Izuku usually doing all the explaining where the hero team and villain team went wrong, how to improve their approach, and how to use their quirks effectively next time they are in a similar case. When the class ended, Vlad said, "All right, maggots, ears up here. I have 2 announcements to make." When he noticed that the students gave him their full attention, he began speaking as he said, "First, there was supposed to be a recuse exercise with Class 1 of this afternoon, but it was scrapped due to some technical issues." He finished remembering how it was scrapped. Eraser insisted that both Izuku and Katsuki be on the same recuse team, with the former being the leader in some sort of forced therapy to get them over their childish problems, as the nighttime hero insisted to call it. Vlad, Hound Dog, and Recovery Girl with 13 refused to humor him because he was planning on playing therapist with unforeseen disaster. The man had said that if Izuku didn't dare to stand up to Bakugo, then how he was going to be a hero. And after much shouting, 13 said that only Class 1 will go to rescue training because she doesn't want her facility destroyed due to Eraser's attempt at being a therapist. So yeah, that's for the first news. But the second news is much more important. He then took a deep breath as he said, "You're all going to pick your class representatives." And with that, the hero sat on his chair while the class erupted into chaos, every one of them demanding to be class representative. "Pick me," Pony said the best she can in her Japanese. "No, pick me," Awase said. "Pick me and I'll help you all to the light of heaven," Ibara said as a beam of light cast on her, making half of the class ask, "Seriously, where is that light coming from?" The dialogue continued back and forth as Kendo finally stood up and said, "Quiet." Everyone then looked at her as she said, "How about this? We all vote for the person we see as the fittest to become the class rep, and the person who gets the most votes takes the position. Deal?" The class then nodded at the idea, before everyone took a paper from their notebooks and began writing their choice down. With Izuku, he was currently confused between two people. "Right now, I have two reasonable choices for class rep, which are both Kendo and Takage. Kanoko is out of the equation since she is as shy as me. And Tetsu seems to hate these types of things since he doesn't look like a planner, or at least in this domain. But who to pick?" The boy then bit the back of his pen as he debated his choices. "On one hand, Takage is my technically best friend. She is my first friend after all. But she seems like a party person who wouldn't like such a position with so much responsibility. Kendo seems like a natural-born leader and she gives off a safe sister-like aura around her. But I don't want to burden her if she doesn't want it." He kept thinking for a couple of minutes before finally reaching a decision. After counting the votes, the results were announced. Itsuka Kendo, 4 votes. Izuku Midoriya, 3 votes. Ibara Shizaki, 2 votes. Jiroda Shishida, 2 votes. Rest of the students, 1 or 0 votes. Vlad then stood up and said, "Well, Class 1B, you have your new class rep. And his, or in this case her vice. Please both students stand front and center and speak if you have anything to say." Both Izuku and Itsuka stood in front of the class as the smaller boy shivered, not being used to such a position, getting a sympathetic look from Itsuka, who whispered, "Just follow my lead." The boy nodded as the orange-haired girl spoke. "Thanks to everyone who voted for me, and I promise you all to do my best." She finished as everyone cheered for her. The girl then nudged Izuku, who swallowed a heavy lump that formed in his throat before taking a deep breath and speaking, "Well, everyone, to be honest, this is kind of shocking. I never thought that anyone would actually vote for me given that I'm not the best choice that may come to mind. But I promise you all to do the best job I can as a vice." He half expected to be met by silence only to be cheered on like Itsuka, though he did see Kamakiri scoff. As Vlad exited the room, everyone got ready for lunch as Izuku talked with Takage and Tetsu. "I really hope I don't blow it as a vice. It's just so much scary. I believe that you can do it, Midoriya. You're the manliest person I know, so you have this." Tetsu cheered on his friend. He then heard a scoff from the bug boy who said, "No hard feelings, but we both know that is wrong. I admit that he knows his way around quirks, but with this position and the limited social interaction he has, whoever voted for him was just setting him to fail and earn a couple of laughs at Stutter's expense." Izuku wanted to counter, but Kamakiri was right about the social thing not being set up part, but he was cut from his thoughts when Satsuna said, "Can you act more like a hero and less like a bully?" It didn't a moment for the Kamakiri then to give her the scare of her life, as he was suddenly in her face, and told her in a dark tone, "Don't you ever call me a bully." He said in a harsh voice, "Got it." The girl then frantically nodded her head as she was beyond startled at the boy's behavior, but what she didn't expect was Izuku's reaction. The boy grabbed the bug boy's hand, pulling him away, as he said, "Hey, don't talk to her like that." Everyone was surprised that such an act came out of the normally docile boy, especially Kamakiri, who frowned, saying, "I can do whatever I want. You aren't the boss of me." He then went into a staring contest with Izuku till he finally gave up, yanked his hand free, shoved the green-haired boy away from him, and exited the class muttering something about how he wasn't a bully. Awase, who was still shocked, then said, "Damn, I told you never anger the quiet kid. This what happens when you go after his woman." This statement caused 2 things. The first, a whack from Shizaki for the swear he used at first, and the second, Izuku going nuclear red from Awase's claim. The green-haired boy began to frantically wave his hand to deflect the accusations thrown at him. But Tetsu and Kanoko began praising him. "You were so manly, Midoriya. How you stood up for Takage was really cool." The mushroom girl then said, "I knew you would be a great rep when I voted for you." Izuku was shocked by what she said, so he asked, "You voted for me?" The mushroom girl nodded her head, as she said, "So did Tetsu and Takage." The boy rubbed the back of his head as he said, "Wow, thanks, guys. I hope I don't fail you." He then saw Kendo pat him on his back, saying, "See what happened right there? This is a sign that you're going to be a great vice." He then looked at Takage, who was still startled from the encounter and awfully quiet, so he asked, "Takage, are you all right?" The girl blinked a little before lowering her head and saying something he didn't pick up, so he said, "Can you repeat that?" She did, but he still couldn't hear her. So he asked her to do it a second time, but this time she yelled, "My hero." She then jumped at him as he caught her. The girl then hooked her arms around his neck as she looked at him. "And here I thought the big bad bug boy was going to kill me," she said dramatically before looking at Izuku and saying, "And here came my knight in shining green armor and saved me." She then began to rub her cheek against Izuku's and whispered into his ear, "Want a reward kiss?" The boy, who had reached his limit, then steamed as Kendo took Takage off him, saying, "Enough, Setsuna, we know you like to have fun, but he can't take it anymore." She then pointed to Izuku, who slumped in his seat. Setsuna then laughed as she grabbed Izuku's hand, saying, "Let's go eat lunch." She then dragged the still flustered boy toward the cafeteria, with the others following on his toes. Awase, who looked at the entire scene, said, "Damn you, Midoriya, you secured one of the hottest chicks in the class without even trying." Ibara, who was standing next to him, smiled innocently as she whacked him with a vine from her hair, causing him to cry out in pain before running outside the room. The vine-haired girl laughed at him, wondering why she and Shishida hanged with him the first, before going out and following him. In the cafeteria, Izuku finally managed to calm down his heart rate and looked around for Pony so he can tell her when they can study together. It took a while to find her, but when he did, he was barreled by a speeding cannon of blonde hair. The blonde girl then spoke in her native tongue. "Izuku, do you really want to teach me Japanese?" The boy nodded, which made the girl smile brightly at him, making him feel his heart melt at her innocence. So he said, "Yes, but I want to arrange a schedule with you, given that I have after-school activities to help me further control my quirk." The girl began to quickly nod her head as she said, "How about you teach every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday afternoon when you finish training?" The boy nodded his head at the girl. The idea she made wasn't all that bad, and it sure took into consideration his activities, so he needed to adjust one thing. "How about we make it Thursday instead of Friday, because I have something with Hound Dog on Friday?" The girl looked at him and nodded her head. The boy then smiled at Pony, saying, "Then it's settled from now on. I'll teach you Japanese every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday after I finish training, but are you sure about the time? I don't want to keep you home for too long." The girl shook her head as she said, "My home is really close. It's only a 5-minute walk from here." The boy smiled as he said, "That's wonderful, Tsunotori. Then I guess I see you this afternoon." The pony girl then neighed happily as she hugged Izuku, thanking him profusely. He could have sworn he heard someone call him a lucky bastard. When the girl let him go free, he asked her, "Want to go eat with my friends?" The girl nodded, and they went to the table they usually sit on. But when he arrived, Kendo grabbed him and took him aside, and said, "Midoriya, where have you been? I was looking for you." The boy was confused, so he said, "I was looking for Tsunotori to arrange with her a time so I can teach her Japanese." He said before taking a more urgent tone, "Did something bad happen? Did someone get hurt? What do I need to do? Why does?" Izuku kept mumbling on and on till the orange-haired girl neck-chopped him, saying, "Calm down first, then we talk." The boy then took a deep breath and calmed down. Once Kendo saw that, she said, "Well, it's really nothing, but I thought that we should go introduce ourselves to the Class 1 representatives, so we can get to know each other better and clear any misunderstanding." The boy nodded his head, though he was shaking in fear from seeing Kaken again. Honestly, he doesn't want to be within a range of 10 feet from that class, but as a vice of the class, he has a duty that he must stick to, so he would swallow it. The two then began walking through the rows of seats, and came among 2 students of Class 1A. One of them had blonde-yellow hair with a black lighting blot running down through it, while the other was a short student who had purple balls for hair. The second student made Kendo feel very uncomfortable with the way he was staring at her, so she quickly asked, "Hey guys, you're from 1A, could you tell me where I can find your class representatives?" She then looked at the small one who was eyeing her chest and swallowed the urge to punch him in the face. But this didn't go unnoticed by Izuku, who stepped in front of the girl, as the blonde one then said, "Oh yeah, they're right over there." He told her, but continued, "By the way, my name is Denki Kaminari." The girl cut him off by saying, "Thanks very much." She then looked at Izuku and said in a distressed tone, "Let's go, Midoriya. Lunchtime is about to be over, and I'm sure you want to eat." She then grabbed him and began to quickly walk about with the boy, causing the small one to say, "Damn him, that green-haired bastard. First the blonde chick, and now her." "Calm down, Minta," Denki said to his friends. Izuku with Kendo then said, "Well, they sure are quite the characters." Itsuka looked at him and said, "Tell me about it. I had to suppress the urge to punch the small one in the face when he was looking at me." "I noticed that," Izuku said, as the way the small imp-like boy looked at his friend also made him uncomfortable for her sake. The two then arrived at a table where 2 individuals were currently talking. First was the blue-haired boy who came to Bakugo's defense when he attacked Izuku, making the boy hide behind Kendo. And the second was black-haired girl with mature features and an elegant look. Itsuka then began talking. "Hello, my name is Itsuka Kendo, and I'm the class representative of Class 1B. She then nudged Izuku, who said, And am I Izuku Midoriya, her V-Vice? The blue-haired looked angry for a moment and tried to say something, but then he was stopped when he winced in pain. He then looked at the girl across him on the table who was giving him a sickly sweet smile that told him to zip it. The girl then stood up and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, the class rep of 1A, and this is my vice Tenya Ida. Kendo then said, a pleasure to meet you, Yaoyorozu. I would say the same to Ida, but I already did meet him, and he didn't give a good impression. The black-haired girl then gave her vice a dry look as she said to Kendo, please excuse him, he's always jumping to conclusions without looking at the facts. So to what do I owe this pleasure? Itsuka then said, well, it's mostly to clear some misunderstanding after your classmate's stunt the previous day. The girl said as she rubbed the back of her head. Do you mean Bakugo? Yaoyorozu asked. She saw what happened and told Ochako to go and apologize to Izuku on behalf of the class, but even against her best wishes, she heard some students of Class 1B mumbling something about how Class 1A is a bunch of jerks making her feel bad. Yeah, the thing is after what happened a lot of my classmates kinda took you all for jerks. So I came here to try and come up with a solution to bring the classes together, Itsuka explained. The black-haired nodded her head and wanted to speak, but Ida beat to the punch. This is totally unacceptable. You can't just stereotype us for one of our classmates' actions against you. We are here to be heroes just like you. The boy then went for a minute while chopping his hand in the air, making both Izuku and Itsuka wonder if this was a natural thing for him. While Momo just sighed for between Bakugo's ego and Monoma's endless banter, and now Ida's earnest behavior, she was going to die young. Kendo then said, enough, you're also one of the reasons. The boy looked offended for a moment. And before he can ask why, Kendo said, remember when jumped to Bakugo's defense last time when he attacked our classmate? The boy then tried to speak, well, or how about when you practically told Midoriya to quit UA just because he accidentally bumped into you? Itsuka finished. The boy looked really flustered and ashamed as Momo said, really Ida, you told him to quit UA because he bumped into you? The boy couldn't say anything, but Momo then looked at Kendo and said, I apologize for everything that happened. She then looked at Izuku saying, especially to you, Midoriya. Itsuka then said, well, I'm sorry for my outburst. She smiled sheepishly as she rubbed the back of her head. No problem at all, Momo said. She was about to add something when the alarms went off. Intruder alert, code 3 hash. Please all students evacuate in an orderly fashion. The four looked in confusion as students began to run in total panic. But then Kendo asked an upperclassman what the code meant. So he said, it means that an intruder actually managed to enter the school grounds. And with this, all hell broke loose as students began to shove each other in an attempt to escape from the cafeteria. Izuku was then separated from Itsuka as he was shoved toward the windows. He then saw the reason for the alarm signal. The press has somehow managed to enter the school. He looked around him and miraculously saw two of his classmates, Shishida and Satsuna. He then said managed to weasel his way to Shishida saying, Shishida, can you hear me? Yes, Sir Midoriya. I want you to roar the highest you can when you see me in the air, okay? The beast teen nodded as Izuku made his way to Satsuna and asked her, can you float me to air so I can tell them it's just the press? Takage, who was now pressed against him, nodded as she grabbed the boy and separated her body saying, well, I almost suffocated there. Shishida, seeing Izuku in the air, then let out a huge roar, grabbing everyone's attention. Everyone then looked at Shishida, who simply coughed and lifted his finger to the air. Everyone then looked up and saw Izuku, who spoke, empowering his body with at least 5% of his quirk to make his voice loud enough. Please everyone, calm down. If you would kindly look outside, you could see it's just the press that managed to enter the school campus undetected. A bunch of students, who were near the window, looked outside only to see that it was truly the press that managed to enter the school grounds. They were currently handled by the police and present Mike, who was escorting them as he said, goodbye, you horrible leeches. Sighs of relief began to fill the cafeteria as students began to say, it is truly the press. Man, I thought I was a goner for a moment. Glad that's over. Izuku, who was still in the air with Takage, heard the girl giggle, so he asked her, what's so funny? Nothing, but the lighting coursing off of you is kinda tickling me. The girl answered honestly. The boy then looked at the students and said, all right, now that this is resolved, can we please act like UA students? Everyone please, evacuate the cafeteria in an orderly fashion, and Hero Course students, if there is anyone injured, please take them to the infirmary. Then the halls were slowly getting emptied as a couple of Hero students, and even General Studies students, volunteered to aid anyone that was injured during the chaos and take them to the infirmary. Satsuna then floated down and connected with her lower body as she said, I half expected for my legs to be crushed in the stampede without my torso, but seems that I'm made from rough skin. She then began to laugh as Izuku followed her. The boy then felt a hand on his shoulder. He gulped because from previous experience this meant it is beat up time. He turned only to see Itsuka with a big smile on her face as she said, great work, Midoriya. You truly came through today, and proved that you deserve the vice's rank. Izuku blushed as he hid behind his hands, saying, "It was no problem at all. I was just doing my job. I just wanted to keep everyone safe." The piece was interrupted when someone shouted, "Deku, you bastard." They then all saw Bakugo stomping over to him holding a paper. Itsuka walked up to him before he shoved the paper in his face, saying, "Take this. This is the stupid apology letter that I effing wrote for you. Listen here, you little sheet. Don't think this changes anything. And don't you think that you're better than me just because I wrote a effing apology letter. You got it." He then walked away throwing swears everywhere, while a pair of green eyes watched him with a scowl on their owner's face. The startled teen then looked at the letter, which was more of a bunch of curses. As for the letter, it read, "Effing Deku and the sheety extra that are friends with him. I'm sorry for you being such a effing weak loser, Deku. I swear if you start looking down on me just because you have a quirk or just because you have effing friends, I'll kill you. And as for the sheety extras, I'm sorry for you being friends with such a weak moron. Next time you stand in my way, I'll beat you all up before I blow him all in front of you. Sincerely, the next #1 hero." The three, along with Kanoko and Tetsu, who joined them at some point while they were reading the letter, looked at the so-called apology letter with disturbed looks. Tetsu then asked, "Is this guy all right?" Izuku then said, "Well, it's better than nothing. I frankly thought he won't actually go with this. This is the most that we'll get from him, so we might as well consider it a win. I never thought he could say I'm sorry." Izuku knew that Bakugo will never apologize to him, so this was the closest thing to the real deal ever, and he was sure if Bakugo ever wrote this again, it will be on his deathbed. Izuku then said, "Now that the emergency is over, let's go over to the class because we'll be about to be late," he said before racing off, leaving the remaining four stunned before realizing what he said and running after him. Back on the outside in front of the gate, Nezu and Powerloader with Eraserhead and Vlad King stood in front of the dusty remains of a wall that was once thought to be indestructible. The nighttime hero scowled. "What is this, some kind of a sign?" Nezu then answered, "No, it's more of a war declaration." Once Izuku walked into the classroom when his classmates began cheering for him. The boy was flustered and asked, "What is this for?" Ibara then said, "Midoriya, we are simply thanking you for acting the way you did during the chaos, or else something worse could have happened." Rin then said, "Yeah, you totally took control of the situation and made the right calls." Bondo added, "If it wasn't for you, the cafeteria might have become a bloodbath." Kamakiri on the side then mumbled quietly, "Yeah, good work." Like earlier in the morning, this caused everyone to look at him confused, which made him explode in anger. "Hey, I'm perfectly capable of congratulating a job well done. I'm not that arrogant, you know." Everyone was then silenced when Vlad woke in the room. He looked at his class and began to count through them in his head. Once he saw that everyone was accounted for, he said, "Good, everyone is here." He then looked at Izuku and said, "Midoriya, good job out there." The teen then bowed and began to blush, still not used to being complimented. "Now, since today's exercise with Class 1 was scrapped, you will train with me in Midnight in Training Ground Gamma," he said as the R-rated hero walked into the room, making every boy blush. Izuku couldn't help but feel that she was eyeing him, but he pushed that feeling to the back of his head as Vlad said, "Everyone, go change into your gym uniforms." Everyone walked outside the room, but Midnight then held both Izuku's and Takage's hands. She looked at them with a teasing smile as she asked, lifting her phone, "Care to explain?" In her phone were two pictures, one in front of the gate where Takage was holding Izuku's hand, and the other inside the room where Satsuna was rubbing her cheek against Izuku's face while the latter was holding her in the air. The two students blushed as the teacher said, "I'm going to get so much fun out of this." After a very awkward, very painful encounter with Midnight, the two students walked into the training ground as Izuku sneezed, making Takage ask him, "Dude, are you sick?" "No, not that I think so," he said as he felt a shiver run through his spine as if a major law of the world was broken. "Are you sure?" "Yeah." They were then approached by Kendo, who asked them, "What did Midnight Sensei want from you?" The two students shivered as they remembered the encounter and said in unison, "Nothing." Itsuka then said, "Okay." She then looked at Izuku and said, "Want to spar?" The boy nodded eagerly as walked with the orange head to a clearing, before they both said at the same time, 3, 2, 1, go. The two teens then ran to each other as Takage watched from the sidelines. Izuku then tried to uppercut Itsuka, who dodged, trying to punch him in his chest. But the boy caught her hand and flipped her over, making her hit the ground. She then quickly rolled out of the way before standing up and smirking, "Good, let's kick up a notch." She then ran and jumped in the air, increasing the size of her fist as she tried to hit Izuku with it, who sidestepped her. But she landed and quickly turned to decrease the size of her fist, punching Izuku, who tried to block but was sent flying by the sheer strength of the hit. He then stood up and said, "I see you're trying my advice, but still can't control it well, can you?" He saw that the girl was shaking her hand from pain. Itsuka then ran at him and jumped to kick him in the face, but he blocked it before grabbing her leg and throwing her to the side. The girl stood up as Izuku activated his quirk and ran at her, punching her in the stomach. Although in pain, the girl managed to kick Izuku's legs and cause him to fall. She then tried to pin him, but the moment she reached out her hand he kicked it. Always use the unexpected, Itsuka said proudly of Izuku as he changed his style from random punches. The girl then pounced at him, punching him in the chest and knocking the air out of him. She ran and tried to hit him again before he focused, but he managed to dodge and recompose himself. He then ran at her pretending to punch her, but when she put up a defense, he then side-kicked her in the abdomen, causing her to fall to the ground with a grunt. The boy then went to hold her and win the spar, but suddenly a black mist appeared under the entire training grounds and swallowed him and his classmates all together as he screamed, "But I was about to win." When the mist closed, Vlad King came with Midnight, who went to bring some equipment to the students. As the two teachers saw that no one was there, he yelled, "Where the hell are my students?" Back with Izuku and the others, they all fell on a platform-like place with stairs connecting to it. They looked around, but it seemed as if all hell broke loose. They saw Class 1A and a person in a space suit. They also saw a misty figure who had a pleased look on his face, which was two glowing eyes. And down the stairs, there were a bunch of people with a man in black fighting them alone. They then heard someone say, "Whoops, my bad." This caused Kendo to facepalm as she seemed to recognize the owner of the voice. Kamakiri then asked the question running through every one of 1B students' minds. What in FS sake is happening here? Ruble at the USJ. What in FS sake is happening here? Was the one phrase that was going through the mind of every member of Class 1B. Earlier, the students of Class 1A were on their way to the USJ now to begin their rescue training. Everyone was excited except Bakugo, who said something among the lines of rescue training is best left for extras who can't fight villains, not the future #1 hero, but he was mostly tuned out. Then as they were about to reach the place, the frog girl of Class 1A known as Tsuyusui asked Bakugo, "Bakugo, can I ask you something?" Bakugo looked at her with an ever-permanent scowl on his face as he said, "What the F do you want from me, frog face?" The girl didn't like how she was addressed, but she allowed it to slide since he was rude to everyone. "I was wondering if there was a reason why you attacked that green-haired boy a couple of days back. I mean, he seemed nice all things considered from what I observed." This somewhere caused a green-haired boy to sneeze. The boy then looked at her with a huge sneer on his face as he shouted, "Because he's a effing DEKU. He's QUIRKLESS. He's trash of society. I was only reminding him that he have no place standing on the same pedestal with me." The boy then took deep breaths as he tried to control his anger. It became even worse every time that worthless Deku was mentioned. Before Asui can say anything, Yaoyorozu said, "Please Bakugo, refrain from stressing our relationships with our sister class even further than they already are. If you don't like Midoriya that much, don't interact with him." Bakugo felt like foaming at the mouth as he said, "First off, Ponytail, you don't get to tell me what to do or not. Second off, if I don't beat up that quirkless Deku, then how is he going to learn his place and understand that he's nothing but a pebble in my way? And finally, I don't care if some shitty extras from the second class hate us, they're there because they can't reach our status." Our dear Pomeranian is talking correctly, Yaoyorozu. We're the superior Class 1A. We must do our best to show those despicable 1B students who are there. Monoma didn't get to finish his banter as a dart hit his neck. Everyone then looked at their class rep who was holding a blow dart. Yaoyorozu then lowered it saying, "We will do nothing of this sort." She then looked at the entire class and said, "Got it?" "Yes, ma'am," was the common reply. Kirishima then looked at Bakugo saying, "Dude, you keep saying that the green dude is quirkless, but didn't you see what he did today in the cafeteria? I mean, having lighting around your body isn't something quirkless people usually do." He then looked at himself and said, "Man, I wish I had a flashy quirk like that since my quirk isn't that flashy." This caused Bakugo to yell, "Shut up, shitty hair. There's no way Deku can have a quirk. He must have been doing a trick. And even if he did have one, I'll beat the shit out of him till he tells me where he got the quirk, because people get their quirks when they're 4 or at 6 max." He was fuming at the thought that Deku was hiding this quirk all the time. The mere idea that Deku had a quirk all those years and allowed him to beat him angered him, but he knew why Deku did this. He was looking down on him, laughing at him, and thinking he was better than him, but he'll get to the bottom of this. Yaoyorozu then said, "I didn't know you're a quirk scientist, Bakugo." The boy looked at her in confusion as she said, "You aren't one." I see, so don't start throwing words left and right. Whether he got his quirk now at 4 or 6 or even now, it's not our business." Bakugo fumed in anger as he understood that the girl was making fun of him. This little act caused a boy to shiver. She then looked at Kirishima and said, "I also believe you'll be a wonderful hero, Kirishima. You don't need a flashy quirk for that." The boy blushed as he said, "Thanks, Yaoyorozu. But if we're talking about quirks, then I'm sure that Bakugo and Todoroki take the cake for flashy and powerful," he said as Bakugo was still fuming. And the other mentioned male remained quiet. He was a moderately tall male. His eyes were multicolored, with the left being blue and the right being gray. He also had multicolored hair, with the right being white and the left being red. But his most striking feature was a huge burn mark on the left side of his face. But Bakugo won't be popular given that he can't go 5 minutes without shouting or cursing. Suyu said, pointing out the blonde-haired boy's violent behavior causing him to yell at her. What did you say, frog girl? Do you want to die? This only proved her opinion as she pointed at him saying, see. Kaminari, the boy who tried to flirt with Izuku earlier, then said, dude, like we only knew each other for a couple of days, but at this point, we all know that your personality is a combination of dog shit and sewage being burned. Meanwhile, the only person who wasn't invested in this conservation was Ida, who was still shocked after the altercation in the cafeteria. He remembered Kendo's words when she told him he was the reason for the whole misunderstanding. He also remembered his own hateful words toward Midoriya. Stop this muttering at once or leave if you can't take this seriously. Are trying to distract her. Such shameful behavior from a future hero. I truly recommend you change schools since you don't have the spirit of UA. You ruffians, how dare you attack one of our classmates? Midoriya, you were the one who saw the true nature of the test. How can I forget this? You proved that you were the superior person, yet I still look down on you. Ida then clenched his fist as he said mentally, but no matter, I will apologize and make things right. He then looked at Bakugo, who was screaming at Denki but stopped when Aizawa said, enough, we're here. Get off the bus and follow me to the training grounds. Everyone then walked out of the bus as they all made it inside the training facility as a figure wearing a spacesuit approached. This caused Uraraka to go fangirl mode as she said, you're 13, the rescue hero. You use your quirk black hole to help people and rescue them. Shut the hell up and let the fishbowl begin talking. Bakugo yelled at the girl, causing her to pout and ran hiding behind 13 like a beaten puppy while the hero patted her head saying, it's alright. I love talking to my fans, but how about we wait until after we finish training? The girl nodded her head with a smile as she returned to her class. 13 then welcomed them to the USJ, and they entered it seeing multiple disaster zones. The space hero then began explaining that although her quirk can be used to save people, it could be also used to hurt people. She then cited that with Aizawa they trained their bodies, while with All Might, they saw how their powers work in a fighting environment, and today they will learn how to use their quirks to save people. While the students were talking among themselves about what will they do today, Eraser walked to 13 saying, where's All Might? The space hero then raised 3 fingers as she said, he kinda overdid it in his heroic work today. What she was saying was true, since Nezu had already phoned her from the school telling her that the hero was resting from overdoing it. This caused Eraser to say, this man is the height of irrationality. He then walked up to the students and said, all right, here's what we're going. He was cut off by Kirishima saying, wow, you have fake villains too. Eraser turned his head as he looked down to the plaza, and see a black mist appearing with villains pouring out of it. He then saw a man covered with hands standing in the middle. Beside him was a behemoth of a monster with bulging muscles, an exposed brain, and a bird beak. The man covered in hands then said, where's All Might? The schedule said that he was going to be here today. It's then that both teachers realized that the press thing was probably a trick to draw their attention. While he took the schedule, the hand-covered man then said, I'm Tamura Shigaraki, and we're here to kill the symbol of peace. This shocked everyone. Eraser then asked both 13 and Kaminari to contact the school. However, they couldn't, which caused Todoroki to conclude that this was planned and that they have someone who was blocking the signal to the school. Eraser then lowered his goggles as he said, 13, protect the students. He then jumped into the fray as he extended his scarf. One of the thugs tried to shoot him with his quirk, but couldn't, so he began panicking. What's happening? One of the thugs then yelled, that's pro hero Eraserhead. He can erase any quirk that isn't a mutation type. The hero then landed down as he began to beat down the thugs, but one of them with 4 arms then yelled, well, I'm a mutant, so you can't erase my quirk. The thug was shocked when Eraser's scarf was tied around his neck and pulled him toward the hero, who elbowed him in the face as he said, I know, but most of you tend to fight in close combat, so I have safety measures. The hero then blinked to reset his quirk, but the villain who was responsible for teleportation escaped toward the student. He cursed under his breath as he punched another villain. Kurogiri then appeared in front of the students as he said, hello there, future heroes. Please excuse our interruption, but we are the League of Villains, and we're here to destroy the symbol of peace. He then looked through yellow eyes at the students and said, how about we kill some of the golden eggs before he arrives? 13 raised her hand to try and defeat the villain, but 2 of her students jumped at the villain. Bakugo readied an explosion while Kirishima sharpened his arm, both trying to hit him. But they both passed through him, causing him to sigh as both missed his weak point that was close. Kurogiri then said, you didn't think this would be able to take me down. He then felt someone tapping his suit, and his eyes widened when a blonde student stood beside him and retreated quickly as he said, you honestly thought you can come here and brag about killing the symbol of peace? The thing that unnerved is that the boy was now covered by a swirling black mist. The boy then said, now witness how I call the cavalry. However, against Monama's best wishes, he couldn't control the portal he copied with his quirk, or at least where he opened it. The mist man then laughed as he said, young man, my quirk is more than teleportation. He then narrowed his eyes as he said, you need to know the place and its layout. He said as Monoma finally managed to open a portal, so the real question now is, where did you open the portal? This was followed by a bunch of screams echoing through the portal, and bodies went through it falling onto the entrance near Class 1A. They immediately knew who they were. It was their rival Class 1B. Kurogiri then chuckled as he looked at Monoma saying, thank you, young man, for giving us this gift. Monoma then looked around and saw a familiar orange-haired girl sitting on a green-haired boy. When she looked at him he said, whoops, my bad. She then face-palmed. One of the boys then yelled at them demanding some kind of explanation on what was happening here, and why are they there? Allow me to explain, Kurogiri said as he looked at Kamakiri who began growling at him. We're the League of Villains, and we came here to kill All Might and your classmate here in an attempt to bring the teachers brought you over. The Living Mist said as every 1B student looked at the blonde boy as if he is an idiot. Izuku then began to assess his situation. He was in the USJ. Villains were attacking them. They were teleported there, and finally, Izuku was sitting on his lap. Wait, Izuku said in his head as he looked at Kendo who was sitting on his lap causing him to go red. So he said, Kendo, can you please get off me? It's a bit awkward. The girl then looked at the boy and saw where she was sitting. She blushed quickly as she jumped away. The Living Mist then said, young love, but sadly I'm going to interrupt you both, he said as he spread out his mist around them. Now all of you will be scattered and killed. The mist now swallowed all students except a few from both classes. After that, the only remaining students in the plaza were Tenya, Hantasiro, Mina Ashido, Sato Rikido from 1A, and Awase, Shishida, Pony, and Shota from 1B. The Living Mist then looked at them as he said, well then, it appears I'll have to end you. 13 who was still there said, not if I have something to say about it. In the zone of the ruins, Izuku opened his eyes as he said, this isn't funny. He looked around him only for a hand to yank him away. He looked and saw Kamakiri who ushered him to be silent while pointing in a direction. The green-haired boy looked and saw a couple of villains. He looked at his classmate who ushered him to move. In the landslide zone, Kendo sat up as she saw Yaoyorozu with another girl with purple hair and some earphone jacks from her ears and Kaminari. She then looked around her and saw Kodai, Kaibara, and Bondo all rubbing their heads from pain as she said, and this happened when I was about to trick Izuku and win the spar. She looked around and saw villains so she said, wonderful villains. In the fire zone, Ibara, Manga, Kosai, Toru Hagakure the Invisible Girl, Mizo Shaoji, and Yuga Ioma watched as Shoto Todoroki wreaked havoc against the villains so they silently stayed out of his way so they can't be caught inside the mess. In the earthquake zone, Tetsu was with Kirishima and Bakugo as villains fell upon them. In the raindrop zone, Kanoko woke up to see Kirwara looking at her and said, well, this is going to be a long afternoon. Let's group with the others, he said as he pointed his fingers toward Takoyami and Koda. In the mountain zone, Ajiro from Class 1A with Rin from Class 1B woke up with a killer headache, as he said, man, is that gonna hurt tomorrow morning? Rin then replied groaning, tell me about it. They both heard movement from the distance and readied themselves in fighting poses. Rin smiled, so, you're also a martial artist? Ajiro replied, well, with my tail I had to even the score with the flashier powers. Rin then said, let's see who takes out more villains then. The tailed boy smiled as he said, deal on. They then both went and entered the fray. In the flood zone, Setsuna opened her eyes and saw that she was falling from the air, so she quickly activated her quirk and went to the ship inside it. She then scanned the air and saw a head of blonde hair bobbing in the water. She activated her quirk and grabbed him only to find it was the boy who brought them here in the first place. She then heard someone yell, hey, who are you? She looked and it was some small boy from Class 1A with balls for hair. She then said, I'm from 1B, and I just saved this idiot who brought us here. She finished as she pointed toward Monoma who grunted and said, let's leave the insults for later 1B scum. He was then smacked on the head by Setsuna saying, don't start it. She then looked and saw a girl with green hair and frog-like features join them as she discarded her classmate, Rikio Yanagi, who cleared her throat from water. The girl then said, my name is Tsuyuasui, and we should probably find a way out of this. Setsuna groaned as she mentally said, you don't need to tell me that twice. Back at the school, All Might stayed with Nezu in the teacher's room as he drank tea with the principal while the latter roasted him about not taking his teaching job seriously. You would think that the principal would be afraid to criticize a man like All Might given their difference in size. But right now the hero was nothing but a shell of himself, a skinny old man with barely any meat on his bones which no one would take seriously at first sight or believe that he is the symbol of peace. The man sighed and said, listen Nezu sir, I know what I did was wrong, but you can't blame me, people need saving. I will try from here on forward to prioritize the students. The rat looked at him and shook his head, it's just not that All Might. You have to take into consideration that your time is running out. And you also have a successor to teach. I know, but young Midoriya has made wonderful progress on his own. the hero tried to say. But Nezu then said, I'm not saying he didn't, but you originally took this job to look for a successor and teach him how to use one, for also act according to it, or I'll be forced to bring in the heavy artillery. You don't mean. The hero began to shiver as he thought about that person. Oh yes, I mean him, Nezu said with a demonic grin that told the hero he meant it. All right, I'll focus more on helping the students, but it's just that. The hero then clenched his fist as he smacked the table, causing it to crack even in his skinny form. Every time I look at young Midoriya, I feel ashamed. I was there with him, but I never noticed the signs that he was bullied. It just makes me so angry to think someone as good as them gets bullied for not having a quirk. Nezu sighed as he told the hero, that's the sad reality of this world. The strong destroy the weak in an attempt to prove their superiority. And no one dares to call them out since they are at the top of the food chain, and whoever dares gets silenced one way or another. Nezu then smiled. But if it helps you feel any better, the school has been closed, and I took over it. I think I'm planning to open a junior high UA in its place, and all the teachers are under investigation. The symbol of peace smiled a little as he said, I truly pity those who fall under the radar, Nezu, sir. The door of the room was then slammed open. As Vlad and Midnight entered it, my students, they all suddenly disappeared from the training rounds. The blood hero said in a frantic voice. All Might then spit out his tea and yelled back as he buffed up, what? As he told you, we went to bring some training equipment for some of the students, and by the time we returned, no one was there. All students suddenly vanished from existence as if the earth swallowed all of them. Midnight explained, Principal, we need to act quickly to find the missing students and see where they went. The symbol of peace said, but then added, are there any cameras in the training grounds so we can see what happened? Nezu sighed sadly as he said, no, there aren't, since the training grounds are within the school's perimeter. We thought that the students would be safe. It seems we are wrong though. I look into installing them immediately after this. He then looked at Vlad and said, please contact Inu for me. We'll try to find them by their scent. The blood hero then walked out quickly, and after a while returned with the dog hero. After that, they all went to training ground Gamma where the students were training. But the dog hero couldn't find anything, so he said, I can't find anything. It's like they suddenly disappeared. Nezu hummed as he looked at Vlad and asked, are sure this isn't a prank by your students? Vlad looked at him and said, please be serious, sir. The rat then sighed and said, just trying to smooth the atmosphere as you guys say. All Might in his skinny form then tried to contact Aizawa to see if he knew anything, but couldn't reach him, so he said, that's odd. I can't reach Aizawa. Nezu then said, he must be training his students. You know how he gets. Let's not worry about that. The blonde hero nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something bad is happening. He then went with the others to search for the missing students. Back at the USJ, Izuku was walking with Kamakiri. Both were jumping from one place to another to avoid the villain's detection. Kamakiri now sat with Izuku and looked at a couple of villains that passed them, so he said, come on, let's keep moving so we can reach the others. Izuku then stood up but saw a couple of villains walking by as they said, dude, I heard they caught a student, and she's wearing some kind of spacesuit. Let's go check it out. Definitely, the other one replied. Izuku looked in their direction and stood up to follow, but Kamakiri grabbed him saying, where are you going? Did you lose it? No, but we can't just leave her alone. Izuku replied, but we need to return to the others and leave her here. I don't think so. A hero's job is to save others. How can I live with myself if I let whoever needs help right now alone? I'm going to help her. Izuku finished as he ran following the villains with Tagaru saying, damn you stutter, you making it hard to disrespect you. He then stood up and followed the boy. With Ochako, the girl was running around from the moment she fell into the zone of the ruins. She managed to get a few hits against some villains, but right now her quirk's drawback was acting up, and she wasn't feeling so good. She ran from the villains, taking a corner beside an abandoned building, and tried to take her breath only for a voice to say, found you, sweetheart. The girl shivered in disgust as she turned to lean away from him, but she couldn't make it far as now she was cornered by another villain who appeared in front of her. She then activated her quirk and tried to float away only for her to land on open ground and villains began to surround her. She looked around. She was in a bad situation. She closed her eyes preparing for the worst, but then a sound echoed as someone yelled, smash. She looked and saw her savior from the entrance exam had punched one of the villains out cold. He was currently standing beside her and asked, are you hurt? No, but... He then turned and punched someone trying to sneak up on him. Izuku then grabbed him and threw him into another villain, sending them into a wall and knocking them out cold. Another villain with stretchy fingers tried to grab only for the hero in training to yank him towards him and punch him in the face, causing him to black out. Another villain tried to hit Izuku, but he jumped back and kicked him in the stomach before kneeing him in the face. Unseen for the boy, a villain with an invisibility quirk managed to sneak up on him. The villain then yelled, end of the line, hero. Izuku was shocked, but suddenly the villain grunted as he was kicked to the side. Izuku looked at his savior, who said, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, I left you alone. And you almost died. The boy smiled and said, thanks, Kamakiri. The bug boy smiled saying, don't mention. It's my job. They then both looked and saw a couple of villains approaching them, and saw that Uraraka was still out of commission due to her quirk's drawback being in full swing, so they jumped at them and began to punch and slash them left and right. Finally, only one person was standing. He was a villain with some kind of rocky appearance. Izuku tried to punch only for him to punch the boy away, saying that his punch tickled him. Kamakiri then tried to slash it, but he railed back in pain as his blades were being dulled. The villain laughed at them as he said, I would be afraid too if I fought someone with a quirk superior to mine. So how about you give up, and I promise to keep the beating to a minimum. Kamakiri scowled as he sneered right back at him. Funny, I was about to say something. Izuku then upped the percentage of his quirk to 6% so he can get a hit with more effect. Both of them readied themselves to fight the villain, only for him to scream in panic and begin to sink into the ground. Moments later, he was buried to his neck with mud, as Juzo then appeared saying, be careful next time, you don't know when the ground suddenly becomes quicksand. The boy then looked at them and said, come on guys, let's blot before their reinforcements come. Izuku then went to Uraraka, who was starting to get better, and asked her, are you feeling better now? She nodded as she said, we should seriously stop meeting like this. The boy then said, agreed. He then picked her up, and the four began moving out of the zone of the ruins. In the landslide zone, Kendo punched a villain with her big fist, sending him into unconsciousness, as she looked around and saw Yui sticking close to her with a makeshift sword that Yaoyorozu made for the girl. Kaibara was doing his best to keep the villains at bay. Bondo was trapping villains with his quirk, and finally, the students from Wano was doing their best to fight the villains, some of them that is. Kendo then looked at Momo, who hit a villain with a staff she was holding, knocking him out instantly. She then said, wow Yaoyorozu, I didn't expect our ruin conservation would be continued here of all places. Itsuka finished as she kicked a villain with a roundhouse kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. The black-haired girl then laughed, agreed. I preferred it more if we sat and drank some tea. Momo said as she smacked a crook in the stomach, causing him to bend over before hitting him on the back of the neck, causing him to pass out. I'm more of a coffee person, but I suppose tea could do, Itsuka said as she held the hands of a villain with some kind of iron nails before headbutting and kneeing him in the chest as she threw him to the side. The villains began growling as one of them said, come on, there are only 7 kids, get them already. The earphone girl, who was known as Kyoka Gyro, then said, that's nice and all, but can bonding time wait for another day because we're not in a picnic here, she said as she avoided a villain kicking him in the face and throwing him back. Momo then said, well, I read that most people connect during life or death situations, so you don't know. No hard feelings, but you're a nerd, Momo, Gyro replied. Kaibara then said, focus, we need to hold them back as much as possible, no time for sucking face. Real mature there, Kaibara Kendo said as she avoided a punch by a villain, before uppercutting him and kicking another one into the ground. He's not wrong though, Kodai said as she threw a pebble at a villain who scoffed before she enlarged it, smashing him under it. All of you, focus, Bondo said as he glued 2 villains to the ground before ducking under someone's fist and moving out of the way, giving Sen a chance to hit the villain in the face with his quirk, sending him flying into the ground. All the time, while everyone was fighting with the villains, one student was running around in fear. This was none other than Denki Kaminari, who was now ducking under a villain's spear-like quirk, before running toward his class rep and saying, hey, Momo, can you please make me something so I can fight the villains with? This caused Gyro to scoff at him, and said, says the guy who is a walking lightning rod, go, fry them with your quirk. The boy didn't like Gyro's words as he crossed his arm over his chest saying, are you out of your mind? Such a training partner you are. My quirk is strong, but I can't control its direction. If I let loose, I'll probably fry you all with me. This made every student in Class 1B wonder who this boy ever made into Class 1A in the first place if he had such a bad backdraw which would render him useless on the battlefield. Kaminari then looked at the girls and boys and said, that's why guys, I'm currently counting on you to protect me from all the dangerous villains. This made students of 1B sweat dropped as they seriously wondered how he made it into the hero course in the first place. Gyro, having enough of Kaminari's cowardly behavior, then said, well, aren't you a damsel in distress? She then saw a villain coming close to them, and then she kicked the boy in his direction as she said, go and become our taser gun. The boy screamed in fear as he smashed into the man, causing the man to become electrocuted. And the boy smiled and said, well, look at this. I do work as a taser gun. He then looked at his friends and said, don't worry guys, I'll take them all down now. A villain then came up to the boy to try and stop them, but this only led to the man to become electrocuted with the other guy. Kendo then sighed as she said, this can't go on forever, you know, right? Agreed, Momo said as she then produced a net-like material before saying, but that's the best deal we have right now, so we'll have to work with it. She then looked at Kendo and said, "Help me with this." Kendo looked at it and smiled. She understood what Yaoyorozu wanted to do. She wanted to capture as many villains as possible and threw them at Kaminari. She then held the net and Sen and Bondo saw it. She nodded for them, and they understood what to do. The glue giant then began throwing glue everywhere, causing the villains to begin to back away, while Sen was punching and rotating his arms, making villains fly back toward Kendo and Momo. Meanwhile, Kodai grabbed the net and pressed it, causing it to increase its size at Kendo's request. Now, with the villains cornered, Kyoka did her part of the plan as she inserted her jacks into her boots and released an amplified version of her heartbeat from the speakers on her boots, causing the villains to shriek in pain as they felt their ears explode from pain. And finally, Kendo threw the net over them and tied it around the villains before she threw it to Kaminari, to which it landed near him, enough for him to touch it, and began electrocuting the villains, causing them to pass out from the pain. When he was finished, he walked over to his friends and said, "Nailed it." Kendo rubbed her head, as she made a mental note to tell Izuku about the boy later on, so he can help him control his quirk. Yui then coughed as she drew everyone's attention. When they looked at her, she said, "I don't think we're done here." They all looked and saw a couple of villains making their way toward them, which made Kaminari huff in anger as he said, "Man, I wish I can go all out so I can beat them in one go." Momo then said, "Everyone come close to me." She then looked at Kaminari as she said, "Get ready to go all out." The boy nodded in confusion but was shocked as the back of Momo's costume began to enlarge and a large sheet ripped through it as it covered all students. But him. Momo from under it said, "Kaminari, this is an insulator, so you can go all out." The boy smiled as he said, "And with that, I don't have to worry about hurting anyone anymore." The boy then lifted his arms and began to release electricity as he yelled, 3,000,000-volt attack. And with that, all villains got fried while the hero students were safely hidden under the large sheet. Once the sounds of electricity stopped, Momo lifted the sheet and saw that every villain was on the ground. Gyro looked too, but something caught her attention with Kendo, and that was that Momo was naked on her upper torso. Gyro then quickly yelled at Kaminari not to look, even though he was short-circuited since he activated his quirk's back draw. She also sent her earphone jacks to both Bondo and Sen and began vibrating, causing both boys to scream in pain, as Bondo said, "But we aren't even looking." Kendo then said with a blush, "Yaoyorozu, shouldn't you do something about this?" Momo laughed softly as she said, "I can always create a new one." Itsuka deadpanned at her as she said, "Once we're out of here, I'll tell Setsuna to talk to you about DNA-infused costumes." This intrigued the rich girl, but what none of them noticed was a hand that erupted from the earth, or Denki walking close to it in his brainless mood. Back in the fire zone, Shoto was interrogating the villains that he beat. He looked at one of them and said, "Frostbite is probably going to hit you in about a couple of minutes, and you're probably going to die if I don't stop freezing you. So here's what's going to happen. You tell me everything that you know, and I'll stop since I want to be a hero." The villain looked at the boy, and he could tell in his eyes that this boy was dead serious, so he said, "All right, what do you want to know?" "Everything." "Fine, I don't know much really. All I know is that they told us that they were going to kill the symbol of peace and that they have some kind of anti-all might. It was that purple bird thing. They called it Namu. It was somehow created to kill him. I swear I told you everything I know. Can you please stop?" Todoroki then stopped his ice and began to walk away from the villains, but a cough drew his attention nearby. He looked and saw 3 of his classmates, and 3 of 1B stuck to the ground from his ice. Ibara then said, "If it won't be too much trouble to ask, but can you please free us? I can do it myself." But the heat had all but weakened my vines significantly, and so had your ice. Todoroki then walked up to them, but their eyes widened as a villain jumped from behind him trying to cut his head, only for the boy to grab his weapon and freeze him on the spot, saying, "Try to be quiet next time. I can hear you a mile away." He then stood in front of the students as he used his quirk to free them, and said, "Follow me, and try to stay out of trouble." In the earthquake zone, Tetsu punched another goon as Kirishima beside him grabbed someone and head-butted him into La La Land. The metal boy then looked at his counterpart and pouted, asking himself how he was going to stand out. But that was a question for later, as he punched another goon. He then looked at Bakugo, who was blowing villains left and right, and he had to admit, for such an unmanly person, he was strong. Maybe there was something when Midoriya said he would make a great hero someday, if he loses the attitude, that is. "Come on, you shitty villains, give me a good fight," Bakugo yelled as he blew a villain up. He then jumped toward a crocodile villain and activated his quirk, frying him in an instant. Tetsu then looked at Kirishima, who was acting like a fanboy toward Bakugo. The redhead then said, "Dude, that was so manly." Bakugo then began shouting at the red, saying he doesn't need his compliments. Tetsu decided this was the best time to retreat and reunite with his friends, since both of these guys had it covered. In the raindrop zone, There wasn't much of a fight as Komori was killing it there as she unleashed her mushrooms on the villains who ran away in fear for their lives. The young girl said, "What happened for me being an easy target? Get away from us, you witch." One of the villains shrieked only to be smacked into a wall by Takoyami's quirk Dark Shadow. Another villain was also having his head smashed into the ground courtesy of Kiwara. The boy then popped from the ground saying, "We can't rest. There's still many more we need to fight." Takoyami nodded his head. In the mountain zone, Rin punched a guy in the gut, sending a couple of his dragon scales in there saying, "I have 20 goons. Beat that." The tailed boy then spun around, knocking 3 men as he said. Happily, he then punched a villain in the face before catching him with his tail and slamming headfirst into the ground saying, 21. "So we continue," Rin said as he armored his hand to protect it from a strike. In the flood zone, Setsuna sat on the boat as she tried to process a way to get out of her current situation. She was in the flood zone surrounded by villains on a boat with 4 other people, one of them being a pervert. She looked at Minta and said, "Can you stop staring at me like I'm a piece of meat jerky? I'm trying to think a way out of this." The boy only continued drooling at her, making her cringe, and said, "I can't help it if you're smokin' hot." He was then hit in the head by Tsuyu, who said, "I'm sorry for him. He can be a bit too much sometimes." "Isui, why are you apologizing to 1B scum? We are the superior class 1A. We shouldn't lower." The boy's banter was stopped when 2 fingers wiggled right in front of his face. He looked only to see a very angry Setsuna, who said in a deadly voice, "Shut up, you already caused enough problems as it is. We don't need more, got it?" The boy then gulped saying, "Yes ma'am." "Neat," Tsuyu said as she looked at the girl saying, "Usually the only one who stops him is Momo with a blow dart to his neck." "Well, it's either you got it or you don't, Isui," Setsuna replied. "Please call me Tsu," the frog girl said. "But how are we going to get out of here?" she asked the lizard girl, who then felt the ship shaking. She looked to the side only to see that the villains have managed to tear a hole into the side of the ship, and it would be a matter of time before it sank. And they became chewing meal for the villains. "Oh no, what are we going to do?" Setsuna then looked at Minta, who was panicking from fear. "I don't want to die before touching Momo Yaoyorozu's chest." A vein throbbed on Setsuna's forehead as it reached her max with the perverted boy, but she kept it in so she can think of something. Yanagi then looked at the boy and said, "Are you sure you want to be a hero? Because all I see is a small perv who wants to peep on girls." The boy then looked at her and said, "Shut up, woman. I'm afraid for my life. I don't want to face villains when I'm still a student right now. It's so scary." The boy then began to shiver as he hugged his legs. Monoma then said, He then drew the recommendation girl's attention. "Perhaps it would be more beneficial if we told you our quirks for you to come up with a plan." The girl nodded as she began explaining her quirk. "Okay, my quirk is Lizard Tail Splitter, and it allows me to disconnect my body parts to 30 pieces at max currently, that is, and I have some low healing factor." Yanagi then said, "Well, my quirk is Poltergeist, and it allows me to lift objects that are about the weight of an average human. And no, I can't fly us out of here because it doesn't work on me." The students of Wana then began introducing their powers. So Tsuyu began, "Well, mine is frog. It's kinda self-explanatory. I can do anything a frog can do, from sticking to walls, long tongues, and secreting small poison. And I can also swallow things and then vomit them sometime later." "You know what, forget that last part," Monoma then said. "Well, Scum 1B, mine is called Copy. It allows me to copy quirks for 10 minutes. I can copy a total of 5 at once, but I can't use them all at once." Then Minto explained, "Well, mine is called Pop Off. My hair is like very sticky balls which can stick to surfaces, even water, but the duration mostly depends on my health." A small silence enveloped the ship as they all looked at Minta, who then began crying out, "I know my powers aren't cool enough to be in the hero course." Setsuna then smacked him in the head, shutting him up, as she tried to think of a plan to save their skin from this problem. It took a couple of moments before she finally formed a plan and looked at the others with a smile. "All right, here's what we do." Back with Aizawa. The man was now jumping from villain to villain, kicking their butts, hoping to finish them off so he can protect their students. He seriously feels ashamed that he didn't foresee this happening when the press managed to break into the school. But now there was no time for regret. He had to focus, or else the students will die on him. But the main problem lies that Vlad's problem children fell into the fray. He had long guessed that Monoma must have tried to use the Mist Villain's quirk to open a portal to the school, but it backfired, bringing Class 1B instead, with all of its members. The hero ducked under a fist as he tried to think of a way to save the students. He then jumped into the air and kicked a villain in the face, sending him to the ground. A villain tried to rush him, but he used his scarf to grab his leg and spin him around, sending him into a group of thugs by his side. A villain with some kind of water manipulation tried to attack, only for his quirk to fail him mid-attack, and said villain was on the receiving end of a roundhouse kick to the face. The nighttime hero then kneed another one in the stomach, before wrapping his scarf around one of them and pulling him towards the hero, giving a good punch and knocking him out. But the thing is, he was a nighttime hero who wasn't used to huge crowds, and the bigger problem was the drawback of his quirk was getting higher and higher. With each passing moment, he can feel it becoming weaker. He then looked to his side and saw the leader of the group, who was standing there with a sick smile on his face. "Wow, you're so cool, Eraserhead." The man spoke, making the hero angry. The hero then dodged a swipe from a claw-like hand and then ducked under a hand with a mouth filled with sharp teeth. He then used his scarf, tying it around both crooks before slamming them together. He then looked at the leader of the attack, and he got an idea, thinking that if he was able to subdue the leader, he might be able to end this without any further incident. Izuku looked to his side as he grabbed a punch from a man with a smooth round head, before clotheslining him in the jaw and throwing him into other villains that were standing nearby. He then began running towards Shigaraki, who didn't seem bothered by that as he said, "So the NPC wants to play. Let's see what you got." Back at the entrance, 13 stood with the students as they looked at Kurogiri. A space hero then said to Ada, "Class Vice, you must go quickly to school and try to bring reinforcements." The boy looked at her confused as he thought about what she said. What she was saying was true. He was the only one fast enough to go to school to inform them. But it felt so shameful to simply just leave his friends and comrades and just blot out of there. "But I can't do that. That's not how a hero does it." The boy tried to argue, but was cut off by the hero, who said, "Now's not the time to argue, Class Vice. Right now, this entire place depends on you, so try to go and call help." The boy gritted his teeth in annoyance as he nodded. The living mist then appeared before them, saying, "How futile, talking about your plans in front of me. You'll not succeed." 13 then told Ada. Goshi then opened the cap on the fingers of her suit, trying to suck in Kurogiri, but he tricked her by opening a portal behind her, ripping apart her spacesuit, causing her students to call her in distress and worry as her back was almost disintegrated due to her quirk. He then looked at the hero students and said, "Now, what are you going to do, heroes?" The students looked at him, as some of them nursed the fallen hero, but one thing was common among them: they all wanted to defeat him. Beyond Plus Ultra. Back with Izuku and his companions, they have been walking for a while now in silence. Finally, Kamakiri said, "Come on, we can't just walk around like this without a plan. We need to regroup with the others or we will be sitting ducks." Everyone looked at him and understood what he meant, but his plan was only to reunite with the others at the entrance. But what will happen after that? They stopped a little to catch their breath and sat on the ground. But Juzo kept his eyes open just in case some idiot thought he can get the drop on them. He then sighed, saying, "We can rest for now, but we need a plan. Regrouping with the others, as Kamakiri said, is our main concern. But we need something after that. What if the villains are waiting for us outside? What if they have some sort of back plan in case we made it out?" Izuku then shook his head, setting down Uraraka as he said, "I don't think so. The villains seemed confident enough that they were going to kill us here, but the thing is that they don't know our quirks are." Kamakiri then asked, "So what? Did they come here expecting us just to turn over all bugs the moment we see them?" Juzo then nodded. "It appears so. I bet that we're told that they were dealing with inexperienced children who will buckle under stress, but they were shocked when they found out what we can do." Uraraka then exclaimed, "And your arrival must have missed everything in their plan since they didn't put your class into consideration." Izuku nodded. "Uraraka, who is your teacher?" The girl took a moment to think, but said, "Honestly, I don't know anything about him except he's a pro hero. I mean, on day 1 he entered the class and threatened to expel anyone who came last in the quirk apprehension test." She then added, "He also wears some kind of scarf and yellow goggles." She then put her finger on her chin, asking, "Why did you ask, Midoriya?" The boy didn't answer as he was thinking about the pro's identity. Scarf, yellow goggles. The boy then smacked a fist into his hand as he said, "I recognize him now. He's the pro hero Eraserhead. His quirk is Erasure. It allows him to erase the quirks of individuals who he look at. He is mostly an underground hero who works in the night." The boy then began to sweat nervously as he said, "I think we should try to help her teacher." Juzo then said, "What? We can't. We'll get killed for sure." Kamakiri replied to his claim, "We were fighting villains for the last 5 minutes. I think we passed that point." He then pointed a finger toward Izuku, saying, "He's right though. The guy is an underground hero. He's out of his element. Sure, no hero is a one-trick pony, but this is a person used to stalking criminals in the dark and kicking their butts. I don't know about you, but his steam will eventually run out. I say we only interfere if we see him in a tight spot." Izuku nodded his head, saying, "Agreed." Juzo looked at them. "You surely are friendly toward each other today." Both boys then shrugged as Kamakiri said, "In life or death situations, all differences are put aside for the greater good." He then looked at something and told them, "I think we're beginning to enter another zone, so let's move it." Izuku tried to carry Uraraka, but she blushed as she said, "I'm fine now. There's no need to carry me." She then stood up as she joined the others and began to walk. They finally reached the landslide zone, where they were met by something that disturbed them. Inside it, they saw Momo, Gyro, Sen, Bondo, Itsuka, and Yui all held hostage by some villain wearing a skull mask as he held Denki, putting his hand near his head. Kamakiri was about to jump but was stopped by both Juzo and Izuku. He looked at them and said, "Hey, what's the big idea? You can't just jump like that. What if he saw you?" Juzo scolded him, causing the boy to huff. "We need a plan to save him," Izuku said as he thought a little, and then finally said, "Here's what we're gonna do." Back at the entrance, all the students stood stunned at the fallen form of their teacher, but they couldn't afford to dally around. They needed to find a way to distract the mist villain long enough for Ada to run out and contact the school, bringing reinforcements with him to help them all. They looked at the villain, who they thought was smiling in glee when 13 fell, so he said, "Honestly, it's not your fault, 13. You're a rescue hero. Combat isn't your strong suit, so don't feel bad when the kids die." The hero who was hoisted by Shishida cursed him under her breath, as she tried in vain to resist the pain she was experiencing. Ada looked at the villain and said, "You will fail, villain. I will escape calling for reinforcements." The boy then began to run toward the door, but Kurogiri appeared right in front of him as he said, "You didn't think I was going to make it easy for you now, did you?" The armored hero came to a halt to avoid being sucked in and managed to swerve to the side. "I need to find a way to outpace him, or else I won't make it outside. Everyone's lives from both classes depend on it. Give up, heroes. No matter what you try, you won't be able to escape here, so just..." The villain didn't get to continue his speech as he suddenly screeched in pain and felt something hit him in his brace. He then looked and saw a horse-like girl smirking at him. The girl then said in victory, "I knew it. Weak point is brace. Everyone attack brace." She then crouched down and lowered her head, aiming her horns at him as she said, "Horn cannon." Kurogiri's eyes widened as a storm of horns was then launched at him. The mist man managed to avoid most of them as he then looked at the horse girl and said, "Enough of your pestilence, go away now." He extended his mist only for the girl to fly away, using her horns under her armpits. The mist villain then noticed something coming at him and barely missed a punch from Shishida, who went full beast. The punch caused the earth around him to shatter into small pieces, but the boy then lunged at him again. Kurogiri then tried to open a gate to get rid of him, but the boy still had enough common sense, or his primal instincts told him to dodge, so he rolled on the ground before ripping a chunk for it and apparently threw it at the villain. But it missed. The villain then laughed. "You missed." He then noticed the smirk and understood the boy's original target, the door to the entrance. He quickly extended his quirk and barely managed to stop the projectile. He sighed with relief as he knew that if the doors were open, the speed boy's chance to escape would be greater. He then remembered the boy who was right in front of the door trying to par it open. The living mist then sent his mist toward him, but the boy jumped back, avoiding it as he said, "I was so close." Kurogiri then looked at them and said, "Give up, children, or better yet, join us. This way we all walk alive from this." The reply to his offer was met by Shota using a rock from when Shishida shattered the ground and launched it at him, hitting him in the brace. The villain then screamed in pain, but Mina used this distraction to bypass him and walked to the front without him noticing. Once she was in front of the doors, she activated her quirk and tried to make a hole big enough for Ada to go through. "Come on, quickly. Please work, please work. I don't have much time, so please work quickly." The girl prayed in her mind as she began melting the door. Kurogiri, once he regained his focus, looked at the hero children with annoyance in his eyes as he said, "You children are nothing but an annoyance. I'd like to see your face when All Might smashes you into the next century," Zero said as he hefted 13 after Shishida handed her to him when he went to help Pony. Shishida then noticed something near the entrance, so he slowly transformed into his human mode and told Ada, "Wait for my sign, Sir Ada, to run to call rescue for us." The armored boy then nodded at him. Kurogiri then laughed, "Talking about your plan in front of me." He then cackled, saying, "What a stupid move. Don't worry, we'll succeed. I promise you that, my good sir," Shishida said. Shishida then looked to the side as he yelled, "Go, Sir Ada." The boy then began to run to the entrance, but the mist began to engulf him, so he mentally said, "Is this going to really happen? Did I really fail? I really failed you, big brother." He expected to be launched into one of the areas, but it never happened, causing him to stop. He looked back only to see a waist grabbing Kurogiri by the neck brace and yelling at Ada, "Run, dude, run." The class rep of one then ran as he said, "Thank you for your trust. I will not fail you all for putting your trust in me." Awais then, using his quirk, wielded the mist man by the brace into the ground, saying, "Hang tight, now." The mist villain, refusing to lose, then unleashed his mist trying to reach it, but he didn't as it was sucked by 13. He then tried to free himself by teleporting the ground he fused to without him, but when managed to free himself, it was already too late as Ada passed by Mina, who yelled at him, "Go, Ada. Don't look back." The mist villain, angered by this turn in events and sensing how the tides have turned right now, tried to salvage the situation, but even to the best of his efforts, he couldn't do anything. First, Shota sent a projectile hitting him in the brace and sending him to the ground once more. That was followed by Pony, who launched 2 horns at him, hitting him in the brace before lifting him in the air as she then ushered Zero to do his move. The tape user then sent a huge piece of tape from his elbow toward the villain, causing it to stick to him. Finally, Sato grabbed the tape and began to spin around, spinning Kurogiri with him, till he let go of the tape, sending the villain flying. And with that, Mina said, "I hope Eater reaches them in time." On the outside, Eater ran as fast as he said, "Come on, legs. I need to be fast as I can. I need to reach the school." In the landslide zone, Momo, Gyro, Sen, Bondo, Itsuka, and Yui were standing, their hands lifted in the air as a sign of surrender. The reason was that during Kaminari's dumb time, he managed to stumble into the clutches of a villain who was hiding the entire time to avoid fighting. He looked at them and said, "Now, isn't that good?" The villain, looking at them, was wearing a skull mask on his face as he put his hand close to Kaminari's head. He then looked at them one more time before saying, "Now, how are we going to solve this, heroes?" Itsuka glared at him. She wanted nothing more but to smash the man's head into the ground till he can't even remember his name. But she can't, since Kaminari's life is on the line. She mentally cursed the boy for his quirk drawback, not that he can help it anyway. She then looked at her friends, who were sweating slightly, trying to avoid their classmate's death. "Wonderful, just wonderful." Yaoyorozu looked at the villain, who she knew meant business, as she tried to calculate a way to free Kaminari and themselves, since right now they were all at the villain's mercy. She then looked at him saying, "Let my classmate go free at once." She knew it was useless to ask, but she then added the lie. "Pros are probably coming here any minute, since they can't contact us, and they must have known that something is wrong by now. Maybe if you cooperate with us, you'll get a lighter sentence." The man chuckled as he said, "Keep talking, princess. You know what they say, keep lying till people begin to believe you." He then pointed his hand toward Kaminari, who was babbling as said appendage began to sparkle with electricity, so he said, "But this is the real world, so you all better do as I say, or this boy gets it." Sun looked at him and then said, "You're the villain who's blocking the communication, aren't you?" The Wana students were shocked how he knew about that, but given that no one came for them, they knew he kind of figured it out. The villain snorted as he said, "So what? Do one wrong move, and I promise you that this boy will be turned into fried chicken when I'm done with him," he said as his hand emitted electricity, with the dumb mode of Kaminari shrieking in fear as he sensed the danger. He then said, "Listen here, children. I'm kind of feeling a bit of companionship with other electric-type users. It's kind of a brotherhood of sorts." He then put his hand away from the boy's head as he said, "So here's what's going to happen. You're going to give up and hand yourselves over to me, or your friend will suffer for your choices. So what do you pick, heroes? Because the clock is ticking quickly and you need to make a decision now. I just don't understand something," Gyro said as she looked the villain straight in the eye, grabbing his attention. The man looked at her and said, "What is it that you don't understand about my orders? I'm sure they're clear as day. Or is it the standards of heroes fell so low these days that they let anyone enter the hero course?" The villain hoped this will get a rise from the girl so he can kill the boy, but the girl stayed as calm as ever. Gyro then added, "I mean that someone like you would make a perfect hero with that quirk of yours, so why become a villain?" This caused the others to look at her in confusion as they wondered why she was complimenting the villain holding her friend hostage. Kendo looked at the girl briefly but then looked away when she noticed the girl's earphone jack was slowly making its way toward her boots to send a sound attack to the villain. Momo noticed this too, so she joined Gyro. "I agree with her. You know, it's not too late to become one. I'm sure that it'd be willing to have such a resourceful person on their side. What are you two even trying to do at this point?" the villain said as he looked at them. "Do you actually believe that those sweet words are enough for me to actually give in? I mean, why not become one?" Gyro said, "You would have a license to use your quirk, respect, fame, money, and power," the girl said, hoping to keep doping him for a little longer. Her earphone jack was so close to her boot, but it didn't make it as the villain said, "Yeah, don't even try it, or else your friend will die today," he said while putting his hand near Kaminari's head while it crackled with electricity. The girl then retracted her earphone jack. As the villain mocked her, "I love how it tried to trick me by saying you can become a hero. Who do you think I am? Some all-might-wannabe fan who needs encouragement in life." He then said, "Enough talking. Now you will do as I say or none of you will make it out alive today." Everyone then began to panic, but Izuku looked around for a way out and saw Yui's hand. It had a pebble in it, and if she used it right, it could in theory free them, but they needed a distraction to grab the villain's attention so they can attack. As if the heavens heard her words, the sound of rocks being moved echoed from behind the thug, who looked behind him to check if someone was there, but that was what they needed in the first place. The silent girl of Class 1B then threw the pebble at the villain as he turned. She quickly then pressed her hands together, making the pebble become a boulder that hit him in the face. This caused the electric villain to let the blonde boy go from his hand, as he slowly stumbled away from him and toward the group. Momo, not wanting the boy to be trapped again in the villain's grasp, then formed a rope from her midsection and threw it toward Kaminari, who grabbed it. The girl then yanked him toward the group, causing him to crash beside them. Itsuka then rushed the villain who was trying to recover from the hit, since the helmet took the brunt of the rock attack, so she activated her quirk as she punched him, causing the man to lose the air that was in his lungs as he gasped for breath. The girl quickly retreated as Sen followed her quickly. The grating boy then activated his quirk as his hands began to spin at high speeds, and he slammed it into the villain's abdomen, sending him flying into a wall. The boy then jumped back as Gyro then yelled, "Eat this, electricity boy." She then fired an enhanced heartbeat attack from her boots toward the villain, who screamed in agony and fell to the ground. The group then began to celebrate the villain's defeat, as Bondo approached him and covered him in his glue just to make sure that if the guy came back to the land of the living he wouldn't be much of a problem. "So what do we do now?" the glue boy asked the class presidents of both classes, but a voice from behind them said, "You guys go back to the entrance to try and wait with the others." They all then looked behind them and saw Kamakiri, who was frowning with Izuku, Juzo, and Uraraka, who was leaning against a wall. The bug boy then said, "Well, it seems that we don't need your plan anymore, Stutter. They figured it out on themselves, though they needed us just to make a distraction." "Wait, that was you guys?" Gyro asked. Izuku chuckled awkwardly as he said, "Yeah, I had Uraraka lift some rocks and let them go to create a distraction so Kamakiri and I can attack him." Izuku then looked at Juzo and said, "Can you still sink him though?" The skull-faced boy nodded as he went and sank the criminal, but then Kaminari came back and said, "What happened, guys?" "You almost died," Gyro said causally. This caused the boy to yell in protest. But Momo then said, "Kaminari, can you try and contact the school now through your headset?" The boy tried and said, "Sorry guys, but these things are busted. I think they're broke." Momo then groaned as she concluded that the device broke when she pulled Kaminari toward them. Izuku then said, "Guys, you go to the entrance. Take your Uraraka with you. I'll go with Honuki and Kamakiri to see if other students need help." Kendo then said, "No way, I'm coming too." The girl mentally argued with herself, but gave in as she thought that if some villains managed to come to the entrance, they need some heavy guns with them, so she said, smiling, "Fist bump." The group of students was then divided, with one going to the entrance and the other going to the plaza. Back in the flood zone, Setsuna had just finished explaining her plan to the others. Everyone seemed on board, even Monoma, who still led a few jabs here and there talking about Ona's supremacy. The only one who didn't like the idea was Minta, who screamed, "I'm too young to die." He then looked at the villains and said, "Can't we wait till the heroes arrive?" "No, you coward. We might die before they arrive," Setsuna said before they then felt the boat shake entirely. She then looked down and saw what happened. If the villains didn't break the boat before, they sure did now. The boat was now cut in half. She looked at her companions and yelled, "Begin the plan now." Monoma then touched Setsuna's hand and said, "I have your quirk now." Setsuna then broke apart as her hands grabbed Yanagi and lifted her in the air with ease, and Monoma then broke apart himself with Setsuna, saying, "Try to keep up." Tsuyu then began to ready herself to jump as she grimaced, grabbing Minta with her tongue, and walked to the side of the ship. She then waited for Setsuna, who said, "Now, quickly." The frog girl then jumped in the air with Minta, as the great boy then began to pick his hair, throwing his sticky balls toward the villains while he was crying, "For the girls, for the girls." Setsuna's parts with Monoma's then went toward the villains as they began to hit them with the parts from every possible angle. In this time, the ghost girl used her quirk to shuck pieces of wood and metal toward the villains and hit them in their bodies, while Setsuna tried to take her to safety away from the villains. Finally, after a while, the villains were now confused, and some of them were stuck together, and the pieces that attacked them were now gone. A shark-looking villain then asked, "Where are the kids? And what the effing hell did just happen here?" Back with Setsuna, she and Monoma returned to the group. The green-haired girl then sighed as she said, "That was close. Now, let's go and reunite with the others." Monoma then said, "Let's go reunite with the others, so the Supreme Class 1 can protect you, Class 1B losers." Setsuna then gave a blank stare along with Yanagi, Tsuyu, and even Minta, making the blonde boy sweat a little, as he said, "Too much." "Way too much," Setsuna replied. She then turned her head, saying, "Let's move before the villains collect their barring and attack us." Back with Aizawa, the hero grabbed a crook with his scarf and kneed him in the face before punching another villain who tried to sneak up on him. He then looked at the leader, who he felt was smiling under his mask. When he went to fight him, multiple villains blocked his path, so needed to take them down before he took him. He then wrapped his scarf around two villains as he jumped into the air, pulling on the ends of his scarf before he smashed them into the ground. Before he went down, kicking a villain in the face as he landed. He then looked at the boss villain and made a run toward him, but as he approached the villain, the leader smirked under his hand mask, saying, 30. The hero punched a villain who tried to stop him, before jumping and axe-kicking someone in the head, causing him to pass out. The masked villain then said, 24. The hero then jumped toward the villain as the man said, 18. The hero tried to punch him, but the villain dodged it, saying, 14. The villain then tried to punch Eraserhead, but the hero managed to dodge as the villain said, 8. The hero then managed to elbow the villain as the villain coughed, saying, 2. The villain then extended his other hand as he said, "You're amazing, Eraserhead. You're so cool. Your quirk is seriously one of the most amazing quirks ever. The ability to erase someone's quirk just by looking at them and no one can tell where looking due to your goggles. But you can tell when you blinked when," the villain said as Eraser blinked with his hair going down. "Your hair goes down." The villain then touched the hero's hand, causing it to begin to slowly crumble. This made the hero jump back as he clutched his injured hand. The hero was then attacked by a villain with lion hands, but he kicked him in the face, sending him to the ground. Another one with an oversized head tried to rush him, but Eraser suppressed all the pain he was feeling and punched him in the face. But then the villain wearing the mask said, "You're really amazing, Eraser, but I should tell you something." The hero growled as the villain shook his head and said, "I'm not the final boss." The hero then felt something loom over them as the hand villain said, "He is." The monster then lifted his large hand and brought it down on the hero as the hand villain laughed, saying, "Have fun, Eraser." Back with the others, Izuku just managed to make it to the plaza with Juzo and Tagaru. They looked at the teacher of Class 1A, and he seemed to be handling the situation really well. He then looked toward the other areas and asked their friends, "So what do we do now?" "I say we go to other areas to help our friends," Juzo explained. "We don't know what kind of danger they might be facing, and unlike us, they might be in an area that's out of their element." Izuku nodded his head, imagining himself in a place where he can't use his quirk to the fullest, like the landslide zone, since it was already unstable as it is and didn't need super strength to disturb it even further. Kamakiri then said, "I don't know. I say we stay here and wait to see if the teacher needs help. If he dies, this might give villains some kind of morale boost to fight back against us." The two other students nodded their heads, understanding where the boy was coming from. They then walked and came closer to the flood area, where they heard some shuffling in the water, but when they looked, they saw a couple of students making it up to the shore. Izuku looked at them and smiled as he saw Setsuna approaching them. The girl smiled seeing him, as she said, "Yo, Greenie, how has this been treating you? I know that I have been having fun here." The boy then said, "Well, I have to say it's an experience, to say the least, but nothing so bad that happened till now." Ryuko then tapped Setsuna on the shoulder and said, "Guys, we have some company." The girl said as she pointed toward the flood zone, as a couple of villains managed to sneak up on them, but Izuku then had an idea as he said, "Guys, you might want to take a step back." The boy then lifted his fingers as he pointed at the villains. He then yelled, "Delaware Smash!" This caused a huge gust of wind to appear as Izuku flicked his fingers, causing the villains to be thrown away from them, and all of them yelled as they were sent flying away from them. Minta then said, "Dude, you're crazy strong, but seriously, you have to teach me how to." The great boy was silenced by Tsuyu hitting him with her tongue as she said, "Don't mind him. He wasn't going to say anything important." She then croaked in fear as she said, "Are you okay?" The girl asked as she pointed to his finger. The boy waved at her saying, "Yeah, it's no problem. I'm used to it by now." The boy then nursed his finger, which was broken beyond belief. The 3-1 students couldn't help but feel a little bit disgusted by the injured finger, but the others barely flinched. From the side, they heard someone yell, "Hey guys, I'm here. I'm back." Everyone looked to the side and saw Tetsu coming near them, as he said, "I thought I lost you guys. Where's Kendo and Komori?" He then stood there as he tried to catch his breath from all the fighting he had where he was, and the long distance he ran to reach here. "Kendo's at the entrance, but I don't know where Komori is right now," Izuku answered honestly. Everyone then heard the alarms begin to ring across the entire facility, causing Minta to say, "Thank goodness, help will arrive now." Izuku then said, "The guy who blocked the communications was taken out a while back, so it's kind of a surprise it took this long to finally activate and alarm the school." Setsuna then looked to the side, and her face paled as she said, "Guys, look at that." They all looked at where the lizard girl was pointing her finger, and they were sure that the scene will haunt their nightmares from now until they graduate. Back at the school, the heroes were in full swing with Ectoplasm using his clones along with Hound Dog, All Might, Vlad King, and Midnight looking for the children, each asking themselves how the school managed to lose a whole class. Vlad then came to the meeting room and said, "I checked the entirety of the support course section. There was no sign of them." He then looked at Ectoplasm and said, "What about you?" "My clones didn't find anything. I'm still searching," the ghost hero said, and then tried to reassure his companion saying, "Don't worry, Vlad. I'm sure that they're here." All Might then stood up saying, "I will go and search outside the campus." The hero then buffed up as he then went outside. The hero then walked around the school looking everywhere he can on the school premise and its surroundings, but he didn't find a single sign of the students. He then felt something smash into him. He looked down and saw Ida panting as he tried to calm his breathing down. The boy looked at him and said, All Might, quickly you must go to the USJ. Villains attacked it. Class 1B are there in the USJ. They're all in danger. I barely managed to escape. All Might's smile began to slip as he heard his phone ring, and it was Nezu. The man opened it and said, I know, and I'm on my way. He then looked at Ida as he said, Young Ida, go to the school and tell everyone what happened. They already know, but inform them of the status in the USJ. The hero student then ran to the school, as All Might went to the USJ hoping to reach it in time. With Shigaraki, he stood on the down form of Eraserhead as he began to talk with the hero. He looked at him as Namu began to wail down at him. The beast then grabbed his arm, twisted it, pinned him to the ground with his foot, and broke it. Shigaraki then said, Look at yourself, Eraser, your quirk is truly strong, but when you fight against true strength and power you might as well be quirkless. The hero then grunted as he said, You won't get away with this, and I won't let you hurt my students. Hirajiri then appeared beside Shigaraki and said, Shigaraki, I apologize, but one student managed to outpace me and went to the school to alarm them. They then both heard an alarm blare through the entire facility, meaning that the school was alarmed and reinforcements are on the way to help the students out. And the alarms went off, so I'm sure that the heroes will be here anytime, so I think we might want to retreat. Shigaraki then began to scratch his neck furiously as he said, No, that's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen. The man then calmed down as he took a deep breath, and then looked at Kurogiri as he said, Damn you, Kurogiri, if you weren't my way out of here, I swear that I would have turned into dust right now. He then went quiet for a moment before sighing in defeat as he said, Okay, there's nothing we can do here anymore, so let's go back home. He said, shocking the students watching them. This caused Minda to cheer as he grabbed at Satsuna's chest saying, That's good, we're safe. The girl in question then felt her blood boil as he grabbed the boy's head in a vice grip saying, If you do that ever again, I swear that they won't find your body anymore, got it? The boy then nodded his head in fear. Tsuyu then added, Aside from Minda's perversion, doesn't it feel wrong that he just wants to leave? Keep your guard up. Izuku said as Kamakiri added, Something is happening that we don't know. Don't believe his words. And truly a moment later, Shigaraki turned around and said, But let's kill off the Heroes Society precious kids. He then began to run quickly toward the students and stretched his hand toward Satsuna's face as Izuku reacted quickly as he grabbed the girl, pulling her away. But the man managed to grab her hand, causing it to decay and turn into dust. But the girl disconnected her hand before the decay went further than her wrist, while Izuku asked her, Are you alright? The girl then said, Yeah, it'll regenerate. Don't worry about me. Shigaraki then smiled as he said, Well, I'll just make sure I grab your head next time. He then tried to run toward her, but Izuku beat him to the punch as he smashed his face, sending the man skidding against the ground. But what shocked the boy the most is when the villain began to whine like a small child saying, No, 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 an NPC like you couldn't touch me. I want you dead. I want you dead. He then stood up and yelled, Namu. The hulking monstrosity that was keeping down Aizawa then appeared behind him. Shigaraki thought for a moment he could order his pet to kill the boy, but decided against it as he pointed his finger at the individual the boy risked his life to protect and said, Kill the girl. This way he can make the boy's effort all in vain as he watched the girl he tried to protect die in front of him. Time seemed to slow down as the monster appeared in front of Satsuna, but Izuku activated his quirk at 10% and jumped in front of her before the beast can land a hit. The boy then tried to hit the beast with a 100% punch, but the monster didn't flinch, shocking the boy for two reasons. One, his fist didn't break, and second, the monster barely flinched. The monster raised his hand to hit the boy, but before it can do any harm to both of them, Juzo quickly sank it into the ground, as he looked at Izuku saying, Dude, you just had to anger the boss villain, didn't you? Izuku then looked at Aizawa and said, Tetsu and one of students take Eraserhead to safety and try to treat his wounds. Tetsu then tried to argue, but Izuku left no room as he said, Now or he'll die. The metal boy, understanding the severity of the situation, then went to the fallen hero and picked him up with Tsuyu and Mindo along with Monoma, and they ran quickly to the entrance as Tetsu shouted back at them, I'll be back. Shigaraki laughed as he said, Well, that was a nice display of power, but Namu, get out already. Everyone was confused till the beast began to struggle in the ground. And suddenly the ground shattered, leaving dust particles as the hero students looked and saw the hulking monster look at them with empty eyes. Shigaraki then said, Good, Namu, go and kill the hero students. The beast launched at them as Izuku, Juzo, Satsuna, and Tagaru readied themselves to fight, but suddenly the doors of the USJ burst open, revealing a new figure have arrived. Have no fear. Why? All the students looked up and saw All Might at the entrance, but he wasn't smiling. The man was frowning as he said, Because I am here. All the villains looked at him as they said, All Might is here. Ready yourselves to beat him up. However, All the villains were down at a moment's notice as the hero destroyed every last one of them, before quickly going and grabbing the children as he punched Shigaraki, causing the man to lose his hand mask on his face. The hero then took all the hero children to the top and put them out of the zone of danger and into a safe place. He then looked and saw the down form of Eraserhead. The large hero then said, "I'm sorry, Eraserhead. I should have been here from the beginning, but I promise I'll take care of everything now." The Eraser hero then groaned but didn't say anything. All Might then walked to the fight as he was readying himself to fight, but he was stopped by Izuku, who said, "All Might." The hero looked at him, and the boy then said, "That thing. I punched it with 100% of one. I mean my quirk, but it just shrugged it off." The boy then looked at the hero, who smiled at him as he raised a thumbs up, and said, "Don't worry, young Midoriya, I got this." The hero then raced down to the field as he went directly to the fight, and said, "Last chance, give up." The man then saw the villain with the blue hero throwing some kind of tantrum as he reached for the hand mask that was on his face and said, Father, who did this to you?" He then put the hand on his face, calmed down, and he looked at the hero with malice in his eyes. Shigaraki then scoffed, "I didn't come all this way just to throw the towel now." He then scratched his neck as he said, "Now why don't you have some fun with Namu? He's been waiting for you all this time. It would be rude to keep him waiting." The hero then looked at the beast, and he had to admit that it sure was something. It was almost his size, if not larger, but this was something that could wait for another time. The hero then ran toward it as he yelled, crossing his hands, "Carolina Smash." The attack caused vibrations in the air, but the beast barely flinched as its body rippled a little, but nothing more. This shocked the hero as he prepared another attack, yelling, "Texas Smash." The hero punched the beast, but the monster met his fist as it punched back. But what happened next shocked All Might even further. The monster's arm and its body rippled like some kind of recoil absorption before aiming a punch at the hero, but he ducked and threw a punch of his own toward the beast's head, causing it to back away momentarily. The hero then heard clapping coming from the back when the hand-covered villain came, and said, "Are you having fun playing with Namu, All Might?" He then pointed to the beast, saying, "You know it was made specifically to kill you, symbol of peace." He then laughed a little as he said, "You can punch it as much as you want, but Namu has shock absorption. The only way to thoroughly end it is to tear it into bits and pieces, shove it head first into the ground so it won't move anymore." The hero then smiled as he said, "Really? Thanks for the information." The hero then rushed toward the beast, who got up, but before it can do anything, All Might grabbed it from behind and bent to smash it into the ground in hopes of defeating it before he can put his attention to the other villains who dared and attacked his students. Beside the entrance, Izuku watched the fight with amazement as he saw how All Might is fighting the villain with non-ending resolve. Tetsu then came near him, and he said, "Man, All Might is so manly. No wonder he's the #1 hero." Izuku nodded his head, but then saw something that scared him. He looked and saw Pony. He grabbed the American girl's hand and said in her native language, "Pony, send your horns and move All Might out of danger." The girl looked down and saw that a portal was slowly opening under the hero as he tried to smash the villain into the ground. She waited no more as she sent 4 horns while Izuku jumped down to the plaza with Tetsu following him, saying, "Don't leave me out of the fun too." They were also joined by both Juzo and Kamakiri, with the other students trying to stop them. So Itsuka said, "Man, these guys are major idiots. What do you think, Set?" She then looked at the girl who was zoned out and said, "Set, are you okay?" The girl then shook her head as she said, "Yeah, I just hope Midoriya knows what he's doing." "Don't you mean Midoriya and the others?" "Yeah, right." All Might was about to smash the villain into the ground when he felt something go under his armpits and drive him away from the villain to a spot where he wasn't in his grasp anymore. At first, he thought that it was another one trying to help his associates, then noticed it was 4 horns like the quirk of one of his students. But why did she interfere? He looked to the Namu and got his answer. In the place where he was planning to smash the villain into the ground, there was a portal. The hero then said, "So this was a trap." Hirajiri then said in disappointment, "True, but sadly it didn't work out the way we wanted it to." The hero then heard movement beside him as he saw 4 of his students down there with him, so he yelled, "Kids, what are doing here? Get out before you get injured." Izuku then said, "With all due respect, All Might, but we're not leaving." Tetsu then said, "Yeah, that thing seems like a handful. Let's take care of the misty and handy guy over there." Juzo then added, "This way they won't spring more traps on you anymore." Tagaru then told him, "Plus, we're already knee-deep in trouble with Vlad Sensei. It won't matter if we add some more to the list." The hero couldn't help but smile at his students' bravery as he stood up and looked at the villains and said, "All right, young heroes, but if it gets too hot for you, I want you all to retreat." The boys nodded their heads as the head villain then said, "Such a weak show." He then looked to his misty companion and said, "Kurajiri, go and kill these brats." The mist villain nodded his head as he turned his attention to the younger heroes and said, "Nothing personal, but I need you all to." Boom. And out of nowhere came Bakugo jumping onto the villain as he said with a crazed smile on his face, "And you thought you'd get away from me forever? I know your weakness is the brace. The villain tried to move, but the bomb boy then activated his quirk a little as he said, don't even think about moving UF, or else I swear I'll blow you up so badly that they will be cleaning your bits and pieces for months. Kirishima then arrived at the scene and said, man, what you're saying isn't very heroic, you know. Shigaraki at this point was becoming disturbed real quick real fast as he turned to Namu. But suddenly the beast got frozen in ice. When he looked around, he saw a trail of ice leading back to a dual-colored kid. The boy then said, your plan to kill All Might ends here. Shigaraki then began to laugh as he said, man, children these days are becoming really good. I mean, look at them right now. They're making us look like real rookies. He then snapped his fingers and said, Namu, go and retrieve Kirigiri. The monster then began to break through the ice that coated its body, but it ripped its flesh in the process, losing its leg and the left upper half of its body. No one understood what happened till the beast began to regenerate its missing limbs. This made All Might exclaim in shock, I thought it had shock absorption. Shigaraki laughed as he said, but it also has regeneration, All Might. As I told you, it was made to defeat you. The beast then moved out of the way toward Bakugo, but before the boy can blink, a huge shock followed by a huge dust cloud threw him away, freeing Kirigiri from him. Kirishima then said, wow, you stopped it. The boy then replied, I didn't even see it. When the dust cloud cleared, it revealed All Might holding Namu at bay, as he looked at Shigaraki and said in anger, have you no mercy? To attack a child with full intent on killing him. The villain chuckled saying, well, he was holding our gate and escape route, so I had to save my comrade. He then added as the mist man appeared beside him, and what can you say about your student attacking my friend? You know violence only breeds violence. And the thing is that we weren't so different. You people government are only licensed to harm others while we aren't. All Might then scoffed as he said, save the lecture's villain. We both know that this is one of your sick reasoning that you use to harm others. If you were against violence, you wouldn't have come here to kill innocent children who have done nothing to you. The villain laughed as he raised his hands saying, you caught me, All Might. Now Namu, end him. The two hulking figures then began to clash, but Izuku in the meantime began to formulate a plan to defeat the beast-looking one. Guys, I have a plan, but I need everyone's attention. Bakugo then tried to yell, but Kirishima silenced him as he said, we're all ears. The boy nodded his head as he said, first, I want you, Tetsu, and Kamakiri to engage the mist villain so he wouldn't interfere anymore. And the same thing with you, Kaken. Go and deal with the hand-covered villain because you're the only who can take care of him, but beware he has some kind of decay quirk. The boy then freed himself from the redhead's grip and said, I'm not doing a effing thing you say, Deku, but I only want to put that hand fetish creep in his place, so don't think you're better than me. Everyone looked at him as he continued. Alright, moving on from this, Juzo, I want you to soften the ground that Namu thing after I blast it with my finger flicks. He then looked at Todoroki. And I want you to freeze it when it becomes into the ground so that way All Might can defeat it faster. The dual-haired boy didn't want to listen to his plan, since he didn't like anyone giving him orders other than the teachers. But right now everything was going to hell, so he only nodded his head. Now go. Quickly Bakugo blasted through the air toward Shigaraki as he said, hand freak, come and get some. He then launched a blast toward him, making sure to keep some distance between them due to his quirk. Tetsu, Kirishima, and Kamakiri then began tackling the mist villain, preventing him from interfering with Bakugo. Finally, Izuku looked at All Might as he yelled, All Might, back away. The hero saw his successor readying a blast, so he stepped out of the way when a huge gust of wind hit Namu, stunning it. But it was more than enough for Juzo to sink it into the ground up to its torso, followed by Todoroki who froze it. Izuku then held another one of his broken fingers, as he said to his hero, when it breaks free, defeat it, All Might. The hero nodded as the monster then broke free and began to regenerate. He quickly rushed to the beast, and began to punch it as hard as possible as he said, you said that this monster of yours has some kind of shock absorption, not nullification. So that means it must have a limit. The hero then proceeded to punch it repeatedly, causing huge gusts of wind to appear in the plaza as his students stopped their attacks on the villains and regrouped. So that means to defeat it, I must go beyond my limits. I must go beyond plus ultra. The hero finished as he punched the monster a punch so hard it caused its body to collapse from the inside, and it was sent flying into the dome of the USJ, smashing through it and into the sky. This attack caused so much pressure that Tetsu had to turn to his metal form and grab both Kamakiri and Izuku to prevent them from flying. Juzo had to sink himself in the ground, and Todoroki had to put some ice to handle himself, but sadly Kirishima and Bakugo went flying back. When the hero finished, he looked at the villains as steam erupted from his body and said, in my prime day, a punk like this would only have taken me 5 hits, but today it took 100 mighty blows to end this. Shigaraki then began to get angry as he said, he cheated. He cheated. Sensei said that was weaker, but he was still strong as ever. No way, he has cheated. The hero then lifted his fist and said, so now evildoers, what are going to do? Shigaraki then kept throwing his temper tantrum until the living mist pointed out something. Shigaraki, look at him. The villain then looked at All Might, who looked worse for wear, as Kurogiri then said, right now, he's seriously weakened. We still have a shot to kill him. Shigaraki then smiled as he said, you're right. All Might then mentally prayed that the villains retreated or that the heroes arrived anytime soon, so he said, afraid now, villains. Shigaraki then laughed as he said, you can act all you want, but right now you can barely stand. He then ran toward him as he stretched his hand, but suddenly he heard a voice that yelled, stay away from All Might. It was Izuku who intercepted the villain faster than the latter could comprehend and faster than what the Mist Man can do. This was followed by a punch to the face from Izuku, who sent him sailing. As Kurogiri said, young master, the living mist then reappeared beside him as he said, are you all right? The villain said, yeah, but I want to kill that boy. Izuku, who stood beside All Might, said, if you to get near him, you need to get past me. The hero meanwhile mentally said, young Midoriya, thank you for buying those few moments. The hand villain then said, that can be arranged. He then thrusted his hand forward as Kurogiri opened a portal toward the boy. Izuku was shocked when the hand was right in front of his face, but was relieved when a bullet went through it. He looked backward and saw it as saying, I've returned with the cavalry. All the students cheered as the teachers began to take out the villains, but Shigaraki then nursed his hand that was shot as he said, let's get out of here. The villain was then shot by Snipe, the shooting hero, and the other hand and the legs caused Kurogiri to teleport them away. Izuku then collapsed to the ground as the last thing he saw was a scrawny-looking All Might, and a wall forming between them and the other students. All Might said in his weak form, good work, young Midoriya. Rest now. The last thing he thought of was Recovery Girl is not going to let hear the end of this. Friends day out. Inside a bar far away from UA, a dark portal opened, and it threw out both Kurogiri and Shigaraki, who was lying down on the ground, and began to rub his bullet wounds. Kurogiri then stood up and went to a cabinet and said to the blue-haired man, I will bring the medical kit to treat your wounds, young master. This was met by annoyed mumbling from the blue-haired man, who was still angry at how things played out today, and angry that some lowly hero brat managed to hit him not just once, but twice. He actually managed to hit him twice. He was so angry, he wanted to leash out and dust everything that was in his path. He then looked around and said, how the F did this go so wrong? We were so close to defeating All Might, so how did it turn so badly? The screen behind him then came to life, and a voice full of power and authority then echoed, managing to silence the young man. Tell me, young Tamura, how did your little adventure play out? I hope everything did go to your liking. Sensei, you were wrong. All Might, he's still strong as he ever was. He was able to keep up with Namu. This caused a moment of silence to sweep the entire bar as the figure on the other end was thinking to himself. I wasn't wrong, young Tamura, the man answered honestly, but then added, but perhaps I've been a little bit over-optimistic. He then hummed a little and said, don't worry, young Tamura. This in theory could help us. I bet that the heroes now think that we're some lowly gang of criminals and are underestimating us, so it wasn't a total loss in the end. This was met by the young man saying, yes, sensei. Tamura knew that his sensei knew better and always wanted the best for him. Another screen then lit up as another voice then asked, so the raid failed? I see. The voice then stopped for a moment and then asked, what happened to the Namu? Did you manage to retrieve it? I can do more experiments to see where it failed. Namu, huh? Shigaraki scoffed as Kurogiri answered the other figure, sadly, but All Might was able to defeat Namu, and we weren't able to retrieve it due to certain circumstances. The living mist stopped a little as he thought about how to tell him what happened. All Might defeated Namu by literally blasting it through the USJ dome, so I wasn't able to trace it and find it. The mist finally added, if you want, I can go and search for it and retrieve it for further experimentation. The living mist then went quiet as he waited for a reply. He was shocked when the other figure replied, no need for it. If anything, we have to lay low right now. Tamura then said, but there's someone who annoyed me the most there, sensei. This caught the figure's attention and he asked the boy, and who is the kid who caught your attention, young Tamura? The young man then yelled, it was some green-haired boy that managed to punch me twice. He was also the reason that I wasn't able to kill All Might. If he didn't interfere, I would have been able to turn that symbol of trash into dust. The man-child then clenched his fists as he said, I want to kill that boy, sensei. The man chuckled and said, let me check the roster of students, young Tamura. The man then began to search the roster he had of Class 1A, but he wasn't able to find a student that had a green-haired student, or at least a boy, since he did manage to find a green-haired girl with a mutation quirk that made her like a frog. He then asked the boy, Tamura, I'm sorry, but are you sure that there is such a student? Yes, sensei. He's some NPC that dropped from the sky when that copycat quirk user tried to use Kurogiri's quirk. This cleared everything for the man. He now lifted the roster of Class 1B, which he asked Tamura to get just in case the other class showed up, and it seems due to a mistake of one of the hero students, they did show up. And he scanned the roster, and he then finally found 2 male students with green hair. One looked like a bug while the other was normal looking. He then asked the boy, did have some kind of mutation, or was he normal looking? The man then replied, "No, sensei. He was as normal as everyone. I don't think he had a mutation, but he was ridiculously strong." This caused the man's mouth to twitch up in a small grin. The man then laughed and said, "Truly, young Tamura, you have eyes for details. That kid is an interesting person that came across your path." The man then read out the boy's information. His name is Izuku Midoriya. His quirk is called inner energy manipulation, which allows him to use stored energy inside his body to increase his physical capabilities, including super strength and super speed. But the interesting thing is that his quirk, the man then laughed a little, manifested recently after he had an interaction with All Might due to the slime villain. The young man nodded his head, remembering that event when All Might managed to save 2 students for the villain. This caused the man to say to the young villain, "Rest well, young Tamura, because the next time you appear you're going to show this world how a symbol truly acts like." The young man nodded his head, but then he winced in pain as Kurogiri began to treat his wounds, and he grumbled in annoyance, "Did they seriously have to shoot me through both my hands and legs?" Back at the front of the USJ, all of the students were standing and talking with each as they waited to have their statements taken individually so they can go home. They all looked and saw a man wearing a raincoat and a hat walk close to them, and he said, Let me see. 36, 37, 38, 39. Okay, great. I can see that all of you students from both classes are here." He then felt someone tap his shoulder. He turned to see a green-haired girl. Satsuna asked him, "Mr. Detective, what happened to our teachers? And what happened to our friend Izuku Midoriya? The boy with green hair like mine, and the cute freckles on his cheeks. He was kind of with All Might when you all arrived." The man smiled at her and explained, "First, your teachers are all fine and dandy, and we were able to stabilize their condition using Recovery Girl's quirk. I can assure you that both 13 and Eraserhead are doing fine right now, and will both make a full recovery after receiving the appropriate treatment." He then hummed a bit as he continued, "As for your friend, don't worry. He's fine. He was taken with All Might to your school, so Recovery Girl can treat them both and make sure that they're in tip-top condition." He finally added, "But right now, I need you all to ride the bus to go to the school so that Officer Sansa can take your statements." The girl nodded her head as she saw 2 other students cooing over the mentioned officer who had a cat's head. The girl walked, but a hand stopped her. She turned to see Izuku, who asked, "So what did he tell you? Is Midoriya okay? Are our teachers fine? Are their injuries fatal?" The girl then grabbed her shoulder, making Satsuna wince in pain from her strength. The girl quickly answered, "They're all fine, but can you leave my shoulder alone because I'm going to need surgery if you start using your strength aspect unchecked." The orange-haired girl blinked as noticed that she was truly applying the strength aspect of her quirk without noticing. The girl then took her hand away, smiling sheepishly as she blushed a little in embarrassment. Itsuka then gained a smirk as she said, "I heard your talk with the detective." This caused Satsuna to raise her eyebrow as the other girl carried on. "So you think that Midoriya's freckles are cute?" This made the splitter quirk user blush quickly as she said, "Well, it's a trademark of him. I mean, you can't deny that they look a little bit cute." She then turned her head to the side as Kendo chuckled at her friend's embarrassment and said, "I suppose that you're right." The green-haired girl then rubbed her arm as she said, "I really hope he's all right. I mean, he seemed winded out when he was taken out of the USJ." She then lifted the stump where one of her hands used to be, saying, "And I really hope that my hand grows back quickly because this really sucks on so many different levels." Both girls then chuckled as they loaded themselves onto the bus with their friends to go to school. Back at UA, Izuku woke up with a ringing in his head. He turned in his bed only to see All Might. The hero, who was already awake, smiled at the boy and said, "Young Midoriya, I'm glad that you're all right. I was afraid that you were going to spend the night here, but turns out my worries were for nothing." The boy smiled at the hero as he said, "Thanks, All Might. Tell me, how are you feeling right now?" The hero then told him, "I'm feeling quite well, young Midoriya. And by the way, thank you for helping me defeat that Namu villain. Today, you are a true hero." The boy felt his heart clench as his hero complimented him. The hero was then smacked over the head by a cane, as Recovery Girl then said, "Don't compliment his recklessness. He could have hurt himself worse than he already did. But then again, he didn't hurt himself too bad today, so that's something." Izuku was confused about whether to consider this a compliment or an insult, but he settled for the former. Suddenly the door of the infirmary opened, and the detective from earlier walked in. He greeted All Might in a casual fashion, shocking Izuku, who said, "All Might, does he knows about your normal form?" The hero nodded his head, as he then addressed the man, "Tsukachi, is that you? So you did show up after all." The detective then sat close to All Might as he said, "Now take it easy, All Might. You already fought hard, and before you ask, everyone's fine. No need to worry." This made both the hero and hero in training sigh in relief. The man then added, "They all fought bravely and did well considering that they're still students." He then said, "In addition to that, we managed to find that Namu thing that you told us about. It was in the middle of a field somewhere away from the USJ. It didn't move, protest, or so much as blink, so we were able to apprehend it with no problems whatsoever. The hero then nodded his head as he stood up and said, "All right, thanks, Tsukachi. You can go now." And with that, the detective left to collect the statements of the students. All Might then said, "I'm going to talk to Principal Nezu, young Midoriya. Do you need anything before I leave?" "No, All Might." And with that, the hero exited the room, leaving behind him Recovery Girl and Izuku. The woman then said, "You can drop the act. So tell me, what's wrong?" she asked in a motherly tone, even though she yelled at the boy. It was because she cared about him. The boy then looked down as he said, "I feel useless. I tried to fight off that Namu thing, but I didn't even manage to make it blink. I pushed my body beyond its limits, but I barely was able to make it flatter." Recovery Girl nodded her head as she said, "You want to become stronger, don't you?" "Yeah, I want to become strong so that I can protect the people I care about. I want to become stronger so I can save more people." The old woman smiled at him as she remembered a younger All Might also wanting to push himself. She then thought of something and nodded to herself. Perhaps this way he can control his power more and would stop coming here. "I truly don't want him to lose his body due to his recklessness. Well, I have an idea," she said as she wrote something on a small piece of paper. She then handed it over to Izuku, saying, "This is the phone number of All Might's previous teacher. I'm sure that he will be able to help gain greater control over One for All, so call him as soon as you can. I don't want to see you hurting yourself anymore." The boy nodded his head as he looked at the number. Suddenly, the door was flung open and he saw his friends and Hound Dog entering the room. Setsuna and Kanoko then jumped him and hugged him, saying, "Are you all right?" The boy blushed heavily, and so did Kanoko, who immediately withdrew and covered her red face. The boy then chuckled a little as he moved Setsuna, who was hugging him, in a vice grip and said, "I'm fine, guys. Seriously, there's no need to worry about my health." His friends were highly skeptical of that but decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. He was then smacked by Setsuna on the head as she said, "You idiot. Do you know how scared you made me when you jumped to take a hit for me from that monster? I could have disconnected my body and avoided the blow. I truly thought that you were going to die at that moment." The boy lowered his head in shame as he made his friend worry about him. But then she said, "But still, thank you for risking your life for me, Midoriya." He looked up to see her smiling at him. It wasn't her usual teasing smile, but it was a happy, genuine smile. She quickly added with a cheeky smile, "You're my hero." This made the boy blush a little, given that the girl called him her hero and was still hugging him. "But you still have to make up for me." He then looked at her in interest, wondering what she wanted him to do. "So how about you go out with me and the others Sunday to have fun?" The boy's eyes widened in happiness as he nodded his head, quickly excited to spend some time with his friends. He then looked to the side and remembered that Hound Dog was still there, and he asked him, "Hound Dog Sensei, how can I help you? Do you want me to do something for you?" The hero then shook his head as he said, "No, Midoriya, I just wanted to talk to you about your first session with me." The boy looked at him in interest, but the hero continued, "Today was supposed to be your first session, but given what happened, I'm more than sure that you want to go home and relax a little after fighting for your life." The man looked at the student as he asked him, "Do you want to have your session before you go to hang out with your friends?" The boy scratched the back of his head in confusion as he asked, "I don't know. Doesn't the school close on weekends? I mean, I don't want to cause any problems for you in the school." The dog hero then shook his head as he said, "That's no problem, Midoriya. UA works on a free system. We can literally do whatever we want in here, and no one is going to question our actions." He explained to the young man before he repeated his question once more. "So tell me, Midoriya, do you want me to schedule a session for you on Sunday?" The boy thought for a moment, but he answered, "All right, let's do it, Hound Dog Sensei. I'll come here on Sunday at about 10 in the morning." He looked at the hero as he asked, "Is that fine by you, Sensei?" The dog hero nodded his head as he said, "All right, 10 it is." The hero then thought about something. "Do you want to bring someone as emotional support, Midoriya?" The boy tilted his head in confusion as he asked the hero, "What is that?" The hero then explained to him what he meant. Emotional support during a therapy session is someone who helps when you talk about yourself and keeps you calm if you felt uncomfortable. It's basically someone to help you throughout the entire thing. The boy shrugged his shoulders as he said, "I think it would be nice to have someone to support me during the entire thing, but it mostly depends on my friends, cause my mom really works hard during the day, and I don't want to inconvenience her." He looked at his friends as he saw Tetsu give him a thumbs up, Kanoko with a small smile on her face, while Kendo nodded her head. Kendo then thought of something which caused her to smirk at the lizard girl, who unconsciously knew that her friend was up to no good. Kendo said, "I think that Setsuna should be his emotional support. Those two were best friends since the beginning of the year, so she would be the best choice for emotional support." The dog hero looked at Izuku, who nodded his head since he believed that the girl was truly his true first friend in a long time. Setsuna, on the other hand, gave Kendo a dirty look that basically called her a traitor, but she accepted nonetheless. When they all exited the infirmary, they all walked home as they planned what to do on Sunday and where they are planning to go. In the principal's office, a weakened All Might sat with Nezu as they discussed something. I fear that he may be back. Back in the USJ, that hand villain known as Shigaraki said that Nama was made up of multiple quirks, and we both know that only he can do that. Nezu looked at the symbol of peace and asked him, are you sure, All Might? I mean, it could be an associate of his. All Might nodded as he added, think about it. How many people do you know that can give people multiple quirks? What worried me the most is that he said that Nama was made to fight me. Nezu's eyes widened as he asked, do you think that there's more of these things out there? The little creature then rubbed his chin as he said, that means we must work to find the source, or else we'll have those Namu things crawling everywhere in a couple of weeks. Nezu then asked All Might, did you tell your successor about this? The hero then blushed and scratched the back of his head as he coughed, saying, no, not really. I thought that he was dead for the time. But now this raises a new challenge in the face of young Midoriya. I just don't want to burden him with this type of information yet. Plus, I'm afraid if I told him that the boy might overwork himself trying to control one for all, quicker destroying his body in the process. Nezu could only shake his head. He truly understood where All Might was coming from, but he couldn't withhold this type of information any longer. He needed to tell the boy in case the worst happened, and he needed to tell him now. But the other point he was making was right on point. And from what All Might told him about the boy is that he's a hard worker who doesn't know when to quit. During his training to clean the beach, the boy sometimes went against what the hero prescribed for him, so Nezu needed someone who reels in Midoriya when he goes on a tangent with his training. Then it hit him, he can ask for his help. The man was a good teacher. Sure, he was strict, but strict is what Izuku needed to help him advance, and at the same time not go overboard. He then looked at All Might as he said, All Might, I think I found a solution to our little problem. The hero smiled as he turned to face him. Really, that's wonderful. The hero stopped dead in his tracks as he saw Nezu hold on his face an unreadable smile that usually promised pain to those who saw it. He then understood what he meant. No, anyone but him. Don't you want the best for young Midoriya? The rat said, making the hero bite his lip. And don't tell you're still afraid of him. The hero looked away as Nezu said, he's an old man away from his prime and golden days. Anyway, don't forget to call him today while I do the necessary things needed from him to come. The rat then left the hero gaping as he looked at his phone, not knowing that this call will happen faster than he thought. When Izuku finally reached home, he walked to his room. He knew that he had at least 3 hours before his mom came home, and smothered him in worry. But he can only hope that the news didn't catch the drift that both classes were involved in the attack, or his mom won't let him live this down. He sat in his room as he opened his phone and removed from his pocket the paper note that Recovery Girl gave him after he told her he wanted to improve. He read the name of All Might's old mentor, and it was Gran Torino, and he was shocked since he didn't even hear of this name once. He opened the net and searched through it looking for the name, and he saw that the man was once a homeroom teacher at UA and currently he was a retired pro, and his reputation preceded him. The guy was an absolute nightmare for students. His training regimes were known to be brutal. He was known as Hand First Trainer, or as his previous students would like to call it, beating to an inch of their lives. The boy was afraid for a moment, but then he remembered the USJ today, and how he felt helpless against the Namu, so he steeled himself as he called the number. He waited for a couple of minutes, but the line was disconnected, causing him to sweat drop as he thought he must have thought that I'm some type of phone salesman. The boy called him again, only for him to receive the same treatment as the previous attempt. He tried another time, but he had the same result. He then tried for the 4th time, but this time he was met by an old voice yelling through the line, "Leave me alone. I don't want to buy whatever you want to sell." The man then tried to close the line, only for Izuku to quickly stop him, saying, "Wait, I'm not some salesman. I called you so you can help me with my quirk." The retired hero then stopped, as he said, "Who in the world are you?" Izuku breathed in relief as he saw that he finally drew the attention of the pro. Izuku then introduced himself, saying, "I'm Izuku Midoriya, and I'm a student at UA, and I want you to help me with my quirk." The retired pro then said, "And why in the world would I want to help you of all people?" Izuku then said, "Because I'm All Might's apprentice," he said, emphasizing the apprentice part. Once the voice on the other line went quiet, he knew that he grabbed his attention, so he continued, "And I want you to help me with my quirk. I want to improve, so I can become stronger." This was followed by a brief silence, but Gran Torino then said, "And who are you again?" This made the boy fall to the ground, but he stood up and explained everything to the man again. The man listened to the boy, as he said, "Listen up, kid. I'm coming by Monday to your school to train. And by then I want you to train that full cowling of yours to the max, because I'm not All Might, and I'm not going to coddle you like he does. Got it?" "Yes, and I'm looking forward to working with you," Izuku said. The man on the other side of the line laughed as he said, "Let's see if you're going to keep that spirit once I'm done with you." Once he finished the call, Izuku sat on the bed as he asked himself mentally, "What in the world have I gotten myself into?" back with Torino. The man dialed a number, but when the line opened up, he screamed at the top of his old lungs, "Toshinori, you moron." Sunday came quickly, and Izuku was now on his way to UA to have his first therapy session. He was wearing a white t-shirt and some blue jeans. He walked to the gates of the school only to be met by a sight that made him blush like crazy. He was met by Setsuna, who was wearing a long green dress hoodie and some black jeans with some strapped heels. He could only think of one thing: beautiful. The boy then shook his head as he tried to clear his mind from these types of thoughts, since he didn't want to abuse his friend's trust by having thoughts about them in the wrong matter. On the other hand, Setsuna was having similar thoughts, and she wasn't regretting them in the least. He looked seriously hot. They both stared at each other for a full minute, before snapping out of their hypnotized state and greeting each other. Izuku then walked inside the school with the girl following him inside to go to Hound Dog's office so he can begin his therapy session. Once they reached there, Izuku felt a little nervous. So Setsuna grabbed his hand and squeezed his hand, and they both entered the office. They looked and saw Hound Dog waiting for him. Both students greeted him. The hero then pointed to a chair and told Izuku to take a seat. Once he was near him, the hero pulled out a clipboard and said, "Midoriya, this will be a simple talking to session. I just want to know about your life during your quirkless years. Tell me how you felt about it." The boy looked at him. "Well, it was mostly good. I mean, it was sometimes hard, but it wasn't really that hard." The hero raised an eyebrow. "So you weren't bullied?" The boy then shook his head, as he said, "No, not really. I was always kinda careless though." The hero didn't like where this was going, so he asked, "What do you mean, Midoriya?" The boy thought for a moment. "I mean that I was quirkless, so I was always getting into accidents, hurting myself, and causing inconveniences for my teachers and classmates." The boy looked down as he added, "But now it's all good." The hero then asked an important question, "Tell me, Midoriya." The hero looked him in the eye as he asked, "Did one Katsuki Bakugo ever bully you? Did he ever use his quirk on you with the intent of harming you?" The boy looked at him shocked, as if he just witnessed a murder occur right in front of him. "Of course not. Kakin is a great future hero, I just know it. He never bullied me. It was my fault for always being reckless." Setsuna then said, "Greenie, are you really sure that he didn't bully you? I mean, do you remember what happened in the cafeteria a couple of days back?" The boy then said as he scratched the back of his head nervously, "He wasn't bullying me. He was showing that he cares in his own way." The boy looked at his hands as he said, "He's my friend, and I know that he feels the same way. He's just a little bit angry with me, but he'll come around eventually." The girl wanted to talk further, but she saw the dog hero shake his head, telling her that she wasn't going to change his mind. The session continued with Hound Dog asking questions, and Izuku answering. Finally, the session ended and the two friends went to continue their day, as Hound Dog went to Nezu's office. In the office, Vlad and All Might sat with Nezu, who then asked, "So what is the diagnosis?" The dog hero then shook his head. The boy's mental health is in shambles, but it isn't to the degree that he poses a danger to others, though he mostly poses a threat to himself because he views his life as worthless compared to others as long as they're okay. "Vlad, you might want to work on this issue." The dog hero then began to count a list of problems he thinks the boy suffers from. The boy, from basic observation, suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, low self-esteem, sensitivity to loud noises, mild fear of people though his friends are lowering this, imposter syndrome, and finally a low case of Stockholm syndrome with Bakugo. All Might sat in horror as he digested the new information. Was his successor suffering so much under his nose, and he didn't even notice? Truly, he was a horrible mentor. Vlad, on the other hand, sighed. He still didn't know why Bakugo wasn't expelled. After Nezu unearthed the boy's true records from footage he got from his old school's servers, it was clear that the boy was a bully who attacked everyone and everything that he thought was looking down on him, whatever that meant. Hound Dog then added, "Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if the boy thought about taking his own life away." This made All Might shiver, remembering the encounter between him and Izuku. If that day the boy killed himself, he was sure that he would never be able to have a wink of sleep ever again for his callous behavior that day. Simply, it was by far not his brightest moment. "But don't worry, I have a plan to help the boy through them all," the dog hero announced. "But first, I need him to open up to me, so it may take a while." The symbol of peace asked, "Why do you think that, and you?" The dog hero then responded, "Because I think the boy to some extent doesn't trust in authority figures. He was bullied to no end in his school only for the facility to allow it or blame him for it. He might think that we're the same on some level." He then looked at Vlad saying, "It was a good thing you took him in your class, or else Aizawa's methods might have ruined whatever trust he had. And you managed to actually gain his trust. The boy speaks highly of you and All Might. Hell, he says that Vlad is the greatest teacher he ever had." Both Vlad and All Might sighed in relief, knowing that the boy trusted them. The dog hero then said, "Here's my plan to help him recover from those horrible years." In the mall, Setsuna was dragging Izuku like a ragdoll around as she window shopped for items, causing the boy to groan, "Man, I hate when my mom does it. I think now I like it less. The girl then looked at him in mock betrayal as she said, well, Midoriya, it's not my problem you men are like apes who only slap the nearest piece of clothes onto each other and call it a day. We have to work hard for it. The boy's sweat dropped at her line as he thought, man, she sure is funny when she's doing this, but she's still cute. What am I thinking? The boy then slapped himself to get rid of those thoughts. Both teens then heard voices calling out for them. They looked behind them and saw that Kanoko and Tetsu have just arrived. The girl was wearing a frail red dress, while the boy was wearing a blue t-shirt with some white jeans. They stopped in front of them, and they greeted them, but Tetsu asked, hey, where's Kendo? The girl in question then popped out of nowhere as she whispered into his ear, you called for me. This caused the boy to shriek like a frightened girl and jump away as both Kendo and Satsuna laughed at his reaction. Satsuna then said, man, scaring you never gets old. I still remember when I first met you and caused my head to fall off. You actually passed out from fear. It was so hilarious. The boy sat on the ground crossing his legs as he drew circles on the ground saying quietly, this isn't manly. Izuku then sat beside him and patted him on the back saying, don't feel bad about it, Tetsu. We all have embarrassing moments. The boy looked at him and nodded. He stood up from his position and asked, so what do you guys want to do? I'm so pumped right now. I can do anything. His friends smiled at his enthusiasm. They looked around, and the girls agreed that they needed to do some shopping against the boys' wishes who were turned into human clothes rackets lifting the clothes that the girls picked, earning sympathetic looks from men all around them. Izuku then asked the metal boy, is this what usually happens when guys hang out with girls? No, but I think the girls are doing it on purpose to annoy us, he said as Itsuka threw at him another jacket adding them to the huge pile that he already had. He then looked at her asking, is this some joke? You already put about 20 jackets down there. The girl looked at him with a sad look as she said, can't I act like other girls? The boy then saw a tear slide down her face. He then quickly backpedaled saying, I didn't mean anything. She then threw at him another piece of clothing saying, then hold this and stop whining. We're about to finish. The boy blinked a little as he then understood what happened. He was doped. He then quietly said, that was so unmanly. Truly to Kendo's words. 5 minutes later, they were finished shopping. But this raised a new issue such as Izuku and Tetsu becoming their packing mules as they held the bags the girls had their clothes in. Tetsu then said, let us take a break for the love of all that's holy. Somewhere Ibara felt very proud of one of her classmates. The girls then allowed the boys to take a breather, as Kanoko said, for tough guys who 2 days ago jumped down to help All Might fight a huge monster, you sure get winded out quickly. This made both boys glare in her direction, making her squeak and hide behind Kendo, who said, stop scaring her. She's joking with you. The boys then laughed saying, we know. We're joking too. Izuku added, now aside from doping us into becoming your personal packing mules and most likely tricking us to come to your shopping spree, what do you girls want to do? The girls then thought for a moment. Truly, when this getaway was mentioned by Satsuna, it was mostly a shopping trip for them and they brought the guys to hold their clothes. But now what else did they want to do? Kanoko then suggested, how about we watch some movies? It's been a while since I watched one. The guys nodded their heads, as so did the other girls, but Izuku then asked, so what genre do you want to watch? I can watch anything honestly. The other four then began to discuss between them what they wanted to do, but they couldn't reach a common ground. Each had their own opinion as they voiced it. Hendo was the first to talk. We should watch an adventure movie. I mean that way we get everything, a small amount of action, a good plot, a thrilling story, good characters, and it will be a blast. She then lifted her hand saying, anyone who agrees with me, raise your hand like me. She looked only to see the others didn't even react. She knew that Izuku didn't care what they picked since he only wanted to watch a movie. And this was most likely his first hangout with his friends, so he didn't want to push it. Kanoko shook her head saying, you don't know what you want, Shroom. How about we all watch a romance movie? I heard that there was a new one, and it's so cool. The story revolves around a soldier who went to war only to come to find his love dead, but she goes on about the movie. But when she finishes, she notices that nobody seemed interested, causing her to pout as she said, you will never find love if you can't like a story like that. Tetsu then said, we should totally watch an action movie. I mean all the cool fighting scenes, the manly themes, the cool stunts and punches. It is clearly the best choice to see. He then looked around him and see the other three not interested as they shrugged their shoulders, making the boy deflate as he said, today's just not my day. Satsuna then said, we should go to see a comedy so we can get a good laugh or two. I mean, come on, we barely escaped with our lives a couple of days ago. We should relax a bit, and a comedy movie should totally do the trick. She then dragged them to see a poster of a comedy movie. See, this is one of the best. My sister and I watched a while back, and we couldn't stop laughing. The other three didn't buy it and the others went back into arguing. Meanwhile, Izuku saw a poster of a horror movie and thought it has been a while since he had seen one. Somewhere Ryuko felt proud of one of her classmates. The green-haired boy then said, "How about we watch a horror movie? I mean, it usually has everything from action, adventure, comedy, and a bit of romance." The others looked at him as they stopped arguing with each other, causing the boy to shrink on themselves as he said, "That's at least what I think. There is no need to do as I tell you." He then looked away, beginning to feel embarrassed. The others then began to contemplate his words. Kendo then said, "I think that should do. I mean, it could be really cool. It's been a long time since I've seen one." Setsuna added, "Yeah, let's go see it. But I want to sit beside Greenie so I can cuddle with him if I felt afraid," the girl said, making the boy blush heavily as she chuckled at his reactions. Truly, he was easy to tease. Kanoko then told them, "A horror movie, that's really scary, but I think I can manage. I mean, I'm going to be a hero, so a little movie can't scare me." Setsuna then detached her head and she sent it over to the girl as she said in her ears, "Boo," which caused the girl to jump in fright. Tetsu then pumped his fist into the air as he said, "Horror is awesome. I'm so psyched. Let's go." This was met by a dual smack by Setsuna and Izuku, who told him, "Clam down, Tetsu. You're causing a scene." The boy looked around only to see that people were giving him weird looks, causing him to scratch the back of his head with a sheepish expression as he apologized. Itsuka then said, "Horror movie it is." She then pointed to the movie ticket booth saying, "Let's go buy some tickets then." They bought their tickets and some food to eat during the movie. They then entered the movie center and they sat in silence. Suddenly, the screen began to roll as it showed a movie about a young girl who was haunted by the ghost of her long-dead vengeful relative. This made Kendo say, "This is seriously going to be cheesy." Izuku agreed with her statement. A couple of minutes into the movie, both Izuku and Kendo were red-faced as their friends hang onto them from fright. To Kendo, she had Kanoko hugging and covering her face and her chest, which she could understand given that the girl was a little shy, so she could understand where she was coming from. The thing that she couldn't get is why the metal boy was hiding his face in her shoulder. She then mentally said, "Well, everyone is afraid of something, and it seems Tetsu is afraid of horror movies. I mean, it's not a bad thing. Even with superpowers, it's actually quite humanizing to think that we all have fear in our hearts." Izuku, on the other hand, had Setsuna hugging his chest tightly as she shivered in fear from the movie kills and jump scares. "I never took Takage for someone to be afraid of a horror movie, but then again it's not wrong though." He then looked at her as she peeked from her hand and looked at the screen before shutting it quickly. "It's kinda cute that she's..." No, stop. When the movie finished, everyone scrolled out, but Tetsu was bummed out. He took Kendo to the side saying he needed to talk to her in private. Once they were alone, he looked at Kendo apologizing, "I'm sorry for the way I acted. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable." The girl smiled at him as she told him, "No problem, Tetsu. Every one of us has something that we're afraid of. There's nothing to be ashamed of, so don't apologize for what happened." The boy blushed a little as he remembered what happened. Why couldn't he be manly? He was then smacked on the head as Itsuka said, "Didn't I tell you it was okay?" The boy was startled as he realized that he said his thoughts accidentally out loud. Itsuka then shook her head saying, "Tetsu, it's truly okay to be afraid. And it's not like you froze in a fight against a villain. It's okay to have things to fear. This doesn't reduce your manliness. If anything, it increases it, since even when you're afraid in a fight you push back your fear and keep going on." The boy looked at her as he cried crocodile tears saying, "That's so manly of you, Kendo." The girl chuckled as she said, "Let's go back to our friends before they leave us here." The boy nodded his head as both then walked toward their friends. The 5 friends then talked a little before eating in a small shop and calling it a day, each going to his home before the sun began to set down. Tetsu and Kanoko went together to catch a train since they lived in the same area, while Kendo simply walked home since her home was close to the place where they ate. This left Setsuna and Izuku alone, so the girl decided to break the ice. "So Greenie, where do you live?" "I live in the Shizuoka area." The girl's eyes widened as she said, "Go out of town." "I live there too." She then scratched her head saying, "How come I never met you?" The boy's sweat dropped as he said, "It's not like it's a street or two." This made her feel embarrassed for asking such an obvious question. She then quickly asked, "What junior high did you go to?" "Aladra Middle School," the boy answered before adding, "What about you?" The girl cringed once the place's name was mentioned, since a few days ago a hero raid was made against it, and it was shut down since it had a highly biased staff who treated people with strong quirks like some gods, while ones with weak quirks were treated like dirt. Shizuoka Middle School. The two then continued their small talk as they boarded the train and went back to their home. Once they arrived, Izuku walked Setsuna to her home even though she refused, but the boy insisted, saying he just wanted to make sure she was safe given that the sun had already set down. Once she was in front of her house, she walked up the steps to the door. She then searched in her purse for her keys only to see that she forgot her keys inside the house. She quickly began to bang on the door hoping that her sister will open it. When she received no response, she checked her phone and saw a message from her sister saying, "Hi, Set. I'm sorry, but I had to go to my college since my teammates and I have a project, but we're facing some difficulties, so I had to go to meet them. I'll be back by tomorrow morning. Love, Hannah. By the way, have fun with your boy toy. And I put some food in the microwave for you." The girl slid down the door groaning. Wonderful. Her parents were at work and her sister was with her friends doing some research. Not that she can blame her sister. She knew that her sister worked hard to keep her company, but she can't exist in more than one place. And now Setsuna was staying outside her home. She had to admit that being alone in the night was quite scary since she didn't have any place to go right now. She didn't have enough money to sleep in a hotel, nor did she have any relatives in the city. Most of her relatives lived outside of it. Once, she almost gave up hope. She remembered that a certain green-haired classmate of hers lived in the same city as her. The girl then jumped and quickly ran, activating her quirk, hoping for two things. First, no one saw her using her quirk, and second, that Izuku didn't make it far away from her. She made it high in the sky and began to search for her green-haired counterpart. It didn't take long before she found a mop of green curly hair walking down the street, so she quickly went down to him. She called out to him, "Yo, Greenie, wait up." The boy looked back at her, shocked that she followed him, as he asked, "Takage, what are you doing here? I thought you entered your house." The girl chuckled nervously as she explained, "You see, my parents are working overnight today, and my sister is working with her friends on some college project, and also I kinda forgot my keys inside the house. So there isn't anyone to open the door to me." The girl then began to move her foot along the ground. "So I was hoping if I can crash at your house just for tonight. My sister is coming back in the morning." The boy blushed heavily at the idea that a girl wanted to crash at his home and most possibly see his room. But right now his friend needed his help, so he said, "Of course, it would be wrong not to help you, Takage." The girl smiled as she grabbed his hand, saying, "Let's go. I want to meet Midoriya." The boy blinked, but then he understood that she wanted to meet his mom. His brain then processed what she wanted, so he quickly followed, knowing that if she met his mother without him, his mother would flood the apartment complex, thinking that Takage was his girlfriend. The thought itself made him steam. He caught up with the girl and told her, "Hold on. Do you know where my house is?" This caused the girl to stop dead in her tracks as she rubbed the back of her head, saying, "No." The boy then laughed a little as he told her to follow him. They walked for a couple of minutes before making it in front of an apartment complex. He walked up to the door and said to the girl, "Be calm. My mom can be a little bit over the top, so don't worry, okay?" The boy then knocked on the door only for it to fly open, as a small chubby woman opened it, crying out, "Izuku, my baby, are you okay? It's about 7 o'clock, and I was about to call the police to tell them that you were kidnapped." She then noticed the girl beside her son, who simply said, "Hi." It only took a few minutes before tears began to well in the woman's eyes, as Izuku then said, "Mom, calm down. It's not what you think." The woman didn't hear him as she cried, "My baby has a girlfriend." And with that, a geyser of tears flooded the apartment complex, shocking Setsuna. It took a couple of minutes before Inko managed to calm down when Izuku explained to his mother that the girl wasn't his girlfriend. Takage then introduced herself and said, "Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Setsuna Takage, and I'm Greenie's classmate." She then bowed, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you." The woman smiled at how the girl was polite as she then introduced herself, saying, "It's my pleasure to meet such a lovely young girl like yourself, Takage. My name is Inko Midoriya, and I'm Izuku's mother. I only wish he brought his other friends here. He speaks highly of you all." Izuku then yelled, "Mom, don't go telling her that." This only confirmed what the girl heard as she smiled, knowing that now she had some teasing material for her friend. After that, they all entered the house, and the woman gave her some of Izuku's clothes when he was still thin and not fit, which made a perfect fit on her body. Inko then directed the girl toward the bathroom, telling her to be free if she wanted to have a bath. The girl bowed to the lady as she entered the bathroom and took a shower. After half an hour, the girl exited the bathroom after she dried her hair and dressed herself, feeling a bit self-conscious that she was wearing her classmates' clothes. She then turned around the corner and saw Izuku sitting with his mom as she talked with him. She looked as she thought to herself, "So that's how it feels to have time with your mother." She then opened a bracelet showing a picture of a younger version of herself smiling with a woman who looked like an older version of herself, a man who had some scaly snake-like skin and a forked tongue going out of his mouth, and her sister. She then asked herself with a single tear running down her face, "When was the last time did I spend time with my mother and dad?" She shook her head, wiping her tear as she entered the room. When Inko saw her, she told the girl, "Come on, Takage dear. We're going to have dinner, so you have to join us." The girl then sat down and joined the two in their dinner. The dinner went smoothly, as the two women talked with the older woman, showing the younger open an album of Izuku, making the boy go into panic mode as he tried to stop his mom from embarrassing him. As the clock hit 10, the girl and the boy excused themselves to go to bed. But when the girl stood in front of the room, the boy gulped strongly as he opened the door, and a sight welcomed the girl that told her how much the boy liked All Might. It's kinda cute that he loves him so much. She then walked into it and said, "Wow, you sure love All Might." The boy scratched the back of his head saying, "I just like him. I never said it's a wrong thing, though it still needs to have a touch of yourself." The girl then saw the boy pull a sleeping bag and said, "Well, you can sleep on my bed while I sleep in this bag." The girl shook her head at how considerate the boy was as she said, "You can sleep with me if you want." This made him go red as she smiled at him before going to bed and going to sleep. The boy then smiled softly as he looked at her. He then snuggled into his sleeping bag. He took one last look at her and saw how she was hugging the pillow while she slept, causing him to think, cute. And with that, he closed his eyes as he allowed sleep to claim him. Rescue training with an intruder. Setsuna began to wake up as she felt rays of sunshine hit her face, causing her to roll in her bed as she said, "Come on, someone turns off the light, please. I want to sleep some more." The girl began to use the cover to hide her face to sleep a bit longer, before realizing that she wasn't in her home. She was in her friend's face, causing her to blush a little, and finally, she seriously needed to go home to prepare for another school day. The girl then adjusted herself to sit up in the bed to look around, but she noticed that Izuku wasn't in his sleeping bag. She then saw the door of the bathroom in Izuku's room open, only for said boy to walk out with nothing but a towel on him. The girl's face then began to burn as heat raised to her cheeks before she quickly hid her face in the bed to avoid looking at her friend as she thought, "Damn, his school uniform doesn't do him any justice. He's hot under those loose clothes." The boy who just noticed the girl woke then jumped back into the bathroom, closing the door, as he began reciting apologies from behind the wooden door saying, "I'm really sorry, Takage. I didn't mean to look inappropriate in front of you. I just forgot that you're there. Please, don't think that I'm some kind of pervert." The boy kept going on with his apologies as the girl shook herself from shock. She then said, "Don't sweat it, Greenie. No harm was done. Just be careful next time." The boy then exited the bathroom, but he was now wearing a shirt and some shorts before he looked at the girl with a blush on his face saying, "The bathroom is all yours now." The girl smiled at him as she said, "No thanks, Greenie, but I seriously should be going to my home now." She then looked at the clock and saw it was about 7:05. She looked at Izuku saying, "I need to arrive on time so I can prepare myself for today. You know my school uniform is here." The girl then quickly grabbed her clothes from yesterday before slipping into the bathroom and putting them on. She walked outside only to see Izuku have quickly finished putting on his school uniform, but he was still working on the tie. She looked at him and said, "So Greenie, what are doing now?" The boy looked at her and said, "Well, I'm going with you to your home so we can go together to school. I mean, we do live in the same area, so why not use the same train to go to UA?" The girl smiled as she said, "Thanks, Greenie, but you should have breakfast with your mom. Don't take spending time with her for granted." The boy shook his head and said, "My mom already went to her work today. She has an early shift today, so I already finished breakfast for myself and you." The girl looked away as she coughed, saying, "Thank you." The boy then handed her a homemade sandwich, which she accepted. They both walked to the front of the door before Takage grabbed his hand as she said, "Thanks for allowing me to stay at your house yesterday. I really mean it. Not a lot of people would feel comfortable doing it, especially if that person is someone you just met a couple of days ago." She finished as he twirled her hair with her finger, causing Izuku to think, "Cute. Stop it. I'm not some pervert," he thought with a blush on his face. The boy waved his hands quickly. "No, it's not a big deal really. I mean, anyone would have done that. There's no need to thank me for anything." He finished scratching the back of his head with his hand. The girl looked at him before closing in and saying, "Consider this your reward for saving me in the USJ and allowing me to stay here yesterday." The boy blinked in confusion as he wondered what she was talking about before he felt two soft things press against his cheek. He barely made the image of Setsuna smiling at him, and his brain quickly processed the information as it said, "A girl just kissed me." The boy was just not able to handle it and passed out on the spot. The girl blinked in confusion, as she remembered that Izuku might have never had a girlfriend before, so maybe this was a bit too much for him to handle. She then shrugged as she hefted the boy over her shoulder and thought, "He's lighter than he looks." She began her walk to her home as she held Izuku, causing people to give them more than some weird looks. But other than that, nothing happened. Once she arrived, she noticed that the boy began to wake up. She set him down in front of her yard and said, "Earth to Greenie, are you there?" The boy began to rub his head as he groaned, "What happened? My head feels like it's been hit by 1,000 hammers." The girl giggled at his reactions as she explained, "Well, I'd like to explain to you what happened, Greenie, but I need to keep it short and simple cause we're kinda on a tight schedule here. I kissed you on the cheek and you kinda freaked out and passed out." The boy's face was now resembling a human strawberry from how red it was as the girl said, Now, no passing out on me now. I'll go in and be out in a couple of minutes. She looked at his tie and said, then perhaps I can work on that horrendous piece of work you call a tie. The boy looked at his tie, not understanding her point, thinking it was good enough. Setsuna ran quickly to her house. It was now 7:20. She was truly thankful that the trip on the train took about 10 minutes or both of them would be late. She began to knock on the door, wishing her sister was already home. Her prayers were answered by the door opened, not by her sister, but by her mother. The girl sighed in her head as she said, wonderful. Now, where's the interrogation music? She tried to quickly run away to her room to ready herself, but her mom caught her saying, not so fast, young lady. Where do you think you're going? You have some explaining to do. The girl mentally sighed. This was something that she couldn't decide if she hated or loved about her parents. Even though they weren't around most of the time, they still protected her fiercely. That meant sometimes acting like helicopter parents, which she didn't need right now. She didn't know if this was their way of making it up for her for not being there, or if it was just them. But on some level, it didn't help her because she missed them so much. No protective attitude can replace their presence. She looked at her mom and said, Mom, look, we can talk about this later. I need to change my clothes so I can go to school. The older woman didn't budge, so the younger one explained as quickly as possible. I hang out with my friends yesterday, but when I came back I found out that I forgot my keys home, but my friend let me stay at his home. The woman then asked, was it Tetsu? She found it hard to believe that the girl went all the way to Tetsu's home to stay the night over. Takage took a deep breath, readying for a painful headache. No, my friend's name is Izuku Midoriya. He's the one who allowed me to stay in his house. I found out that we live in the same area, and I asked him if I could stay, and he agreed. The woman's eyes widened as she asked her daughter, did harm you in any way or form? The girl looked at her mother with anger as she said, with venom lacing her words, no, and don't talk about him like that. He's in the hero course like me. She was cut off as her mother said, sweetie, a lot of people enter the hero course only to have girls flock around them, and I'm also worried since what happened in the USJ. The girl sighed as she said, quietly deciding to let the very disrespectful remark about her friend slip away. If you were so worried, why didn't you come on the same day? Honestly, sometimes you make me feel that you don't care at all. The girl's remark didn't go unnoticed as her mother said, sweetie, we do care, but we were busy with work, we didn't have time. The girl's eyes flinched as she looked at her watch. 7:30, wonderful. She sighed as she had this conversation with her parent 100 times. But they won't budge. She walked to her room only to see her sister smiling at her. It was a half-understanding smile, and a half I know that you did something smile that made her blush. The girl quickly changed as she went to her still-waiting friend, and took him to go to the station to reach UA in time as she fixed his tie, much to the boy's chagrin. Her mother looked from the window and looked at the boy as she said, I hope he isn't a bad influence on her because he seems like one. The other Takage woman shook her head with disbelief at her mother. She was dismissing the boy without even knowing anything about him. She then shrugged, remembering when they first met Tetsu. They made the boy go through hell, and back then they were only 10. She loved her parents dearly, but she couldn't help but agree with her sister that her parents always oversell it with the whole "we're working to provide a better future" tick. She knew where they were coming from, but accompanied by the overbearing attitude, it becomes annoying. She still hated the fact that her dad almost drove away her boyfriend with his protective dad routine. Back in UA, every member of the UA staff was sitting waiting for All Might's detective friend to arrive. But they were also talking about what happened back in the USJ, since this wasn't some kind of a random attack that anyone can pull off. Currently, in the conference room, there were the primary teachers who were Midnight, a heavily bandaged Aizawa, Present Mike, Vlad King, Hound Dog, Snipe, 13, Ectoplasm, Cementos, All Might, and Nezu. Midnight said, this isn't a normal attack of some guy who was trying to achieve the impossible by killing All Might. But this was a well-planned attack against us. Her usual provocative demeanor was gone and was replaced by a more serious one as she explained her point of view. Agreed, Snipe, the cowboy-themed hero said. They also chose the USJ for its isolation to initiate the attack, since it would take a long time for us to reach. That was if we managed to sense something, that is. He finished explaining. Hound Dog added, I think the only reason their plan failed was due to the children acting quickly and decisively against them. Add to that the unintentional addition of Class 1B to the mix kinda changed the balance of things toward our side. He then looked at both homeroom teachers and said, please inform both of your classes that I will have every one of them going to an obligatory counseling session to see if the attack scared anyone. While Vlad agreed with the dog hero, Aizawa silently scoffed as he mentally said, if a small villain attack scared them, they shouldn't be in the hero course to begin with. Plus, the experience should toughen them up. We should count our blessings though, Cementos said, making everyone look at him. I mean, the media thinks that only Class 1A was caught in the villain attack, but they don't know about Class 1B. If they did, that would have been a bad thing on our end that both hero classes got caught in the crossfire. Nezu nodded as he said, "We are only thankful that they didn't, or it was going to be a media fiasco." He then sighed as he said, "This could be avoided given the sign early that day." The rat man said, referring to the media breaking into the school earlier that day. The doors to the conference room then opened, revealing Tsukachi, who walked into the room, greeted everyone before he brought a projector, and began his presentation as he said, "First off, let's begin with the obvious that this wasn't some normal attack. This attack, according to the people we arrested, was something that was being planned for weeks on end. And what happened regarding the media could have been only a distraction to allow someone to sneak inside the school to steal the schedule of the students to launch the attack." The man then flipped to different slides showing different villains, till Aizawa said, "That's quite the number of villains that you have there. Don't tell me that the blue-haired man-child was able to recruit them." The detective nodded his head saying, "Unfortunately, that's what happened. All those villains you see are nothing but small-time crooks that had nothing to do with villainy other than robbing a purse or the occasional assault. But somehow that guy managed to convince all of them to come with him to USJ to kill All Might. All of them said that Shigaraki promised them that they will be the soldiers of a new world order with the death of All Might. This caused several of them to scratch their heads in confusion as they wondered how someone like Shigaraki managed to bring together around 1,000 villains and send them to the USJ. Do you have any leads on him or that missed villain Kurogiri, I presume?" All Might said. The detective shook his head as he said, "Sadly, the missed villain seems that he has no existence whatsoever in any web, station, or document. We also didn't find anything on Shigaraki as he calls himself. We tried to search for someone who has some type of disintegration quirk on him, but we couldn't locate anything. It's like both of them appeared out of the blue. Do we have anything else on that Shigaraki guy, other than the fact that he has a disintegration quirk?" Snipe said as he crossed his arms. "Sadly, all we know is that he also has a childish personality. For example, according to one student, Izuku Midoriya, when he punched him, the villain began to roll on the ground, saying that the boy shouldn't be able to punch him since he was, as Izuku said, an NPC. This caused Vlad to message his head saying, 'Wonderful, what are you saying? That we have a villain with a seriously strong quirk who has the temper of a 3-year-old. The blood hero looked at the detective to tell him that his conclusion was wrong, but sadly he only nodded. The blood hero sighed as he said, "That only increases his danger factor by 100. Someone like him is a danger to society since he's more likely to destroy everything in sight because he doesn't like it." Other teachers nodded their heads. 13, who was silent from the beginning, then said, "Okay, then do we have information on that black monstrosity that accompanied them?" The detective nodded his head as he popped up another picture of a man, causing the space hero to question him and ask, "Who is that?" That, ladies and gentlemen, is the monster known as Namu that All Might fought. Everyone was shocked that this thing was the Namu since the thing was as massive as they get. And this guy was a string bean at best. Everyone stared at the screen for a couple of moments before Vlad spoke up and said, "That's impossible. I mean, look at him. This guy is nothing like that thing my students described to me when they got back from the USJ. I mean, it's not possible." Well, sadly, this is the truth. The projector then displayed a shot of the Namu being arrested. Our officers found this thing in some random field with children literally playing with it. It was taking orders from them as if it was a puppet. When we asked the children to hand it over, and they obliged, the thing came with us, no questions asked. It was like moving a sack of mussels. Well, that's reassuring, Snipe said sarcastically. It's nice to know that even monsters appreciate spending quality time with kids. This little remark of his caused the other teachers to look at him with raised eyebrows. So he coughed into his hand and asked, "So, the real question here is why did it come silently with you after the huge show it gave us in the USJ?" Aizawa threw his bandages, then said, "Maybe it was programmed to talk orders from that Shigaraki guy, and when he wasn't in the picture anymore, it left a void for anyone to fill it up. And it seems the children were the ones who did it." The other teachers nodded their heads, approving of the theory since it was the only acceptable thing at the time. Tsukachi then added, "This is correct. We were able to confirm that from varying tests on that thing that it responds to orders given to it, but cannot do anything otherwise, and it will only stay still like a statue." It then showed an interrogation video with Namu, but the thing didn't say anything at all. It seemed like it had its eyes glazed over and was looking at an empty void. And as you can see, when we tried to interrogate the thing, it didn't respond. It only stared at us dumbly without even making a simple word or sound. The teachers nodded their heads as Midnight spoke. Perhaps they destroyed all of its mental capabilities to make it the perfect killing machine. The teachers agreed with her statement as Hound Dog added, "Pretty logical. Even petty criminals like this guy have some consciousness deep in there. A monster with no logical capabilities would be able to do their betting without the slightest bit of hesitation. Indeed, we did all kinds of mental tests on that thing, but it doesn't even have a child's mental capabilities," the detective said as he went to another screen. We also made some tests on his DNA. He scratched the back of his head and carried on. Well, you can see that the results speak for themselves. No need for further explanations. The teachers were flabbergasted at the form of his DNA. As 13 said, I honestly don't think that chromosomes should look that way, or DNA should be that messed up. It looks like a bunch of different people's DNA was put into one capsule, and the result was this monster. The detective smiled as he said, that's what I also think. I believe that the League of Villains experimented on people causing their DNA to mutate to this extent. Vlad King then interjected, but what kind of experiments would cause somebody's DNA to mutate to this extreme? It seems as if his body was ripped apart and then reattached on the subcellular level. The detective then continued, actually, I was going to reach that point. You see, through the many experiments that the labs did on that thing's DNA, we were able to reach a solid conclusion that the thing did indeed have multiple quirks, as the hand villain said. The screen then showed multiple photos of some random crooks, civilians, and even 2 heroes who went missing a while back. We were able to confirm through hard work that the Namu's DNA contains at least traces of every one of those individuals in it. Present Mike then said, so are you basically saying that every one of those people was in some kind of huge science experiment? The detective nodded, that's seriously sick. Aizawa then said, whether that's sick or not, in essence, it's not our concern. The thing that is our concern is that there's a bunch of well-equipped villains that are playing scientists producing monsters with multiple quirks. Multiple quirks? Hound Dog asked. The detective answered him saying, true enough, the Namu did have multiple quirks on it. Snipe then countered, but that's impossible, isn't it? He then explained further, I mean, I heard of people with 2 quirks. Hell, I even heard of people with 3 quirks at most, but multiple, that sounds out of the realm of fiction, or out of that old bedtime story about the quirk BGMI. This caused Nezu, All Might, and the detective to flinch, but no one noticed. Nezu then said for the first time from the beginning of the presentation, whether that's true or not, we must be ready to face further challenges, especially if these people are still out there and are threatening the safety of our students. Principal Nezu is right. These villains attacked our home turf in an attempt to kill our students. So whether they have the ability to grant multiple quirks or not is not our primary concern. What we should focus on is finding them and ending their threat before it begins or escalates even further. All Might said, with the others agreeing with him, but at the same time, we must work our hardest to prevent them from attacking our students like what happened at the USJ. The detective then bowed and said, thank you for your time. I will be taking my leave now, the man said as he walked to the door and exited it. Once he was out, Nezu said, all right, let's move to our second objective on the agenda today. The heroes looked at him as he said, the sports festival. Before anyone could speak, Vlad stood up and said, absolutely not. After what happened at the USJ, I honestly think we should cancel this year's sports festival. It's for the best. We should focus more than ever on protecting our students, not putting them in further danger. Aizawa then added, he's right, think about it, after this villain's attack, everyone's eyes will be focused on our students, so we should cancel it. He then took a breath as he carried on. If we continue with the festival, it will be like telling the whole villain community to come and see what our students can do. All Might understood where Aizawa was coming from, but at the same time he wanted his pupil to use the sports festival as a way to tell the world that he is here, so he said, but Aizawa, think about the opportunities that our students will miss if the sports festival isn't carried on. The hero was cut off by midnight, but we have the local agencies that are in UAS system. The heroine now had everyone's eyes on her as she continued. That way our students can have their internships without it being disrupted. Power Loader was next as he said, as much as I hate to say, I agree with Nezu. The sports festival must be carried on. Although we have many support companies on UAS website, none of them have quite the prestige that would help my students if they had an internship in them. Present Mike then gave his piece. I don't want it to be cancelled. It will be taken as a sign of weakness, and even encourage the villains to become bolder in the future. I say the festival must carry on without any hitch. He then took a sheepish expression as he said, and what can I say, I like to be the commentator. The heroes then continued to argue among themselves about whether the festival should be carried on or not. But finally, Nezu put an end to it as he coughed into his paw, saying, it would appear that we came into an impasse where a part of our staff wanted to be held, while a part doesn't. He then said cheerfully, how about we have a vote to settle things? The heroes agreed to the idea. As midnight passed to each one a piece of paper and a pen, everyone wrote their vote, and they were given to Nezu to count the votes. In the end, there were 4 votes against carrying on the festival, which included Vlad, Eraser, Hound Dog, and Midnight, while there were 5 votes to carry it on Nezu, All Might, Power Loader, Ectoplasm, and Present Mike. The others abstained from voting. Nezu then clapped his hands saying, Well, it's official then. The sports festival will be carried on like usual. But to help lessen the worries of our teachers, extra security will be put to make sure that nothing wrong happens. He then pointed toward the doors saying, "Now, you all have classes, and I have some paperwork to finish, so please leave." And with that, the meeting was called to an end as the teachers left for their respective classes. Back in Class 1B. One thought was strong as Tetsu voiced it. Why the heck aren't we mentioned by the news? I mean, we also fought villains, and fought for our lives. The boy then slumped to the ground as Kendo began to pat his back, understanding his frustration. So she said, "It seems that the media thinks that only Class 1 was caught in the attack, so our class wasn't mentioned in the news." The door then was burst open by Setsuna, who was holding a dazed Izuku with her as she said, "See, Greenie, I told you we'd make it on time." The boy then began to talk incoherently as he fell to the ground, dizzy from being carried around like a rag doll. Setsuna laughed at him as she said, "Pleasure doing business with you. Don't ever be shy around me." Kiwaro came and gave Izuku a hand as Izuku said, "Thank you, Kiwaro, for helping me." The black-skinned boy replied, "No problem, but she sure sounds like a handful." Izuku laughed a little as he said, "I know, but I like her this way." The boy blinked a little before saying, "Ah, sure, I got you." In the end, opposites do attract each other. It's such a wonderful story about the Prince of the Forgotten finding love with a high-class girl. Izuku's face went nuclear red as he said, "I didn't mean like that. We're just friends. We're not dating." The boy then began to poke his fingers against each other as the black-skinned boy said, "Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night." On the side, Setsuna laughed at the boy, but she couldn't help but feel a little bit hurt when he said that they weren't dating and that they don't love each other. She shrugged it off as she looked at her target, and it was Komori. She quickly walked to the girl's side and gave her a smile that unsettled the shorter girl, so she asked, "Hey Setsuna, what are smiling about like that?" Setsuna continued to smile as she said, "Nothing really, but a little birdie told me that you hanged on our Prince of Darkness's chest when you got hurt in the USJ." She said, reminding the mushroom girl about something causing her to blush as she asked with a smile, "So tell me now, was the rumor true?" As the mushroom girl stuttered to answer, the doors of the room were opened, and Vlad King walked in, much to her relief as he shouted, "Everyone, get to your seats so we can begin the day." When everyone was settled, Vlad then spoke, "Well, I have 3 important things I need to tell you today, but before that." Everyone was shocked when the huge man bowed. "I apologize for you getting caught in the crossfire of the USJ and failing my duty as your teacher." Kendo then said, "Please Vlad-sensei, don't do this. You couldn't know that this was going to happen." The huge man sighed as he said, "As much as that is true, I'm still sorry that you were forced to go through such a dramatic experience throughout your first week here." So that brings us to our first thing, which is that Hound Dog ordered all of you to go to meet him after the day ends to make a mental review about you after the USJ. The students nodded their heads as they knew that some people might have nightmares about it, and needed someone to who they can talk to about the events that happened yesterday. Now regarding the second thing, today all of you are going to have your rescue training. This caused multiple whispers to arise as Vlad said, "All your worries are accounted for, but I can assure you that everything is set and ready, and the facility will connect us every couple of minutes to see if there is any trouble." The students calmed as they seemed to accept his explanation. Finally, the most important news is that the sports festival will be in 2 weeks, so I want you all to be training as hard as you can. Silence filled the air as Vlad expected his students to protest. But he was not expecting them to do this. Suddenly multiple hands were raised to the air as Vlad mentally said, "That's close to the reaction I expected." He then pointed to the silent girl of Class 1B Yui who spoke, "Sensei, I know that the sports festival is an important way to get noticed by pros, but don't you think that it will be a little reckless if we did this after a villain attack like last week?" The hero nodded his head as he said, "I understand all of your concerns, and I voiced them to the board. But alas, they thought that if we cancelled the sports festival we would be giving the villains a free victory over us." The man sighed and then added, "So it will be carried on as usual, but of course, the security of the event will be tighter than usual with multiple pros being present around to prevent any villain from thinking to come to the stadium in a 100-mile radius." The students nodded their heads at their teacher. The man then ruffled his hair as he said, "All right, kids, I want you all to go now and get into your hero clothes so we can move to the USJ to begin your rescue training. You all got 3 minutes." And with that, everyone was gone to change their clothes. When they were finished, both Itsuka and Izuku ushered them to the bus and told them to hold tight till they reached the training area. The trip was mostly uneventful as most of the time was spent with the students talking to each other. Though Setsuna was looking for blackmail material against Kanoko, suspecting that the mushroom girl secretly has a crush on their resident emo boy. The most eventful thing was Tagaru being compared to Bakugo and the boy losing his top before being told to kin it by Vlad. Once they reached the training grounds, everyone looked a little bit blue remembering the ordeal that they went through last week. But suddenly the gates of the USJ were blown open, and out of them came All Might. Ha! Hello there, young heroes. You are going to learn to use your powers and quirks to save people. The hero noticed the uneasy looks and smiled sympathetically at them. They hadn't been at school for 1 week, and suddenly they were being forced to fight for their lives. No one, especially kids, should be put through what they had been put through. The hero carried on. Listen, young heroes, today I am here, so there is no need to worry, and I promise you that if anyone tries to attack you, they'll be knocked out before they even know it. The children then began to cheer All Might on. As 13, who was alongside the hero, snickered for the end when she knows All Might will turn into nothing more than a harmless kitten for their guest of honor. 13 then stepped up as she said, "All right kids, before we begin I would like to apologize for what happened last week. You are all still children and shouldn't have been caught in the crossfire." The hero bowed, but then stood up again as she continued, "But now, it's time for the rescue training, so get ready to see how your quirks will help you in any of the environments present here." They all entered the plaza half expecting to see that the place was still in ruins from the previous week, but were shocked when they found that it was mostly fixed, causing Rin to say, "Wow, they worked fast here. I thought we're going to work in the ruins everywhere." He then scratched his ponytail saying, "Guess I was wrong." 13 then said, "Indeed, since hero courses are usually on tight schedules, construction work began on the USJ the moment the students left." She then looked at the young heroes and said, "Before we begin, I need to remind you of a couple of things regarding quirks." She then went on to explain how although her quirk is being used to help people, it can be also used to hurt them. She also explained that during rescue work, the people responsible for saving people must be very careful of their surroundings with their quirks, since disturbing the surrounding may cause disasters. The hero smiled at them as she said, "All right, now that we put the safety instructions behind us, we can now begin with the actual training." She then added, "And for that, you have been all divided into groups of 5 based on your quirks." She then began calling out names: Team Alpha, Takage, Shizaki, Bondo, Midoriya, and Rin. The 5 looked at her as she said, "You 5 will go to the zone of ruins at first." She then flipped her notebook as the students nodded their heads and began to walk to the mentioned zone, and said, "Honuki, Kamakiri, Kendo, Kirwaro, and Awase. Your group is called Beta, and you'll first report to the fire zone." The group of 5 nodded their heads and took off to the mentioned place. She then said the third team's name. Group Delta will consist of Komori, Tsunotori, Kaibara, Manga, and Yanagi. You'll all head toward the flood zone. The students bowed and walked away as she read the last group. Group Sigma heads up, Kodai, Tetsu, Suburaba, Shishida, and Shota. All of you go to the earthquake zone. The mentioned teens bowed before going away. The space hero then looked at Vlad and All Might and said, "Poor kids, they don't know what's coming to them." She then noticed both Vlad and All Might shivering. "Come on, don't tell me you're still afraid of him." The number hero was quivering like a leaf in the wind, while Vlad was taking deep breaths to calm himself down. "Chickens," the space hero scoffed as she went to the monitoring room. She understood All Might, but Vlad only met him this morning. Why he was so afraid of him? Little did she know that the blood hero in his first year in Shiksu interned with him, and he feared the man ever since. Both male heroes then said to each other, "She doesn't know of his horror, so we won't blame her for her ignorance." Back with Izuku, he and the others in his group were now in the zone of ruins as Izuku said, "All right guys, it's planning time. We can't walk in blindly to help people, we must have some kind of plan. So before we start, let's each of us state what their quirk can do in a crisis." He wanted the dice to start rolling, so he said, "Honestly, mine could come in handy in Ruins Zone, Mountain Zone, or any other zone that requires physical effort or lifting. However, it's sadly no good in any water zone. The best I can do is swim there." Setsuna then said, "Well, mine could be useful for scouting areas for victims or survivors. I can also make use of it by adding an extra hand. I can also fly, so that could be helpful when dealing with people in water zones or mountain zones." Ibara then said, "Well, mine could be used for medical purposes since I can dull my thorns. They can be also used to lift heavy weights. However, if the heat gets extreme, I will lose all of my power sadly." Rin began to explain what he can do. "Sadly, I'm not versatile as you guys. The most my scales can serve me is resistance to fire, but other than that I'm quite useless." Takage then patted him on the back saying, "Don't sweat, dude, this is something that you can't help with." Bondo then said, "Well, I think my quirk is strong enough to put out flames and hold debris together, but other than that I don't think I can do much honestly." "Okay, then let me put a plan," Izuku said as he took the lead of the situation, but he was cut out of his thoughts by Takage saying, "And who died and made you our leader? Who says that I don't want to put a plan myself?" The boy then began to panic, afraid that he hurt his friend's feelings. But the girl laughed a little as she thought to herself, "You know he looks cute when he's okay. Get yourself together, girl. You're not some middle school grader who has a crush." She looked at him before saying, "Clam down, Greenie, I was joking." She was then whacked over the head by Ibara, so she asked, "What the heck? This is no time for joking." The girl replied bluntly, causing Setsuna to pout and say, "You're a mean cinnamon roll." This made the Vine girl blush, as everyone has been calling her and Izuku that from the beginning of the year. The boy then shook his head, as he said, "Okay then, I have a plan. I want Takage to be our eyes in the sky. She will alert us to any person stuck in the rumble." The girl replied by giving him 2 thumbs up. "Rin will act here as a paramedic." He then looked at the boy before clasping his hands in a silent apology, but the boy waved his hand, telling him it was not a big deal. "I want Shizaki and Bondo to come with me, since Shizaki's vines are good for lifting rumble and Bondo can use his quirk to stabilize broken slabs." The gentle giant and the angel girl of 1B then nodded their heads in approval. Not a moment passed, as the speakers then blurred into life, as 13's voice came through, as she said, "All right, hopeful heroes, let's begin the rescue training begin." She then took a more official voice saying, "Heroes, a disaster has occurred in Tokyo which left the city in ruins. You have to quickly go there to save the survivors." The students then thought, "She's taking this way too seriously." 13 then began to explain the rules. First off, there are 15 robots scattered around the zone of ruins. You have to find all of them in about 20 minutes or else they'll die from their injuries. Now make sure that you act as a team, split the work between you, and assign roles so you won't interfere with each other's jobs. The speakers then buzzed an alarm as 13 said, "And begin." The team of 5 then divided as Rin stayed in the area labeled as a medic to wait for the others to bring the injured to him. Meanwhile, Takage divided her body into pieces as she floated above her friends, saying, "All right, every time I find something, I'll send a piece of me to direct you." The lizard girl then took to the sky, as she began to look through the area for injured people. The girl's eyes were scanning everywhere till she saw something shining, so she yelled, "Ibara, there's somebody on your right, go free him." The Vine girl then walked toward an area where she saw a metal dummy pinned under some rumble. She checked the surroundings and saw that it was connected to nothing, so she lifted the rumble with her hair and held the dummy, leading it back to Rin, all the while giving words of reassurance. Takage then looked again and saw something. She went down to Izuku's level and told him, "Follow me." The boy quickly ran behind the floating mouth. When they arrived at their destination, Izuku saw a dummy pinned under a car. The boy nodded and quickly activated his quirk, lifting the car and pushing it away from the dummy. The boy then held the dummy bride style before running toward the medic's tent and putting it there, where Rin was simply applying some of Shizaki's vines as a treatment to those who were injured. The boy mentally sighed as he heard the programmed message on the dummy say that it twisted its ankle. Takage once finished informing Izuku and then went back to scouting, when she found something beside Bondo. She then went to the gentle giant and told him, "Bondo." This caused the poor boy to get startled and almost drop a dummy he was lifting. The boy then took a deep breath of relief before saying, "What I can help you with, Takage?" The girl laughed as she said, "Throw some glue over these cracks." The giant shrugged as he did as he was told. The girl then sent her hands and moved a dummy from under some slabs. Bondo then understood that if she was to remove the dummy, the slabs might have collapsed, but by having the slabs glued, they remained still. This retinue continued for about 15 minutes, till finally they had one robot to find, but weren't able to. Takage, seeing that her classmates needed her help, then sent her eyes to the ground as she searched the entire area quickly, before finally finding the final robot. The mentioned dummy was under rumble and also had 2 giant slabs above him that collapsed. Shizaki walked up to the scene with Izuku, Bondo, and Setsuna. The Vine girl then tried to lift the rumble and the slabs, but Izuku quickly yelled, "Shizaki, stop." The girl, startled, stopped her vines as she asked, "Is there something wrong, Midoriya?" The boy then pointed toward the slabs, saying, "The slabs are cracked. If you tried to lift them, they would have broken and killed the dummy. Also, they are connected to some fallen buildings, so they might cave in." The girl looked and nodded her head, thanking her classmate. Takage then said, "I have an idea." The others looked at her and approached as she began to tell her plan. Moments later, everyone was in their assigned positions. Bondo first went and threw some of his glue on the slabs to seal the cracks and strengthen them. Second, Shizaki went into and threw her vines against the slabs, holding them while also putting a barrier of vines to hold any falling debris in case of a cave down. Once Shizaki's part was done, Izuku went into the place where the dummy was present and readied himself to dig once the Vine girl lifted the slabs. Takage then said, "Go in with that." The Vine girl with one move was able to move the slabs from the dummy, freeing it as Izuku began to dig through the debris, and the debris he dug to support both slabs when he left. The boy finally finished, so he said, "Now, Takage." The lizard girl then sent her arms and grabbed the dummy and dragged it from under the slabs as Izuku ran out. Ibara then let her hair down. They waited for a few moments, but nothing happened, so they breathed a sigh of relief. Once they returned the final dummy, a buzzer sounded signaling the end of the exam. 13 then sounded over the speaker telling them that they did a great job, and just like the combat training, there was an MVP. against all odds. It was Rin, because he acknowledged his abilities in this situation and opted to stay out of the way. 13 then told them to move to the next area, which was the flood zone. In the flood zone, it was mostly Setsuna and Ibara, since Izuku's super strength, Bondo's glue, and Rin's scales could hardly do anything. In the end, it was decided that Takage was the star of the show here, since she was the one that pointed Ibara to all the dummies. Following that was the fire zone, in which Rin was able to contribute, but Ibara was out since her vines had a weakness to fire. In the end, Izuku was the MVP for his careful planning and using his flicks to snuff out some of the bigger flames to allow Bondo to work. After that came the mountain zone. It's the area where Shizaki truly shined, as her vines here were used for everything. In the end, everyone did fine on their team, with Izuku and Setsuna tying for MVP twice while the others had it one time. When they went back to the plaza, they were greeted by their friends as Tetsu said, "Man, that was easy." He was then yelled at by Tsuburaba saying, "Says the guy that almost caused an avalanche in the snowstorm zone." The metal boy then bowed down as he looked around and said, "So, we're finished kinda early today." Izuku and Kendo agreed with the latter, saying, "It's quite pleasant to have some time for us for a change." Izuku then looked and saw something moving in the corner of his eyes toward Tetsu, so he activated his quirk and tackled the boy to the ground before a figure slammed into where the boy was standing moments ago, shocking all the students. Pony then said, "Attack again." The students then quickly activated all of their quirks as Rin said, "Didn't All Might say that he's going to deal with anyone that enters the USJ?" The boy, for all his trouble, then got slammed in the back of his head, going first into the ground before getting up and grumbling, "Sneaky prick." An old voice then was heard, "Sorry kid, but I already have taken care of All Might and your teachers." This earned multiple gasps as everyone was shocked that All Might was defeated. "So tell me, young heroes, what are you going to do?" The sounds of knuckles being cracked then echoed throughout the USJ. Izuku then said, "We're going to defeat you no matter who you are," only for Tagaru to add to that, "So get ready to get a one-way ticket to hell." And with that, everyone readied themselves to fight. They looked at the figure, or at least his blur, since he was jumping from one place to another with no one able to see him. At first, the figure said, "Let's get rid of the capture specialists, shall we?" The man then bounced around before slamming Bondo in the gut, causing him to fall over. He then went to Ibara, who set a wall of vines, but suddenly he was beside her saying, "Nice trick, sweetie, but you didn't take advantage of me being distracted to catch me." He finished slamming into the religious girl's stomach, causing her to fall. The man then noticed a bunch of small rocks attacking him, with some of them enlarging. He looked and saw Yui and Ryuko working together. He dodged all of the attacks and kicked them in the face, sending them to the ground, saying, "Next time do it from somewhere I can't see you in it." He then saw both Shishida and Tetsu attack him, but he dodged them both before giving them the same treatment as Yui and Yanagi. This was followed by him taking out Shota and Manga simultaneously. He then attacked Kanoko, only for a hand to appear from the ground to try and grab him, but he yanked the owner of the hand into the air before sending him to the ground with a kick and trying to enact the same fate upon Kanoko, but failed when a giant hand intercepted him, sending him flying away, but not before balancing himself and taking out Rin with a kick to the face. Right now, of the 20 students, there are only 10 standing. Make that 6, since in a moment he took out Pony, Awase, Kaibara, and Tsuburaba. The remaining 6 consisted of Izuku, Itsuka, Setsuna, Tagaru, Kanoko, and Honuki. They all protected each other's backs as they tried to stop the intruder. Izuku then said, "Guys, do any of you have a plan?" Honuki then chuckled, "It's usually you with the plans." Everyone gave him a dry look, making him feel nervous as he laughed. Tagaru said, "I have something in mind." He then began to whisper his plan. The assailant looked at the students and he was shocked when they all dispersed, so he quickly went to the easiest target, which was Kanoko, given how dangerous she was. He should have taken her out first, a rookie mistake on his end. The moment he got close to her, a hand shot from the ground trying to catch, causing him to swerve a little, but then he was attacked from both sides by a fist and a blade. He quickly ducked, but his attackers stopped before they slammed into each other. They looked at him and smiled. He honestly laughed. Did they think the same trick can be used twice? With not much surprise, Kendo jumped from behind him with Honuki emerging, trying to catch him, only for both of them to be knocked down for all their trouble. A disembodied hand tried to grab him, but he caught it and threw it back to its source before following it and kicking the splitting girl. He then went and made fast work of the final 3 and said, "This was horrible. In my life as a teacher, I have never seen something so horrible." He then looked at the dazed form of Izuku and Tagaru, and the latter asked, "Who are you?" Izuku then looked at the man. He seemed like an old short man with a white beard. He was wearing a hero costume with his shoes having some kind of holes in them. The man answered, "The name's Gran Torino. Learn it and fear it, cause I'm going to be your judge, jury, and executioner till the sports festival." Izuku's eyes widened as he knew this was All Might's teacher. The old man then yelled, All Might, what do you call this abomination of a performance?" Both men then appeared with their heads down. And the old man scolded them with All Might shivering in fear in front of him, making the students wonder, who in the world is this guy to make All Might afraid of him so much? All Might then stepped forward and said, students, I would like to introduce you to my tea teacher, G Gran Torino. He will be helping and your tea training F for the Sports F Festival. He then walked to the plaza's door saying, have a good day. All the students were shocked that All Might's previous teacher will be the one helping them, and at how much All Might is scared of him to the extent of running away. They then heard him say, I'm going to put those jokers into shape. Bring me that list of their quirks that you told me about. They then saw their teacher salute the man and walk away with 13 chuckling at both him and All Might. Torino then looked at the students who just got up. Welcome to hell, kiddos. Try to survive. A thought echoed through everyone's mind, especially Izuku. What the hell kind of monster did I sign up with? Raining for the sports festival. Pain and extreme pain at that was the feeling that every member of Class 1B was experiencing from their lovely encounter with Gran Torino. Everyone was moving around like zombies, with some students hoisting others, such as Shishida lifting Fukudashi, Rin holding Tsuburaba, and Kuwaro carrying Kinoko, much to the girls' embarrassment. Today was absolute hell. The students of Class 1B can testify to that, given that each one of them went through his own personal hell to increase his abilities under the watchful eye of Torino, or rather under his painful boot. Each student was doing something. Kendo was sparring with Tetsu, both aiming to increase the duration of their quirks. But with Kendo, Torino gave her instructions to try to spar and increase the time limit on her strength factor. Kinoko was forced to grow mushrooms and extend her normal range as much as she can while researching new formulas to put in said mushrooms. Satsuna was forced to divide her body as much as possible and spar with Ibara, whose job was to multitask with her vines and use them for several things at once and increase their strength. Oase was forced to wield a bridge across the entire flood zone, and every time he was forced to disassemble it since it didn't meet Torino's standards. Kaibara was sent to the mountain zone, where he was forced to drill a hole into the ground with his entire body moving at once till he reached the bottom of the zone, and he wasn't supposed to stop even if he felt dizzy. Pony was forced to keep launching her horns and trying to control more than 4 at once, while Yanagi was against her, trying to use her quirk to stop said horns and increase her weight limit. Kodai was forced to enlarge things to their max size, or till the point where her quirk allowed it, whereas Honuki was supposed to soften the enlarged objects. Kiwaro's training included entering dark objects and trying to move in them. Manga was simpler. It included reading manga to increase his arsenal of words, but the problem was he was supposed to do it in different languages. Kamakiri was sent to the mountain, where he was popping blades out of his body and attacking the rocks with them, and then he was positioned to face Rin, who was working on increasing the durability of his scales. Tsuburaba's training was taking deep gulps of breath before expelling them to increase his lung capacity. Shishida was a tricky one, but he was eventually put with Kendo and Tetsu to help increase his ability, and was given time to meditate to increase his control over his beast mode. Bondo was given the task of excreting as much glue as he can. And finally, Izuku was put against Gran himself, as the man had some sort of obsession with hitting him and throwing him to the ground. The guy was too much for the boy, and his friends appreciated his sacrifice of fighting the man, but that didn't save them from the occasional kick to the back of the head if they faltered for a bit. Nothing saved them from that. The students walked inside the classroom after changing from their hero costumes with their teacher right on their tail. The man looked at them and felt sympathy, knowing what kind of hell they went through. The man then spoke, "All right, maggots, I bet you had so much fun today. But remember, this was only today. You're going to train with Gran Torino till the sports festival." This was met by several groans of pain and annoyance, so the man yelled, "Suck it up, you big babies. Do you know how many people wish to be in your place, getting trained by the person who trained All Might himself?" This was met by silence and the students lowering their heads in shame as Vlad carried on, "All right, that's much better. Now, remember to train hard and do your best." He then carried his stuff and exited the room, allowing the children to go to the lunch break. Satsuna then allowed herself to collapse on the table as she said, "Another session like that, and my parents will be making funeral arrangements. I feel like my entire body is going to fall apart." She looked at Izuku and threw herself at him, saying, "Greenie, catch me, I want to sleep in your embrace." The boy, who was too tired to feel embarrassed, opened his arms. The girl's attempt at flirting with him was thwarted when a giant fist grabbed her with her owner, saying, "Ouch, that hurts like hell." She looked at the green-haired girl and told her, "Stop it, Set. Can't you see that Midoriya is in enough pain already?" She gestured toward the other greenhead, who looked like he was about to pass out from the pain. She saw how Torino was training him, and she cringed because the old man seemed to have a fine time punting her friend every second. She scratched the back of her head with a pained expression. "Tell me about it." It seemed like the old man was a sadist who had fun torturing children. Kinoko, who was face down on her desk, then added, "I don't doubt that one bit after this training from hell. It was so painful. My entire body is aching from pain and his kicks. Tetsu then humbled over as he cracked his neck and back saying, tell me about it. I think I never tasted the ground as much as I did today. It's like the old man has something against us. Finally, Izuku lifted his head as he said, well, we can't say it wasn't a unique experience. He then shuddered as pain traveled throughout his entire body with Kendo saying, take it easy, Midoriya. He did a number on you. I mean, I never saw you kiss the ground so much, even during our training sessions. She then remembered All Might running away as she finally understood why he was afraid. I guess I now see why All Might was afraid of him. She giggled a little as she added, but like Midoriya said, it was a unique experience. Kamakiri, who was passing by, responded to her, tell that to my body and my blades. I can't feel anything. Even my legs feel numb. Heck, even my forehead feels numb. The boy then went outside the classroom to catch lunch. The five shrugged as they got out of their seats and went to the cafeteria to eat with their friends and restore their energy. However, as they were going out, they saw a huge crowd at the door of their sister class. Kendo looked at it and scratched her head as she said, what do you think this is about? She looked at her friends who looked as confused as she was. Setsuna grabbed one of the mobs as she asked him, hi mob guy, what happening here in front of class 1A? Don't tell me they're hoisting a party and forgot to invite us. The person who she grabbed blushed as he answered, well, most of the people here are trying to scout the competition here. They're seeing what the hype is about class 1A. You know what I mean. The girl nodded as she let him go. She looked at her comrades and said, nothing important really, it's just the general studies students scoping competition for the sports festival. This made Kanoko worried since her older sister studied her and she heard that if one of the students in general studies performed well, he can replace a hero student place. The mushroom girl expressed her worries as she said, there's a tradition that if a general studies student performed well in the sports festival, they can replace a student from the hero course. She then clutched her skirt in fear as she said, what if that happened to me? Kendo then hugged her as she rubbed her back saying, no, that won't happen. Do you know why? The girl tilted her head as Itsuka carried on. It's because you proved that you belong to the hero course on several occasions, especially during the USJ, so don't doubt yourself, okay? The smaller girl smiled at the bigger one as she nodded her head. A loud voice was heard that caused Izuku to shiver. Coming here to see what the future pros look like? A voice, which belonged to a student whose purple hair seemed to defy the laws of physics, then said, tell me, are all hero students arrogant as you are? Or are you just a special case? In any case, I can't say that I'm impressed if this is the heroic class 1 that survived the villain attack in the USJ. All I can see here is a bunch of children looking for glory. The students of 1B felt disgusted by his words. It was as if the class asked to be attacked by villains. Another voice, which Itsuka facepalmed to it, said, look at that. It is the lowly midgets of general studies here to think that they can take our place. Well, it's going to be hard seeing how class 1 is going to dominate the sports festival and leave you in the dust. This caused an uproar, but Kendo noticed that Tetsu was beginning to get agitated, so she grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt and said, don't give in to his words. I know this guy. He has some kind of inferiority complex. She then walked away with everyone following her lead, but Izuku swore he heard Bakugo yell at him. The teens walked a couple of steps away from the chaos, but suddenly a voice rang out, young Midoriya is here. And from behind a corner All Might appeared as he pointed at the boy who was astounded by his classmates. The boy responded quickly. He asked, All Might Sensei, is there a problem? The huge man shook his head. Not at all, young Midoriya, but I want you in my office so we can talk about how to advance your quirk and the levels of energy that you can handle. Remember, you did ask me last week when we were in the infirmary if I had any tips given that both our quirks are enhancement types. The boy nodded his head as he understood that this was All Might's way of saying I have something to tell you, and it's important. He honestly half expected the man to ask him for lunch. Izuku replied, okay, I'll come. He looked at his friends. Go ahead guys, I'll catch up. They then separated into two groups as someone said, All Might and Midoriya? In All Might's office, the man deflated to his normal form as he began to speak, young Midoriya, I've brought here to my office to tell you a couple of things. One of them that my limit has gone down from 3 hours and a half to just 2 hours due to the USJ. The boy began to panic, but All Might calmed him down saying, it's not your fault, young Midoriya. This was going to happen sooner or later. And thanks to that Namu thing it was sooner, but now on to a more pressing matter. The sports festival is around the corner. The boy nodded his head as he said, yeah, and I'm super excited about it. I always wanted to be a part of it, and my dream has finally arrived. The gaunt man smiled at his successor's enthusiasm, feeling bad for the bomb that he was about to drop moments later. Well, in any case, I'm happy that you're excited, but I want to tell you something that when you go out there 2 weeks later, I want you to tell the world that you're here. Make them feel as if they're looking at the new symbol of peace. The boy smiled and nodded his head. The man's smile then disappeared, worrying his successor, who asked, All Might, is everything okay? The man asked, "Young Midoriya, did I ever tell you the true story of One for All?" The boy shook his head, remembering that All Might explained what One for All is, but never told him what the story behind it is. The man then passed him a cup of tea as he said, "Well, I'm about to tell you." The man looked at the window as if he was reliving some memory, and began to tell the tale of One for All. You see, back during the emergence of quirks, there was civil chaos. Back then, people were afraid of everything that had to do with quirks. I can't blame them, honestly. However, during that time, a man appeared. He could take and give quirks. This made Izuku's eyes widen. That man then began to work his way through society. He used to take quirks and give them. However, those given quirks would become mindless slaves to the man's will. He was unstoppable by all accounts. Izuku interrupted him, saying, "But if he was someone so strong, why don't we hear about him in the history books?" All Might looked at him, because he made sure he was never mentioned. He was like the boogeyman of the underworld. Back to the story. The man had a quirkless brother. He was sickly and weak, but he had a great sense of justice and always opposed his brother. He was eventually thrown inside a vault to break his will, but it didn't work. However, one day the older brother decided to give the younger one a stockpile quirk. Was it out of sympathy or an attempt to brainwash him? No one knew. But turns out that the younger brother did have a quirk. It seemed a useless one, the ability to transfer quirks, but when those two powers met with each other, they combined and formed. Izuku trailed on, saying, "One for All." Yes, One for All was born from that. Ironic, isn't it, that the beacon of hope was born for the bowels of darkness itself? In any case, the man tried to face his brother, but he failed given the vast strength difference. However, he made sure that his power was passed on, so another can finish the job, and that was what continued to happen. One after another, the users of OFA faced off against this monster bravely, only for me to end this cycle when I killed him. Izuku's eyes widened because he couldn't even imagine All Might capable of killing someone. Or so I thought till recently. Izuku quirked an eyebrow as he asked the hero, "What do you mean, All Might?" The man looked at him and answered, "Do you remember the monster that you and your friends faced at the USJ? Dinamu." The boy shivered, signifying that he indeed did remember the near-death encounter. Well, tests were made on it, and it turned out that the monster has multiple quirks in it. This made Izuku's blood run cold, so there is a chance that this monster might be still up and running. I think this was my fault since I never confirmed if the body was present after I squashed his head like a watermelon. Izuku was now sure that he could never look at a watermelon the same way ever again. "I understand why you told me that, All Might, and I promised to increase my training." He was then cut by a punch. "I didn't tell you because I wanted to increase your training." The man massaged his forehead before adding, "Geez, kid, are planning on killing yourself before you become a pro hero. Training is good. I won't disagree with that, but there's a difference between training and killing yourself. You always need time for relaxation. This is why Gran Torino was brought in to help you guys train better." The man finished his speech and looked at the boy, who seemed ashamed, but he quickly said, "I'm not mad at you, young Midoriya. I could never be mad at you. I'm just worried you might overwork yourself." The boy nodded his head, saying, "I promise I won't go overboard, All Might. But why did you tell me about All for One if it wasn't to increase my training?" The man smiled at his successor, saying, "Because it's something I should have told from the beginning and something that was your right to know. Young Midoriya, you have a courageous spirit, and I took advantage of that without knowing it. I gave you a quirk that had a bonus feature of having its own nemesis without telling you about that part. Although I thought he was dead at the time, that doesn't excuse me. I'd been a very bad mentor for you. From the beginning of the year, you've been progressing fast without any help from me. I feel ashamed that I left you to figure things out for yourself." The boy cut him off. "No, you're the best, All Might. I mean, indeed, you didn't help me with some things, but it was for my own good. I mean, on the field you don't have people to tell you what to do, so I think it was for the best that I figured things out on my own." The blonde hero smiled at his successor and buffed, saying, "Thank you, young Midoriya, but I have something else to tell you." He then buffed down as he cleared his throat. "I apologize for what I said that day on the roof, and for the weak apology that I gave on the street, young Midoriya." The boy was confused and asked, "Why do you say that, All Might? I don't get it. You already apologized." The hero shook his head as he said, "No, sadly I didn't. What I did was only an attempt to clear my conscience without assessing the damages." The hero then remembered something Anu told them during his briefing about Midoriya. The dog hero explained that Midoriya sees himself through his quirk, which means if he ever lost it, he'll see himself as nothing more than a failure and not fit to be a hero. He took a deep breath and said, "Young Midoriya, that day you asked me if a quirkless person like you could be a hero. I told in response to that it is impossible to happen, while ignoring that other countries outside of Japan have quirkless heroes who are famous. For that, I want to amend my apology and make it clear, you young Midoriya could become a hero, quirk or no quirk, because, at the end of the day, a good hero is a person who has a good heart." The hero chuckled, looking at his biggest fan, who was crying. and hugged him as he said, "Come on, young Midoriya, what did we say about the waterworks?" The hero student chuckled a little as he said, "I know, All Might, but this is the first time someone believes in my dream about being a hero without a quirk." The hero rubbed his saying, "I know, but now you have to go to your friends and enjoy lunch." His successor stood up to leave, but All Might said, "And don't worry about AFO. We're dealing with him." The hero student smiled and said, "And if I have to fight him, I'll do it alongside you." The boy left the room as the older hero clutched his fist saying, "But you don't get it, young Midoriya. There might be a day when you have to face him and I might be long gone." He looked outside the window and buffed saying, "But till that dark day comes, I won't allow him to hurt you." After his talk with All Might, Izuku went to his friends in the cafeteria. He looked around for a bit from them before Tetsu called out for him, "Yo, Midoriya, we're here. Come and eat before the break is over." The green-haired quickly ran to the table and sat down. His friends have ordered him his usual meal, which consisted of rice and his favorite meal, katsudon with an apple. The boy began to devour it hungrily, and the others were amazed at how fast he was making the food disappear from existence. The green-haired girl then said to her friend, "Oi, Greenie, I get it that you're hungry, but if you keep stuffing your face like that, you're going to choke and die." She tried to disconnect her head to put it on his, but she was too tired to do that, so she only told him, "If you die, you'll be known as the guy who died by stuffing his face." The boy then lifted his head from his food and said, "Random information. There was a king who actually died from overeating." He then returned to stuffing his face, as his friends' sweat dropped at the random bit of information that he just dropped on them, as they mentally said, "Well, he seems to know about things that aren't hero-related." Tetsu then said, "I can't blame you for eating like that. I mean, the training was brutal. This food seems that it was blessed by the heavens and God himself." A loud shout from beside them said, "Do not mention the Lord's name in vain." This caused everyone present to sweat drop at the other cinnamon roll of Class 1B. Kendo apologized to her, "I'm sorry, Shoizaki. I promise we won't do it again. You have my word." The religious girl then smiled and went back to her meal after she said a small prayer, "May the Lord bless your soul, Kendo." Her prayer was accompanied by a mysterious light that came out of nowhere, causing most of the students to wonder, where is this light coming from? Seriously, does she have a second quirk or something? Awase, who was sitting beside the girl, asked her, "Shoizaki, do you have an idea where the light that appears when you make a prayer comes from?" This made the religious girl tilt her head a little as she asked, "What light?" This caused the headband-wearing boy to drop to the ground as she chuckled at him. Kendo could only coo at her classmate's adorable behavior as she went back to her food, but she asked Izuku, "Hey Midoriya, what advice did All Might give you to strengthen your quirk and increase your capacity?" The boy hummed through his food as he said, "He gave me a small note that included a bunch of instructions for muscle growth so that my body can handle more power and percentages. He also told me that I should spar more since it helps increase my power levels." He shivered when he heard Kendo crack her knuckles, saying, "Then I'll bring the hurt next time we train." Tetsu on the side said, "Kendo's so manly." The girl chuckled as she looked at Izuku and asked him, "Can I have the note that All Might gave you?" The boy nodded his head, since during his walk with the hero to his office, they both talked about ways Izuku can increase his power and power capacity. He reached for his pocket and pulled out the note, handing it over to Kendo, who unfolded it and began to read it. The girl whistled as she said, "I have to say, Midoriya, that's some intense workout regime that All Might cooked up for you." The others were intrigued as they looked over to have a look at the note, but Kanoko immediately began to feel tired on Izuku's behalf, while Tetsu said, "This is a manly regime." He was whacked by Satsuna, who pointed to the cafeteria saying, "Calm down it. You just made us a spectacle that everyone's looking at." The boy apologized, but then said, "Are you excited about the sports festival like I am?" Itsuka gave Izuku the notes back and said, "I have to say I'm really pumped. I mean, I have been watching ever since I was a small baby. I always dreamt about participating in it. I mean, each year they pull out something new, and it's really crazy." Izuku nodded his head to his friend's enthusiasm. She looked at him and asked, "Say, can I use that workout regime too?" The boy shook his head saying, "I advise against it since it was tailored for my body, but if you want you can always ask All Might. I'm sure he'll be happy to help you." The girl nodded as she made a mental note to ask the blonde hero later if he can cook up for her a training regime. Kanoko then said, "I'm excited too, though I'm still afraid about the whole getting switched thing, but I'm still excited." The girl was hugged by Kendo, who began to rub circles on her back and say, "It won't happen." Satsuna began to groan as everyone looked at her as she said, "All this talk about getting replaced, training, and the sports festival is really boring. How about we do something after the festival to relieve all the tension that we're feeling?" Itsuka was shocked by her words and said, "For once, Set, use something that makes actual sense." The sharp-toothed girl didn't register this insult as she said, "Why, thank you." It was then that she actually registered it and yelled, "Hey." She was cut from her thought when two people approached their table. She looked, and the class rep of Wanna and the invisible girl. She quirked an eyebrow wondering what they want, but Kendo said, Yaoyorozu, what can I help with? The rich girl smiled as she asked, can I take a seat with my friend before I ask? Kendo nodded to her, so both girls took a seat, and they both introduced themselves. Hey, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu, and this is my friend Toru Hagakure. She looked at Kendo and told her, back during the USJ, you told me something about a DNA-infused costume, but we never talked about it on the way back to UA. The orange-haired girl remembered when she told the rich girl about the DNA-infused costume and said, I don't know, but Takage has one, so she might have an idea. The rich girl looked at the mentioned girl, remembering her from the recommendation exams. The lizard girl then said, Hey Yaoyorozu, DNA-infused costumes are like regular ones, but the difference is that when you use your quirk, it acts like a part of it, but for it to work you have to give them some hair. You know it can't be a DNA costume without some DNA at the end of the day. The rich girl was intrigued as she said, Thank you. I'll make sure that I give a visit to the support lab and place an order on it, and give them some of my hair and Hagakure's too, given that her suit is only gloves and boots. This made the five friends raise an eyebrow as Kendo said quietly, Damn those perverts, even in the support lab there are a lot of them. Setsuna then said, You know, if you want someone to help sketch your new costume, Greenie would be happy to help you. Momo looked at Midoriya, who looked like he just wanted to die, and asked, Are you sure? He seems that he wants to anywhere but here. Yeah, I'm totally sure. He's just really awful with social interactions, Setsuna said as clouds formed above Izuku's head and began to rain on him as he said, There's no need to be so brutal. The girl laughed as she hugged her friend from the side, saying, I never said it's a bad thing. Toru on the side was giggling with happiness as she saw the scene. Izuku then looked at both girls, or at least one of them given the other is invisible, saying, All right, I need to know your quirks so I can draw accurate sketches. Toru said, Well, mine is invisibility. It's kinda self-explanatory. The boy shook his head and said, Not really. If you're really invisible, then you shouldn't be able to see since light will pass through you. I think your quirk is light refraction. And if train can emit light beams that can cut through metal, and maybe you can become visible again. Fursuit. The boy was cut off when the invisible girl grabbed him and said, I can become visible. How? The boy blushed and said, You need to train your quirk and control your refraction index. I really suggest after the festival you go to a light-based hero to help you control that aspect of your quirk. He was then hugged by the girl, who thanked him profusely. Momo then said, My quirk is creation. It allows me to create non-organic objects from the lipids in my body, but I need to know what those objects are made of for it to actually work. The boy began to write notes into his book as he said, Can you make gases? Can you train yourself to make a complex object with a little number of lipids? He trailed off, unnerving the rich girl as Takage smacked him, saying, Calm down, Greenie, I know you like quirks, but you're unnerving her. The boy chuckled awkwardly as he said, Sorry, I just really like quirks, but down to business. For your costume, I recommend a full body suit from DNA with some areas having magnets on them to allow the creations to go out easily. Furthermore, you need to have an electronic bracelet which has a huge amount of materials in it with their formulas connected to a visor on your head, so you don't need to raise your hand every time you need to use your quirk. Momo was shocked at the explanation, but said, Thank you, Midoriya. I'll make sure to tell the support lab your recommendations. And I assume Hagakure only needs a suit with all types of resistance. The boy nodded as he began sketching both suits and told the girls he will give them to Kendo, who give them to them later on. Toru then asked, What were you guys talking about before we came here? Setsuna answered her, We were talking about having a vacation after the sports festival to relax. You know, after the whole dying thing. Momo then took a thinking pose as she put her hand on her chin, saying, You know what? That may not be such a bad idea. I bet after the sports festival everyone will be tired and worn out. A little outing with friends will do wonders to help lift their spirits from the ground. The girl began to hum as if she was contemplating something, and asked, looking at both Midoriya and Kendo, How about both our classes go together? This way we get to know each other better, and our classes could bond and mend any damages caused by the blonde hooligans. Momo said as she pointed at both Bakugo and Monoma. Izuku nodded his head, liking the idea. That sounds like a good way to bond together. Itsuka also nodded her head as she said, That is a wonderful idea, Yaoyorozu. I mean, this way we can let both classes see that they are not the enemy, while also bonding and finding common ground. This will really help us when we participate in any shared activities. Toru added, Maybe after the beach outing, we can all have a sleepover at my house. That way the good times can continue. Everyone hummed a little, digesting the idea as Momo tilted her head and asked, What's a sleepover party? This made everyone's eyes go wide as they looked at Momo. And Toru said, You're not joking, are you? The girl shook her head, and everyone was shocked that Momo didn't know what a sleepover is. Setsuna asked her, Before you came here, Yaoyorozu, where did you study? The girl answered, I'm actually homeschooled. This caused Toru to say in her head, This explains everything. Kendo shook her head, saying, We can't have that now, can we? A sleepover party is a party made between friends where they come to one of their friends' homes, have games, watch movies, eat food, and at the end sleep together in sleeping bags. The rich girl began to emit a happy aurora round as she said, "That's so exciting. Can we have one at my house?" The others shrugged as Izuku said, "Sure, no problem. I bet it's going to be fun." Momo then said, "I have to tell my mother, so we can open the movie hall, bring top-class chefs, and perhaps import some meat for the beach outing. Now the sleepover party. What type of tea do you guys want? I have Harrods and Wedgwood in the house cause my family likes them a lot. But I personally prefer Golden Tips Imperial." Momo continued to carry on with her plans as the others looked at her dumbfounded. Everyone has a blissful expression on their face as they mentally said in one voice, "It's like she causally slapped us with the fact that she's richer than us, but I can't care because she's so happy and bouncy right now." Izuku then coughed as he said, "What was that first one? Harrods, I think." Momo replied to him excitedly, "Yes, I love that one very much." She was cut off by someone saying, My, Yaoyorozu, what are you doing with these inferior beings? You should be sitting with us, the superior class 1A, not these boo." He fell into a heap as a dart hit his neck courtesy of a blow dart that Momo just made. Kendo nodded her head saying, "Effective method of shutting him up. If you want, I can teach you how to neck chop him, so you won't waste your quirk on him anymore." The rich girl shook her head saying, "No problem, I think it's for the best that I keep doing that. Maybe he'll be scared at one point thinking I will put poison in it, and stop." They all heard the bell ring, which signified the end of the break. Momo then looked at Kendo and said, "I'll send the details over the phone for the beach and the sleepover." She grabbed Monoma's shirt and yanked him to their classroom as she waved over to them. Kendo said, "It sure reminds me of the good old days back in junior high." She looked at her classmates and said, "Come on, guys, let's go back to homeroom. Kan-sensei will have our heads for dinner." At the end of the day, Izuku stood in front of the classroom and said, "Hey guys, I have an announcement to make. Myself and the class rep of Class 1 agreed that both of our classes have started on the wrong foot, so to mend things over, we decided that after the sports festival, we will have a beach day and a sleepover at Yaoyorozu's house, 1A's rep. So please, if anyone is interested, please either inform me or Midoriya so we can tell the others about the number of people coming." The class nodded as multiple people like Shizaki, Awase, Shishida, and even the silent Yui told her that they were interested and wanted to go. Others told her that they need time and wanted to think about it first or talk with their parents. Itsuka then went to her desk and began to pack her stuff. She looked at the clock and said, "Midoriya, ready yourself because today I'm going to go hard on you that I'll make you wish that you were dead." The boy awkwardly chuckled at her excited behavior. Both reps then heard shuffling in front of the door of their homeroom and went to investigate what was happening there. They were shocked when they found a huge mob of students blocking the door, so Kendo decided to use her diplomacy. "Please, I must ask you to clear the way, because my friend and myself need to go to training." A boy, which everyone recognized was the purple-haired boy from earlier who went head-to-head with Bakugo, said, "Please, don't mind us by all means. We're just here to see if you have any positions that we might be able to take. You know what they say. In the sports festival, if a student from general studies was able to impress the facility, they might switch places with someone from the hero course." He then looked inside and said with glee, "Perfect 3 spots. The brown-haired girl seems to be afraid. The giant seems to be quivering. And finally the exchange student. I don't know why they put her here. She doesn't even know the language." Itsuka cut him off as she said, "Are you done rambling? There are people here who have better things to do with their time than listen to your mad talk." I thought that Class 1B would have more humility, but guess I was wrong. You know, you guys think that you all are so amazing. I mean, the entrance exam leans toward people with physical or combat quirks. So don't think because you passed it that you're special. Shut the F up and open the way, weakling." The entire class looked at Kamakiri, shocked at the rude way that he told the boy off. The boy didn't seem fazed by it though, as he said, "You remind me of the blonde in 1A. Don't compare me to that scum of the earth, and don't compare us to you if you're here cause you're talking about quirks." Kamakiri glanced at his classmates. "You told us that the entrance exam favors people with combat or physical quirk, but not everyone here has one. The brown-haired girl has a mushroom quirk, yet she managed to pass. The brown-haired boy has an air-hardening quirk that only makes platforms, yet he managed to pass. Come on and ask every one of us, and you'll see that all of us, even the girls, are in a better physical condition than your sorry ass. I bet you came to the entrance exam thinking all I need is my quirk. I bet you said that you don't need to train or anything. And once you saw the robots, you forgot that you can be a hero by also saving people." He pointed at Izuku saying, "This guy over here only passed the entrance exam through rescue points. Tell me, why didn't you?" The boy in question seemed to fume as he stumped away angrily at the verbal lecture he had. Itsuka looked at the boy and said, "Wow, Kamakiri, that's really great of you. I never thought you can say something so deep and meaningful. Honestly, I thought you hate all of us. The boy looked at her and shrugged as he said, I just hate those who whine about not achieving their dreams and not actually putting in the effort. He came here thinking he can intimidate us with fancy words and crazy speeches. I just didn't take too kindly to that and gave him a dose of his own medicine. We all worked hard for our dreams, and they aren't going to be lost because of some guy who doesn't want to put an effort into his dream. Everyone looked at the boy's retreating form, shocked at the speech he gave as the crowd began to slowly go away. They all began to remember their own hard work to enter the hero course. Itsuka grabbed Izuku and dragged him to the training room they usually use as she said, You know Kamakiri's kinda right. You know when I met him first I thought he was kinda a jerk for the way he was treating you. Now, I honestly think that there was a reason, and he's actually trying to change. The boy nodded as he said, I believe so, Kendo. I really hope I can become friends with him one day. The girl chuckled as she said, Izuku Midoriya, the boy who wants to become friends with everyone who set his eyes on. It might be an impossible mission, but it's not too difficult for our protagonist through the power of friendship. The boy giggled at her saying, I have to give you credit for this. This is the first time someone joked about that. I never really have friends before. The girl just said, well, you have us now. They then continued their way toward the gym. After arriving at the gym, they were greeted by an unwelcome surprise, or rather Izuku was greeted by one Gran Torino standing with Vlad waiting for him. The boy gulped as Gran Torino explained that since the boy only manifested his quirk he needs extra training with him. And the training from hell began as Gran Torino began bouncing from one place to another, and was kicking Izuku's ass at every corner. Izuku was currently on the ground as Torino came near him saying, Tell me, Zygote, did you have all of your steam blown out already? Torino looked at his clock and said, Anyway, that's enough for today. Save your energy for tomorrow. Vlad was about to tell his student to go and wish, but the boy grabbed the old hero and said, Just one more time, Torino. The old man looked at him and rubbed his chin, smiling as he remembered when he was training All Might, so he said, All right, just one more time, and after that, you relax. The boy nodded as he readied himself. Izuku activated one for all its 6% and ran toward Gran, who activated his quirk and jumped away, avoiding him. The man turned in the air as he went in for a kick, but Izuku dodged him. The boy tried to catch him as he pushed his quirk to 7%. But the man kicked his hand away before kicking him to the side, but the boy landed on his feet. He looked at the man who returned to the air and smiled as an idea entered his mind. The boy charged his quirk to 8% and jumped high in the air as he tried to reach Gran. Torino saw this and wondered why the boy did such a simple mistake, but he went for a kick anyway. As he was about to reach him, the boy pushed his quirk further in a burst of speed, shocking the old man. A burst of dust emerged after their attacks connected. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was on his back while Torino was rubbing a bruise on his cheek as he said to Izuku, Well done, kid, you managed to hit me. Thanks, Gran Torino, the boy said before entering the bathrooms. Vlad approached the old man with Kendo, who was watching. So what do you think about the progress with his work, Torino-sensei? The old man replied, You're doing a fine job, Vlad. I'm shocked he's not breaking his bones though. It's a good thing he figured out how to regulate his quirk on the first day, or there was going to be a lot of broken bones in his future. Once Izuku finished his shower and got dressed, he and Kendo left the gym to go to their homes, or in Izuku's case to help Pony with her Japanese. At the front of the school, Pony stood there waiting patiently for Izuku. The girl heard footsteps coming her way and looked only to see Izuku giving his goodbyes to Kendo as he walked toward her. The boy said in English, Hello Tsunotori, let's go to a cafe so we can begin with your lessons. The girl bounced on her feet saying, Thank you, Midoriya. That's really nice of you. No one else is free enough to help me, and you're taking the trouble to help me. Are you sure I'm not causing you any disturbance? The boy laughed saying, It's no problem, Tsunotori. It's a hero's job to help others, and even small actions such as these could be considered heroic. Plus, I don't want you to feel like that anymore. I'm the one who offered it, so feel free to take your time while we're studying. The girl nodded her head as she said, All right, Midoriya. Just one question though, how are you planning to teach me? I mean, I know the basics of the language, so that is how I was able to go by in Japan. The boy smiled saying, I think that we will work on translation. I mean, we'll read a book and begin to translate it from the original to Japanese. They arrived at the cafe and Izuku asked the girl, Is there any book you prefer to read so it can make the process easier? The girl blushed saying, I like Harry Potter. She then looked away embarrassed as Izuku said, There's nothing to be ashamed of, Tsunotori. A lot of people like books from the pre-quirk era. The two entered the cafe and began to read the online book as Izuku helped Pony read it in Japanese after translating it from English. It continued for about 3 hours before they called it off. It's been 1 week since the students were introduced to the hell known as Gran Torino's training, and they have been making increases in their abilities. Right now, Izuku was currently sparring with Kendo as he ducked under her fist. The boy jumped in the air as he directed a kick at the girl. The girl grabbed him and threw him to the side, to which the boy landed on his feet with enough time to block the girl's fist, which threw him back. The boy quickly ran and tried to kick the girl in the chest, which she blocked by enlarging her hand. But the boy then punched her in the gut before kicking her feet and pinning her to the ground. The girl backheaded him, breaking his hold before grabbing him, but the boy elbowed her, breaking free from her grasp. The boy then powered up his quirk to 8% and side-kicked the girl in her stomach, sending her to the ground. The boy then pinned her, making sure not to get close for a headbutt. And in 3 seconds, Vlad said, "Match over. Win from Midoriya." The boy stood up victoriously as he said, "Finally, I won against you, Kendo." The girl chuckled as she said, "Well, now it's 1 to 300. This caused the boy's sails to be emptied as he slumped to the ground, with the girl now trying to comfort him. Vlad then said, "All right, you two, you've been working hard ever since we came here. Take some time to rest." The boy then walked away and looked to his side, seeing his classmate Ryuko working on her quirk, though she seemed from her movements that she was frustrated. Although Izuku had never spoken to her before, he felt that he can't just leave her hanging. He approached her and asked, "Is there any problem, Yanagi?" The girl looked at him and said, "Nothing too serious, Midoriya. It just seems that my endeavor to further the horizon of my quirk is blocked by unknown factors that are not in my hand. So it's been making the interior preposition of my psyche unsatisfied." The boy simply stared, but then Yui came beside him and translated what the girl said for him. She means that her work on her quirk isn't going anywhere, and she feels kinda down. The boy nodded his head, thanking her as the girl moved away from him. Izuku asked the girl, "Do you want help from me? I mean, I'm good with quirk analysis." The girl nodded, saying, "Thank you. My quirk is Poltergeist, which allows me to lift things that are about the average height of a human." The boy looked at her and asked, "Is there a reason your hands glow when you use your quirk?" The girl replied saying, "My quirk is connected to my hands. When my hands glow, it means my quirk is active." He then asked, "Can you fly?" The girl shook her head as Izuku said, "Well, I think you could use some board to help you fly. Perhaps you can add something to help stay on the board, like straps." The girl's eyes widened as she said, "That's something I never thought, Midoriya. Thanks for the insight. All right, little kids, come here. I want to have a little test with you after all this training," the old hero said. Everyone then readied themselves. But 12 minutes later, everyone was on the ground with one of Ibara's vines holding a white flag as a sign of surrender and defeat. "I expected better, but your times are different than mine," the old hero said, before running his hand through his hair as he said, "Well, back to training you go." Everyone groaned but lifted themselves and went back to their respective training. Another week went by, and now Izuku was standing in front of the door of his house as his mother told him, "Izuku, do your best out there." The boy smiled at her as he said, "I promise you that I'll do my best, Mom. Welcome to the sports festival." Izuku waited with his classmates and their class as Vlad King entered the classroom and said, "Kids, the bus is now waiting for you in front of the school, and it will take you to the arena where you will compete against the other courses." He looked at his students and said, "I just want you to know that I'm proud of you for how seriously you took your training, no matter how hellish it was." The entire class shivered alongside Vlad. He then yelled, "Let's go to the bus, and don't forget to be plus." The students then yelled, "Ultra," and with that, everyone funneled outside the classroom to the bus that will take them to the stadium. When the students arrived at the stadium, they were shocked by the very huge size of the place as Tetsu whistled loudly, "Wow, Yue sure did go plus ultra with the stadium." He and his friends continued walking inside the place as they watched the press trying to get an exclusive with one of students asking them about the villain attack, which caused a couple of 1B students to be angry, while the rest were just bothered that their efforts in the USJ went unnoticed. The students were directed to their waiting, as they all sat together waiting for the sports festival to begin. All of them sat inside groups of their own, mostly Izuku's group and Oasis' group. Izuku heard Shota say to Rin, "Man, I'm really pumped for the sports festival. I just hope that they acknowledge us." He went quiet for a moment before adding, "Don't think I'm jealous or anything, but it seems wrong that all our efforts in the USJ were swept under the rug while Class 1A got glorified." Rin nodded his head. "I get what you mean. It's making us feel like we're some extras that are put in the hero course only to make 1A look better." Izuku couldn't help but agree a little with those words, given that he heard from seniors from 2B that usually 1B is used as something to polish 1A's status and make them look more heroic. Tetsu then yelled, "Listen up, guys. Today we're going to win this thing. We're not here to make 1A look better. We're not here to polish anyone. We're here because we made it here due to our strength and hard work, so don't you all dare go soft on me right now." He clenched his fist as he said, "Look, I know that you all are frustrated from what happened regarding the USJ, and some of you are paranoid after that purple-haired boy came and began to threaten just for his own amusement. But remember that we're Class 1B and we're all strong by our own rights. The class looked at him and began to cheer, feeling better about the sports festival and their chances of standing out to attract the pros' attention. Kendo pouted with a dejected expression as she slumped beside Izuku, saying, "Damn it, Midoriya. Tetsu stole my thunder. I was planning on cheering everyone for the sports festival." The boy chuckled a little at her as she raised an eyebrow and asked him, "What's so funny?" "I was being serious. That tin head stole my glory moment." The boy patted her back, saying, "Clam down, Kendo. I'm sure Tetsu didn't mean to steal your thunder. He only meant to cheer everyone on, given that they seemed a little bit down." He then added, "You know, you always remind me of a big sister with your attitude regarding the class." The girl quirked an eyebrow as she said, Well, you don't see this every day. Izuku, Midoriya is making fun of someone. Please, don't tell me your girlfriend has finally corrupted." She began to laugh as a blush began to creep on Izuku's face and looked at Ibara, saying, "Ibara, prepare a cleansing because Izuku has been corrupted by a temptress." The religious girl was by their side quickly. "How did that happen, Midoriya? I need to know what type of demon corrupted you to do the cleansing correctly." Itsuka's sweat dropped because the girl took her words seriously. She looked at Izuku, whose face looked like a grilled fish for how close the religious girl was. Kendo cleared her throat as she said, "Ibara, don't you think that you're a little bit too close?" The vine-haired girl blinked in confusion as she looked, noticing that she was 1 inch away from kissing the boy on his cheek, causing her to jump back and apologize, going back to her friend's red face just as Izuku. Kendo looked at Izuku and said, "Now all jokes aside, why do you think that I'm like a big sister?" The boy, whose breathing calmed down at this point, said, "I mean, you're always comforting me or Kinoko when we feel nervous. You're always helping others in the class. I mean, if weren't for you, I don't think I would have learned to fight properly. You're always looking for others." The girl smiled at her friend, tearing up a bit as she said, "Thank." A voice interrupted her, saying, "He's not wrong though. I mean, you are like a big sister to the class, plus you keep the rowdier people in line." This little intervention caused both the green-haired boy and the orange-haired girl to yell in fright as Izuku jumped a little, ending in Itsuka's lap, making both teens blush as he got off her. They both looked at Setsuna, who was chuckling, but on the inside, she was feeling a bit weird when she saw Izuku in Itsuka's lap. That's weird." The girl shook her head as Izuku said, "Takage, please don't scare me like that. I almost had a heart attack." The boy then touched his chest where his heart was pumping quickly due to the scare he just earned. The girl laughed as she said, "I'm sorry, Greenie. Sometimes I just can't help myself," she said before detaching her mouth and sending it to Izuku's ear as she whispered seductively, "Plus, you look hot when you're blushing." The boy began to blush heavily as Setsuna laughed, causing Ibara with her back turned to whack her with her vines, saying, "Don't do that to him. He needs to focus." The green-haired girl frowned at her classmate as she looked at her target. The boy looked at her and said, "I think I just had an aneurysm." Kendo laughed from the side at his words. He then asked, "How do you feel about the festival? Because I'm really excited." The girl smiled as her head detached from her body, landed on Izuku's head, and said, "I'm totally dope. I'm really excited about this. I just hope I stand out enough for a respectable pro to notice." She stopped for a second before adding, ... and hopefully he's not a pervert. To that, Itsuka began to nod her head. Izuku then said, "I'm sure a lot of people will like you, Takage. I mean, you're smart, resourceful, clever, full of energy, and always think outside of the box. That's all aside from your awesome quirk. I bet a lot of pros will try to get you." The girl's cheeks flushed a little at the praise as she looked away, only to come face to face with Kinoko, who had an amused look on her face that made the greenette feel like a toddler who got busted with his hands in the cookie jar. The green-haired girl replied, "Thanks, Greenie, for the praise." She then looked away as she thought of something. "Man, but it's a total bummer that they didn't allow us to wear our hero clothes for the festival." Kinoko replied, "I think they did because they wanted to be fair to the other courses. Plus, do you really want to go on TV in your suit? I mean, it is a little bit exposing. Don't you feel just a little bit embarrassed when someone looks at you while you're wearing it?" The girl shrugged as Kinoko face-palmed. Izuku on the other side felt a little bit peeved. He didn't know why, but he felt a little bit angry that Setsuna's costume is seriously revealing. What was that feeling? Was it jealousy? No, it wasn't. It's just that he was worried about her. Setsuna then said, "By the way, since we're talking about the subject of sisters and brothers, why not mention how Izuku is 1B's little brother that must be protected at all costs?" This made Izuku get knocked out of his thinking as he looked at her, tilting his head. He then asked, "Didn't you say that I was a cinnamon roll the previous day?" He truly wondered why everyone called him and Shizaki cinnamon rolls or rays of sunshine. They were both terrifying fighters within their own rights, far away from what you would expect of a cinnamon roll. Kendo nodded. "Yeah, I can totally see it. The little brother always gets himself into stupid situations. Remember the USJ? You almost gave me a heart attack." She then patted his head, saying, "Don't worry, you're still the class's cinnamon roll with Shizaki." This made him and the girl within hearing distance frown at their unofficial title. The boy was about to say something when the door was knocked as a voice said, "Class 1B, get ready. You're all on in a couple of minutes." The students then began to take deep breaths as they had been through hell and back for this day. Kendo then stood up as she said, "All right, look, guys, I know that today is important, but guys, today I want you all to have fun while you're at it. I want you all to give your to show the world who Class 1B is." The entire class roared in excitement as they exited the waiting room following both Itsuka and Izuku, who stood in front given that they were the class representatives. They all walked together as they heard the loud voice of President Mike say, "Hello everybody, welcome to this year's sports festival. I hope you are all ready for the kids to duke it out because I know I am. And by the way, I'm your favorite friendly neighborhood voice hero, President Mike. And beside me is your grumpy caterpillar Eraserhead." He went quiet for a moment before adding, "Do you have anything to say to the crowd, Eraser?" The grumpy teacher, who was tied up like a mummy, replied, "No, I don't. I just want to know, how did you drag me here? What kind of crime did I commit in my previous life so that I ended here with you?" The voice hero laughed, not noticing how serious the other man was, as he said, "I love you too, man." He then said, "Now without further ado, let's begin introducing the classes that will compete in this festival." Lights began to shine on the various entrances to the arena as the voice hero began. First, we have the class that survived the villain attack in the USJ. The class that made the villains duck their tails behind their legs and run away to their mama. The class that put the V in victory. The class. A slap then echoed on the microphone as the voice hero groaned in pain. They all heard Eraserhead say, "Stop filling the kids' minds with crazy. It might start to get to them. And they might actually believe that they're invincible and start doing crazy stunts." The voice hero replied, "Geez, man, calm down, will you? Next time, just ask." The man then said, "Please give a warm welcome to our very own Class 1." Of the stadium erupted into cheers as the hero announced the arrival of Class 1A. The hero class walked out of the tunnel with both Ida and Momo leading them as they all had huge amounts of cheers accompanying them with each step they take. One of them seemed happy or excited. A few of them seemed nervous with all of the attention that they were receiving, but in the end, they were all ready for this day. The voice hero then said, "All right, now it's time for the other hero course class. They may seem that they're out of practice given that their sister class survived a villain attack, but don't count them out yet." The hero took a deep breath as he finally yelled, "Give a huge applause for the hero course Class 1B. From the teacher's booth, Vlad took a deep breath as he said, "Those are my students. Show them what you're made of." Mike then said, "Look at that," a show of support from Vlad to his students. Eraser only grunted at this irrational display in his opinion. The class exited the tunnel with Kendo and Midoriya leading the group. Itsuka seemed perfectly calm while Izuku seemed a little bit nervous, but he was steeling himself. Izuku looked at Class 1A and saw Uraraka waving at him, so he waved back. He then heard Monoma say to Ochako, "Don't be friends with the enemy. Today is another occasion to prove that worth." He was cut off by a dart from Momo, who also waved at Izuku, who returned it with a sweat drop regarding how Monoma just got knocked out with a dart on national television. "Well, it will give the audience a good laugh. I sure laughed when the infamous UA Flashier first appeared." Kendo looked at Yaoyorozu and said, "I hope you all do your best today, but I won't be going easy on you cause you're my friend." The black-haired girl simply as she replied, "I wouldn't want it any other way." They both shook their hands as they went to their respective classes. The voice hero then said, "Now coming out right now is the classes that are the basis for everything and work hard just as the hero course does. We have the general study classes 1 degrees Celsius, 1D, and 1E. The general study classes then exited the tunnels as they looked at the hero course students, making a couple of the hero course feel uneasy. The stare down continued for a bit before the general study students looked away and began to mumble to themselves. The voice hero saw this interaction and said quietly as possible, "Man, every year this happens. To be honest, this is better than last year when someone tried to lock somebody in the closet to take their spot." He then looked at the crowd from his booth. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, up next we have the backbone of the heroics courses. The ones who without them, the hero course can't function normally. Please give a warm welcome to the support classes 1 Fahrenheit, 1G, and 1H. The support course then exited the tunnel with all of the students tinkering with something. But what stood out was a girl with pink hair wearing steampunk goggles. She was talking to herself as she said, "Today, I will show everyone my precious babies. I just can't wait for them to be displayed in front of nationwide companies." The voice hero then began his last introduction as he said, "Well folks, now we come to the backbone of our country's economy. We can't have heroics without them because they keep the heroes afloat. Please welcome with open arms the management students of 1I, 1J, and 1 Kelvin." The students walked out of the tunnel, but from the looks on their faces, they seemed uninterested in the whole event themselves, but they were eyeing the hero course like a leopard looks at its prey. This made some of the hero course students sweat slightly. All of the students stood in the arena as Mike then said, And there you have it, folks, all of the wonderful students that UA has to offer. Now, let's wait for a little bit before the festivities begin. And with that, he finished his first mission of the day without any hitches. The students waited for a little bit as they all talked with each other. Izuku looked at Tetsu and said with sparkling eyes, "Man, I can't believe it. We're at the UA Sports Festival. It's really here." Tetsu could only smile back, sharing her excitement. He really wanted to stand out today. Izuku then added, "I really hope to do good today, though I'm wondering who might want me for an internship." The boy began to wonder if one of the top 10 heroes might pick him for one. Perhaps Endeavor might pick him. He's the number 2 hero, so he could teach him some tricks. Setsuna replied, "Heroes have to be blind not to pick you, Greenie. I mean, you're the most heroic person I have known, given that 2 weeks ago you tried to fight a monster designed to kill All Might just to save me." The boy blushed to the memory when Mike said, "And allow us to introduce the hero who will monitor the entire event. It's the R-rated hero, Midnight." The beautiful black-haired lady then walked over to the podium as her hips swayed in her questionable costume, causing Shishida to ask Ibara, "Is that even allowed in a school event?" The girl simply frowned at what she presumed is sinful behavior. The girl just looked away from her. The waist then said, "I don't know about you, but I seriously think Midnight Sensei should tone it down a little. It's embarrassing, to say the least." He then began to pat Shizaki to help her relax. Kiwaro added, "Talk about overexposed. Did she even bother to remember that this is imported to children? They shouldn't be exposed to this type of messed up darkness." The only person who didn't seem to mind was Minda from Class 1, who gave her a thumbs up, and he seemed to actually enjoy it. The heroine then threw her whip in the air as she yelled, "Silence!" This small gesture was able to make everyone complaining about her clothes have their mouths screwed shut as Midnight looked at them like a predator eyeing its next meal. She then licked her lips as she said, "Oh, all of you young men and women getting ready to beat the crap out of each other, it just makes me so turned on." The boys from all courses except Bakugo and Minda took a step backward just in case they needed to escape. Midnight giggled a little at that, as she said, "All right, we need to get this show on the road, kiddos, but first we need to address something." The heroine then took a small piece of paper from the hero costume as some asked how this thing even had pockets. She then carried on, "We need to have the sports festival pledge, so please let Katsuki Bakugo of Class 1 come to the podium." The blonde then began to walk as Rin from 1B said, "That ass is this year's representative. How is that even possible? This guy has zero respect for anyone." The boy said from experience, remembering when Bakugo almost ran him over when he was walking to class. The waist rubbed his head as he said, "Well, they say that usually the one who scored the highest in the entrance exam is the one who does the pledge, so it's kinda expected. Though, I can see where you're coming from. Remember what he did on the second day when he attacked Midoriya out of thin air like a demon possessed him or something?" The Chinese boy nodded, still remembering the event, and how it changed the entire class's perception of their sister class, or at least some of them. They both heard a voice from the side saying, "The hero course entrance exam, that is. I mean, we work as hard as you do, but somehow you're the favorite for everyone." The girl was from the general study course, and her words caused both boys to look away in discomfort. When Bakugo reached the podium, he simply grabbed the mic and said, "I just have one thing to say." Izuku meanwhile looked at him confused. "Honestly, I thought Kaken would have said something along the lines of 'I'm going to win this thing' or something like this, but I guess." The explosive boy then said the worst thing he can say for the entire world to hear, "I'm simply going to win this thing." Yes, that seems more like it. This caused a huge wave of outrage to echo throughout the entire student population as Bakugo added, "Deal with it, extras. You're nothing but a pebble to my path of greatness." The explosive boy then went down back to his class as he was met with Ida, who tried to understand why the boy just put a huge target on everyone's back. Izuku looked at him as he thought, Kaken isn't crazy. He did this on purpose to have everyone gun for him and corner him. The boy clenched his fist as Midnight then said, "All right, calm down so I can speak." Everyone looked at Midnight, who said, "All right, let's see what the first event is." She then pointed toward a screen as different events flicked through it till it finally began to slow down. "The first event," the woman said as the screen finally landed on the UA obstacle course. Izuku nodded his head at this, since he knew that the first event in the UA Sports Festival is made to weed out the competition, and is considered an everyone for himself type of event, followed by the second event, which is a teamwork event, and finally 1v1 fights. The R-rated hero began to explain the rules of the event. "Okay, listen up, kiddos. The rules of the obstacle course are rather simple. Everything is allowed, including quirk usage, as long as you stay on the course and don't hurt anyone else." All of the students nodded as Midnight added, "The winner of the event is the person who first exits the gate at the end of the course." The students nodded once more as the female hero said, "Now everyone, get to the tunnel and get ready for the first event. The first 42 to pass the tunnel will pass to the second event." Everyone began to walk, but Izuku looked at the tunnel and thought, this tunnel seems a little bit too narrow. I guess it was made like this on purpose. It's to cram students together to see how will they fight their way out of a crowd. The hero student looked at his friends and said, guys, for now, let's stand back a bit. Setsuna arched an eyebrow as she asked, why do you want to do that? We might begin late in the race, and maybe we won't make it to the second event. Kendo then looked at the hallway which leads to the race, and understood why Izuku said that they need to stay back. No, we need to stay back because if we go now we might get caught in the human wall that is trying to get out. She then looked at Setsuna and said, Set, how much can you carry? The girl hummed as she said, well, when I'm in the air I can theoretically carry a huge weight. I mean, perhaps I can carry you while you hold Kanoko and Metalhead over there. She finished as she pointed to Tetsu, who screamed in frustration at the nickname. Itsuka nodded her head as she formulated a plan in her brain. She looked at Takage and said, and that's exactly what we're going to do. You're going to carry me while I hold Tetsu and Kanoko with me till we exit the tunnel. Setsuna nodded, but what about Greenie? The girl pointed toward, but he answered her, don't worry, I already have a plan. He said as he activated his quirk, 1 for all 5%. Electric lighting began to emit from him, but he then turned it off. Midnight looked at them and saw that everyone have arrived, yelled, everyone on your marks. Izuku activated his quirk again as he crouched down. Get ready. Kendo activated her quirk, and so did Setsuna. Go in with that. All hell broke loose as the doors to the hell were opened, and everyone began to push the other, but suddenly a cold breeze rushed through everyone. The ground was then turned into ice as Todoroki ran out of the hall, but his victory didn't last long as a voice yelled, damn you, you icy hot bastard. He looked behind him to see a couple of his classmates escape his ice trap. He saw Bakugo flying toward him. He also saw Momo using a huge pole to push herself upward as she said, that's really naive, Todoroki. He then heard the boy with the tail yell at him, that won't work on me twice. He looked and saw the gravity girl floating, Ada breaking the ice. The boy with the shadow flying or floating, the hardening boy plowing through his ice like it's made of paper, and the boy with the green hair. Wait, we don't have a boy with green hair in our class. The boy looked back and saw the boy clearly with green electricity arcing through his body as he ran as quickly as possible. The boy was slowly gaining distance and was closing the gap between them. He was thrown out of his shock when Present Mike said, Shoto Todoroki began this game with an absolute strength move, but it seems some people managed to avoid it and move forward. Eraser then said, it's only natural for my class to be very attentive after the experience they threw the USJ. He was cut off by Mike saying to him while covering the mic, can you please be a little objective? I know we're playing this whole pretend only one was in the USJ tick. But we don't need to throw all the hard work 1B put there too. They also almost died too. The Erasure hero nodded, as Mike then said, looks like the other hero course managed to avoid being trapped. Look at the team made from the recommendation student Takage Setsuna, Itsuka Kendo, Kanoko Komori, and Tetsu. The man finished confused as he looked at the kids who were floating above their classmates with Takage holding the orange-haired girl while the orange-haired girl held the other two. Takage landed as she let Kendo go. She looked at the girl with a mischievous grin and said, see you at the finish line, slowpoke. Kendo, who just let go of Tetsu and Kanoko, had her eyebrows twitch as she took a deep breath and said, you're on, lizard brain. The girl quickly ran to catch up to her as she left behind her two friends who then ran themselves to catch up to the others. Back with Izuku, he finally managed to catch up to Todoroki, who looked at him with an unreadable expression on his face. Izuku shrugged as he ran past him, but he then heard a voice yell toward him and Todoroki, causing both boys to look back. You both thought that you're so smart, but you aren't. Now you'll be trapped in my ultimate move. It was Mineta who managed to avoid everyone's fate by balancing on his balls. Grape. He was then smacked away. Both Izuku and Shoto were shocked as they looked back and saw robots. As Mike said, I guess our first contestants reached the first part of our obstacle course. And of course, what kind of obstacle race this will be without obstacles? So everyone, welcome them too. The crowd then began to cheer them as Mike yelled, the Robot Inferno. Aizawa from beside him then said in an unimpressed voice, really, the Robot Inferno? How original. Couldn't you find anything better? The crowd began to laugh at Eraser's downer mood, thinking that his attitude is just an act, while it is the true thing. Izuku looked at the robot in front of him as he sweat dropped, asking himself, is this the thing I failed to fight at the beginning during the entrance exam? The boy ran toward a one-pointer as he smashed his fist through it, sending it flying back. He then began to run forward with Todoroki on his tail, but he then heard something that made his blood run cold. Deku, you son of a beach, how dare you hide your quirk away from me? He looked back as he saw Bakugo gaining ground, but he shook his head as he ran forward. He then noticed a huge shadow over his head. He looked as he saw 10 huge zero-pointers above him, causing him to swat drop as said to no one, where does UA even find the money for this kind of thing? The boy then saw a robot trying to punch him, but the boy jumped on its arm and began to run upward while the robot seemed confused. He then reached its head as he ready to punch. Mike then said, "Look at that. Izuku Midoriya of Class 1B is facing off against the zero-pointer. Will he be able to make it?" The voice hero went quiet as Eraserhead thought, "Zero potential. He'll probably punch it, and then break." He was cut out of his musings when a huge crashing sound was heard. He figured the boy must have ruined the robot and with it himself. He then went to call Recovery Girl as Mike shouted, "Amazing. Izuku Midoriya not only took out the zero-pointer, but he's still in the lead." Aizawa looked from his booth as he heard Vlad from the teacher's booth yell, "Yes, those are my students." He then saw Izuku Midoriya running without any pain toward the end. "Impossible. All my predictions are right. If I say a student has zero potential, then that's it, he has zero potential. How was he able to manage to pull that off?" He was cut from his thought when Mike poked him saying, "Oi Eraser, are you alright? You seem that you saw your cat die, or you saw a ghost, or Ms. Joke for that matter." The Eraser hero shuddered as he thought about the woman. To him, she was the demon himself. He simply shook his head as he said, "Nothing. I was just thinking about something." Back with Izuku, the boy knew that technically he can't destroy the zero-pointer without destroying himself in return. But he knew that he can disable it, so he formed a plan. The boy went to a place where the zero-pointer head was present and wanted to try something he's been working on for a while. He then yelled, "Shoot style." This was a style that focused on kicking, though he hadn't come up with anything specific yet, so he kicked the robot in the face with 15% of his power in a battle of strength with the robot. But in the end, the robot gave in first. The force behind the kick caused the robot's head to malfunction as it was dented, which caused the robot to lean backward, losing its balance and fall, taking it out of commission for the time being. Izuku hung on the robot as it fell, and contained his run as Mike announced his victory. He looked at his hand. It hurt him and it was a little strained, but other than that it was fine. His training with Torino paid off. He could now handle about 12% of his quirk and can push it to 15% if he ever needed that, but it would strain his arms significantly, but he could manage. Todoroki looked at the boy and saw his power. It reminded him so much of All Might. He then saw a couple of giant robots coming his way and said, "If that's the best UA can offer as a challenge, then I'm disappointed." He then froze 5 zero-pointers running past them. He then looked back as he said, "Be careful. I froze them on such a fragile foundation for a reason." The giant robots then began to fall on the students, who all ran away to avoid being crushed. Bakugo meanwhile fell the air as he said, "As if a small robot like this will stop me." Mike's voice came through the speakers as he said, "Look at this. Todoroki just took out these robots and it seems they're falling, and look at Bakugo just glide away from them. Interesting how they came at them with two different approaches." Aizawa then replied, "In Todoroki's case, he used this as both an offense and a defensive move to slow down the competition, while Bakugo decided to not waste time by fighting any opponent that won't do much in the greater picture." Izuku looked back at the giant robots and saw them fall. He then noticed Yanagi from his class escaping from the giant machine. But she tripped and the robot was about to crush her, so he pushed his quirk up to 12% and went to her aid. Mike then yelled, "Midoriya, what are you doing? The finish line is that way." Everyone was stunned that the lead turned back. Izuku ran quickly as fast as he can, passing the zero-pointer toward the girl. The giant robot crashed into the ground when the dust cleared. It showed Izuku holding Yanagi princess style and setting her down. Mike smiled as he said, "Look at the heroic spirit of Izuku Midoriya." Even though he was in the lead, he turned back when he saw that someone was in danger. Mike then looked at Eraser as he said, "Man, your kids are sure a bunch of douchebags. I mean, that poor girl could have been killed if it wasn't for Midoriya saving her." The Eraser hero then replied bitterly as he heard Vlad yelling for his class, "Aren't you supposed to be impractical and objective?" The voice hero then said, "Dude, I just say it how it is." He looked back to see two boys with technically the same quirk emerge from under a zero-pointer as they yelled. If that was someone else, they might have been dead. They looked at each other for a moment before running off, talking about not being able to stand out. Izuku looked at Yanagi and asked her, "Are you alright, Yanagi?" That was a close call. The girl looked at him and gave a small smile. "Thank you, Midoriya. Your efforts today have not only saved me from the clutches of the unknown but also given me a chance of rebirth tomorrow. I only regret that I was a burden on your journey of conquest." The boy was confused, but he thought that the girl meant to thank him, so he said, "Nonsense, Yanagi. The important thing is that you're all right. Now, I love to stay and talk, but I have to go." The boy quickly sped off as he tried to catch up with the others, but Yanagi felt someone tap her shoulder. She turned to see Yui and Awase. The former simply said, "I have a plan." Back in a special booth, All Might yelled, "Yes, young Midoriya, show them who you are. Tell them that I am here. Show the world your heroic spirit." He didn't notice a small figure approaching him. The man was cut out of his thoughts as someone said, "So you're the one who told him to tell the world that he is here?" The man jumped in fright as he looked at his teacher. "Why, yes, sensei. IT told young Midoriya to tell the W world that he's H here. The old man replied, "You're in luck that the boy wants to do his best for the sports festival." He then looked at him as he began to catch up to his peers. The boy is trying his best and doing his hardest to live to the legacy of OFA. He reminds me of you, but with a brain, the teacher said, causing the hero to deflate in sadness both figuratively and literally. The hero then looked at Izuku as he said, "I'm sure that the boy will do great things. Don't you agree, Torino-sensei?" The old man only hummed, but then added, with all the training he had with the others, something All Might and students of 1B believed to be hell, I expect him to be at the top. Back with Izuku, he finally managed to catch up with both Todoroki and Bakugo as the three of them stood in front of a giant chasm with pillars of stone in it with ropes connecting each pillar to the other. As Mike said, "Welcome boys and girls to the next obstacle in this race, the huge chasm. Anyone who falls in it will be lost for." He was cut off by Aizawa, who said, "I apologize for my fellow hero's behavior, but be sure that no student's life is endangered here. There is a net that catches anyone who falls." The three boys then shrugged as they began to try and pass the chasm. Izuku was jumping from one pillar to the other. Todoroki was making ice on one of the ropes, and Bakugo was just blasting his way, yelling profanities as he glided through the chasm. Izuku finally reached the huge chasm. She looked around only to see ropes. She groaned as she said, "I really hate this, but at least those gymnastic lessons will come in handy." Little did anyone know that the girl has taken a couple of gymnastic lessons to make her body limber to improve her martial arts. She looked only to see Takage floating at a casual rate, as the girl was smiling like she had a plan. She then noticed a pink-haired girl wearing goggles using a jetpack to jump from one rock to the other. She yelled, "But I thought support items are forbidden, unless necessary." The girl shook her head as she said, "For the hero course, yes, but in the support course, we can use the items we have made in the sports festival." She then waved to her as went away. She then heard Present Mike announce that Bakugo made it to the third obstacle, the minefield. She began to double her effort in crossing the chasm if she wanted to be in the top 10. Back with Izuku, the boy was now in third place. Being able to run on an ice bridge or fly is faster than being able to jump from one pillar to the other. He looked and saw a sign that read "Mines." Beware. Mike's voice appeared over the intercom as he said, "Welcome to the final part of the obstacle race, the minefield. Don't worry, the blasts are only strong enough to give you a huge headache, but nothing further from that." The boy then began to run as he heard an explosion in the distance, so he said, "I think Present Mike is getting a serious kick out of this. This is seriously ridiculous." Somewhere a rodent began to smile uncontrollably, scaring his teachers. Izuku then noticed that he was far away from both Kaken and Todoroki, so he decided to use his secret trick. The boy then crouched as he pulled OFA at 12% in his feet. He then looked toward the exit that would lead to victory and smiled. OFA. Burst style. The boy then jumped as he activated his quirk at 15% and flew through the air, landing in front both of Bakugo and Todoroki, who both seemed stunned that he managed to catch up to them this quickly. The boy looked back, smiling a little before he began to run to be in the first place. Both teens then followed him, wanting the gold medal for themselves. Izuku took a breath as she finally reached the minefield. She looked around only to see students thrown around left and right. She then saw Tetsu reach this part. She also noticed a small piece of robot armor she saw a student use to pass the chasm before he discarded it on the side of the minefield once he reached the place. She looked at Tetsu and said, "Tetsu, help me with something really important." Izuku was now followed by both Bakugo and Todoroki, with the former yelling at him, "Deku, you useless piece of shit. To think, all this time you had a quirk, and you never showed it to me. You've looked down on me, huh? Well, it ends today." The other boy was sternly glaring at him. Izuku knew at this moment he had to up his game. He activated his burst style as he flew through the air and through the gates, as Mike said. And here you have it, folks, the winner of the obstacle race, Izuku Midoriya of Class 1B. And also we have the second in the race, Setsuna Takage. Izuku was confused as he looked around, not noticing anything. He looked at Midnight, who pointed to his back only to see a hand latching onto it. He wondered, how is this considered a win? But Midnight did say that the student needs to pass the finish line. She never specified if his full body should. However, as he removed the hand, something in his shadow began to move. The boy looked in shock as his classmate Kiwaro appeared, making Izuku wonder how he never noticed the hitchhikers. Everyone was confused about the three's placement, but a quick video review showed that Izuku passed the finish line before his shadow, and so did Setsuna's hand. So they were arranged as follows: Midoriya in the first place, Takage in second, Kiwaro in third. Both boys then sat waiting for the race to be finished as Izuku held Takage's hand. Izuku looked at his classmate and said, "That was a really smart plan, Kiwaro. But when did you merge with my shadow?" The boy then said, "When we were in the hall, I merged with you." He looked at Izuku. "Are going to keep doing that? People might get the wrong idea." Izuku looked as he blushed heavily when he noticed that he was rubbing Takage's hand. Meanwhile, the girl herself had a small blush as she made her way to the end with Eraserhead. The man stared in shock as Izuku was able to beat the top students in his class so easily. To add to that, the top 3 were from Vlad's class. Although he was never on board the whole rivalry thing, he still prided himself whenever the joint training sessions came and his class came on top. Still, the fact that the boy he dismissed managed to beat his class's top dogs was truly confusing him. He just had his quirk, he just can't have this much control. He shouldn't be able to compete, but here he is. Eraser now believed the less he thought about this illogical situation the better. But deep down, he knew that he simply wasn't ready to admit that he may have committed a mistake. Back in Izuku's house, Inko was crying rivers for her son's success and for the fact that he had a girlfriend. Back with Bakugo, the boy was foaming in anger. He was beaten by Deku, some wench with a quirk that allows her to split her body, and some creepy-ass emo. He was about to go to destroy them, but suddenly he felt a tug on his leg. He looked down only to see it sinking into the ground with Icy Hot suffering the same thing. They were both shocked when a boy appeared, bowed to them, and then ran to the finish, making him 4th. He was about to blow himself free when the 5th winner was announced, a girl with vines. Then, as if to make this worse, 3 more arrived. They were all riding on destroyed armor from one of the robots with a silver-haired witch levitating them in the air. Earlier, Yui looked at Ryuko as she said, "I need you to use your quirk to lift a metal sheet that I brought while away, will fuse our legs to it when I enlarge it to contain us all." Ryuko lifted an eyebrow. This plan was extremely smart. Yui, although silent, was one of the smartest people in the class who can easily rival the minds of Midoriya, Setsuna, Juzo, and Kendo. But the silver-haired girl was afraid that she won't be able to do it. Yui noticed this and put her hand on Ryuko's shoulder saying, "I believe in you." Ryuko then smiled in determination as she said, "All right, let's do it." Bakugo watched in horror as they all left the metal sheet. He then blasted the ground with Icy Hot, freezing it both, escaping only to slam into an air wall. They then saw a guy with weird-looking eyes smile at them as he ran to the finish line, entering it. At this point, both boys were angry that they were outclassed this much and ran as fast as they can. They then heard a huge explosion from behind them as Bakugo, still running, groaned, "What now?" They didn't have a chance to look back as an orange missile passed from beside them as they heard someone yell, "Kendo, you crazy witch." Another 2 made it past them and were close to the finish line. Before the explosion happened, Kendo with Tetsu's aid managed to dig some bombs and they stacked them together. The boy looked at her as she tied the rope to the piece of armor, so he asked, "Are sure this is safe?" "I mean, I like manly stuff, but there's a fine line between manly and insane." She looked at him as she enlarged her fist, grabbing him as she said, "Trust me, this is fine. And it's too late back out anyway." The boy gulped as she jumped in the air and then brought the armor on the collection of mines they gather and sent them both flying through the air with Tetsu yelling at her. After they both landed, Tetsu looked at her and said, "You're crazy." She then grabbed him and ran toward the finish line saying, "Blame me later, run now." The boy then began to run as he heard explosions behind him. He looked and saw the prick that attacked Midoriya telling them to stop, but this only caused him to run faster. He and Kendo by a miracle managed to pass the finish line before him. They were both ranked 10th and 11th, with Pony, who rocketed past Bakugo, and Todoroki all of a sudden in 12th, while the explosion boy came in 13th and the bicolored boy came in 14th. Tetsu then saw Takage's body exit the finish. She had a smirk on her face while looking at Kendo as she said, "Told you, I'd beat you." The other girl simply huffed angrily that she lost the bet with the lizard girl. Mike then said through the intercom, "Well folks, it seems that Class 1B is bringing the fire today. The first 12 spots are for them. Makes you wonder, what are they eating?" From the teacher's booth, Vlad yelled, "My students are showing their superior strength." This made all of the other teachers' sweat drop, but they couldn't help but agree with the man that Class 1B really shined in the first event. Kendo then looked at Tetsu and said in a proud tone, "See, I told you this would work." The boy looked at her with an unamused face that said, "I saw my life flash before my eyes." The girl only chuckled at his look, before looking toward Midoriya, who came up to them. "Hey guys, great work." Takage then said, "Can you give me my hand back? And thanks for the lift." The boy let go of her hand as the girl walked up to him. "Thanks for the hand rub." She then whispered seductively, "How about we make it a full body massage next time?" This was enough for the boy to steam and fall backward. They then saw Kanoko arrive, securing the 33rd place for herself. The girl approached them as she breathed heavily. That was really tiring. And my quirk didn't give me any advantage here." Izuku, who woke up from his embarrassment coma, replied, "Don't worry, I'm sure that in the next part, you'll stand out." He looked and noticed that everyone from his class has already arrived, with a girl with pink hair and the purple-haired boy who challenged his class only to be rebuffed away by Kamakiri. He looked to the side and noticed the bicolored boy from one glaring at him as if he killed his mother or something. He also noticed how Bakugo is burning holes into his body, and if looks can kill, he would be dead by now. The blonde meanwhile was angry. He couldn't believe that Deku had a quirk this entire time and that he didn't tell him. He wanted to go and beat the answers out of him, but he knew that if as so much as flicked him, he would be kicked out of the hero course altogether. So he had to wait from the 1v1 matches and hope that Deku makes it far enough to go against him so he can pound the answers out of him. Finally, the final student arrived. He was a blonde from class 1 who wore a belt for his naval laser. Izuku looked as he said, well, the next event will begin any minute now, so let's get ready for it. He then noticed Yaoyorozu approaching them. The girl then hugged Takage as she said, Setsuna, thanks for helping me stop that pervert. During the race, Takage noticed that Minta was trying to hitch a ride on Momo and he was making lewd gestures with his hands. When he approached the rich girl, the lizard tail splitter took Momo out of his range, causing him to yell in anger at her, saying that she denied him the feeling of heaven itself. Takage hugged her back saying, hey, sisters have to stick together against perverts. Am I right? The rich girl giggled at her as she nodded. She looked at Izuku as she said, and Midoriya, congrats on achieving first place. The boy blushed as he bowed saying, thanks. His attention was then drawn as Midnight walked onto the podium. Oh, I think Midnight is about to announce the second event. Everyone looked at her as she stood on the podium. The woman then said, hello, everyone, and welcome back to UA's Sports Festival. A couple of minutes ago we saw the students battle it out in a battle of survival. Now, we will see how they do it in groups. Let's see what the students will do this time. The screen began to roll till it finally landed on cavalry battle. This caused some students to groan as Midnight then threw her wipe as she began to explain the rules. Teams will be made up of 2 to 4 students. The rules are simple. The rider will be the one to hold the points. No one can try to unseat the rider or you'll be disqualified. And the 4 teams that have the most points will qualify for the next round. The points will begin from 5 to the 42nd place and begin to increase. Izuku meanwhile was thinking about his score given that he was the first. This means that I will be 210. Still, that means that I will have a huge target on my back. I have to bring a team that has a huge defense and offense. He then looked up to Midnight to see a very unnerving smile on her face as she said, and as a special reward the first place will have 10 million points. The boy felt his entire body freeze as he said mentally, 10 million. He looked around only to see everyone looking at him like he was a small bunny that needed to be hunted. The boy took a deep breath and summoned his inner Bakugo. Bring it on. He screamed, though on the inside he was shivering as he asked himself, is this how All Might feels? Back with All Might. The man was shocked that the boy said this with Torino laughing, but the hero said, well, young Midoriya, this is the price for being number 1. Gran added, this will be a good experience for him. The blonde hero nodded his head agreeing. Midnight then left everyone to form teams for 15 minutes, but no one approached Izuku. He walked up to Kaibara who bit his lip before apologizing. He tried to talk to Shishida, but the Beast Boy politely refused, not that he can blame him. Finally, he felt someone hug him from behind. Blushing as he felt that this person was a girl, and her body was pressed against his, he looked only to see Takage who was smiling and said, ready for us to team up. The boy then burst into tears soaking the girl, as he said, are you sure no one wants to team up with me because of my stupid 10 million points? The girl nodded. Izuku then saw Kendo and walked up to her to ask her to join him, but once the girl saw him she sighed and said, Midoriya, I'm really sorry, but I can't join. The boy felt down, but the girl carried on quickly, it's not because of the points, but I want to compete against you. He then made a fist saying, let's do our best. The boy nodded as he fist bumped her before she walked to meet with Tetsu and Shishida with Juzo. Setsuna then added, I have someone in mind. I'll go bring her. The girl floated away, as Izuku waited and began to calculate his chances of making it to the next event. He suddenly felt a hand clasp his back. When he looked back, he saw the last person he expected to ask him to be on his team. Kamakiri stood in front of him, as Izuku tilted his head in confusion. The boy began to talk. I want to fight you, so to do that I will join your team to guarantee that I pass to the third event. Izuku was confused as he said, but there is a chance that I might lose the points, and they will make me a huge target on my back. Are you really sure? The boy replied by flicking Izuku's forehead saying, don't go wuss on me, right now. You set the bar high, so live up to it. Izuku began to chuckle awkwardly knowing the boy is right regarding the bar he set. He then said, I already have Takage, and she went to bring a 4th member, so will be. He was suddenly tackled by a pink-haired missile who said, 10 million team up with me. Both boys were shocked by the girl's lack of tact as Izuku said, can you please get off me? And who are you to begin with? The girl smiled crazily, unnerving both boys. I'm Mei Hatsum, and I'm going to be the world's best baby maker. The statement alone made both boys blush as the bug-faced boy pushed Izuku saying, happy fatherhood. She wants you. The boy gulped, Hatsum. What do you mean by babies? The girl brought up a couple of weird gadgets as she said, these are my babies. I worked on them day and night. And I want to join 10 million so I can show them off to the companies that are watching the event. This made Izuku breathe a sigh of relief. Izuku bit his lip saying, sorry, but you can't. The girl's expression fell, but Izuku added, "But if you want you can be my personal suit designer after the sports festival, or you can wait till my teammate come back." There's no guarantee that she managed to bring the person she had in mind. The girl nodded her head rapidly as she said, "I'm so happy. I have my own personal customer. I can't wait to make babies together." This made Izuku cringe, but he smiled at her as Kamakiri snickered at his expense. The girl waited at their side, but someone called out to her, "Hey you, can I speak to you for a moment?" The girl quickly said, "Okay, what do?" The girl suddenly went quiet as the person said, "Good, now come and join my team." The girl silently followed him. Satsuna eventually arrived dragging Shizaki with her. The vine-haired girl noticed Kamakiri's presence, so she said, "I guess now we are full." Izuku nodded his head and turned to tell Mei to leave since his team was full, but didn't find her. He looked at Kamakiri, who only shrugged. The boy then looked at his team. Shizaki's vines would make for a good defense and offense if needed. He only hoped she'd cooperate with the offense part. Kamakiri's blades would make for a huge offense for anyone that would try and approach them. Satsuna's quirk would definitely make her best for scouting anyone trying to approach them, and with his speed and strength, it would be almost impossible to approach them. He gave a confident smile. "Okay, I have a plan for us to win this." Satsuna smiled. "Great, Team Green for the win." Ibara chuckled as she noticed that everyone here had green hair, or in her case, green vines. Izuku laughed a bit, while Kamakiri only sighed. 15 minutes have passed, and everyone has formed their teams. Each team had its points delivered to them by robots. Izuku's team was 10,500,000. He could almost feel everyone eyeing the headband. Takage then said, "Well, I always wanted everyone to look at me, but not like this honestly." Shizaki said, "You truly are an attention seeker. Focus, woman, we're in the eye of the tornado, and only the Lord can save us." Kamakiri then said, "Enough with both of you. Stop acting like children and focus on the mission at hand, because we'll be creamed if we keep fighting." Both girls frowned but nodded. Izuku looked at his friends. He was the horse. Shizaki took their right to protect them. Kamakiri took their left. And finally, Satsuna was the rider, so she had the bands. "Okay, guys, we have to stay calm now. We have 15 minutes before it's over." Midnight walked to the podium. "All right, now that everyone is ready, the cavalry battle will commence at the count of 5. 1. Todoroki could only glare at Izuku as he said, "Today, I will win by using my mother's eyes. So everyone, we will focus all our effort on taking the 10 million headband," he said to his teammates Momo, Tenya, and Fumikage. 2. Bakugo looked at Deku as he licked his lips, saying, "We're going for that band." His teammates, which consisted of Mina, Hanta, and Ijiro, looked at him with worry. 3. The purple-haired boy who Kamakiri chastised when he tried to scare his classmates looked at Izuku's team with anger burning in his eyes. He looked at his teammates, who looked completely out of it. Each one of them had a blank look on their face. He then said, "Today, I will make my way to the hero course whether they like it or not." 4. Kendo looked at Izuku's team as she readied herself to fight for victory. She still hoped Izuku will make it to the second round, but she wanted the first place too. Izuku, on the other hand, ... so we can't slack around. He looked at Ibara, Shizaki now. 5. The vine-haired girl tied her hair around their bodies and threw some to a wall beside them. She then pulled the team away as more than 5 teams descended on them, causing them to almost smash into each other. As Mike said, "Look at that. All the teams just went medieval on Team Takage." But it appears that the team had an ace up their sleeve represented by Shizaki. Eraser carried on. It makes sense that they went to the team with the highest points. If they manage to get the 10 million, they win. But it seems like Team Takage has a plan. They have a strong defense represented by Shizaki, a fast horse by Midoriya, a strong offense represented by both Shizaki and Kamakiri, and most importantly a good scout by Takage. Izuku activated OFA at 10%, as he began to run away from the other teams with his teammates tied to him. Takage then yelled, "Ibara, look out to your west." She then saw Kendo's team approaching with Juzo slamming his leg into the ground. This caused the ground itself to begin to turn into quicksand. But Shizaki used her vines to trek the team to safety. This caused the orange-haired girl to click her tongue in annoyance that they managed to escape. She then yelled to Juzo, "After them." And with that, her team went after their targets. Izuku team continued to run, but suddenly they were stopped in their track when the word "boom" in English appeared in their way. They looked to the side only to see Yui's team made up of Fukudashi, Yanagi, and Awase making their way toward them. The blocked path caused Izuku to throw a smash toward the boom as he said, "Takage, keep a steady hand on the band." Kamakiri, "Get ready, Yanagi is about to do her move." The bug boy looked only to see a huge amount of huge rocks coming their way. The boy smirked as he popped a blade from his elbow. His training with Torino had made his blades stronger against rocks and metals. Although he couldn't cut through them yet, he can put deep slashes into them. The boy began to hack the rocks away as Yui's team made it close to them. But then Izuku performed a 5% finger flick, causing huge winds to appear, pushing the team back, and Izuku managed to escape with his team. Shizaki managed to breathe a sigh of relief. This one was a close call, but we managed to survive. She was cut off when a weird purple ball hit her thigh. She looked only to see a boy with 6 arms put together, but from within them someone yelled, "Get the green-haired witch, she's the reason I didn't get to feel happiness in the obstacle race." The girl looked at Takage, who held a face of disgust. A long wet appendage then came from between the arms, as it aimed toward Takage, but Izuku jumped, grabbing the appendage and pulling on it, causing a quick yell of distress to emit from inside Shoji's arms, causing the boy to let go of the appendage as he returned to his runner position. One of the other players yelled, "Hey, isn't that cheating?" Midnight then intervened as she said, "Not really, as long as the rider is still on their shoulder. It is still game." She then licked her lips as she said, "All of this fighting, it's really turning me on." This comment alone caused distress to run through the spine of every male present in the field. Mike then said from the speakers, "Look at Team Takage going, no team can beat them. Tell me, Eraser, what do you think is happening now?" He then looked at his mummified colleague, who grunted in annoyance since he doesn't want to be there in the first place. Eraser replied, "Well, for the most part, a lot of the teams are going for Team Takage, which is understandable. However, those a little bit smarter are benefiting from the chaos of the hunt for the 10 million points and using it to their advantage." Mike then tilted his head in confusion as he asked, "Whatever do you mean by that, Eraser?" Eraser simply pointed to the ground where Team Toru tried to take the 10 million and failed, only to see that her headband was stolen. Away from her, Monoma, with his team of Ochako, Kaminari, and Aoyama, ran away, with Monoma twirling a headband as he said, benefiting from the chaos. The boy then had a target in his eyes as he said to Kaminari, "Come on, let's go after him." Both his teammates looked at him with worry in their eyes, as Ochako said, "Monoma, are you sure? Going after him is literally a death sentence. I don't know if we can even compete after that." Kaminari nodded his head in agreement, but Monoma said, "Don't worry about that. I promise you that we're going to win." The boy went after his target, but little did he know that he literally bit more than he can handle. Back with Izuku, his team managed to avoid a drop from Team Tsuburaba by Izuku smashing through an air wall. He looked behind him only to hear a very angry voice, "Deku, hand over your 10 million points." He looked at the sky only to see that the boy was flying over to him, but Izuku quickly ran with his team away as Kamakiri said, "You know that you can't keep running away from him. The guy seems relentless. We should fight him head on." Izuku bit his lip. He didn't want to fight Kaken. Years of being bullied by the boy caused Izuku to formulate an image of him that represented the god of victory itself. He just couldn't find it in himself to fight him. Takage then yelled, "Greenie, if you're going to do something, then do it now, because he's on us." Izuku looked and saw that Bakugo was near them. In a moment of panic, Izuku flicked his finger at Bakugo, causing a huge burst of wind to hit, sending him flying away. Izuku looked at his finger and frowned. It was bruised, but not broken. He can manage with it. Takage looked at him with concern. "Hey Greenie, are you okay? That finger of yours doesn't look too good. I mean, it's better than being broken, but still, it looks like it hurts very much." The boy waved her off as he looked at Bakugo, who was caught by his teammates. Bakugo meanwhile was in a state of shock. He was shocked that Izuku just hit him. He was so shocked that even he didn't understand what happened. "Deku, you worthless piece." This was the beginning of the most colorful language anyone ever heard in the history of UA. It was so strong that mothers covered their children's ears to make sure that they didn't hear him. Takage even disassembled her hands to cover Ibara's ears to protect her from his words. "Of sheet you are." Everyone looked at him shocked, but Izuku have long herded his team away from him as Kamakiri said, "That guy is seriously messed up. How did he ever manage to enter the hero course? He's more a villain than a hero at this point." Izuku frowned. "Don't call Kaken a villain. He's going to be an amazing hero one day." The green-haired boy lectured his fellow student. Kamakiri for his part looked shocked that Izuku defended the guy who just gave him the world's greatest curse, but ignored it knowing that he won't get through to him. Takage, for her part, felt extremely sad that Izuku was defending that jerk, but didn't have it in her to tell him that he was wrong and that Bakugo at most is another and possibly worst endeavor in the making. Bakugo looked as Izuku went away and said to Kirishima, "Hey shitty hair, after him." The hardening teen was about to go when someone passed by them, tapping him and taking Bakugo's bands. Monoma smiled happily as he said, "It's a pleasure doing business with you, Bakugo. You know, you always talked about how strong you are, but now it only took one childhood friend, or rather a victim, for you to lose your cool. It's kinda pathetic if you ask me, but you're that kind of person in the first place." Monoma's team tried to run away quickly, but suddenly a menacing aura managed to make them freeze along with Monoma, who looked back at Bakugo. The boy was now covered in a murderous shadow as he looked at Kirishima and said, "Shitty hair, change of plans. We'll take out Copycat Freak first, and then we'll go after Deku." Kaminari looked at Monoma and said, "Give him his points back, or else he's gonna take ours as compensation for wasting his time." Monoma looked at him with determination in his eyes. He wasn't going to let that get in his way. Bakugo's team marched quickly toward him. but suddenly Bakugo jumped off and went for Monoma, who smirked and took a deep breath, blowing out hardened air. He looked at Bakugo, who clanged to the platform, and said, "Even those 1B mongrels have their uses every once in a while." He then told the others to make their escape away from Bakugo, but what he didn't count on was how stubborn Bakugo was. The boy smashed his fist through the shield as he grabbed the headbands of both teams, yanking them, and taking Monoma's team to 0. He then went back to Kirishima and said, "After Deku." Bakugo's team then went to find Izuku's team while Monoma gaped at what happened. All of his teammates were shocked as Ochako yelled, "What the heck did you do? Didn't I tell you that we can't beat him? And why did you antagonize him? If we just left immediately without the victory speech, we would have kept the points." Monoma winced at her words. "Listen, I know I messed up, but I have a plan to take us to the top." He stopped as he saw their skeptical looks, but added, "I promise this time it will work." With Izuku, the boy, with his team, has managed to stop another attempt from Minta's team to steal his head, and even having Ibara steal it, much to the girls' dismay. He looked to his side and noticed Team Komori coming close to them, but he quickly ran away. He knew that if Kanoko wanted the headband, she can take it, especially if she used some of her new mushrooms. His team had to avoid Tsunotori's horns though, which were a pain, but they managed to stay clear of her Kanoko. Takage then said, "Wow, why are you so afraid of Kanoko that much? Are you cheating on me and you don't want me to be mad?" The girl teased from her position, but Izuku shook his head saying, "No, but Kanoko's quirk makes her dangerous. We don't know how much she honed her skills. And honestly, I don't want to find out either. So big and strong Green is afraid of the little mushroom girl. I'll be sure to tell her that." The boy chuckled at her remark, but she said, "You laugh, huh? But why?" Ibara, a vine wall to Kamakiri's side. The girl quickly erected one as they heard a strong thud. They then heard, "I'm sorry, Lady Kendo, but I presume I failed to take them by surprise. Let's retreat." Izuku said, only to be cornered by Todoroki, who said, "Hand over your headband." He sent an ice wave toward them as Shizaki erected a huge vine wall to protect them from the ice. Todoroki looked at the huge wall of ice and vines, wondering how to get in there, but suddenly a huge wind blast broke through them, and Izuku ran away. The dual quirk user frowned as he said, "Follow them." And Takoyami uses Dark Shadow to grab the 10 million points. The bird-headed boy nodded as he said, "Dark Shadow, go grab it." The living shadow then erupted from Takoyami's chest as it went sailing to Izuku. But a Kamakiri jumped from his position and kicked it in the face with his foot, only to be collected by the vine tied around him. Dark Shadow then yelled, "Okay, game time is over." He lunged again, only this time only to be met by a wall of vines. Present Mike then said, "All right, little listeners, we have 3 minutes left. Do what you have to do." Todoroki growled as he saw that the opportunity to get the 10 million headband is decreasing by the minute. Takoyami called Dark Shadow back. "I have a plan, but I need you all to hold on tight," Ida said, drawing everyone's attention in the team. Todoroki looked at him as he said, "Are you sure that you can beat him?" The boy nodded as he bent down with his engines began to shake, as the Takoyami did as he was told. Izuku looked back as he saw Ada doing something that didn't sit right with him, so he looked at Takage and said, "Get ready to send your head flying." The girl nodded as she heard Ida yell, "Recipro burst." Her head quickly went up as she felt a breeze go beside her body. Ida looked at his hand, which held 2 headbands. He gave them to Todoroki, who inspected them, but frowned, saying, 95 and 110. He then looked to Izuku, saying, "Ida, do it again." The boy replied, "I'm sorry, Todoroki, but my mufflers are out of commission right now." Todoroki frowned as he said, Let's go after." He stopped when he saw Izuku in front of him, his hand stretched toward his head to grab his points. He unconsciously lifted his left hand and emitted some flames, making Izuku go away shocked. But Todoroki looked at his hand as he said, "He made me use his fire." The boy then shook his head as he froze a couple of teams and went to steal their points. Izuku looked to the sky where Takage's head was still floating. He yelled at her, "Takage, come down now." The girl nodded as she went down, but suddenly someone tackled her head as he said, "Thanks for the 10 million points, 1B scum." It was Monoma. He took the band she had around her head and threw her head back down. He then floated down to his team as he said, "Easy, and now I have the 10 million points." Ochako sighed when she inspected the headband. "It's a 10 all right, but not 10 million. The boy inspected it closer and it turned out that it was only 10. He then yelled, "After them." And with that, Monoma's team ran after Takage's team. Meanwhile, Takage was back with her body as she said, "Plan worked like a charm, and we have only 1 minute on the clock." Izuku smiled at her as they continued to run in this wild goose chase after them, but suddenly explosions were heard. Izuku looked behind him only to see Bakugo closing in. Kamakiri looked as Bakugo came from his side, so he popped a blade and swung it in his direction, causing the boy to back away as Present Mike announced, "Half a minute, kiddies." Bakugo growled as he looked at Izuku's team. He then went flying again toward them but was stopped short by a finger flick by Izuku, only to come again and this time has a wall of vines erect in front of him. But he flew around it only to see that they already fled, so he yelled, "Deku, you get back here." Izuku with his team ran as everyone gave them chase. Izuku looked behind only to see Bakugo gaining ground on them, but suddenly an iceberg appeared in front of them only to be met by an angry-looking Todoroki. He tried to run away only to be cornered by Monoma's team. He looked around him, but suddenly he looked at Setsuna and said, "Do it." The girl smiled, grabbing the band on her neck as she threw it away from them, causing strife to occur regarding who will grab it first, only for Bakugo to come up on top. He returned to his team and yelled, "I have it. I have the 10 mil. He made a double check on the headband only to see it was 205. Bakugo then blasted himself toward Izuku's team as he yelled, "Deku, give the 10 million point." And then present mic announced, "Time's up." Now to announce the results. In first place, Team Takage. Everyone looked at the girl to see where she was hiding the 10 million points only for her to pull them from her back pocket. Midnight never said that I have to display it, only that I have to keep it. Earlier, after Ibara managed to protect the team from Todoroki's iceberg, Setsuna said, "I have a plan. I will put the 10 million points in my back pocket, while I keep the others on my neck or head. And when we're cornered, I'll throw the one on my neck to lead everyone off." The others nodded as Izuku blasted a hole through the ice. Present Mike carried on as he chuckled at how Takage played everyone for fools. In the second place, we have Team Todoroki. Edo was seen clenching his fist in annoyance as he said, "I can't believe I fell for her tricks. I'm sorry everyone I disappointed you." Momo corrected him, "Nonsense, Ida, you did your best." Takoyami nodded with her. However, Todoroki seemed unfocused as he looked at Izuku. "You forced me to use my fire, Midoriya. No one ever did. I think we need to talk." In third place, we have Team Bakugo. The entirety of his team could be seen backing away from an enraged Bakugo. And in fourth, we have Team Who? Shinso. Where did he come from? In the background, we can see Team Kendo. All of them had confused expressions on their face, wondering how did they lose their points, while the purple-haired walked away from them whistling. Well folks, and there you have it, the 4 teams that will compete in the 1v1 matches. And with that, Present Mike finished his commentary, as the 4 teams readied themselves for the next round. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.